Have you ever fantasized about how you would squander your life if one day you became a wealthy heiress? Today, this exciting urban novel after binding to the divine wealth system, I became a real heiress of a wealthy family, will take you into a world full of money and miracles. Ordinary girl, Su Imo, accidentally bound to the Shunhouse system, not only became rich overnight, but also discovered that she was the true daughter of a wealthy family who had been missing for many years. But do you think she would indulge in pleasure? No. She unexpectedly became the queen of the business world by spending money. Do you think she's just an ordinary girl? Wrong. She is the future divine queen. From luxury goods to luxury cars, from mansions to private islands, Su Imo used the system's power to consume crazily, but the more she spent, the richer she became. She not only became a top VIP of major brands, but also led the trend with her unique consumption concept. But just as she was thriving, the secrets of the system gradually came to light, attracting the covetousness of countless people. Can she keep the secrets of the system? How will her consumer empire continue? Do you think she's just a money machine? Wrong. She is still a business genius. Su Imo deeply understands that relying solely on system cashback is far from enough. Only by converting consumption into investment can we go further. She utilized the funds provided by the system to expand into multiple fields such as real estate, technology, and entertainment, step by step building her own business empire. However, with her rise, the conspiracies of competitors and the encirclement of capital also followed one after another. Can she win in this business war? How will her business landscape expand? Do you think this is all? Wrong. A bigger secret is emerging. Su Imo gradually realized that the emergence of the system was not accidental, but closely related to her true identity. Her success not only changed her personal destiny, but also revealed a shocking secret about the aristocracy and wealth. What is her true identity? What is hidden behind this counterattack of spending money to make money? After being bound to the Shunhouse system, I Became a True Heiress of a Wealthy Family is not only a refreshing urban novel, but also a wonderful work that integrates business, power planning, and human nature. Author Mo Juju uses a compact plot and profound thinking to take you on a journey through the legendary life of a divine queen. Come and follow in Sumo's footsteps, uncover the secrets of the system, and witness her comeback journey. Chapter 1. Casual Spending at Your Service. Beep. The luxurious spending system is at your service. Now, we present a novice task. Please spend 2 million yuan within the next 2 hours. Task reward to be unlocked. The exclusive black gold card has been issued to your bag. Please check it promptly. At 8:30 in the morning, Yun Zijing had just alighted from the bus when a sudden voice resonated in her mind. Upon hearing the announcement regarding the task and the exclusive black card placed in her bag, Yun Zijing swiftly rummaged through her belongings. Indeed, within her bag lay a black card adorned with a golden celestial totem. Could this card truly be functional? The host has 1 hour and 50 minutes remaining. Failure to complete the task within the time limit will result in a reduction of the allotted time and a reset of the spending task. Please act swiftly. 1 hour and 50 minutes? Gazing at the black card in her hand, Yun Zijing made her way towards the Jingsheng Mall, owned by the Lu Corporation, located directly opposite her office building. Jingsheng Mall is the largest high-end shopping center in the capital, bustling with a multitude of visitors one wouldn't dare enter without at least 1 million in their pocket. However, Yun Zijing was solely interested in testing whether this so-called casual spending system's black card could indeed be utilized. As she stepped inside Jingsheng Mall, the opulent decor momentarily dazzled her senses. With 2 million at her disposal and a mere 2 hours to exhaust it, Yun Zijing surveyed her surroundings and ultimately resolved to indulge in luxury goods. Jingsheng Mall boasts a total of 12 floors, with luxury items concentrated on the 5th and 6th levels. Yun Zijing first ascended to the 5th floor, where Tiffany awaited her arrival. Upon entering the store, she found no one to attend to her. Though Yun Zijing had never purchased luxury items, she had heard tales of how the sales associates in such establishments often judge customers by their appearance. Clad in attire that was, at best, modestly priced, with her most valuable possession being a smartphone worth no more than 4,000 yuan and her entire outfit totaling less than 500 yuan, she was acutely aware of her inconspicuous presence. The lack of attention she received was entirely within her expectations. However, Yun Zijing remained unfazed, her primary intention being to spend money. "Excuse me, could you please assist me with this?" She called to the near sales associate, gesturing towards the series smile necklace displayed on the counter. The associate merely glanced at Yun Zijing before beckoning to a girl standing in the corner. "Xiaomei, come here and fetch this necklace for the customer." Yun Zijing felt a momentary pause. Yet, she remained indifferent as long as someone was willing to assist her. That sufficed. Xiaomei hesitated briefly before approaching Yun Zijing. "Good day, esteemed customer. I am Xiaomei. May I inquire your surname?" "Please, no need for formality. My surname is Yun. I would like to see that smile necklace." "Certainly, Miss Yun." Xiaomei, donning gloves, retrieved the necklace from the display. "Would you like to try it on?" she inquired, though internally doubting Yun Zijing's ability to afford it. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, she provided attentive service. "No need for that. Also, please wrap up the smile earrings and the square bracelet for me." Xiaomei was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Yun Zijing to forego even a trial, and instead insist on wrapping up her selections. Although the items were not exorbitantly priced, as an intern, the commission from a few tens of thousands was indeed a substantial sum for her. "Very well. Is there anything else you require?" "This one, please wrap it as well." Yun Zijing pointed to its series T1 diamond-studded wide bracelet, priced at 322,000.00. Xiaomei. Little did she anticipate that the seemingly unremarkable Miss Yun was, in fact, a concealed heiress of considerable wealth. "Understood." Humph. Clad in cheap trinkets, yet daring to purchase a bracelet worth 300,000 surely. She must be trying to inflate her own image. The sales associate, who had previously dismissed Yun Zijing and assigned Xiao Mei to attend to her, could not suppress her disdain upon hearing Yun Zijing's intent to buy a 320,000 bracelet. Xiao Mei hesitated momentarily while holding the bracelet, feeling acutely embarrassed. "Wrap it up, they'll pay by card." Yun Zijing did not acknowledge the sales associate, for the truth of one's financial capability would soon be revealed through the transaction. Yun Zijing presented her black gold card from Subianhua to Xiao Mei. "What a worthless card. I've never seen such a thing. Don't think that waving around any card will deceive anyone. If it fails to go through, the embarrassment will be yours alone. I believe I have not offended you since entering the store. Even if you presume I cannot afford this, as a service representative, do you find it appropriate to deride a customer? I hope you did not secure your position through favoritism without undergoing proper training." Yun Zijing has never been one to suffer in silence. Her previous indifference was a calculated choice, but she did not anticipate that the other party would become more brazen. "I have encountered many guests like you, who simply come to try on items and take photographs without any intention of purchasing. Arriving in attire that resembles street market fare, you waste our time and expect us to treat you with kindness?" It was evident there was a flaw in her character. Xiao Mei cast an apologetic glance at Yun Zijing, aware that this individual held connections that made her colleagues reluctant to voice their frustrations. Yun Zijing, unwilling to squander any more time, asserted, "Whether I can afford it will be evident when I swipe my card. Please expedite the process. I am in a hurry." She had less than 2 hours to spare. "Of course, I will process your payment immediately." Xiao Mei placed her 3 neatly packed shopping bags on the counter and handed Yun Zijing's card to the cashier. "Xiao Li, please proceed with the checkout." Xiao Li, the store cashier, had witnessed the entire exchange. Though she harbored her own doubts about Yun Zijing's purchasing power, she adhered to the protocol and initiated the transaction. "Good day, ma'am. Your total comes to 356,750. Please enter your PIN. PIN 918888. The sound of casual spending echoed in Yun Zijing's mind as she maintained her composure, entering 918,888 with unwavering confidence. In no time, the cashier's computer screen displayed a successful payment notification, and the POS machine automatically dispensed a receipt, while the register produced another slee. How is this possible? The sales associate who had previously mocked Yun Zijing now gazed in disbelief at the confirmation of a successful transaction. "Who knows how you acquired this money, perhaps?" "Lina." At that moment, the store manager, Zhou Ling, had unexpectedly approached and reprimanded Lina, interrupting her words. "Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Zhou Ling, the store manager. I apologize for any inconvenience caused by our inadequately trained staff. This is a token of compensation from our store, a small gesture. I hope you will accept it. In Zhou Ling's hand was a Tiffany company bag, though the contents remained unknown to Yun Zijing. Elsa Peretti open heart necklace. Price, 12,200.00. The thoughtful gesture was marked clearly on the packaging. Upon seeing the price exceed 10,000, Yun Zijing felt it was acceptable, considering she had just spent over 300,000 in the store. Very well, I will grant Sister Zhou this favor. I hope such an incident will not occur again on my next visit. Rest assured, it absolutely will not. Xiaomei, please see Miss Yun off. Upon hearing Yun Zijing mention her next visit, Zhou Ling felt she had handled the situation adequately, at least managing to retain this customer. Xiaomei stepped out from behind Zhou Ling, intending to escort Yun Zijing, but she was stopped. No need, I still wish to browse other stores you carry on. With that, Yun Zijing, shopping bag in hand, made her way toward the next shop. Chapter 2, Villa Number 1, Starry Rain Mansion. 1 hour remaining until the end of the 2-hour time limit. The clock chimed again, and Yun Zijing stepped into the second store, Hermes. Perhaps it was due to the Tiffany bag she carried. The sales associate, though not overly enthusiastic, acknowledged her presence. Good day, madam. How may I assist you? Do you have her bag in stock? Unfortunately, it is currently unavailable. However, you may explore our other exquisite offerings in the store. Yun Zijing was aware that this was the customary purchasing protocol at Hermes. To acquire a bag, one must first purchase other items from their collection. With only an hour to spare, she was not particular. Whether she could purchase the bag later was secondary. For now, she would indulge in shopping. Little horse pendant, I'll take it. Lucky bag pendant, I'll take it. Slippers, I'll take them. Trash bin, I'll take that too. It was uncertain how many items Yun Zijing had gathered, but eventually, the sales associate could no longer hold them all, prompting her to cease. Let us tally the total. Hello, the total comes to 563,000. Will you be paying by card or cash? By card. The sales associate guided Yun Zijing to the checkout counter. After the transaction was successfully completed, she smiled and informed Yun Zijing, regarding her bag you inquired about earlier. I just checked our inventory and found a beige 39 available. Would you like it? Internally, Yun Zijing thought. As expected, how could there be none? It's all about the purchase protocol. Yes, please wrap it up for me, and I will pay by card. With no time to spare, she was not inclined to waste a moment inspecting the bag further, directing the sales associate to prepare it for her. The sales associate beamed with delight. Certainly. Xiaoqiu, please assist the customer with the payment. Another expenditure of 32,050. 00 has been made. Yet Yun Zijing still needs to fulfill a consumption task amounting to 1,048. 200,000. She left her items here, intending to return shortly to collect them. Is that acceptable? Yun Zijing is eager to exhaust her funds quickly. Of course. If you provide us with an address, we can arrange for home delivery. Given the scattered nature of her purchases, it would be rather cumbersome for her to carry them all by herself. She hastily left the address of her current rental dwelling and rushed into the nearby Piaget boutique. Good day, madam. Welcome to Piaget. Yun Zijing nodded and began surveying the timepieces on display. Ultimately, her gaze settled on 2 exquisite watches. The first, a Piaget Limelight Gala diamond-studded women's watch, limited to just 50 pieces, priced at 595,000. The second, a Piaget Altiplano Ultra-Thin 18K white gold mechanical watch, priced at 441,000. The total comes to 1,036,000, leaving her with a remainder of 12,200 to meet her spending requirement. Please wrap these 2 for me, and I will pay by card. Yun Zijing's swift selection of the watches and her readiness to settle the bill momentarily bewildered the sales assistant. However, being seasoned in dealing with a myriad of eccentric customers, she quickly regained her composure. Certainly, with deft movements, she began to package the 2 watches for Yun Zijing and guided her to the checkout counter. From the moment she entered the boutique to completing her purchase, Yun Zijing spent less than 10 minutes. Yun Zijing's extravagant payment style left those in the store momentarily stunned. Are the wealthy of today truly so understated? Clad in attire worth less than 500, yet purchasing a watch valued at 1 million? Unfazed by the gazes of others, Yun Zijing headed straight to the first floor's Lianhua mobile phone store after completing her watch purchase. She supplemented her expenditure by 799 acquiring the latest flagship phone. The extraordinary master, thus flawlessly fulfilling her 2 million spending task. Novice task. Spend 2,000,000 yuan within 2 hours. Task completed. Task reward. Triggered double rebate. 4,000,000 yuan has been credited to the host's savings card. Ownership of Villa Number 1 in the Xingyu Huafu detached villa area. Relevant documentation has been placed in the system backpack. Please check. Host. Yun Zijing was taken aback. Is it possible that she spent 2 million and was gifted 4 million alongside a house? This system, reminiscent of a novel, is remarkably generous. She felt her phone vibrate and upon checking, was astonished to find a bank account notification. Your savings card ending in 3470 received an electronic transfer of 4,000,000 yuan on July 1st at 9:21 a.m. Current balance 4,014 for 76.74 yuan. Construction bank. Gazing at the credited amount, Yun Zijing nearly forgot to breathe. Spend freely indeed means to spend freely. With a balance of 4 million. It was truly an invitation to indulge. She quickly navigated away from the page, striving to maintain an outward calm, attempting to conceal any fluctuations in her emotions. The allure of wealth is not a mere saying. Quietly amassing fortune is the true path. Yun Zijing covered her phone and ventured to a nearby milk tea shop, ordering a mango smoothie. When the attendant brought her drink, she took a hearty sip to steady her nerves. Once her emotions had settled, Yun Zijing called the Hermes boutique to request a change of delivery address. With a villa now in her possession, a move was undoubtedly in order. After finishing her mango smoothie, she hailed a taxi to Xingyu Huafu. This was Yun Zijing's first visit to the community. Discreetly using her bag to conceal the access card from her system backpack, she swiped it to enter the premises and approached the security desk. Hello. I am the owner of Villa Number 1 in the villa area. It's my first time here. Could you kindly direct me? Initially, as a stranger, she had accessed the community with her card, prompting the guard to inquire about her identity. However, her proactive approach suited him well. Oh, so you are the owner of Villa Number 1. Just follow the main road, and the first building you see will be it. Quite easy to recognize. Villa No. 1 is centrally positioned within Xingyu Huafu, regarded as the pinnacle of luxury among the villas. Although it had been sold since the launch, the owner had never made an appearance, making this encounter quite unexpected. Thank you. I came in a hurry today and didn't prepare anything. Here, I bought some candied chestnuts on my way. Please have a taste. These were purchased when she spotted a vendor by the roadside and asked the driver to stop. Oh, there's no need for such politeness. It's all part of my duties. Our community covers a substantial area. If you walk in, it would take at least 10 to 20 minutes. I will call upon the neighborhood patrol team to give you a ride. Please hold on for a moment. The residents of Xingyu Huafu are predominantly billionaires, with very few, like Yun Zijing, being so unpretentious. After years of service here, this was the first time he received a gift from a homeowner. Although it was merely a handful of candied chestnuts, the gesture brought him immense joy. Shortly thereafter, he summoned a patrol vehicle via the intercom, which transported Yun Zijing to Villa Number 1. He expressed his gratitude to the patrol personnel and entered through the villa's main gate by inputting the access code. Upon crossing the threshold, he was immediately captivated by the exquisite Huahua architectural style. The villa consists of 3 levels, covering an impressive area of 1,200 square meters. When one accounts for the front and rear gardens, as well as the underground garage, it is evident that acquiring such a property in the capital would require a fortune exceeding several hundred million. Yun Zijing remained in the villa until the Hermes delivery arrived before finally departing the community. Residents of Xingyu Huafu typically drive themselves, resulting in a scarcity of taxis or ride-hailing services in the vicinity. After approximately 20 minutes of waiting, a ride was finally secured, though another 5 minutes elapsed before the vehicle arrived at the community entrance. Observing Yun Zijing entering the car, the driver's expression was somewhat peculiar. It was his first time receiving a fare from Xingyu Huafu, where residents are known to possess luxury vehicles, making it unusual for anyone to hail a taxi. In Chapter 3, amidst the melodrama of the affluent, Yun Zijing perceived the driver's odd glance, but chose not to offer an explanation, simply instructing him to take her to her rental residence. She rented a 1-bedroom apartment on her own, and her landlady, an elderly woman, charged her a mere 2,000 yuan per month, recognizing that she had just graduated and was a young girl. In the bustling metropolis of Tokyo, Encountering such a generous deal was akin to finding a living bodhisattva. Yun Zijing was immensely grateful to her landlady. Even though she was preparing to move out, she intended to visit her in the future. The apartment was on the second floor, and it took only a few steps to reach home. Upon returning, Yun Zijing began to pack her belongings. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Who could it be at this hour? A frown creased Yun Zijing's brow, as an unsettling premonition washed over her. The knocking persisted, relentless and insistent, with 3 sharp raps at intervals. Grabbing a baseball bat, she cautiously peered through the peephole. Discerning that it was a man outside, though his face remained obscured, she could only see the contours of his collarbone. Stepping back from the door, Yun Zijing retrieved her phone and called the security guard. "Sir, there's someone knocking at my door without saying a word. Could you please bring a few people over to check the situation?" On the other end, the guard quickly acknowledged her request and hung up to gather assistance. Since the knocking was not accompanied by any violent intent, Yun Zijing tentatively assessed that there was no malicious intent, but it was prudent to remain cautious. So she insisted the guard bring help. Approximately 10 minutes later, a voice resonated through the room. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" It was the guard, and for the first time, Yun Zijing found his voice remarkably pleasant. "I am Xia Zhiyun, the general manager of the Xia Corporation, here to find someone." "Whom are you looking for? What is the matter?" "Yun Zijing, it is a private matter." Upon hearing that it was a private affair, the doorman furrowed his brow but concluded that it would be better for Yun Zijing to address it herself. "Young lady, I'm out here, accompanied by several security personnel. There is no cause for concern. Please step out and assess the situation," Xia Zhiyun remarked. "So you have not opened the door because you perceive me as a villain?" With acquaintances present, Yun Zijing felt less apprehensive. She took her bag, opened the door, and stepped outside without allowing anyone else to enter. "What is it? Speak your mind." "I have heard that Miss Yun is an orphan." Yun Zijing frowned. What was her background to him? "Speak plainly, do not beat around the bush." "Indeed, we do not appreciate your insincere grandiloquence," the doorman chimed in. "I suspect you are my biological sister. Therefore, might I request your cooperation in a paternity test?" Xia Zhiyun's words succeeded in drawing Yun Zijing's gaze upward, and she regarded him directly. "It has been 21 years. Is it truly necessary?" Since her earliest memories, she had lived in an orphanage. Initially, she yearned for her parents to find her, but eventually, she relinquished that hope. Parents were secondary. Her happiness was of utmost importance. "I am aware that you have been donating to the orphanage, contributing no less than 2,000 yuan each month. However, this has rendered your own life rather frugal. After paying rent and utilities, there is hardly anything left. The Xia family is a prestigious and renowned aristocracy in the capital. If a paternity test were to confirm that you are my biological sister, then you would be a daughter of the Xia family. And your monthly allowance would be sufficient to cover all expenses of the orphanage. Would you still find it unnecessary then?" Prior to her encounter with frivolous spending, she might have been tempted, but now, as she glances at her phone revealing a balance of 4 million, Yun Zijing's interest waned significantly. "Why do you harbor doubts that I am your biological sister? Such suspicions do not arise without reason. My sister is the one currently residing with the Xia family. After a car accident, she needed a blood transfusion, only to find." Xia Zhiyun refrained from elaborating. Yet Yun Zijing understood. It was simply because the blood type did not match, leading to the shocking revelation of no biological connection. The dramatic plot twist of a switched identity in a wealthy family had unexpectedly become her reality. How intriguing. "And then you trace this back to me?" Xia Zhiyun nodded. The security guard and his companions nearby were equally astonished, reveling in this dramatic revelation. "I am willing to cooperate with the paternity test. However, I must clarify in advance that I have no intention of returning to the Xia family." Given the potential for such a melodramatic scenario, Yun Zijing could already imagine the depths of intrigue within the Xia family, and she had no desire to become embroiled in their tumult. Upon hearing Yun Zijing's willingness to undergo the paternity test, Xia Zhiyun's eyes sparkled with hope. As long as she was willing to proceed with the test, everything else could unfold in due time. "Zijing, shall we take our leave then?" Since they were there to seek kin, the security guard no longer worried about Yun Zijing's safety. It's all right. Thank you all. I'll treat you to drinks next time. You, my dear girl. Truly understand. That uncle is certainly looking forward to your fine wine. We're leaving now. Do call if anything arises." Observing Yun Zijing engaging amiably with the security guards, Xia Zhiyun felt a surge of compassion for her. Being the sole daughter of the Xia family, she had never needed to navigate such social connections. only to consider her own happiness. In contrast, Yun Zijing appeared clad in inexpensive attire, her fair hands lacking even the simplest polish. Their upbringings could not have been more disparate, one in the heavens and the other beneath the earth. Please refrain from gazing at me in such a manner. It gives me goosebumps. When shall we conduct the paternity test? Let me check my schedule. I am unavailable from Monday to Friday, as I must work. Although she now had some money in her account, the atmosphere at her current workplace was bearable, and Yun Zijing had no plans to resign. If you have the time, we could do it now. I'll drive you back in the evening. That works. Which hospital shall we visit? The Kangda Hospital under the Xia Corporation. Kangda Hospital? The notoriously expensive private hospital? I've heard that the finest VIP rooms cost a staggering 100,000 yuan per night. However, since he is the one requesting the paternity test, it is unlikely she would have to pay, so Yun Zijing remained silent. It wasn't until they arrived at the entrance of Kangda Hospital that they finally broke the silence. Here we are. Yun Zijing exited the vehicle, and upon seeing the opulent decor of the hospital, she couldn't help but marvel. It truly lived up to its reputation as a hospital for the affluent, far exceeding the grandeur of public hospitals. The individual responsible for arranging the paternity test, Xia Zhiyun, had everything meticulously organized. Upon entering the hospital, they were approached by a doctor clad in a white coat and wearing a medical mask, who said, "Come along, let us proceed to the testing room." In the testing room, Xia's father, Xia Jingguang, awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Yun Zijing, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xia Jingguang's eyes. Yun Zijing bore a striking resemblance to the elderly matriarch. "Greetings, I am Xia Jingguang your." "Hello, uncle." With those 3 words, Yun Zijing effectively silenced Xia Jingguang's forthcoming statement. DNA testing can be conducted using blood, hair, or oral mucosal cells. Which option do you prefer? Let's opt for hair testing. Will it require pulling it out on the spot? Yun Zijing, wishing to avoid blood extraction or a throat swab, chose to have her hair plucked instead. Xia Jingguang had no objections. He was agreeable to whatever decision Yun Zijing made. The doctor's movements were deft and practiced. Before long, the hair samples were collected and properly stored. The doctor then spoke. "The results will be available in as little as half an hour. Please bear with us." Given that this was their family hospital, there was no need to queue for the testing, and the results would be communicated promptly. "Well, I have complied with your request for the paternity test. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Yun Zijing yearned only to return home and collapse onto her bed for a deep slumber. Xia Jingguang gazed at Yun Zijing's departing figure, wanting to say something, but was halted by Xia Zhiyun. "Father, Zijing still harbors some reservations towards us. Please regard her as a child at heart. We shall address matters further once the paternity test results are revealed." In Xia Zhiyun's perspective, as long as the paternity test confirms that Yun Zijing is a child of the Xia family, she will inevitably return to the Xia household. After all, the resources that the Xia family can provide are beyond what she could ever earn in her lifetime. This matter should remain undisclosed to your mother and sister for now. We shall discuss it once the results are revealed. His wife typically regards Jiao Jiao with utmost affection, akin to a cherished gem. And if she were to discover that Xia Jiao Jiao is not their biological child, it would likely be a considerable shock. Furthermore, Jiao Jiao has been their beloved child for 21 years, and the emotional bond is profound, making it impossible to simply sever ties. One can only hope that upon Yun Zijing's return to the Xia family, the 2 sisters will be able to coexist harmoniously. Xia Jingguang had noble intentions but failed to consider whether Yun Zijing would wish to return to the Xia household or whether Xia Jiao Jiao would be amenable to cohabitation with Yun Zijing. Meanwhile, after departing from Kangda Hospital, Yun Zijing took a taxi back to her rental apartment. She called her landlady to inform her that she had saved enough to purchase a house and would gradually be moving her belongings over the course of this month, with plans to not renew the lease next month. Although the landlady felt a sense of loss, she sincerely wished Yun Zijing success in her future endeavors. Subsequently, she transferred the month's deposit of 2,000 yuan back to Yun Zijing. Delighted, Yun Zijing accepted the amount and hurried to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Since she had worked the following day, she retired early to wash up and sleep, experiencing a night devoid of dreams. On the morning of 6 o'clock, Yun Zijing was awakened by the sound of casual spending. She discovered that today's expenditure task had escalated to 4 million yuan, leaving her utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the deadline for the task was set for midnight, allowing her the opportunity to peruse the Jinxing Mall after finishing work in the afternoon. For the moment, however, Her priorities lay with breakfast and her job. With newfound financial resources, Yun Zijing opted to take the subway to work. As for taxis, that was out of the question. During the morning rush hour, taking a taxi would only result in being ensnared in traffic. After resolving her breakfast at home, Yun Zijing hurried to the subway entrance, blending into the throng of commuters. Once she ensured she was headed in the right direction, she followed the crowd into the train car. During the morning peak hour in Daijing, it was commonplace for the subway to be overcrowded, and Yun Zijing felt as if she had been flattened into a pancake. Finally emerging from the station, she breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief moment to gather herself, she made her way towards the Dingxi building, queued for the elevator, and ascended to the 20th floor to clock in, commencing her day at work. Just as Yun Zijing settled into her workstation, the company's general manager appeared at the department's entrance. Yun Zijing, please come to my office. Yun Zijing was filled with questions. Glancing at her colleague Sang Ying, what could it be? Sang Ying replied, how would I know? Though a myriad of inquiries swirled in her mind. One could not ignore a summons from the general manager. Arriving at the office door, Yun Zijing raised her hand and knocked. Please come in. Upon opening the door, she beheld Xia Jun seated on the sofa in the general manager's office, the general manager himself absent. Without a moment's thought, she discerned that Xia Jun had summoned her under the guise of the general manager's authority. Truly, Xia Jun possessed remarkable influence, having not only located her residence, but also her place of employment. What could his intentions be? Clearly, he had conducted thorough inquiries, and this was the result. Take a look. Yun Zijing understood that within lay the DNA paternity test results between her and Xia Jingguang. She picked up the folder from the desk, opened it, and soon discovered that the likelihood of a father-daughter relationship was 99. While she was aware of the findings, she had previously declared her disinterest in returning to the Xia family. Her current life was quite satisfactory, and their intrusion was not a source of joy for her. She was no longer the little girl yearning for parental affection. She could thrive independently. Xia Jiyun found it challenging to articulate his emotions. Naturally, he wished for Yun Zijing to return to the Xia family, to reunite as one. Yet, it was evident that Yun Zijing did not share this sentiment. She even seemed reluctant to acknowledge them. You are my sister, an undeniable truth. The bloodline of the Xia family must not be allowed to dissipate. I'll assume you have yet to adjust to your new identity. In a week's time, I hope you will be able to reconcile your mindset and willingly return with me to the Xia family. Although Xia Jiyun felt a deep sympathy for the suffering Yun Zijing had endured over the years, he was also the heir to the Xia group. Accustomed to the upper echelons, he found himself intrigued by her defiance at first, but that intrigue quickly morphed into annoyance. Xia Jiyun did not afford Yun Zijing the opportunity to refuse. Having spoken, he swiftly departed from the general manager's office, leaving her standing alone in the wake of his exit. Little Yun? Regaining her composure, Yun Zijing noticed that the general manager had already returned to his office, and she felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. My apologies, General Manager, I was momentarily distracted. I shall take my leave now. She hastily exited the office and returned to her workstation. Yun Zijing truly did not wish to return to the Xia residence. However, Xia Jiyun's resolute demeanor made it clear that, with her current status as a nouveau riche possessing only a villa and 4 million in savings, she was no match for the Xia family. A solution was imperative. What is the matter? You seem lost in thought since returning from the general manager's office. Has something happened? Sang Ying observed Cheng Jinli's unusual expression and seized the opportunity to inquire. It's nothing, just some matters I'm struggling to comprehend, and I momentarily zoned out. You need not concern yourself with me. Yingjia, please attend to your work. At long last, the day drew to a close. Yun Zijing bid farewell to Sang Ying at the company building and promptly made her way to the Jingsheng Mall across the street. However, instead of venturing to the luxury goods floor, she ascended to the 12th floor, home to a culinary haven. Before indulging in a shopping spree, she deemed it essential to treat her palate. With money in her pocket, Yun Zijing strode with newfound confidence. Ultimately, she settled upon a Chinese restaurant whose decor exuded warmth and charm. Once the dishes arrived, she adhered to her customary routine. First, a feast for her social media feed. After capturing a series of photographs sufficient for a 9-grid post, she set her phone aside and began to relish her meal. Chapter 5, Shopping Spree, Xia Jiao Jiao Awakens. Having finished her hot pot, Yun Zijing made her way directly to the luxury goods floor. Forgive her, having never experienced wealth from childhood to adulthood, her thoughts on swift expenditures are limited to purchasing cars, houses, and luxury goods. Given the late hour, the several automobile markets in the capital are rather remote, making car buying unfeasible. As for real estate, she already possesses Villa Number 1 in Xingyu Huafu and has no immediate desire to acquire more property. Ultimately, Jinxing Mall appears to be the most suitable option. Yesterday, Yun Zijing purchased jewelry and bags from Tiffany Company and Hermes. And today she resolved to begin her shopping at the third store, Cartier. Yun Zijing had gleaned some insights about this brand from numerous colleagues. The sales associates at Cartier were already aware of her spending habits from the previous day in the first 3 stores. They lamented the missed opportunity of this understated wealthy woman, who nearly made a purchase before being intercepted by the store across the street. To their astonishment, she returned today, maintaining her usual low profile, adorned only with a modestly priced Hermes bracelet. It is said she acquired nearly 2 watches worth a combined million in under 10 minutes yesterday. Good day, madam. I am Xiao Qing from the Cartier boutique. Welcome. Yun Zijing nodded, opting not to request an introduction, instead choosing to browse on her own. This bag appears quite appealing. Let me take a look. She pointed towards the corner display showcasing the Panth Re Ultra Small Chain handbag, crafted from calfskin with gold and palladium plating. Preferring designs that are simple and elegant, devoid of ostentatious logos, she found this particular piece to her liking. Xiao Qing felt a tinge of disappointment. The bag was priced under 10,000 yuan. However, after the events of the previous day, she was aware of Yun Zijing's wealth. With elegant dexterity, she retrieved the exhibit from the display case and offered it to Yun Zijing for a fitting. Your taste is impeccable. This mini bag is crafted from grain leather, and the chain is detachable. The design draws inspiration from the cheetah, creating a beautifully timeless accessory that upholds classic elegance and versatility, suitable for various occasions. It looks splendid on you, truly fitting. Wrap it up, please. And also, bring me that bracelet. In addition to the bag, Yun Zijing had her eye on a Love Series rose gold diamond-studded bracelet, priced at 445,000 yuan. Together with the bag's price of 9,350 yuan, the total came to 454,350 yuan. Xiao Qing's expression brightened. Indeed, the understated wealthy woman lived up to her reputation. She could easily purchase a bracelet worth hundreds of thousands, yet would not hesitate to buy a bag priced under 10,000, all driven by her personal preferences. Unbeknownst to her, the sales associates were forming opinions about her. Her choice of relatively affordable items was purely a strategy to gradually revamp her wardrobe, starting with pieces worth a few thousand, then transitioning to those in the tens of thousands, and ultimately to items costing hundreds of thousands. This incremental transformation would render her spending habits utterly unremarkable, as if they had always been thus. After her visit to Cartier, Yun Zijing proceeded to Chanel. She was not particularly fond of the recent ready-to-wear collections, but was captivated by the golden spherical bag. Fortune smiled upon her, for the store had but one remaining, which she promptly acquired. In the end, Yun Zijing purchased a set of Encounter perfume, spending a total of 51,960 at the Chanel store. However, she was not particularly satisfied with the pace of her expenditures. Reflecting on the previous day when she had spent 1 million on 2 watches, she set her sights on a luxury watch store. The ethos of a wealthy woman is to share her affluence widely, and thus Yun Zijing ultimately entered the Vacheron Constantin boutique. Her remarkable achievements had already circulated throughout the luxury goods floor of the Jinxing Mall, and as soon as the staff spotted her entering, they eagerly gathered around, provided they were not attending to other customers. Nevertheless, Yun Zijing preferred not to have too many people tailing her. She desired to choose who would attend to her. Before they reached a decision, she began to browse the store herself. Upon encountering a timepiece that resembled a piece of jewelry, she paused. The sales associate quickly determined who would assist her and hurried over when they noticed her stop. Good afternoon, madam. This is our brand's Goddess of Elegance Series Moon Phase Jewelry Mechanical Watch, Model 8016F. It is adorned with 377 exquisite diamonds and features a poetic precision moon phase display with a concentric eccentric circular design, a legacy of Vacheron Constantin's historical timepieces. Yun Zijing was not particularly interested in this elaborate explanation. She only cared whether it appealed to her aesthetic sense. However, she waited for the associate to finish before nodding in agreement. Wrap it up. Certainly. Miss Yun, you truly are the most decisive customer I have ever attended to. Having already purchased 2 watches the previous day, Yun Zijing felt no desire to acquire any more timepieces today. After settling the bill, Jiang Sherdan left the store. only to recall that her skincare products seemed to be running low. Thus, Yun Zijin commenced her search for skincare items within the shopping mall. She purchased several renowned brand skincare sets along with a multitude of face masks, intending to compare them later to determine which brand to favor in the future. However, as of now, her spending goals still fell short by over $1 million. Yun Zijin stepped into Hermes for the second time. The same sales associate, Su Qin, greeted her once more. "Welcome back, Miss Yun." "Yes, this time my objective is the Kelly in elephant gray. You are aware of that, I presume?" "Indeed. Let me check the stock for you while you browse the others." Understanding her implication, Yun Zijin began to peruse the store. "Passifolia number 1 platter, I'll take it." Hermes Equestrian Obstacle Course Mug Set, 3 pieces, purchased. Hermes Nile Garden Perfume Set, acquired. In truth, as long as it appeared satisfactory. Yun Zijin had Su Qin wrap it up, knowing that home delivery was available. "Just as the clouds gather before the rain falls, my heart stirred when you sang softly." Just as Yun Zijin concluded her shopping spree, her phone rang. Glancing down, she noticed an unfamiliar number and instinctively declined the call. In this age rife with telecommunication fraud, it was prudent to avoid answering unknown numbers. "Ms. Yun, the warehouse just contacted me. We happen to have 1 Kelly in elephant gray available. Shall I wrap it for you?" Yun Zijin nodded and swiftly completed the transaction with her card. Spending task. Before midnight, spend 4,000,000 yuan. Completed. Task reward. A tripled rebate of 12,000,000 yuan has been credited to the host's savings account. The ownership documents for the Dingshi building have been placed in the system's inventory. Please check it, host. Is the Dingshi building the one she has in mind? Yun Zijin was eager to see the documents and quickly hailed a taxi, instructing the driver to take her to Xingyu Huafu. Like clouds heralding rain, my heart stirred when you sang softly. Just as Yun Zijin entered the car, her phone rang again. Checking the number, it was the same one she had just declined. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to answer. "Hello, it's me, Xia Zhiyun." Upon hearing Xia Zhiyun's voice, Yun Zijin instinctively furrowed her brow. "What do you want?" "Jiao Jiao has woken up and, for some reason, learned that you are not the Xia family's daughter. She has been quite unsettled. Are you free to visit Kanda Hospital?" Although Xia Zhiyun asked if Yun Zijin was available, she could discern the authoritative tone in his voice. Yun Zijin frowned, her impression of Xia Zhiyun diminishing further. "I am not free," she replied curtly. After all, she was not raised by the Xia family. Why should she bear the burden of Xia Jiaojiao's bad mood? She promptly hung up and added Xia Zhiyun to her blacklist. Outside the hospital room at Kanda Hospital, Xia Zhiyun listened to the sweet voice on the phone and soon realized that he had been blocked by Yun Zijin. "So, when is she arriving?" Xia Zhingguang stood outside the hospital room, observing Xia Zhiyun as she made a phone call. Her lips moved, and ultimately, she spoke the unvarnished truth. "She would not come. She had just blocked my number." Xia Zhingguang was taken aback by this unexpected outcome. How did the call go? When would she arrive? Zhang Yiqin emerged from the room, her expression grim and her tone tinged with impatience. She declined. The truth could no longer be concealed. So Xia Zhiyun decided to be forthright. Otherwise, he would say he would arrive later, only to find no trace of her, and eventually, the truth would be revealed. Why wouldn't she come? After all, her brother had personally called to invite her. What more could she desire? Zhang Yiqin felt little affection for her estranged daughter. Upon hearing of her son's rejection, her impression of Yun Zijin plummeted further. Xia Zhiyun fell silent. The situation was as it stood, and it was hardly feasible for him to forcibly bring Yun Zijin along. Meanwhile, Yun Zijin returned to Xingyu Huafu by taxi, where the staff from Hermes delivered her purchases. After the Hermes staff departed, she finally had the leisure to open her system backpack, revealing the property certificates within. It was unclear how the system operated, but the backpack contained not only the property certificates for each office in the Dingxi building, but also the certificate for the entire building and the land use rights certificate for its establishment, along with various related documents. There was nothing that Yun Zijin could conceive of that the system could not procure. The Ding's building boasts 88 floors above ground, each housing 100 office units, along with 3 underground levels that provide a parking facility for the convenience of its tenants. However, a management fee is required, albeit at a rate more economical than that of external parking spaces. After perusing the property certificate, Yun Zijin meticulously stowed the documents back into her system's backpack. She then commenced the organization of her recent acquisitions, categorizing items appropriately. Those meant for the kitchen were placed in the kitchen, while garments intended for the bedroom's wardrobe were transferred to the closet. Task notification. The host is required to spend 6,000,000 before midnight tonight. Requirement. Complete the spending task at any auto expo in Daijing. Task reward. To be unlocked. At 6 a.m., Yun Zijin was once again roused by the sound of a task notification from Shanshua. Upon reviewing the day's expenditure task, her expression darkened. The auto expo in Daijing was situated in the suburbs, and fulfilling today's spending requirement would necessitate a day off. However, she had only taken a leave 2 days prior. Requesting another might not sit well with her supervisor. Setting that concern aside, she decided to go to work in the morning and reassess the situation in the afternoon. Rising from her bed, Yun Zijin swiftly brushed her teeth, washed her face, applied skincare, and changed her attire. Residing at Xingyu Huafu for the day, she took a taxi to the Ding's building. Fortunately, she had woken up early. Upon her arrival at the Ding's building, she still had half an hour before work commenced. Strolling leisurely towards the employee elevator, she was suddenly called out enthusiastically. "Miss Yun." As she stepped into the lobby of the building, the voice grew increasingly animated, accompanied by hurried footsteps drawing closer. "Isn't that Su Yuanfu, the property manager of the Dingxi building?" Miss Yun. Su Yuanfu, with his almost 3-month baby bump, hurriedly approached Yun Zijing. As Yun Zijing blinked, a realization struck her. She was now the sole owner of the Dingxi building, which elucidated Su Yuanfu's visit. Just as Su Yuanfu was about to continue speaking, Yun Zijing quickly gestured for silence. "Good morning, Mr. Su. Is there something you need from me?" Being capable of holding the position of property manager necessitates a keen sense of observation, and Su Yuanfu instantly grasped Yun Zijing's intention. She wished to keep her identity concealed. A subtle game of discretion among the affluent, which he understood well. "It's about my niece's tutoring. Last time, I asked Miss Yun if there were any classmates interested in tutoring jobs. How has that progressed?" Yun Zijing gave Su Yuanfu an understanding look. "Ah, yes, there are some. Mr. Su, please add me on WeChat, and I will forward you my junior classmates' contacts." She retrieved her QR code for adding friends and handed it to Su Yuanfu. Su Yuanfu readily took out his phone, opened WeChat, and scanned the code to add her as a friend. "Mr. Su, let's discuss any matters over WeChat." "Certainly." Su Yuanfu was well aware of the protocol. "If there's nothing else, I shall head to work. We've been chatting for 10 minutes already. And if I don't leave soon, I'll be late for clocking in." "Please, do not mind me," Yun Zijing assured him. Su Yuanfu, of course, would not allow Yun Zijing to be late for work because of him. Yun Zijing stepped into the employee elevator, swiftly ascending to the 20th floor, where she entered the office area. She greeted everyone she encountered with polite salutations, quickly arriving at her workstation. "Zijin is here." Her senior, Sang Ying, greeted her warmly. "Good morning, Sister Sang." As Yun Zijing settled in, she received the quarterly financial report for the Dingxi building, along with a list of tenant companies from Su Yuanfu. The document noted certain tenants who had received preferential treatment, such as rental discounts and extended payment deadlines. However, those arrangements were merely the result of prior relationships with the original owner and would not apply under her management. Yun Zijing promptly messaged Su Yuanfu regarding this issue, emphasizing that when the third quarter rent was due this month, it must be paid on time according to the terms of the contract. She asserted her right to unilaterally terminate the lease agreement and seek new tenants if there was any noncompliance. Previously, Su Yuanfu had to grovel when collecting rent from those with connections, but the situation had changed. The entire Dingxi building was now solely under Yun Zijing's name, and as the property manager, Su Yuanfu effectively acted as her representative. Any inquiries from tenants would have to go through him to reach Yun Zijing, marking a significant shift in their dynamic. Once a subordinate, he now felt as though he had risen from the ranks. Su Yuanfu swiftly composed a message addressing this matter, which he broadcasted to all tenants of the Dingxi building. He particularly highlighted the change in ownership, stating that all subsequent matters were to be addressed according to the new owner's directives. Tenants could voice their opinions, but they would bear the consequences of any failure to adhere to the regulations. On the other side, Yun Zijing had already entered work mode. As the end of the morning approached, she carried her prepared leave request into her supervisor's office. "Xiao Yun, you seem to be requesting leave rather frequently these past few days. If the higher-ups inquire, I find myself at a loss for words," the supervisor remarked, glancing at Yun Zijing's leave note with evident discomfort. She had just approved a day off 2 days prior, and now another half-day request had surfaced. What could possibly necessitate such frequent absences? Chapter 7. The budget is 6 million. Supervisor, I genuinely have matters to attend to. If you do not approve my leave, I will have no choice but to resign, Yun Zijing asserted earnestly, her expression betraying the seriousness of her contemplation. After all, the benefits of her job paled in comparison to the rewards of completing system tasks. Are you serious? The supervisor realized that Yun Zijing was not jesting. She was indeed prepared to resign. I am very serious. Very well then, I shall approve your leave this time. However, I implore you to reconsider your resignation. Our company offers a competitive salary within the industry, and you may find it difficult to secure a better position elsewhere should you leave. As the supervisor signed the leave request, she simultaneously endeavored to persuade Yun Zijing. After all, a talented intern like her, who consistently delivered high output, was truly a rarity. Without unforeseen circumstances, Yun Zijing was undoubtedly the most likely candidate among her peers to secure a permanent position. Thank you, supervisor. I will give it serious thought. Yun Zijing replied as she accepted the leave request, choosing not to elaborate further before exiting the supervisor's office. Well, was it approved? Sang Ying was taken aback when she learned that Yun Zijing intended to take another day off. The audacity of the post-2000 generation is truly remarkable. Yun Zijing waived her leave request in front of Sang Ying, declaring, "Of course, there is no leave I cannot secure." Sang Ying gave her a thumbs up, genuinely admiring her ability to take leave. As the end of the workday approached, Yun Zijing planned to submit her leave request to the administrative department and then departed, saying, "Sister Sang, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow," Sang Ying replied. After leaving the Dingxi building, Yun Zijing hailed a taxi to the Auto Expo city in the southern suburbs of the capital. Despite having purchased numerous luxury brands in recent days, she preferred to wear her usual attire to work, only adorning her wrist with a Tiffany T1 diamond bracelet. This choice stemmed from the fact that, during work hours, everyone was preoccupied and unlikely to notice such details. However, while her colleagues may overlook these nuances, others would not. The sales personnel at the Auto Expo city, much like those at luxury brand counters, assessed customers based on their appearances. Observing that Yun Zijing was alone, they initially assumed she was there to purchase a vehicle for herself. Apart from her bracelet, she bore no significant brand markings, and the authenticity of the bracelet remained uncertain. Noting her first visit, they discerned that she displayed no signs of timidity, indicating that she had come prepared. Thus, they concluded she was a potential customer, albeit not a significant one. Nonetheless, even the smallest opportunity is worth pursuing, and soon a sales representative approached her. "Hello, I am Li Qi, a sales representative from the Volkswagen 4S dealership. What vehicle are you interested in?" "Volkswagen? It seems this brand does not offer particularly expensive vehicles. I apologize, but I currently have no intentions of purchasing a Volkswagen." The Volkswagen brand is known for its accessibility. However, Yun Zijing today seeks a vehicle that can exhaust her budget of 6 million, rather than merely acquiring a modest commuter car priced under 200,000. In that case, may I inquire about your budget so that I can recommend a suitable brand? Li Qi did not anticipate that he would face defeat before he even began. Yet he quickly regained his composure. Although he was unable to finalize a sale, he could indeed introduce potential clients to his friends in the industry. Within the realm of Auto Expo City, there exists an unspoken rule. Sales representatives must provide a commission of 5 per thousand to the referring salesperson for any client that is successfully converted. Though the amount may seem trivial, even the smallest of gains is still a gain. 6 million, then. All right, 6 million? Did you say your budget is 6 million? Li Qi originally assumed that Yun Zijing's budget would cap at around 200,000, merely stemming from her aversion to the Volkswagen brand. To his surprise, she possessed 6 million and still opted against Volkswagen. Yun Zijing nodded affirmatively, confirming her intent. Please hold on a moment. I will summon someone to assist you with introductions. Is there a particular brand that you favor? As sales representatives are prohibited from cross-brand selling, Li Qi had no choice but to refer the client. He promptly tagged everyone in the sales group, announcing the lucrative opportunity of a 6 million deal. Whoever seizes it shall claim it. Responses flooded in quickly, though not all were convinced. Li Qi was not astonished by this reaction, considering the multitude of sales personnel at Auto Expo City, where a few dubious characters invariably lurk. Shortly thereafter, a young salesperson emerged from the Rolls-Royce dealership. Li Gu. Li Qi observed the newcomer and immediately discerned that he had been pushed forward by other sales representatives. They harbored doubts about the prospective client's financial capability to purchase a vehicle, yet they were reluctant to miss out on a potential sale. Hence the reluctant introduction of an intern. Should the deal materialize, they might still manage to claim the credit. This was not an uncommon occurrence. Interns typically lack the authority to close sales in the dealership. Miss Yun, allow me to introduce Hu Yi, our sales representative for the Rolls-Royce brand. Within your budget, there are indeed several exquisite models available for selection. Yun Zijing was not particularly concerned about the brand of the car. Her primary aim was to exhaust her budget of 6 million, which was preferable to any alternative. Let us proceed and take a look. Right this way, please. Hu Yi felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding this particular sale. He was not entirely a pawn in this scenario. More importantly, Li Qi had shown him considerable support, and he wished to avoid placing Li Qi in an awkward position. However, upon hearing that Yun Zijing's budget was 6 million, he was taken aback. Could this individual be a concealed heiress? Do you have any specific model preferences? Our brand leans towards business-oriented vehicles. While their performance can rival that of sports cars, the models are predominantly suited for a corporate clientele. Please recommend a few options for me. As Li Qi has already informed you, my budget stands at 6 million. Yun Zijing was genuinely unfamiliar with these luxury vehicles. Certainly. I am unsure of your interest in SUVs, but the Cullinan is priced reasonably, albeit slightly above your budget. However, that should pose little concern for you. As Hu Yi spoke, he guided Yun Zijing to the display vehicle of the Cullinan. Should you wish to test drive, I can assist you with the application. Is there a smaller model available? Undeniably, the Cullinan appeals to many men. Yet for Yun Zijing, who finds herself solitary, such a large vehicle seems unnecessary. A smaller option? May I suggest this Wraith? It is a two-seater and comes at a comparatively lower price. Hu Yi then led Yun Zijing to the Wraith on display. Its black exterior and sleek lines instantly captivating her attention. Having attended to numerous clients, Hu Yi had developed a keen sense for reading subtle expressions. He discerned that the Wraith was indeed a fitting suggestion. What is the final price of this vehicle? If I were to sign the purchase contract, how soon could I take possession of the car? Do you handle the license plates and insurance? In the capital, acquiring a license plate through lottery is no simple task. If the dealership could manage these affairs, it would save Yun Zijing considerable effort. The final price will depend on the configuration you select, and we can indeed handle all procedures. As for the vehicle, it is produced according to order, with a minimum wait time of 2 weeks, which is unavoidable. Upon hearing Hu Yi's words, Yun Zijing nodded in agreement. Very well, please reserve one for me, full payment. Chapter 8, Snatching Orders? Yun Zijing's straightforwardness momentarily startled Hu Yi. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. Very well, I shall prepare the contract. Please take a moment to rest here. Hu Yi escorted Yun Zijing to the sofa designated for customers in the store, pouring her a cup of warm water before hurriedly attending to the contract preparations. Greetings. I am Wang Jian, the star salesperson of our establishment. Little Hu, who attended to you earlier, is currently occupied, so I have come to assist you. Yun Zijing took a sip of the warm water on the table. Oh, you are here to take over for him? Then, if this deal goes through, whose performance will it count towards? Such clumsy tactics to snatch the deal were easily discerned by Yun Zijing. Well, Little Hu is unable to attend to you due to personal reasons, and naturally, the consequences shall be borne by him. Though unspoken, the implication was clear to all present. No worries, I am in no rush. I can wait a while. These salespeople, like hawks waiting for their prey, are swift to seize opportunities. How others handled their dealings was of no concern to her, but Yun Zijing was unwilling to grant performance accolades to such individuals. Of course, your willingness to wait is a privilege for Little Hu, but as a member of this establishment's service team, I cannot abide by making a customer wait. I have prepared the contract. Please take a look. Wang Jian produced a contract from the briefcase he held, poised to present it to Yun Zijing. However, she did not accept it. Instead, she quietly observed him. Wang Jian felt a twinge of discomfort under Yun Zijing's gaze, yet in pursuit of performance, he resolved to make an effort. As a seasoned employee, I can offer you a more substantial discount than Xiaohu. Realizing that presenting the contract outright would be futile, he decided to alter his approach, convinced that no one could resist a good discount. With a price tag in the millions, even a mere zero, one discount could yield significant savings another individual might have readily accepted. However, he was faced with Yun Zijing, who was intent on spending without seeking a discount. Thank you, but I do not require it. What a farce. After finally spotting a vehicle at a suitable price, An additional discount would only complicate her purchasing endeavor. And Yun Zijin resolutely declined. After some time, Hui returned, hurrying back with the contract, perspiration glistening on his brow. Miss Yun, I apologize for the wait. The manager summoned me to discuss work matters. Hui felt a tad embarrassed, primarily because it was a request from his superior that he could not refuse. However, upon noticing Wang Jian standing beside Yun Zijin, his expression soured. Brother Wang, what brings you here? Even as he posed the question, both men were acutely aware of the reason behind Wang Jian's presence. I noticed Miss Yun had been waiting for quite a while, so I came to assist. With Hu Yi's return, Wang Jian felt it prudent to excuse himself, stating, Since you're back, I shall not intrude any longer. Please enjoy your conversation. Recognizing that Yun Zijin would not become his client, Wang Jian wished to avoid wasting further time. Is the contract ready? Let us sign it now. I have other matters to attend to. The allure of the phantom had already consumed 6 million. And Yun Zijing once again perused options under 1 million suitable for women on Xiandu, contemplating a visit to the Porsche dealership later. This is the contract. In triplicate, 1 for us, 1 for you, and 1 for the third-party law firm. Please review it and feel free to raise any concerns. As Yun Zijing picked up one of the contracts to examine, she heard the voice of Su Bianhua echo in her mind. Would you like to scan the contract? Go ahead and scan it, she replied. It was her first encounter with a car purchase contract, and she feared being taken advantage of. She was pleasantly surprised to discover Su Bianhua's hidden feature that assisted in contract scanning. Scanning complete. The contract is legal, compliant, and devoid of traps. You may sign with confidence. Upon hearing Su Bianhua's reassurance, Yun Zijing smiled faintly, satisfied that the contract was acceptable, thus sparing her the trouble of further negotiations. The contract posed no issues, and she was ready to sign. With that, Yun Zijing retrieved a signature pen from her bag, inscribing her name on the final page and affixing her fingerprint. Hu Yi also signed above as the responsible party, placing his fingerprint beside his name. The company seal had been procured earlier when he collected the contract. After finalizing the contract, Hu Yi escorted Yun Zijing to the cashier to settle the payment, which amounted to 500,000. They were still 500,000 short of the 6 million target set for the day. I wish to reserve another vehicle around the 500,000 mark. Do you have any recommendations? Even if I have to contribute a bit more, I must ensure today's expenditure reaches 6 million. Are you saying that you wish to order another car? Hu Yi was taken aback. Yun Zijing had just spent 5,500,000 on a vehicle and was now contemplating yet another purchase. Although this new price had plummeted by a factor of 10, it still represented a significant sum for them. Yes, one that is suitable for a young lady. Hu Yi continued, I would recommend Porsche. They have several models that are quite fitting. Among them, there is a stunning ice plum pink variant priced under 1 million, which many young women adore. Upon hearing this, Yun Zijing's eyes sparkled with interest. I shall go take a look. Yun Zijing casually folded the contract worth 5,500,000 and placed it into her handbag before striding out of the Rolls-Royce dealership and making her way to the Porsche showroom. Hu Yi had already shared the news of Yun Zijing's recent purchase of a Rolls-Royce Phantom within the sales group. Thus, when she entered the Porsche establishment, she was met with an unprecedented level of enthusiasm. Good afternoon, madam. I am Lilith, the premier sales associate here. How may I assist you today? The tone of the sales representative grew notably sweeter when addressing a prominent client. As soon as Yun Zijing entered the Porsche store, her gaze was drawn to a singular vehicle amidst the array of display cars, its hue distinctly captivating. Ice plum pink. What is that unique vehicle? She inquired. You must be referring to the ice plum pink model, the sales associate replied. It is one of our best-selling vehicles, adored by many young women. Would you like to take it for a test drive? I can arrange that for you immediately. Upon hearing Yun Zijing's interest in the ice plum pink, the sales associate recognized that today's sale was practically secured. The popularity of the ice plum pink hue among young women is certainly well-founded. Is this vehicle available for immediate purchase, or must it be reserved like the others? She currently resides in Xingyu Huafu, and having a convenient mode of transportation for her daily commute is essential. Navigating the subway or hailing a taxi in Xingyu Huafu can be quite troublesome, often requiring a lengthy wait. Fortunately, you are in luck. A new vehicle has just arrived today, and we have announced its availability. If you are interested, I can promptly request the manager to allocate this vehicle for you. After all, with imminent sales opportunities at hand, the manager undoubtedly knows how to prioritize. While Ice Plum Pink is undoubtedly a favorite among affluent young ladies, there is no guarantee that a purchase will be made. Cars left unsold for too long tend to deteriorate, thus expediting the sale is paramount. Chapter 9. The Real Estate of the Beijing South Suburb Auto Expo City. That sounds splendid. Please proceed with your application. Yun Zijing initially came to admire the ice plum pink shade, and upon seeing the actual vehicle, she found herself quite enamored. Since a car is readily available, she decided to take advantage of the opportunity. Regardless of the original intentions for the vehicle's allocation, it now rightfully belongs to her. Very well, please wait here. I shall return shortly. Lilith poured a cup of hot water for Yun Zijing and swiftly went to consult the manager. During the brief period Yun Zijing remained seated, several individuals took note of her presence. Some were curious about her identity. Others speculated whether she could genuinely afford the ice plum pink vehicle, while a few wondered if they might engage her interest. However, as Yun Zijing raised her hand to engage with her mobile device, she inadvertently revealed the exquisite Tiffany T1 diamond-studded bracelet, causing many onlookers to abandon their thoughts. It was evident that anyone who could adorn themselves with a bracelet worth over 300,000 was not in need of financial assistance. After a while, Lilith hurried back, clutching several contracts in her hands. Miss Yun, the manager has agreed to sell you the ice plum pink. Here is the contract I just prepared for your review. Lilith promptly handed one of the contracts to Yun Zijing. Taking the document, Yun Zijing instructed her assistant to scan the contract. Will you assist with the vehicle registration and insurance? Rest assured, we will handle everything on your behalf, Lilith assured her, prompting Yun Zijing to confidently sign her name and affix her seal to the contract. After Lilith verified that the 3 contracts were in order, she guided Yun Zijing to the cashier for payment. Yun Zijing presented her black gold card to the cashier, and the transaction was swiftly completed. However, due to the expenditure exceeding 6 million, an additional 330,000 was deducted from her savings card to fulfill the remaining balance of 880,000 for the ice plum pink. Task: complete a spending task of 6,000,000 before midnight. Requirement: complete the spending task at any auto show city in Beijing. Task completed. Reward: triggered 4x spending rebate 24,000,000 has been credited to the host's savings card. Ownership certificate for the real estate in Beijing South Suburb Auto Show City has been issued to the system backpack. Please check host. Upon hearing the notification of task completion, Yun Zijing opened her mouth in disbelief. The system had indeed become increasingly generous. Thanks to the rebate, her bank balance was nearing an astonishing 100 million. Not to mention, she had yet to collect the rent from the Dingxi building this month. Once that rent arrived, she would likely transform into a billionaire in the blink of an eye. As for the auto show city, according to the system, she now possessed the entire real estate ownership, which meant she had yet another source of rental income. The thought of not wanting to work reached its zenith at this moment. The processing of the relevant paperwork would take approximately 1 hour. Would you prefer to wait here? Or return after an hour? Alternatively, you may leave a contact number, and I will call you once the paperwork is completed, Lilith said sweetly, her voice as delightful as her smile. It's fine, I'll just sit here and wait. You go ahead with the paperwork, Yun Zijing replied. An hour was but a fleeting moment. A brief scroll through short videos would pass the time effortlessly. All right, I will be swift, Lilith said as she took the contract and swiftly vanished into the store. Yun Zijing settled back into her previous seat, retrieving her phone to pass the time. However, before she could indulge for long, an unexpected phone call interrupted her reverie. The caller ID revealed an unfamiliar number, prompting Yun Zijing to decisively terminate the call. To her astonishment, the same number rang again moments later. Reluctantly, she answered. Hello, Yun Zijing. Where are you? It was Xia Zhiyun again, like a persistent ghost. What does it matter where I am? Why are you calling me? Yun Zijing was genuinely perplexed. Given that Xia Jiao was already in a foul mood due to the matter of the fake heiress, why was there such an insistence on her returning to the Xia family? She had repeatedly stated her refusal to return, yet it seemed as though her words fell on deaf ears. Jiao fainted because of you. Don't you feel the slightest sense of guilt? She is still lying in the hospital, and you have the audacity to be out enjoying yourself? Yun Zijing responded incredulously. Are you out of your mind? What does Xia Jiao's fainting have to do with me? I have never appeared before her. How can you blame me for this? Have you considered why you all failed to keep this secret, leading to Xia Jiao's distress? Could it not be that she suffered from malnutrition or anemia due to lack of food? There are numerous explanations, yet you insist on tying this to me? Xia Zhiyun, Do you think I am foolish? After being met with such a barrage of accusations, Xiaojun fell into an unusual silence. He recognized that Yun Zijing spoke the truth. She had never been present in front of Jiao Jiao. Why, then, did he feel that her fainting was somehow her fault? Something felt amiss to Xiaojun. All right. If your call is merely to discuss this matter, then spare me the words and hang up. Without hesitation, Yun Zijing ended the call, simultaneously blocking the persistent caller. Regardless of how many new numbers Xiaojun could procure, she would simply blacklist each one. Let us see who could amass a longer blacklist, hers or his. As she concluded the call, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted from beside her. Instinctively, Yun Zijing turned towards the source of the sound and spotted a flamboyantly dressed young man, grinning widely in her direction. However, she was certain she had never encountered this individual before. After all, a man so ostentatious would have left a lasting impression. Hey, I'm Xingyang. What is your name? The flamboyant young man, noticing Yun Zijing's gaze, briskly approached and took a seat opposite her. Qingqing. Qingqing? Quite a lovely name. I just heard your impressive remarks. They were truly captivating. I wanted to get to know you. Yun Zijing replied. Good sir, why is your focus so peculiarly misplaced? Years of battle-hardened experience are hardly trivial. As an orphan, if she lacked a certain audacity, she would not have survived this long. Are you here to purchase a car, or what do you think? Xingyang chuckled. It seems I've posed a rather pointless question. So, have you found a car you fancy? If not, I could offer my advice. I must say, I possess a fair amount of knowledge about automobiles. Xingyang's demeanor was remarkably familiar and unreserved. No, I've already made my purchase and am merely awaiting the paperwork. You've already bought it? What vehicle did you purchase? I am also contemplating acquiring a new car, yet I have not yet settled on a choice. Perhaps I could glean some insight from your experience? Xingyang's face radiated anticipation. Are you considering the ice plum pink? Yun Zijing inquired with an earnest expression, though the pronounced curve of her lips suggested otherwise. Well, the ice plum pink might be a tad inappropriate for a man of my stature. Haha. Xingyang had not anticipated that the fiery-tempered Qingqing had opted for such a youthful shade as ice plum pink. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. When will you finalize the paperwork for your vehicle? This evening, we are hosting a race along Pan Mountain Road. Would you care to join us as spectators? Sensing that the discussion about cars had reached its conclusion, Xingyang sought to pivot towards the topic of racing. Chapter 10. Transactions do not disrupt rentals. Please remit rent promptly. No, thank you. I have little interest in racing, Yun Zijing replied. Even with her lack of safety awareness, she would never accompany a stranger, whom she had just met and whose name she could not ascertain, to a racing event. Oh, come now. It matters not that you cannot race. As a lady, your sole responsibility is to sit in the passenger seat and cheer me on. Rest assured, I am not a nefarious individual. Should the event conclude late, I will personally drive you home. Do you truly believe that a sensible woman would accompany a newly acquainted stranger to a racing competition? Yun Zijing articulated her thoughts with striking candor, leaving Xingyang momentarily at a loss for words. In that instant, he found himself pondering the validity of her assertion. For the first time in his life, Xingyang was bluntly rejected by a girl, which unexpectedly piqued his interest in Yun Zijing even further. All right, I understand your concerns. However, fate brought us together. And if we're not going to compete, wouldn't it be all right to add each other on WeChat? Xingyang produced his phone, navigating to his personal QR code and presenting it to Yun Zijing. Not wishing to engage in further conversation, she scanned the code to add him as a friend. That's done. Observing the friend request from the WeChat named Qingqing Zijing, Xingyang felt a surge of delight as he accepted it. I'm off to check on my car. I hope you'll agree to accompany me to a racing competition next time. Racing was a frequent affair, organized every few days. A thrilling endeavor that sent pulses racing. Yun Zijing smiled politely, aware that they existed in entirely different realms, and the likelihood of their paths crossing again was negligible. After waiting in the lounge for approximately 40 minutes, Lilith returned, briskly approaching in her stilettos. Ms. Yun, your license plate and all vehicle purchase procedures have been completed. If you possess a driver's license, you may drive on the road immediately. Here are the car keys and the relevant invoices. Please keep them safe. Lilith handed Yun Zijing the car keys along with a spare set, followed by a folder containing essential documents. Yun Zijing took the keys, placing one set into her bag while holding the other in her hand. She then proceeded to examine the folder Lilith had given her, verifying the invoices and ensuring everything was in order before securing the folder with its clasp. Everything appears to be in order. Thank you for running this errand for me. I shall take my leave now. With the acquisition of a car, Yun Zijing found her daily commute considerably more convenient. Just as the clouds gather and rain begins to fall, my heart stirred when your gentle melody graced the air. Just as Yun Zijing was about to depart from the Automobile Expo City, her phone rang. Upon seeing an unfamiliar number on the caller ID, she instinctively suspected that Xia Yun had borrowed someone else's phone to contact her. The phone rang persistently, unanswered, until it eventually disconnected on its own. Lilith, glancing at the incoming number, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, yet as a mere saleswoman, she refrained from voicing her thoughts at that moment. When the phone rang a second time, Yun Zijing finally answered. Hello, may I speak with Ms. Yun Zijing? Upon realizing that the caller was not Xia Yun, a wave of relief washed over her. It's me. May I ask who is calling? Good day, Ms. Yun. I am Wu Yutong, the manager of the Automobile Expo City in the southern suburbs of Dijing. I have just received the news that you have purchased all the real estate, including the land at the Expo City. Regarding the lease agreement, it was July, the time for the third quarter's rent payment. Wu Yutong, concerned that Yun Zijing might have alternative plans for the property, hurriedly called her upon receiving the news. The sale does not invalidate the lease. The rental contract has already been transferred to my name, as the previous landlord should have informed you. Mr. Wu, you are only required to pay the rent to me in accordance with the contract. However, I have heard that the contract you signed with the previous landlord is set to expire at the end of this year. Should you wish to renew? Please notify me at least 1 month in advance. If Wu Yutong does not renew the lease, she must seek another tenant, and it is imperative to inform her at least a month in advance. After all, securing a new lessee for such a vast area is no trivial task. Of course, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the renewal is the most likely outcome. I am grateful to Ms. Yun for her convenience. Upon hearing Yun Zijing's words, Wu Yutong recognized that Yun Zijing was not the type of landlord to create unnecessary complications. It stands to reason that someone capable of quietly acquiring the entirety of the Auto Expo City estate would likely not be overly concerned with the monthly rent of 500 million. Indeed, the rent for the entire Auto Expo City amounts to 500 million per month, totaling 6 billion annually. This figure is primarily due to the location's remoteness and lower foot traffic. However, its vastness and the comprehensive range of car brands attract many affluent individuals who prefer to purchase vehicles from the Nanjiao Auto Expo City. No need for thanks. It is mutually beneficial. The previous landlord should have briefed you, and the rental contract transfer agreement has been shared with you, which includes my bank card information. Please ensure that the rent for the third quarter is transferred to my account by the 5th of this month. Rest assured, I will make the payment punctually. Although it is apparent that Yun Zijing is relatively young, Wu Yutong could not fathom why she felt no ill will towards her. Let us conclude the call, as I need to drive now. This phone call has cost Yun Zijing another 10 minutes of her time. Meanwhile, Shengyang has found the car he desires. But the dealership does not have it in stock. A reservation is necessary, and it will take 2 weeks to obtain the vehicle. Upon exiting the car dealership after finalizing the purchase contract, Shengyang encountered the sight of Yun Zijing just hanging up a phone call. Ching ching. At the sound of Shengyang addressing her as Ching Ching, Yun Zijing momentarily failed to register the name, only recalling after a moment that it was the name she had just shared with him. Mr. Sheng. Referring to him as Mr. Sheng felt overly formal. She preferred being called Shengyang or even Shengyang Gich. Shengyang, with a flamboyant flair, struck what he believed to be an impressive pose for Yun Zijing, nearly prompting her to regurgitate her breakfast. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Grasping her belongings, Yun Zijing briskly exited the Porsche dealership, soon catching sight of the ice plum pink that had just been unloaded by the staff at the entrance. It is undeniable that ice plum pink has become one of the most favored luxury car colors among women, and Yun Zijing was no exception. She was utterly captivated at first glance. As she settled into the driver's seat, she felt as though she had stepped into a fairy tale as a princess. Since obtaining her driver's license, she had not driven a car, but fortunately, she quickly regained her confidence and drove smoothly. After a safe journey back to the Danxing Yuhua mansion, she registered her license plate with the security guard, thus eliminating the need for future registrations upon entering or exiting. Yun Zijing maneuvered the car into the underground parking of Villa No. 1, attempting several times before successfully parking. Once home, she opened her phone to be greeted by a flurry of notification sounds. Not only were there WeChat messages, but also text messages and several missed calls. Curiously, She opened one of the text messages to inspect its contents. Chapter 11. The decision to resign. The missed calls were still from unfamiliar numbers. Yet perhaps due to her failure to answer, they followed up with a text message. From the content of the message, Yun Zijing surmised that the owner of the number was likely her estranged biological mother. The tone of the message revealed a sense of grievance, allowing Yun Zijing to vividly imagine the resentful expression her mother wore while composing it. This woman, who had never nurtured her for a single day, communicated solely through a tone of complaint. Without hesitation, Yun Zijing deleted the message and blocked the number entirely. The woman desired her attendance at the birthday banquet of the elder of the Xia family, ostensibly to alleviate Xia Jiao's concerns, announcing to all present that she was a benevolent adopted orphan, while Xia Jiao remained the legitimate daughter of the Xia family. The presumption that she should feel grateful for such a condescending gesture left Yun Zijing perplexed. Did they truly believe she could be molded and manipulated like a pliable piece of dough? Yun Zijing unblocked Xia Zhiyun's number and dialed. The call connected swiftly. Yet the voice on the other end was not Xia Zhiyun's, but rather Xia Jiao's. Yun Zijing, you are the biological daughter that mom and dad recently found. Oh, you must be that girl who faints at the slightest provocation, right? Your voice seems quite strong. You wouldn't be pretending, would you? Yun Zijing felt a surge of irritation towards such a duplicitous character. Encountering Xia Jiao was like facing a target perfectly aligned for her rebuttal. I was in a car accident. It is entirely normal to faint. I am aware that you harbor feelings of dislike towards me. Should it trouble you, I shall inform my mother and, upon my discharge from the hospital, I will vacate our home. Your parents are indeed my parents, and I should not compete with you for their affection. Yun Zijing, what have you discussed with Jiao? Why does she wish to leave our home? As an elder sister, you ought to embrace your younger sibling rather than be consumed by jealousy and seek to expel her from the Xia family. Unbeknownst to Yun Zijing, Xia Jiao, upon hearing Xia Zhiyun conversing with someone outside, shifted the topic to her desire to move out. When Xia Zhiyun returned, she was met with Xia Jiao, tearfully expressing her wish to leave the Xia household. The phone in Jiao's hand, with Yun Zijing on the other end, naturally placed the blame for this predicament squarely on her shoulders. Yun Zijing exclaimed, "Enough! I called to ask you to inform your mother not to contact me. No calls or messages, as they are quite bothersome. I shall not attend the Xia family's birthday celebration, and I kindly request that you cease your attempts to reach me. As for Xia Jiao, she is your sister, not mine." With that, she decisively ended the call and blocked the number. When Xia Zhiyun attempted to say more, he discovered the line had been cut, and upon redialing, he found it was unreachable. Drawing from past experiences, Xia Zhiyun surmised that Yun Zijing had once again blocked him. Brother, sister, she. Once Xia Zhiyun hung up, Xia Jiao timidly gazed at him, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, which only served to enhance her pitiable appearance. Focus on your recovery. There is no need to concern yourself with anything else. Xia Zhiyun rubbed his temples, fatigue evident on his face. Recently, he had been preoccupied with the affairs of the Xia family, searching for Yun Zijing, and finally making time to visit Xia Jiao, leaving him utterly exhausted. His eyes reddened from weariness. Now, the relationship between Xia Jiao and Yun Zijing had evidently deteriorated, and Xia Zhiyun felt both emotionally and physically drained. Brother, is it because of me that sister is unwilling to return home? I know I am not the biological child of our parents. I have usurped my sister's position. I should actively relinquish this place to her. As Xia Jiao spoke, tears began to flow once more. Nonsense. You have lived in our family for over 20 years. Even without blood ties, you are still the esteemed young lady of the Xia family, my sister, and that is something no one can alter. Xia Zhiyun's affection for Xia Jiao was genuine. Even upon discovering she was not his biological sister, his attitude remained unchanged. What troubled him most was Yun Zijing's reluctance to return to the Xia household. But sister, brother will handle Yun Zijing's matters with discretion. You only need to focus on your recovery. He placed a dinner from Qingqing Pavilion on the bedside table, adjusting the table for her. Eat while it's warm. I have a meeting to attend, so I must take my leave. Upon hearing that it was dinner from Qingqing Pavilion, Xia Jiao's eyes lit up, though a flicker of resentment crossed her gaze when she heard about the meeting. However, she concealed it well. All right. Thank you, brother. You are the best. Xia Jiao opened her food container, retrieving several layers of dishes within. As she gazed at Xia Zhiyun's departing figure, she set down her chopsticks, having not taken a single bite. Task notification. Esteemed host, please spend a minimum of 100,000,000 at tonight's Lou charity auction with no upper limit. Task reward to be unlocked. The invitation to the auction has been dispatched to your system backpack. Kindly check it. Once again, it was 6 o'clock in the morning when Yunzi Jean was roused from her slumber by the system's task notification sound. Upon seeing the staggering amount required for expenditure, her eyes widened in disbelief. A minimum spend of 100 million, with no cap. This was evidently an extravagant affair. However, where was this Lou charity auction being held? Yunzi Jean retrieved the invitation from her system backpack and noticed the embossed golden text in the bottom left corner detailing the address and time. Address, 9th floor. Jinxing Hotel. Time, July 4th, 8:10 p.m. Such an auction, would it necessitate formal attire? Yunzi Jean felt a twinge of anxiety. It appeared that in her recent shopping spree, she had neglected to purchase a gown. Moreover, aside from the dress, she was at a loss regarding makeup and styling, which she could not manage alone. Preparing her appearance would likely mean she wouldn't be able to attend her class today. At that moment, Yunzi Jean resolved to resign from her job. With her resignation in mind, she no longer felt the need to choose economical clothing and accessories. The fruits of her recent shopping endeavors would now serve her well. By the time Yunzi Jean finished preparing herself, it was already 7:30. She swiftly grabbed her icy plum-colored keys and hurried to the underground parking garage to retrieve her car. After a brisk journey, she finally arrived at the Dingxi building by 8:30. Upon entering, not only were the security personnel warmly welcoming, but even the reception desk on the first floor radiated smiles. Yun Zijing offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. As she ascended to the 20th floor once again, her mindset had transformed entirely. Sang Ying looked at Yun Zijing, who appeared utterly radiant today, her face filled with astonishment. Wow, what kind of medicine did you take? You look so invigorated. Although their company offered decent benefits and a pleasant working atmosphere, it was customary for employees to exhibit some semblance of fatigue during working hours. No medicine. I am about to resign. With the realization of her financial independence, the mere thought of the freedom awaiting her post-resignation elevated her spirits immensely. Chapter 12. To be honest, no one believes it. Resign? Are you serious? Sang Ying was taken aback by Yun Zijing's sudden declaration of resignation. They had all been getting along quite well, and she had never heard of any discord involving this girl. Of course, I am serious. I will write my resignation letter right now. With that, Yun Zijing settled into her workspace, opened her computer, and began drafting her letter of resignation. I will hand over all my current tasks to you. There isn't much left anyway. Their company was a design firm, primarily engaged in creating design plans, with Yun Zijing specializing in landscape design. This is rather inappropriate. It would be prudent to wait for your resignation letter to be approved before discussing the handover, as the decision ultimately lies with the supervisor. While taking on more orders could yield greater commissions, Sang Ying is apprehensive that Yun Zijing might directly assign the tasks to her, leading to potential gossip. If you find this arrangement unsatisfactory, I can consult with the supervisor later. As Yun Zijing spoke, she diligently composed her resignation letter. 10 minutes later, she submitted her resignation through the OA system to her supervisor and began to organize her current workload, tasks yet to commence, those partially completed, and projects returned by the client for revisions, all meticulously categorized. Shortly thereafter, Yun Zijing was summoned to the supervisor's office for a discussion. I asked you to consider this seriously. Is this truly the conclusion you've reached? The supervisor remarked, opening the resignation letter submitted by Yun Zijing. Yes, after careful consideration, I have decided to resign. May I inquire about your reasons? As far as I know, you have maintained good relations with your colleagues. The supervisor genuinely regretted the prospect of losing such a capable employee, recognizing Yun Zijing's undeniable talents. I once kindly assisted an elderly gentleman who, having no family, bequeathed all his assets to me upon his passing. Upon receiving this fortune, I realized that I could sustain myself comfortably through rental income for the rest of my life. Suddenly bestowed with such wealth, I find I need time to adjust. To avoid hindering the company's progress, I have resolved to resign. The supervisor responded, Do you expect me to believe that? Regardless of the supervisor's belief, Yun Zijing had firmly resolved to resign. Moreover, as an intern, she is not required to give a month's notice before resigning. She can leave as soon as her work handover is complete. The supervisor initially attempted to persuade her to stay, but upon seeing Yun Zijing, it became evident that her mind was made up. leaving no option but to approve her resignation. All right, quickly finalize your handover and be on your way. I can hardly bear the thought of seeing you linger. The supervisor sighed, feeling disheartened at losing such a promising talent so soon. The supervisor's heart ached at the thought of Yun Zijing, the architect of this distress. Thank you for your understanding, dear supervisor. You are truly a wonderful person. Once I conclude my handover, I shall treat everyone to afternoon tea. Choose whatever you like. Yun Zijing offered the supervisor a good person card and suggested the afternoon tea idea. Hurry and complete your handover. The supervisor replied, somewhat exasperated. Yun Zijing cheerfully dashed out of the supervisor's office, kindly closing the door behind her. How did it go? Sang Ying inquired eagerly as Yun Zijing emerged. All is well. I just need to finalize my work handover and collect my salary from finance. Yun Zijing replied, then picked up a stack of various unfinished tasks she had organized. These are the tasks I haven't completed yet. I've labeled them with sticky notes for your convenience. Ingjia, please feel free to select from them. And kindly distribute the rest among our colleagues. By the way, I will be treating everyone to afternoon tea this afternoon, so I would appreciate your help in organizing that. Although Yun Zijing had a decent rapport within the company, as an intern, she still relied on the organizational skills of the seasoned employee, Sang Ying. Sang Ying gestured to Yun Zijing with an approving sign, reassuring her, rest assured, I will handle everything meticulously. Soon after, Sang Ying selected her desired items from the pile of orders organized by Yun Zijing and privately messaged a few close friends, inviting them to choose their preferences. Subsequently, in the absence of supervisors, she shared a screenshot of the menu from in the employee group chat, indicating that Yun Zijing was treating, and initiated a round of order selection. Done. Thank you, Ingjia. Yun Zijing exclaimed, enveloping Sang Ying in a warm embrace. By the way, I am quite curious. What prompted your sudden decision to resign? This question had been on Sang Ying's mind for quite some time, and she ultimately could not contain her curiosity any longer. Hee. Would you believe me if I said I became fabulously wealthy overnight and no longer wished to work? Yun Zijing spoke the truth, albeit regrettably. No one believed her. Sang Ying looked at Yun Zijing with an expression that seemed to say, do I look foolish to you? See, I spoke the truth. Yet you remain skeptical. Yun Zijing shrugged. Let me see what they ordered, and I will follow suit. She took out her phone, opened a certain app, and began to place her order according to the names in the selection sequence. What made you decide to treat us to afternoon tea? With all these choices, your salary from last month must be nearly depleted, Sang Ying pondered, utterly baffled by how the typically frugal Yun Zijing had suddenly become so extravagant. As if money held no value to her. I told you, I became fabulously wealthy overnight. Yun Zijing showcased her Piaget Limelight Gala diamond-studded wristwatch to Sang Ying. This watch is quite exquisite. What brand is it? I shall have a look next time. Clearly, Sang Ying failed to grasp the significance of Yun Zijing's words. Yun Zijing replied, I purchased it from the Jinxing Mall across from our company. It's a Piaget ladies' watch. Oh, the Jinxing Mall across the street. Then shall we go together after work today? Sang Ying's latter remark was abruptly swallowed as she realized the true nature of the Jinxing Mall that Yun Zijing mentioned. The Jinxing Mall, as confirmed by her discerning gaze, was a realm that was beyond her reach. It was only then that Sang Ying began to scrutinize Yun Zijing's attire for the day, a Chanel tweed ensemble. Adorned with Valentino 1 stud patent leather heels, a Piaget watch on her wrist, and a silk scarf atop her head, which, if she was not mistaken, was indeed from Hermes. Thus, the handbag she carried was genuinely in her bag. Indeed, as a woman, Sang Ying immediately recognized Yun Zijing's handbag, initially assuming it was merely a replica of the Hermes her bag, but to her astonishment, it was authentic. You are truly a hidden gem. Sang Ying was utterly flabbergasted by Yun Zijing's ensemble, which could easily purchase a modest residence in a second or third-tier city. It was nothing short of astonishing. They say wealth can be acquired overnight. Do you not believe it now? Indeed, I believe. From now on, I shall believe whatever you say. Sang Ying's living conditions have significantly improved compared to her previous situation, yet she hesitates to spend her money on luxury items. The thought of spending several thousand on a pair of shoes seems frivolous to her. She would rather indulge in a fine meal. After your resignation, what are your plans? Although Yun Zijing claims to have financial stability now, Sang Ying firmly believes that a woman should always possess her own career, regardless of its success. To avoid languishing in idleness at home, perhaps a period of rest is in order. Yun Zijing is uncertain whether the system requires her to complete daily spending tasks and intends to observe for a while. Chapter 13. Encounter at the auction. Yun Zijin distributed all the orders she had on hand, and, after the delivery person brought their afternoon tea, bid farewell to her colleagues before leaving the company. Upon exiting the Dingshi building, she made her way to the Jinxing Mall, recalling that she had seen a styling studio a few days prior. As anticipated, she found a styling studio on the 7th floor of Jinxing Mall. The decor was both warm and beautiful, and Yun Zijin was immediately captivated by the aesthetic upon entering. Hello, welcome to the Wanmei Styling Studio. What type of makeover are you interested in? Dressed in attire that clearly embodied the essence of a wealthy young lady, Yun Zijin was promptly greeted as she stepped inside. I am attending a charity auction this evening. Do you have stylists experienced in this area? The presence of Wanmei Styling Studio in Jinxing Mall attests to its competence. Indeed, our stylist, Xia Wei Ning, has worked on numerous similar projects. However, the prices set by Master Xia are slightly higher than those of ordinary stylists. Yun Zijin cast a glance at him and replied, "That's fine. There is a rationale behind higher prices. Nonetheless, I hope the end result will justify the cost, or I shall refuse to pay." Yun Zijin made her stance clear from the outset. Of course, we are building a reputation, not merely seeking quick profits. Please have a seat while I summon stylist Xia Weining. She settled into a chair before the mirror, which, to her delight, was quite comfortable. Soon, the person sent to fetch the stylist returned, but his expression was far from pleasant. Yun Zijin could discern that something was amiss. Yet since the issue was not brought to her attention, she chose to feign ignorance. "Madam, stylist Xia is currently engaged with another client and cannot attend to you at the moment. You may need to wait. Or I can assist in locating another available stylist for you," he offered. "That would be acceptable, as long as the stylist possesses sufficient skill." "I shall not pay for anything unsatisfactory," she replied firmly. "You jest, madam. Our stylists are all well-regarded professionals who would never jeopardize their reputation," he assured her before proceeding to contact another stylist. Not long after, he returned, leading someone along. "Madam, this is stylist Eric from our establishment. He has considerable experience with evening styles. Here is his portfolio for your perusal." Yun Zijin accepted Eric's portfolio and flipped through it, noting several striking designs. "Very well. Please aim for something simpler. I would prefer to avoid excessive complexity." Yun Zijin harbors a disdain for overly intricate styles, as they tend to appear chaotic and may inadvertently evoke a sense of ostentatiousness. "All right, let us proceed to wash your hair," Eric said, guiding Yun Zijin to the designated area within the salon. To ensure the privacy of their clients, Eric thoughtfully drew the curtains. The entire process of beautification for Yun Zijin took a remarkable 4 hours. The exquisite gown and an array of jewelry were all provided by the styling studio, included in Yun Zijin's overall expenditure. Since this expenditure was not for use at the auction, she could only charge it to her own card. However, with several tens of millions in her account, it was unlikely she would struggle to cover the cost of a single styling session. Yet, it was only after emerging from the beauty studio that Yun Zijin recalled she had driven herself here. Now clad in a gown and high heels, she found herself utterly incapable of driving. Ultimately, she pulled out her phone and arranged for a chauffeur service online. Standing beside her Porsche in a stunning white gown, Yun Zijin became an undeniable focal point outside the Jinxing Mall, attracting numerous onlookers who captured her image on their phones. Yun Zijin felt rather unimpressed by those who began filming without even a word of inquiry. However, given the multitude of people around, she could only lower her head, hoping to evade their cameras. Fortunately, the chauffeur arrived promptly, and to Yun Zijin's delight, it turned out to be a young woman. "Hello, I am your chauffeur." With the license plate ending in 7786, Yun Zijin verified the details of her order and, upon confirming everything was in order, handed the key to her companion before taking a seat in the back. They were headed to the Jinxing Hotel. "Please fasten your seatbelt," she requested, mindful of the strict traffic regulations, which now required rear passengers to buckle up as well. Yun Zijin complied and secured her seatbelt. The Jinxing Hotel was in close proximity to the Jinxing Mall, likely due to both establishments being under the auspices of the Liu family, hence sharing a name. The vehicle soon arrived at the hotel, but with time still on her hands, Yun Zijin opted to check into a room to rest until the scheduled event. At 7:50 p.m., Yun Zijin, clutching her handbag, ascended to the 9th floor of the Jinxing Hotel. By this time, the auction venue was already bustling with attendees. Discreetly, she used her handbag to obscure her movements as she retrieved the invitation from her system backpack, presenting it to the staff member stationed at the entrance. Upon receiving the invitation, the staff member paused momentarily, then greeted her with a warm smile, bowing slightly. "Good evening, Miss Yun. Allow me to escort you to your seat." The Lu charity auction did not feature private boxes. All guests were seated in the auditorium on the first floor. However, the seats at the front were noticeably more spacious and of a superior quality compared to those further back. The staff member guided Yun Zijing to a prime position at the front, not quite in the center, but certainly not far from it. In that moment, Yun Zijing could not help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, one could discern the system's influence with a single glance. "Ching-ching," Yun Zijing exclaimed, her surprise evident. In a moment of whimsy, she adopted a pseudonym, never anticipating that she would encounter Shengyang once more. Yun Zijing turned to Shengyang and said, "Good evening, Mr. Sheng." Accompanying Shengyang were several individuals, suggesting that he was in their company rather than the other way around. Upon hearing Shengyang address Yun Zijing, the eyes of the group turned toward her. "Xiaoyang, do you know her?" inquired a man standing beside Shengyang, whose demeanor suggested a lack of seriousness. His style was somewhat akin to Shengyang's, yet Shengyang possessed a greater depth of character compared to him. "Indeed, I mentioned her before, the girl who has a knack for delivering scathing remarks. It's a pity she declined my invitation to join a race at that time," Shengyang remarked. A hint of regret etched on his face. Yun Zijing offered a polite smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, nodded slightly toward the group, and took her seat. The others, noticing her presence, discreetly cast glances in her direction. "Please, take your seats. The auction is about to commence." Sensing someone settling beside her, Yun Zijing instinctively looked up. It was the core figure among those who had walked in with Shengyang. She offered Lu Yunk a faint smile as a form of greeting, then turned her attention away, striving to disregard the individuals nearby. To divert her focus, Yun Zijing picked up the auction item list from the table in front of her and began to peruse it. Chapter 14 brought a new understanding of Yun Zijing's financial capacity. Initially, she intended to skim through casually, yet to her surprise, she found herself captivated by several auction items. Yun Zijing quietly noted down the auction items before placing the list back on the table. As the clock struck 8, the host announced the official commencement of the auction and stepped off the stage, allowing the auctioneer to take over. The first item of the day was a set of white jade jewelry, comprising a pair of earrings, a pair of bangles, a safety pendant, and a jade hairpin fashioned in the shape of bamboo. However, this exquisite jewelry set had been provided by a lady who had previously worn it, and Yun Zijing had no intention of bidding on it. "Ching-ching, do you fancy this set of jewelry? Would you like me to bid on it for you?" Shengyang, having unexpectedly switched seats with someone beside Yun Zijing, noticed her stillness and thought to purchase the jewelry as a gift for her. "I appreciate the kind gesture, but I will bid for what I desire myself." They had only met a couple of times, and Yun Zijing did not believe their relationship warranted such exchanges of gifts. After being declined, Shengyang sighed in disappointment, realizing he would have to seek another opportunity to showcase himself. Ultimately, the jewelry set was repurchased by the lady who had originally offered it, fetching a staggering price of 1.2 million yuan. Yun Zijing found this perplexing, yet profoundly striking. However, since this auction was held for charitable purposes, the lady's actions seemed justifiable. After all, it was her own possession, and there was no stipulation preventing her from reclaiming it at auction. The payment would remain unchanged. Before long, the staff brought forth the second item for bidding. It was a piece of unpolished jadeite, completely uncut, measuring the size of 2 adult male hands. The jadeite exhibited varying shades of red, and from a distance, it resembled a phoenix reborn from the flames. Yun Zijing was instantly captivated by the exquisite emerald before her. Upon initially perusing the auction catalog, she had earmarked it as one of her primary targets. However, the tangible beauty of the piece far surpassed the images displayed. It was truly breathtaking. The fiery red jade rough stone, with an opening bid set at 500,000, mandated that each subsequent bid increase by no less than 50,000. The bidding commenced. 200,000. As the auctioneer's voice resonated, numerous bidders eagerly proclaimed their offers. Watching the escalating bids, Yun Zijing mused to herself. These individuals truly regard money as mere trifles. As the number of bidders gradually dwindled, she decided to enter the fray. 3 million. Just moments ago, the bid stood at 2.8 million, yet Yun Zijing boldly raised it by 200,000, prompting one participant to withdraw. "Ching-ching, your bidding style." However, Yun Zijing had no time to engage with Shengyang. as the opposing bidder had already called out 301 million. With a slight press of her lips, she declared, "For million." This time, even Lu Yunk, who had remained silent until now, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Such a bidding approach was entirely unconventional. For 0.5 million. 8 million. The staggering bid of 8 million immediately deterred two contenders, leaving only 3 bidders remaining, including Yun Zijing. 10 million. 12 million. Yun Zijing exhibited no hesitation, projecting an air of confidence that suggested she would match any challenge. "Qingxing, you are undoubtedly the most formidable bidder of this auction. Your offers are resolute and devoid of doubt." At 12 million, her opponent hesitated for an extended period before ultimately refraining from increasing the bid. The mythical phoenix, though a rare treasure, is best crafted by a master into an exquisite ornament. However, such pieces are difficult to sell, and their value remains stagnant. Thus, a profit of 12 million seems unattainable. Conversely, to cut it into jewelry would be a lamentable waste. Weighing the pros and cons, the decision was ultimately made to forego it. Upon successfully acquiring the magnificent Phoenix Red Jade, Yun Zijing's spirits visibly lifted. In the ensuing moments, she also secured a violet jade bracelet and a yuan blue and white vase. Meanwhile, Xingyang, seated beside her, was utterly astonished by Yun Zijing's unabashed bidding style. "Qingxing, wait a moment. My name is Yun Zijing. Please refrain from calling me Qingxing." Yun Zijing had not anticipated that her desire to maintain privacy would lead to an inadvertent misstep. Each time Xingyang addressed her as Qingxing, she felt an awkward discomfort. Xingyang mused, "Am I the only one genuinely and earnestly wishing to be friends? Zijing, this auction is not even halfway through, and you've already spent nearly 100 million. Are you certain your family has no objections?" He, for one, did not possess such financial freedom. "This is all my own money. Once it's spent, no one can question me." Yun Zijing chose not to disclose her status as an orphan. "So, is your goal the parcel of land in the western suburbs? Many have their sights set on that plot." This was something Yun Zijing had not considered. While perusing the auction catalog earlier, she had noticed no mention of land being auctioned. "What parcel of land?" "Just now, I did not notice the auction for the land parcel on the list." Yun Zijing spoke earnestly, yet she was oblivious to the enigmatic glances exchanged among others upon hearing her words. It was a piece of land located in the western suburbs, conveniently adjacent to the resort that the Liu family intended to develop. Yun Ke and his companions were determined to secure this parcel today. "Does this mean, as you suggest, that acquiring this land would guarantee a profit?" Initially disinterested, Yun Zijing found her curiosity piqued by Shang Yang's assertion. Lu Yunk, who had been quietly observing their entire conversation, thought to himself, "Could you refrain from competing for land in my presence? It's not merely a matter of assured profit. It is an opportunity for substantial gains. If only I had the funds, I would surely enter the fray." Xingyang, still a university student, could only manage a modest allowance each month, never exceeding 20 million. To contemplate purchasing land with such a sum is akin to chasing an illusion. "You lack the capital, but I possess it." At this moment, Yun Zijing's interest in the land reached its zenith. "Miss Yun intends to contend for that parcel against us?" Lu Yunk interjected unexpectedly, causing Yun Zijing to instinctively retreat. However, she quickly regained her composure. At an auction, the highest bidder prevails. Her words momentarily stunned Lu Yunk, who soon chuckled softly. "Miss Yun is absolutely correct. The highest bidder indeed prevails." Following this exchange, their conversation ceased. Yun Zijing then extravagantly purchased a 2143, 56-carat pink diamond for a staggering 3.8 billion. Entirely captivated by the gem that resonated with her rare girlish whimsy, this revelation profoundly altered the perception of Lu Yunk and Sheng Yang regarding Yun Zijing's financial prowess. Initially, they believed that Yun Zijing's intent to bid on the land was merely a whimsical notion. However, they were now compelled to acknowledge her significance. If Yun Zijing could indeed produce a cash flow of 3.8 billion or even more, the prospect of her acquiring this parcel of land became increasingly plausible. As time progressed, the auction neared its conclusion, and the eagerly anticipated western suburban land was finally presented as the grand finale of the event. The moment everyone had been waiting for had arrived. The final item for auction, the western suburban land. This parcel boasts a total area of 4,000 square meters. Chapter 15. The terrifying financial power of Yun Zijing. The starting bid for the western suburban land was set at 50 million, with increments of no less than 100,000. The bidding commenced, 80 million, 90 million, 100 million. As the auctioneer's voice echoed, a chorus of bids erupted from the audience. Thus far, neither Yun Zijing nor Lu Yonk had uttered a word. Those bidding in the front were primarily mere pawns. The true competition would only commence once the price approached their expectations. Zijing, how much have you prepared? Sheng Yang couldn't help but engage Yun Zijing amidst the cacophony of bids. Yun Zijing cast a sidelong glance at Sheng Yang. Thinking that while a sharp mind is a valuable asset, he seemed to lack one. Ahem, little Yang, by asking such a question, aren't you inadvertently revealing Miss Yun's strategy? Please think before you speak in the future, Li Yueqing interjected with a gentle cough, offering a well-meaning reminder to Sheng Yang. At that moment, Sheng Yang recalled the question he had just posed to Yun Zijing, his cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment. Yun Zijing waved her hand dismissively, showing little concern. After all, she had freely spent her money today, with no limits on her budget. If she desired, she could monopolize the entire auction. However, Yun Zijing was not insatiable. She only engaged in bidding when she encountered items that piqued her interest. The price of the land swiftly escalated to 1 billion, and Li Yueqing, Fu Zhe, and Lu Yonk were already gearing up for action. Yun Zijing adjusted her posture slightly. 2 billion. Li Yueqing boldly added another 1 billion, causing several participants to withdraw. 5 billion. Fu Zhe, not to be outdone, raised the bid by 500 million. Yun Zijing glanced at Lu Yonk, who had yet to make a move. 3 billion. Lu Yonk finally spoke, increasing the bid by another 500 million. 5 billion. Among the remaining bidders, Yun Zijing was the sole female participant. Zijing, do you still have funds? You just spent 8 billion on that pink diamond. Sheng Yang's heart raced with anxiety upon hearing Yun Zijing call out 5 billion. If she bid on something at the Lu family's auction and failed to produce the funds, it would not be easily overlooked. In Sheng Yang's perspective, the wealthiest families in the imperial capital were none other than the Lu, Li, Fu, and Sheng clans. Yet, Yun Zijing's display of financial prowess today rivaled that of these four great families, as if she had emerged from an obscure lineage. Of course, I am not foolish enough to participate in bidding without adequate funds. Yun Zijing was undoubtedly aware of the consequences of being unable to pay. Her willingness to bid indicated her capacity for payment. 4 billion. Lu Yonk closely followed Yun Zijing, raising the bid to 4.1 billion. Li Yueqing, however, tentatively increased it by only 1 billion this time, suggesting that this price was likely nearing his limit. 4.2 billion. The subsequent bidders perhaps believed that Li Yueqing had exhausted his financial resources and saw an opportunity to capitalize. 4.5 billion. Fu Zhe did not afford others a chance to compete. 5 billion. Yun Zijing raised her bid with remarkable ease. Upon hearing her offer, Lu Yonk furrowed his brow. This amount had already surpassed their projected estimate. Had they known that 5 billion was merely the cost of the land, with subsequent development representing the significant expense, they might have reconsidered. Lu Yonk was uncertain whether, after acquiring the land, Yun Zijing possessed sufficient financial means to undertake the subsequent development investment. If she were unable to do so, purchasing the land would merely be a waste of resources. Miss Yun, have you contemplated what project you intend to develop after acquiring the land? The subsequent development will entail a considerable expense, and I hope you have considered this thoroughly. Lu Yonk refrained from further bidding. 5 billion was their final bottom line. Exceeding it would not be worthwhile. Ultimately, the land in the western suburbs was successfully secured by Yun Zijing for 5 billion. Indeed, what was her purpose for acquiring this land? Earlier, Yun Zijing had been caught up in the excitement of bidding without a thought about her intentions for the purchase. However, upon Lu Yonk's reminder, she suddenly became acutely aware of her predicament. Yet, with the gavel of the auctioneer having already fallen, Yun Zijing found herself unable to retract her bid. As Lu Yonk passed by Yun Zijing, he overheard her soft mutterings and nearly lost his balance. So, they were indeed duped by Sheng Yang, weren't they? Had it not been for Sheng Yang bringing up the land in the western suburbs, Yun Zijing might not have engaged in the bidding, and thus this plot of land would not have been unwittingly acquired by such a novice as Yun Zijing. After contemplating for a moment, she chose not to dwell on it any longer. What was meant to be would naturally unfold in due course. The most pressing matter now was to proceed with the payment. Upon arriving at the payment counter, Yun Zijing produced the black gold card provided by Su Bianhua and effortlessly completed the transaction. Consumption task. The host is required to spend 894,000,000 at tonight's Liu Family Charity Auction. Task completed. Reward. Triple reward triggered. 26,682,000,000 has been credited to the host's savings account. Subianhua has appointed an exclusive bodyguard team for the host, equipped with one Subianhua branded 7-seat luxury vehicle. Upon hearing the day's task reward, Yun Zichin's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, fortune had smiled upon her. She had just been pondering how to safely transport these items back to Xingyoa Mansion. Now, with the bodyguards provided by Subianhua, her concerns were greatly alleviated. However, where were the bodyguards assigned by the system? Just as Yun Zichin was about to inquire, she spotted a group of 7 individuals, each standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, striding toward her. It was needless for Subianhua to elaborate. Yun Zichin instantly recognized them as the specially appointed bodyguards. Miss. 7 individuals bowed in unison towards Yun Zichin, their movements perfectly synchronized. However, Yun Zichin felt as if she had unearthed an entire apartment. There is no need for such pretense. This is merely what I recently purchased. All I require is your assistance in loading it onto the vehicle and ensuring my safe return home, adhering to the principle that as long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who should feel discomfort. Yun Zichin enlisted the help of the 7 bodyguards to carry her belongings. She retained the land ownership documents herself, while allowing them to manage the vases and diamonds. After Yun Zichin departed with her entourage, Lu Yunk and a few others appeared at the spot where she had just stood. What do you think, Yunk? Yun Zichin's unexpected emergence this evening caught them all off guard. The land in the western suburbs had been snatched away just like that. I don't think much of it. Her acquisition of the western suburb land is a testament to her capabilities. Do you really expect to wrest it from her grasp? From Yun Zichin's performance at tonight's auction, it was evident that she was not someone who would be lacking 50 billion. Moreover, those bodyguards gave Lu Yunk an impression that they were far from ordinary. How could that be possible? I was merely pondering whether we could collaborate with her. Her purchase of the western suburb land was purely a casual mention by Xiao Yang. She likely has no concrete plans yet. As long as our project proposal is sufficiently compelling, she has no reason to decline. Since the moment Li Yueqing witnessed Yun Zichin acquire the western suburb land, he had been contemplating the feasibility of this venture. You certainly have ideas. If we can bring her on board, I have a strong premonition. We need not worry about funding for the project in the future. Fu Zhe also believed that enticing Yun Zichin to collaborate was an exceedingly astute decision. Without a moment's hesitation, he spent over 8 billion. Yun Zichin's financial prowess could easily rival that of their venerable families, which had been established for centuries in the imperial capital. How terrifying indeed. In Chapter 16, it is quite a coincidence that Yun Zichin remains unaware that she has merely participated in an auction, with her funds already being scrutinized by others. At present, she is cautiously returning to the Xingyu Huafu under the protection of 7 bodyguards. Fortunately, Villa Number 1 is spacious enough to comfortably accommodate the 7-member security team. Just place everything in my room, and then you may choose your own rooms. Feel free to select any room except the master bedroom. Understood, Mississippi. The lead bodyguard, accompanied by the other 6, entered Yun Zichin's bedroom with the items she had acquired that day, maintaining a steadfast gaze as they placed the belongings before swiftly exiting. Yun Zichin glanced at the items on her desk, carefully placing the jewelry into her wardrobe. The red jade phoenix ornament was prominently displayed on the desk, while other similar items and accessories were stored away in the wardrobe. Task issued. Please spend 5,000,000 yuan before midnight tonight. Requirement. Use your left hand when swiping the card. Reward. To be unlocked. Upon awakening in the morning and seeing the stipulation attached to the spending task, Yun Zichin fell silent. Wasn't this akin to stepping out on the left foot only to be met with a breakup? Nonetheless, she merely scoffed internally. Regardless of the system's demands, she could only comply and fulfill the requirements without protest. Fortunately, it suffices to be mindful to use the left hand while swiping the card. It is not an insurmountable task. Yun Zichin leisurely finished her breakfast at home and drove to the place where she had previously rented. Although she had recently moved to English Huafu, there remained a plethora of items at her rental residence that had yet to be organized. Now that she had resigned from her job and was accompanied by 7 bodyguards, Yun Zichin was eager to expedite the process of moving her belongings, thus clearing the space for her landlady to find new tenants. Please wait here. I will call you once I have organized everything, she instructed. The 7 bodyguards had initially intended to accompany her inside, but Yun Zijing dissuaded them. The small one-bedroom apartment would become exceedingly cramped with 7 tall bodyguards entering simultaneously. And given the abundance of her personal belongings within, she felt more at ease managing the tidying up herself. Understood, miss, they replied. Their primary duty was to ensure Yun Zijing's safety, and they were obliged to follow any command she issued while prioritizing her well-being. Upon arriving at the second-floor rental unit, Yun Zijing methodically sorted through her clothing and personal items. Subsequently, she took some photographs of the belongings she intended to leave behind in the tenant group established by her landlady. Dear friends, I am about to move out today. The items in the photos cannot be taken with me. If anyone needs anything, feel free to come and collect it, she posted. In truth, there was not much to offer, merely a small table, stools, a hairdryer, and some hangers acquired during her stay. Clothing and shoes, those items of Yun Zijing, seemed unlikely to attract anyone's interest as secondhand goods. She packed them into a suitcase, intending to donate them shortly. As soon as Yun Zijing made her presence known in the group chat, a flurry of messages ensued. Some inquired about her reasons for moving, while others asked where she was relocating. Naturally, there were also snide remarks questioning whether she had become affluent and thus preferred to distance herself from those of lesser means. Yun Zijing chose to disregard these comments. Instead, she announced in the chat that she would be at her rental for an hour, inviting anyone interested in her belongings to collect them within that time frame. After that, retrieving items would become considerably more challenging, as her landlord was not always available. Although Yun Zijing had previously been short on funds, every item she purchased was chosen with great care and thorough comparison, ensuring that their quality justified the price. Consequently, when she shared photographs of the items, many expressed interest and indicated they would return from work immediately. Seizing the moment, Yun Zijing also called her landlord. The call was answered promptly. Hello, young lady. What can I do for you? The landlord's warm and lively voice resonated through the receiver, lifting Yun Zijing's spirits significantly. Oh, yes. I had previously informed you about my intention to vacate. I am here today to move, and I was wondering when you might be available for me to return the keys. Oh dear, I am not in the capital at the moment, young lady. How about this? My grandson is there, and I will inform him. I will send you his contact details shortly, and you can hand the keys to him. Upon hearing that Yun Zijing intended to return the keys, Fang Shuxin suddenly recalled the lingering sense of incompletion that had accompanied her prior to her trip. It was indeed the matter of the house keys that had eluded her attention. Very well, please send me the phone number, and I shall reach out to him, she instructed. All right, I shall hang up now, and do wait a moment while I send it to you, she added. Not long after, Yun Zijing received a phone number from Fang Shuxin, along with a voice message from the landlady. Dear young lady, this is my grandson's number. You may call him directly. In response, Yun Zijing sent an OK emoji to the landlady. She promptly dialed the number provided by the landlady. The first call was abruptly terminated. Yun Zijing thought to herself, it is quite normal for unfamiliar calls to be ended. I shall simply try again. With an effort to calm her nerves, she redialed the number. Fortunately, the second call connected. Hello, I am a tenant of Ms. Fang Shuxin. This number was given to me by your grandmother. I am in the process of terminating my lease and need to return the keys. However, the landlady is currently not in Daijing, and she instructed me to contact you. Could you please inform me of the procedure for returning the keys? I can either mail them or hand them over in person, whichever is preferable. To avoid another abrupt disconnection, Yun Zijing swiftly clarified her identity and succinctly conveyed her situation. The voice on the other end hesitated for a moment before responding, Miss Yun. This is Lu Yunk. What? Who is Lu Yunk? She pondered. Lu's auction house. Lu's auction house. Lu Yunk. It suddenly dawned on Yun Zijing. No wonder the voice had sounded somewhat familiar. Ah, it is Mr. Lu. What a coincidence. Mr. Lu, will you choose to send it by mail or deliver it in person? Mr. Lu wishes to discuss a matter with Miss Yun, so a face-to-face meeting is in order. Yun Xianxian has not forgotten that Yun Zijing holds a piece of land in the western suburbs. Very well, when and where shall we meet? This afternoon at 3 o'clock, at West Fishing CAF. Presently, Yun Zijing possesses little but an abundance of time, and without hesitation, she readily agreed. Upon ending the call with Lu Yunxiao, Yun Zijing heard a commotion in the stairwell. Peering out, she spotted her neighbor from across the hall. Their residences both belonged to the same landlord, and they occasionally arranged to dine or shop together, leading to a budding acquaintance. Zijing, you won't believe it, I just saw a Porsche downstairs. That icy plum pink is simply breathtaking. I am envious. Lu Lanqi exclaimed, effortlessly pulling Yun Zijing towards the window to gaze down. Is it possible that the car belongs to me? Yun Zijing pondered silently, choosing not to voice her thoughts, as she doubted Lu Lanqi would believe her. If you're envious, work hard to earn money, and strive for the day you can afford one too. Isn't it far more gratifying to possess something yourself than to envy others? It is easier said than done. Saving money must prioritize homeownership. Aspiring to purchase a residence in the capital is no trivial endeavor. Don't overthink it. You were the first to arrive. Aside from the appliances and furniture originally provided by the landlord, take whatever you desire from this room. Yun Zijing spoke with remarkable candor. Are you serious? I recall that you painstakingly selected these items before purchasing them, many of which I have been coveting. Is your new place far away? Are you truly discarding all these belongings? Lu Lanqi naturally assumed that Yun Zijing might be relocating due to work, necessitating a change of residence. However, it seems quite peculiar to leave everything behind when moving. It's quite distant, and these items are cumbersome to transport. I've saved the links, if need be. I can always repurchase them. Hurry and choose. While I have some free time, I can assist you with a few things. Xingyuhua and this location are indeed rather far apart. I want this. I've been eyeing your lazy sofa for quite some time. And your set of dishes was already out of stock when I went to see it. Lu Lanqi strolled around the house, cradling a multitude of items. Lu Lanqi, I had my eye on that lazy sofa first. Just as Yun Zijing and Lu Lanqi had moved the items into the hallway. Before they could bring them into Lu Lanqi's home, they heard someone calling out Lu Lanqi's name. The voice was sharp enough to make Yun Zijing want to cover her ears. Well, first come, first served. I've already mentioned it in the group chat. There are other things at home. Why not take a look? Peng Jingjing epitomized the archetype of a princess, and typically, Yun Zijing and Lu Lanqi did not include her in their activities. She had remained silent in the group chat, leading them to believe she was disinterested in the items left behind. To their surprise, she was the second to return and was now vying for the lazy sofa with Lu Lanqi, leaving Yun Zijing somewhat at a loss for words. However, she was about to move away and did not wish to incur the wrath of Lu Lanqi and the other residents of the building by taking all the blame upon herself. No, I am not interested in anything else. I desire that beanbag chair, rather than merely lacking interest. It could be said that the beanbag chair is the most expensive item among all of Yun Zijing's possessions. In pursuit of a more comfortable experience, Yun Zijing had meticulously examined various types when purchasing the beanbag chair, carefully comparing options and perusing reviews and QA sections. Naturally, high quality comes at a price. This was an item that Yun Zijing had saved for a long time to afford. During that period, she nearly subsisted on meager rations just to acquire this beanbag chair. I have clearly stated in the group that it is first come, first served. Furthermore, you did not express your desire in the group. Lanqi was the first to return, and if she wants it, it is hers. My belongings, I shall give to whomever I choose. If you do not fancy anything else, then do not enter to pick and choose. I am not particularly inclined to offer it to you. Lu Lanqi gave Yun Zijing a manual thumbs up, retrieved her keys, and began moving in the items she had selected. She was not a pushover who would relinquish her possessions due to a few words from Peng Jingjing. If one desires something, one must proactively strive for it rather than wait for others to save it for them. With an unremarkable appearance, her aspirations were rather fanciful. You all. I rushed back from the company on leave. Do you have any idea that I lost my salary today because of this matter? Peng Jingjing exclaimed with indignation. Her gaze towards Yun Zijing filled with malice. If it were not for that beanbag chair, how could she possibly choose to return at the cost of her wages? As if returning from an absence, who can one blame for being a step behind? I must inform you, I shall not relinquish my comfortable sofa to you. Just as Lu Lanqi's words faded, another individual returned. This time, it was a young man residing on the floor above Lu Lanqi. Caught in a moment of indecision upon hearing their quarrel, the narrative of three women was a tale he felt ill-equipped to interrupt. Dengming, you have returned? I've organized my belongings, save for the furnishings and appliances belonging to the landlady, which must remain untouched. Everything else is fair game. It's first come, first served until all is claimed. Although Yun Zijing was a woman, her collection consisted of items characterized by a minimalist aesthetic suitable for any gentleman's use without issue. Deng Ming nodded, carefully maneuvering past Peng Jingjing, and swiftly entered the room to select what he desired. In the end, he chose a hairdryer, a small table, and a floor lamp. Upon witnessing Deng Ming emerge with his acquisitions, Peng Jingjing became flustered, disregarding the earlier tension between her and Yun Zijing and Lu Lanqi. as she rushed inside to scavenge the remaining items. Yun Zijing was taken aback at the sight of Peng Jingjing's fervor for the possessions. Her expectations shattered. Was this truly the same individual who had always prided herself on her impeccable taste? Over the next hour, more individuals trickled back, and before long, the room was nearly emptied of its contents, leaving only a few forlorn items behind. Since everyone had returned from their leaves of absence, they swiftly gathered their belongings before returning to work. Once the space was cleared, Yun Zijing contacted a cleaner, meticulously overseeing every corner, capturing videos and photographs. Before finally concluding her endeavors, having completed her tasks, it was already noon. Yun Zijing washed her hands and found a nearby restaurant to have lunch before driving back to Xingyu Huafu. In the afternoon, she was to meet with Lu Yunk. So she took a refreshing shower to cleanse herself of the dust accumulated from her cleaning efforts. At 1:30, she set out on her journey. The West Fishing CAF, as mentioned by Lu Yunk, was situated near the Lu Group building. When Yun Zijing arrived, she found she still had 30 minutes until 3 o'clock. Rather than waiting at the CAF, she chose to explore the surroundings, seeking a place where she could spend 500,000. It was not until 2:50 that she stepped into the West Fishing CAF, coinciding with Lu Yunk's arrival. They encountered each other at the entrance. "Miss Yun," he greeted, noting the distinct aura of Yun Zijing compared to their previous meeting at the auction. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lu," she replied. "Shall we go in?" Lu Yunk gestured for her to proceed, and with a gentle smile, Yun Zijing entered the CAF, with him following closely behind. After surveying the interior, she quickly chose a 4-person table by the window. "Let us sit here," she suggested. Lu Yunk nodded, seating himself with an elegant grace, while Yun Zijing effortlessly adapted to the moment. The attentive waiter, who had been observing them, approached at that moment. "What would you like to drink?" "A cup of black coffee," Yun Zijing replied. "I'll have a cappuccino, thank you," Lu Yunk added. After a brief glance at the menu, Yun Zijing made her decision. "Very well, please hold on for a moment," the waiter said before turning to place their order. As the waiter departed, Yun Zijing retrieved the key to her rented apartment from her bag and handed it to Lu Yunk. "Here is the key. The premises have been entirely vacated, and I have arranged for a thorough cleaning. I also have a video and photos of the completed cleaning. If there are no objections, we can proceed to sign the lease termination agreement." Chapter 18. I am quite fond of collecting rent. Lu Yunk was momentarily taken aback by Yun Zijing's brisk and businesslike manner upon her seating. He had anticipated a bit of small talk before she delved into the matter at hand. Nonetheless, he held a deep appreciation for her efficient approach, as he himself harbored a disdain for procrastination. "No issues at all. Ms. Yun has organized everything impeccably. I have brought the contracts for your review." Lu Yunk extracted 2 copies of the lease termination agreement from the briefcase he had brought and presented one to Yun Zijing. Although Yun Zijing was not particularly adept at reviewing contracts, she was reassured by her system's prompt indicating that everything was in order, allowing her to confidently affix her signature. Lu Yunk also signed his name in the lessor's section, noting that he was signing on behalf of another. Since it was Fang Shuxin who had leased the apartment to Yun Zijing, he was merely acting as her authorized representative for the lease termination. Once the contracts were signed, the waiter returned with the coffees the two had ordered. "Here are your coffees. Please enjoy." As soon as the waiter left, Yun Zijing inquired, "Mr. Lu mentioned he wished to discuss something with me. May I ask what it pertains to?" "Miss Yun should be aware that during yesterday's auction, Liu Echeng, Fuzhe, and I had solely intended to bid on the plot of land in the western suburbs. Yet unexpectedly, it was Miss Yun who claimed it." Yun Zijing nodded in acknowledgement of this fact. It seems that Miss Yun was merely swept up in the moment when she acquired that piece of land. "And I presume she is yet to formulate any development plans? I happen to possess a development proposal. I wonder if Miss Yun might find it intriguing?" As he spoke, Lu Yunk extracted a document from his briefcase, revealing his thorough preparations. Yun Zijing perused the project development plan that Lu Yunk handed over. This was a proposal for a hot spring resort, and coincidentally, the land Miss Yun acquired yesterday perfectly filled a gap in that area. With the addition of that plot, it would create a remarkably complete circular expanse of land. Upon reviewing the plan, I noted that the location of that parcel was indeed quite advantageous. However, I found it puzzling that such a formidable consortium as the Lu family would overlook a piece of land. Typically, for development projects, land should have been meticulously arranged in advance. Had it not been for Miss Yun, I am convinced that this land would have rightfully belonged to the Lu family. The auction was ostensibly intended to provide the project with greater visibility and any astute individual would refrain from competing with the Liu family. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a formidable contender like Yun Zijing? The most exasperating aspect is that she actually succeeded in securing it. From Liu Yong's words, Yun Zijing discerned a hint of sarcasm, a touch of resentment, and a significant measure of helplessness. She touched her nose, realizing that she had indeed not contemplated the matter thoroughly enough. Well, the collaboration aspect is certainly open for discussion. At the very least, if there is another auction in the future, I shall refrain from competing with you for the items. Does Miss Yun still anticipate it next time? Yun Ziqin chose not to respond further. This was something she could not assure. But I digress. Our current discussion revolves around the matters of the West's suburban hot spring resort. As for collaboration, I have no objections. However, the specifics must be clearly delineated. When Yun Ziqin acquired the land, she had not contemplated the situation extensively. Had Liu Yong not approached her for collaboration, she might have sold the land at any moment. Nonetheless, partnering with the Liu Corporation presents a commendable choice, provided it allows her to earn effortlessly. Naturally, I have prepared a contract for your perusal, Miss Yun. Yun Ziqin set aside the project proposal and picked up the contract that Liu Yong had recently produced. It must be acknowledged that Liu Yong, at the tender age of 25, firmly occupies the position of president within the Liu Corporation, a testament to his undeniable capabilities. However, Yun Ziqin soon discerned that her authority within this agreement was considerably limited. The piece of land she owned constituted at least 10% of the total area of the development project. Yet her share of the project dividends amounted to a mere 5%. Moreover, during the project's development phase, the land development rights for her parcel were wholly assigned to the Liu Corporation, and throughout this period, she would have no grounds to raise any objections to the development plans. To be candid, Yun Ziqin felt as though Liu Yong was treating her as a mere pawn. That being said, I must admit that I am not particularly knowledgeable about project development. Should you mislead me, I might not detect any discrepancies. However, I have a keen interest in rental income. I shall refrain from participating in your project. I can proceed according to your plan and find a team to construct the resort. You may simply remit the rent to me quarterly. I trust that the Liu family would not be unable to afford such modest rental payments, would they? While the idea of equity in land sounds appealing, until the resort becomes profitable, it essentially amounts to relinquishing the land to the Liu family without any revenue. Conversely, with a lease, from the moment the rental agreement takes effect, the Liu family is obligated to pay her rent. The amount is of little consequence. What she seeks is a steady income. However, Liu Yong was taken aback by Yun Ziqin's unexpected proposal, which left him momentarily speechless. No one had ever suggested such an arrangement before, as those who opt for collaboration typically lacked the financial backing to develop projects. Miss Yun's proposal is indeed novel. Nevertheless, this project cannot be decided unilaterally. I will return to confer with the other board members of the company and then provide a response to Miss Yun. Take your time. I am in no rush. She is not particularly concerned about the few monetary matters at hand, as the timing of the project development bears no impact on Yun Ziqin. However, for the Liu family, time equates to money. After savoring a sip of his black coffee, Liu Yong took his leave from Yun Ziqin. As the president of the conglomerate, every moment of Liu Yong's time is meticulously accounted for. It is indeed a rare occasion for him to spend such an extended period in the company of Yun Ziqin over coffee. Before departing, he did not forget to settle the bill. Yun Ziqin, having finished her cappuccino, leisurely exited the CAF. After taking a leisurely stroll, Yun Zijing stumbled upon a remarkable tailor shop specializing in traditional clothing. The proprietor, a well-preserved middle-aged woman named Wang Zhuqin, was adorned in a fitted qipao and donned in exquisite makeup. Had she not disclosed her age, which surpassed 50, Yun Zijing might have easily mistaken her for a woman in her 30s. With an inherent weakness for traditional attire, Yun Zijing found herself irresistibly drawn to the prospect of customization and hurried over after finishing her coffee. Due to time constraints, she hadn't placed an order during her initial visit, merely engaging in a brief conversation with Wang Zhuqin before departing. Upon seeing Yun Zijing return, Wang Zhuqin's eyes sparkled with delight. "Xiao Yun, have you concluded your discussions with your friends?" "Pretty much, though there are still a few matters to clarify, which will have to wait until next time. I'm here to customize some clothing." Yun Zijing's gaze roamed over the exquisite garments displayed in the shop, her admiration evident. "Excellent. These are styles we frequently create. Take a look and select one. We will draft a design for you. and feel free to express any preferences you may have. Wang Zhuqin presented Yun Zijing with a thick catalog showcasing a variety of traditional clothing designs. Chapter 19. The Antique Street and the Teapot Test. Yun Zijing flipped through several pages and swiftly chose a Tang-style ruchuan in a subtly elegant sky blue. However, the final decision would rest upon the design sketch that Wang Zhuqin would provide. Yun Zijing left her phone number and paid a deposit of 50,000 yuan, ensuring she used her left hand while swiping her card. Although it pales in comparison to 5 million, it is still a sum worth pursuing. And Yun Zijing would not let this opportunity slip away. After leaving the tailor shop, she made her way back to the spot where she had just parked. As she reached for her car keys, she heard someone call her name. Turning around, she was met by Xia Zhiyun. How unfortunate. What are you doing here? Do you even know where this place is? This is not a venue for someone like you. This location housed the Lu Corporation headquarters, surrounded predominantly by towering office buildings filled with diligent white-collar workers. However, the Xia family did not have a presence on this street. I'm just browsing around, she replied, unable to disclose that she had just shared a coffee with the president of the Lu Corporation after checking out. Judging by Xia Zhiyun's expression, she would likely dismiss her words as mere bravado. Zhao Jiao is being discharged from the hospital tomorrow, and the day after Mark's grandpa's 80th birthday. Come with me today, and I will arrange a gown for you. You must attend the birthday banquet. I shall not go. Yun Zijing was not in the habit of seeking embarrassment. She knew very well that in order to accommodate Xia Jiao, they planned to announce her as an adopted daughter during the banquet, thus integrating her into the Xia family, albeit as a foster daughter. Even without the luxury of casual spending or a billion-dollar fortune, she had no desire for such a designation. What sort of people do they think they are? Do they believe that everyone would be enamored just because they possess wealth? You are your parents' daughter. If you do not attend Grandpa's birthday banquet, how do you suppose the elite circles of the capital will perceive us? Xia Zhiyun furrowed her brows, perceiving Yun Zijing's words as unreasonable. Grandfather? Go ahead and ask around. In the entire elite circle of the imperial capital, who knows that I, Yun Zijing, am the daughter of your Xia family, switched like a child in the tale of the for 21 years? You claim I am a daughter of the Xia family. But when you found me, did you ever offer me a single penny? Did you ever inquire about my well-being? What is the monthly allowance for Xia Jiao? How much did you provide for me? What gifts did you present to her on her birthdays? And what have you ever given me? These should rightfully belong to me. I have been exceedingly magnanimous not to demand them back. Even if I have not lived with you, the bond of blood remains. Fairness must be maintained, does it not? I shall not delve into further details, but regarding allowances, I have heard that Xia Jiao receives 1 million a month. At the age of 21. Over 252 months, that amounts to 252 million. As my biological parents and brother, shouldn't you consider recompensing me? Yun Zijing's words rendered Xia Zhiyun speechless, leaving him at a loss for words. The notion of over 200 million in allowances was beyond his capacity to address. Although the Xia family held a certain reputation in the imperial capital, producing such a sum in one go posed a considerable challenge. Much of their wealth was tied up in corporate accounts, and their personal finances were, in truth, rather limited. Not everyone possesses the backing of an affluent and unbounded system like Yun Zijing. Enough, she continued. I have reiterated my stance numerous times. I shall not return to the Xia family. Henceforth, when you encounter me, consider me a stranger. Constantly berated by you all, I find it quite vexing, especially considering that none of you have ever supported me, rendering your accusations as those of ungratefulness. Yun Zijing circumvented Xia Zhiyun and settled into the passenger seat of the pale pink vehicle, pressing the accelerator to depart. A casual luxury van trailed closely behind. Observing the car driven by Yun Zijing, Xia Zhiyun felt a pang of confusion. When had Yun Zijing amassed sufficient wealth to purchase a Porsche? However, before he could ponder further, his phone rang. Upon answering, the syrupy voice of Xia Jiao echoed in his ear, evoking a sense of irritation for the first time. Unbeknownst to Yun Zijing, who was unaware of Xia Zhiyun's subsequent predicament, her intent was solely to spend lavishly. She steered the car towards the renowned antique street of the capital. The prospect of profit was secondary. Her primary objective was expenditure. Yun Zijing parked at a nearby lot and, accompanied by her bodyguards numbered from 01 to 07, ventured inside. The street vendors shouted incessantly, their calls creating a cacophony as Yun Zijing made her way directly to the antique shops. After a thorough comparison among the numerous establishments lining the street, she finally settled on her target, the fortune-gathering studio. The very name exuded auspiciousness. The shop was sparsely populated, with only an elderly gentleman meticulously polishing items behind the counter, offering no indication of hospitality upon her entrance. However, at a cursory glance, Yun Zijing discerned that this shop possessed a certain depth of character. "Good sir, I seek a complete set of purple clay tea wares," she requested. The Xingyu Huafu Villa No. 1 boasted a tea room, yet lacked appropriate utensils. Though Yun Zijing seldom indulged in tea, the task of expenditure for the day reminded her of the absence of a complete tea set in the tea room, prompting her visit. As Yun Zijing spoke, the elderly gentleman paused in his task of polishing an item, carefully placing it in the display cabinet. "Does the little girl understand tea?" Although the old man appeared somewhat aloof, he was reasonably responsive to inquiries. "I assure you, I am not well versed in tea. I merely seek a complete tea set for my home tea room. The price is of no concern. She primarily wishes to spend. Lacking knowledge of tea, why purchase a Yixing teapot? A modern ceramic tea set would suffice." This statement implied his unwillingness to sell. "Simply tell me, what would it take for you to agree to sell it to me? The price is not an issue. Do you truly wish to buy?" The old man glanced at Yun Zijing. "Certainly. As long as you pass my test, I will sell you this set of Yixing teaware." "What test?" Yun Zijing regarded the old man warily. She was not easily deceived. "Fear not. It is not a perilous trial. You need only observe me as I brew tea. Successfully preparing a pot of tea will suffice." The elderly man led Yun Zijing to the tea room in the shop, where a Yixing Pai Shou tea pet rested. Upon seeing the tea pet, Yun Zijing's eyes sparkled. It was simply too adorable. "Should I pass the test, in addition to the tea set, I desire a tea pet. Once I've acquired the tea set, I can purchase some tea and enjoy brewing while caring for my tea pet." "Very well. I also possess a small golden pig. If you succeed in the test, I shall gift it to you. It is a promise." The old man commenced brewing tea, and Yun Zijing watched intently, unable to deny that those who deal in antiques possess a certain timeless charm. Although Yun Zijing had never been exposed to the art of tea-making, her remarkable memory allowed her to meticulously replicate the movements of the elderly gentleman, successfully brewing a pot of tea. Li Bingjin observed her actions with a silent nod of approval, recognizing the girl's innate talent. Unexpectedly, she managed to brew it successfully. This set of purple clay teapots was acquired from a friend and dates back to the Song dynasty, a true family heirloom. If it weren't for my family's decline and the urgent need for funds, the owner would never part with it. I assure you, I am not trying to deceive you. It's priced at 2 million. Yun Zijing examined the exquisite purple clay tea set for a considerable time. Although she could not discern its true value, the tactile experience was undeniably exquisite. "All right, let's proceed with the card," she declared, handing her black gold card to Li Bingjin with her left hand. Li Bingjin raised an eyebrow upon seeing the card, surprised to encounter a wealthy individual today. "Very well, I shall wrap it up for you. Please be cautious on your way home. Once you step beyond this threshold, I cannot be held responsible for any damage incurred." This unspoken rule of the antique street mandates that once a transaction is completed, returns are not permitted. It relies on the acumen of both buyer and seller. If one makes a wise choice, there are profits to be gained, but if mistaken, one must simply accept their misfortune. After all, no one is compelled to buy. It is a matter of mutual consent. Following closely behind Yun Zijing, Ling Qi willingly assisted her by carrying the items. Li Bingjin observed the bodyguard behind Yun Zijing. Although he was taken aback that she had a bodyguard accompanying her, he quickly understood the context of their surroundings. It was unexpected that such a young individual had the foresight to ensure her own safety while out in the world. After swiping the card, Li Bingjin returned it to Yun Zijing, who then continued to meander leisurely down the street. She glanced left and right, spending several thousand here and purchasing items worth tens of thousands there, until the remaining balance of 2,950,000 was unknowingly exhausted. Consumption task: spend 5,000,000 yuan before midnight. Requirement: use the left hand for card transactions. Task completed. Reward: fourfold bonus triggered. 20,000,000 yuan has been credited to the host's savings account. Ownership of the Dijing Emerald Lake community. Relevant certificates have been issued to the system backpack. Please check. Host. As Yun Zijing received the notification of task completion, she had just paused in front of a stall selling handmade braided ropes. Turning her head, she realized that the group from 01 to 07 had already amassed a considerable collection of items. It seemed they had perhaps overindulged in their purchases. Thus, she decided it was time to return home. With a wave of her small hand, she signaled the decision to head back, and the group felt an immense sense of relief. Completing the assigned tasks as a system host was not as effortless as it might appear. The stall owner of the handmade braided ropes lamented, "This extravagant wealth has ultimately eluded my grasp." Yun Zijing's lavish spending on Antique Street had already spread throughout the area, prompting many to hope for her patronage at their stalls. It is not that no one harbors thoughts of confrontation. However, upon noticing the 7 bodyguards trailing behind Yun Zijing, any notions of such were swiftly extinguished. The prospect of engaging them seemed utterly futile. Upon awakening from her slumber, Yun Zijing was greeted by the system's notification. It appeared the system even designated rest days, with a daily spending limit of 10 million. Yet, upon realizing that the usage of this quota was not obligatory, she breathed a sigh of relief. The daily challenge of devising ways to expend money, while initially exhilarating, would inevitably lead to a sense of ennui over time. Rising from her bed, she proceeded to brush her teeth and freshen up before stepping out of her room, intending to prepare herself a breakfast. "Good morning, miss." A booming voice suddenly reverberated in her ears, startling Yun Zijing into a tactical retreat. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it was bodyguard 07. "Good morning. You, miss. Breakfast is already prepared and ready for your enjoyment." Dressed in a tailored black suit, he stood at an impressive height of over 6 feet. Embodying the ideal proportions of a gentleman, his demeanor respectful as he slightly bowed, resembling a top-notch butler. "Can you cook? Aren't you supposed to be bodyguards?" Yun Zijing had initially contemplated hiring a few chefs when her schedule permitted, so she would not have to cook for herself. Moreover, the expansive Villa one necessitated not only chefs, but also several servants and a butler. "Indeed, I once served as a chef in the realm of gastronomy." "How astonishing." Yun Zijing's gaze towards Ling Qi has transformed entirely. Not only has she been generously bestowed with 7 bodyguards, but also a chef? What serendipity to encounter such fortune. Do you possess culinary skills solely from the gastronomic realm? Are you adept at preparing dishes from Blue Star? Might the ingredients differ? The young lady shall discern this upon tasting. Ling Qi was reluctant to divulge too much regarding the gastronomic realm to Yun Zijing. However, Yun Zijing did not press further, merely posing a casual inquiry, and upon receiving no answer, she chose not to pursue the matter. Nevertheless, upon entering the dining hall and observing the splendid array of breakfast laid out before her, Yun Zijing recognized that Ling Qi's culinary prowess was indeed remarkable. "There is far too much for me to consume alone. Do call upon others to join us." She then added, "By the way, did you all arrive without a change of clothes? Fortuitously, I am free today. Let us venture to the mall, and I shall select a few outfits for you." After swallowing a small steamer bun, Yun Zijing finally noticed that Ling Qi was attired in the exact same ensemble as the previous day. Although the villa is equipped with a dryer, ensuring the garments would dry overnight, it is hardly fitting for them to remain in the same attire indefinitely. Ling Qi wished to explain that the clothing provided by the system possesses an automatic cleaning function. However, upon observing Yun Zijing's serious demeanor, she refrained from doing so. "Very well, young lady, I shall inform the others." While Yun Zijing enjoyed her breakfast, she retreated to her room to apply makeup in preparation for the day's outings. After finishing breakfast, individuals from 01 to 06 gradually emerged from various corners of the villa and made their way to the dining room. Upon hearing 07 mention that Yun Zijing intended to purchase clothing for them, the expressions of everyone varied, and an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Nevertheless, they quickly devoured the breakfast laid out before them. The appetites of the 7 grown men were beyond imagination. By the time Yun Zijing tidied herself up and stepped outside, it was already 10 a.m. On her way to the Jingxing Mall, several unfamiliar numbers called Yun Zijing, all of which she promptly declined. Upon arriving at the mall, she waved her hand, declaring, "Today is your stage. Feel free to voice your preferences, and I shall cover the bill." She brandished her black gold card with a flourish. "Thanks to the young lady's generosity," exclaimed one of the guards. The resounding proclamation left her momentarily stunned. Did they expect her to provide them with complimentary accommodations in a 3-bedroom apartment? Let us keep it low-key. Now, let us choose some clothes. Feel free to express any style you fancy. I am quite democratic in this regard and will not impose upon you to don suits and sunglasses." Once Yun Zijing finished speaking, the eyes of several bodyguards behind her gleamed with excitement. "Miss, I particularly adore the garments from that store." 07 was the first to respond. and Yun Zijing followed the direction of his pointed finger. To her surprise, it led to a cyberpunk-themed trendy clothing shop. To be honest, Yun Zijing was not particularly fond of such flamboyant styles. However, having just proclaimed her democratic nature, she could not refuse. All right, let us start with that store. Also, take a moment to look around for anything you fancy and just let me know. Yun Zijing and her entourage strode purposefully towards the trendy boutique. Yun Zijing. The familiar voice, laced with an air of superiority, made Yun Zijing feel an urge to curse the persistent specter of her past. Brother, is that you? The delicate, feeble voice was unmistakable. She knew immediately who it belonged to. You are Yun Zijing? What is your relationship with them? Without turning around, Yun Zijing recognized the voice of her biological mother, whom she had never met. A quick glance confirmed her suspicions. Today marked the day of Xia Jiao's discharge from the hospital. Instead of returning home to rest, she seemed to have the energy to wander the mall, suggesting her injuries were not severe enough. Do you need something? Yun Zijing asked curtly. What kind of attitude is that? After all, I am your mother. Is this how you choose to speak to me? Zhang Yiqin's disdain for her suddenly emerged daughter only intensified as she perceived Yun Zijing's dismissive demeanor. I will respond to you as you address me. Do you require assistance? If not, I shall take my leave. I have matters to attend to. She was eager to purchase clothing for her bodyguards, and every moment wasted could jeopardize her ability to spend her daily salary of 10 million. Sister. Yun Zijing cast a sidelong glance at Xia Jiao, whose eyes were inexplicably red, her gaze frigid. I am an orphan. I have no inclination to recognize a sister. Moreover, our birthdays fall on the same day, and it remains uncertain who was born first. Until that is clarified, refrain from addressing me so familiarly. Yun Zijing. Xia Jiyun was taken aback to discover that Yun Zijing not only cast him a frosty glare, but could also exhibit such sharpness when interacting with elders and her recently discharged sister. I can hear you. How many times must I reiterate that when we encounter each other in the future, you should act as if we are strangers? Are you incapable of understanding human speech, young Master Xia? Each encounter seemed destined to spark another quarrel, and Yun Zijing was genuinely exasperated. She cast Xia Jiyun a cool glance before preparing to turn away. Wait. Yun Zijing halted, her gaze shifting back to Xia Jiyun. You must let go of the P. I informed you yesterday that tomorrow is grandfather's birthday banquet, and as a daughter of the Xia family, your attendance is expected. We are out today to select a dress for Jiao, and since we have crossed paths, we might as well go together. Yun Zijing regarded Xia Jiyun and asked, Are you so adamant that I must join this birthday celebration? Indeed. Yun Zijing offered a faint smile, though it did not reach her eyes. Very well. I shall comply with your wishes and attend. I will select my own dress. You need only remember to pay. However, I hope you will not come to regret this decision. She had no intention of spending unnecessary funds on anything not included in her plans. Yun Zijing glanced at the three of them, unwilling to engage further, and turned to leave. Wait. Yun Zijing closed her eyes, reminding herself to remain calm. After a considerable moment, she turned back around. Is there anything else? Please, say it all at once. You have yet to clarify your relationship with them. Zhang Yiqin interjected, her brow furrowed in impatience. Sister, please do not be upset. Mother is merely concerned for you. After all, you are a girl, wandering through the mall among so many boys. Xia Jiao's words trailed off, leaving the remaining half to evoke boundless imagination. One's perception of others often reflects one's own identity. Look, clad in a tailored black suit and donning sunglasses, who could entertain thoughts of anyone other than a bodyguard? It would be wise for you to remain composed and refrain from provoking me. Xia Jiao feigned fright, retreating in trepidation to hide behind Zhang Yiqin. Wretched girl, what are you trying to accomplish? Jiao has just been discharged from the hospital. Do you wish to see her readmitted? Yun Zijing interjected. Is it truly possible to be hospitalized after just a few words? Is Xia Jiao a mere paper doll? Madam Zhang Yiqin, I hope you grasp this clearly. I am not a product of your upbringing. Every cent I spend is earned through my own endeavors. No one from the Xia family holds the right to dictate my actions, not even you, my biological mother. If anyone owes a debt, it is the Xia family that owes me. Yun Zijin's remarks rendered Xia Jiyun and Zhang Yiqin speechless. They were prepared to retort, but ultimately realized that Yun Zijin spoke only the truth. Meanwhile, Xia Jiao, hidden in an unnoticed corner, bore a gaze that seemed to be laced with venom, devoid of any trace of the innocent flower she portrayed. Enough. If there is nothing of importance. Do not linger before me. I am busy. With that, Yun Zijin turned and led the group of 7, including Ling Yi and Ling Qi, into the trendy boutique at the back. In the Jinsheng Mall, Yun Zijin had garnered a reputation as a wealthy heiress, and upon her arrival at the boutique, the staff greeted her with remarkable enthusiasm. Mother, brother, it appears that this store primarily sells men's clothing. Is sister purchasing outfits for those young men? After organizing her emotions, Xia Jiao commenced her performance. Humph. Indeed, having been raised outside, her temperament has become rather wild. Ji Yun, you must keep a close watch on her. We cannot allow her to tarnish the reputation of the Xia family. Zhang Yiqin exhibited no trace of maternal concern for her daughter. Rather, she was preoccupied with the fear that Yun Zijin might bring disgrace upon the family. Xia Zhiyan cast a glance at Xia Jiao, her feelings somewhat convoluted. Yet she ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Enough of her. We still have not chosen Jiao's gown. Let us not allow unrelated matters to dampen our spirits. Zhang Yiqin linked her arm with Xia Jiao's and led her towards the boutique where they typically ordered custom gowns. Xia Zhiyun glanced back at the trendy store, observing Yun Zijin seemingly carelessly selecting garments from the rack, holding them up against one of the young men beside her. With a pursed lip, she followed Zhang Yiqin and Xia Jiao out of the store. Inside the trendy boutique, Yun Zijin instructed, "All right, these are the few sets I've selected. Please assist me in retrieving them in his size." She refrained from having Ling Qi try anything on, as they needed to purchase outfits for 7 individuals, and trying on each piece would be exceedingly time-consuming. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. The shop assistant, witnessing Yun Zijin's selection of multiple sets, was internally elated. Truly, she was renowned as a wealthy patron in Jinxing Mall for her extravagant spending. These few outfits alone represented several days' worth of sales. Miss Yun, the garments you requested are packaged and ready. Please proceed to the checkout. Yun Zijing nodded slightly, handing the garment packaging to Ling Qi, while she followed the store attendant to the checkout. Hello, your total expenditure is 128,000. Will you be paying by card or cash? By card, Yun Zijing replied, presenting her black gold card. Once the transaction was completed, she placed the receipt into the packaging in Ling Qi's hands, and they departed from the cyberpunk streetwear store, preparing to venture to the next one. Chapter 22. Xia Jiao's schemes given Yun Zijing's previous triumphs at the Jinsheng Mall. The anticipation among all the men's clothing stores was palpable, knowing she intended to purchase apparel for her 7 bodyguards. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiyun and his companions, while selecting a gown for Xia Jiao, occasionally cast glances toward Yun Zijing's activities at the mall. Upon hearing that Yun Zijing was extravagantly spending to clothe those bodyguards, an inexplicable surge of jealousy welled up within Xia Zhiyun. As Yun Zijing's brother by blood, he had never received garments from her, yet those bodyguards had. Furthermore, he found it perplexing. Yun Zijing did not strike him as the type to act irrationally under the influence of infatuation. Why would an employer willingly purchase garments worth hundreds of thousands for bodyguards? Jiyun. The voice of Zhang Yiqin snapped Xia Zhiyun back to reality, and he realized that once again, his attention had been drawn to Yun Zijing. Mom, what's the matter? Have you chosen a gown? Initially, Xia Zhiyun had no intention of accompanying them on this shopping excursion, but after being persistently nagged by Xia Jiao, he eventually relented. However, witnessing Xia Jiao in the store, carefree and even whimsically choosing her gown, juxtaposed with Yun Zijing purchasing garments for other men, left Xia Zhiyun with a lingering sense of discomfort in his heart. Yet, he could not quite articulate the reason for his unease. In his eyes, Yun Zijin's behavior was indeed excessive. After all, they were her family, yet her demeanor towards them was far from amiable, lacking the obedience and understanding that Jiao exhibited. With time running short for custom tailoring, they had no choice but to select a piece that had yet to be released on the market. I communicated with them, explaining that once the gown chosen by Jiao was sold to us, no second piece would be available. What Jiao desires must be unique in the world. Today, they will alter the gown according to Jiao's measurements and deliver it to our home tomorrow. Please ensure someone follows up on this. Zhang Yiqin instructed Xia Zhiyun with an air of inevitability. I understand, Mom. Is there anything else? After selecting the gown, Zhang Yiqin intended to take Xia Jiao to purchase some jewelry that would complement the gown, hence her slight impatience in conversation. What about Yun Zijin's gown? Won't you help take a look? Xia Zhiyin thought that since it was Yun Zijin's first time attending a banquet, she might not be well-versed in gown selection, prompting him to seek Zhang Yiqin's assistance. Although he could not offer Yun Zijin the same heartfelt attention he bestowed upon Xia Jiao, she was, after all, his biological daughter. And he felt it inappropriate to turn a blind eye. She doesn't tea like me, so she surely wouldn't favor my choices. Perhaps it is best I refrain from imposing myself in this matter. There are still a few dresses over there. You could simply purchase one according to her size. For she is oblivious to such matters. Zhang Yiqin gestured towards several gowns hanging in a corner of the shop. The manner in which they were displayed indicated their status as unsold stock, with prices unlikely to exceed 200,000. In contrast, the outfit that Xia Jiao had just tried on, even with the member discount, still amounted to over 1 million. As Xia Zhiyun observed Zhang Yiqin, he began to comprehend why Yun Zijing was reluctant to return to the Xia family. Were he in her shoes, he might have acted with even greater ruthlessness. Xia Zhiyun chose to remain silent, trailing behind Zhang Yiqin and Xia Jiao. However, it wasn't long before his assistant called him, informing him of pressing matters at work. Mom, there's something I need to attend to at the company. I'll head back now. You and Jiao's expenses today are on me. Just have them charge it to my account. Xia Zhiyun often bought gifts for Xia Jiao and Zhang Yiqin, thus he maintained accounts with various luxury brands. I understand. Go handle your business. My sister and I will purchase some accessories to complement the gowns before we return. Considering that Xia Jiao had just been discharged from the hospital, Zhang Yiqin had no intention of shopping for too long today. After Xia Zhiyun departed, Xia Jiao cast a glance at her mother, who was engrossed in selecting jewelry for herself, and a smile tugged at her lips. Mom, it seems my sister has been consistently buying clothes for those boys. The items at Jinsheng Mall are far from inexpensive. Didn't my sister grow up in an orphanage? How does she afford to buy so much? Xia Jiao inquired, feigning curiosity. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Zhang Yiqin's hand paused in selecting jewelry, her face quickly contorting into an expression of disdain. Who knows where she acquired her money? Do not emulate her. She is nothing but a shameless seductress. As Zhang Yiqin berated Yun Zijing, the invisible barrier of maternal tenderness was utterly absent, replaced instead by a sharpness more cutting than that of a stranger. Mother, my sister. She probably did not intend it. It is all my fault for usurping my sister's identity. If it weren't for me, she would not. Once again, the conversation trailed off, yet this very pattern only served to diminish Yun Zijing's standing further in Zhang Yiqin's eyes. Leave her be. Did she not declare her unwillingness to return to the Xia family? Since she is so lacking in propriety, let her stay away. This time at your grandfather's banquet. Although your father and brother insist on her attendance, you are the only one acknowledged as the true young lady of the Xia family. No one can overshadow you. Rest assured, mother will always stand by you. While Zhang Yiqin's opinion of Yun Zijing soured, it simultaneously provided Xia Jiao with reassurance. Mother, I overheard your conversation with my brother. I know you would never abandon me, but my sister is your daughter as well. Since I have purchased a gown, she should have one too. If she is unfamiliar with these matters, I shall assist her in selecting a dress. Though reluctant to spend the Xia family's money on Yun Zijing's attire, Xia Jiao seized the opportunity to cultivate an image of grace and generosity before others, necessitating that she aid Yun Zijing in her selection as well. As for the choice of attire, one cannot blame her. Very well. Since you have spoken on her behalf, I shall assist her in selecting a dress as well. Unbeknownst to Yun Zijing, who was still preoccupied with purchasing clothing for her bodyguard, her earlier statement about choosing a gown for Xia Zhiyun to pay for had suddenly transformed into a collaborative effort with Xia Jiao and Zhang Yiqin. After traversing various eccentric clothing stores, when it was finally 01's turn, Yun Zijing's eyes sparkled upon discovering a slightly more conventional selection of menswear. Indeed, there was a reason for being ranked first. This, and this. I want them all. Procure his size. Upon entering the store, Yun Zijing pointed at several simple yet stylish shirts and t-shirts, instructing the staff to wrap them up. She gazed at the garments hanging on the racks, wishing she could acquire every appealing piece for 01. It was truly a rarity to find a bodyguard with a discerning aesthetic. However, upon turning around, she was met with a very familiar face, her expression morphing into one of surprise. Miss Yun, we meet again, said Lu Yonk, who had not anticipated encountering Yun Zijing while inspecting the Jinsheng Mall. Observing the store she was in, Lu Yonk felt a pang of confusion. Mr. Lu, what a coincidence. Yun Zijing replied. only then realizing that this mall belonged to the Lu Corporation, making his presence here rather unsurprising. Quite the coincidence indeed. Miss Yun, are you purchasing clothes for your boyfriend? When Lu Yunk posed this question, he was unaware that his hand, which hung by his side, had curled into a fist. No, it is not for them. Yun Ziqin indicated her 7 bodyguards behind her. They are my bodyguards. Lu Yunk nodded in understanding, and the clenched hand he had not realized had relaxed. Then I shall not disturb Miss Yun any further. I wish you a pleasant shopping experience. Should you encounter any issues here, Miss Yun may contact me at any time. Lu Yunk's words elevated Yun Ziqin's status in the minds of the SA staff at Jingxing Mall. Very well, Mr. Lu, take care. As soon as Yun Ziqin's words fell, Lu Yunk prepared to depart, but was unexpectedly halted by a figure in white. Brother Yunk, it really is you. The voice, sweet to the point of inducing goosebumps, could only belong to Xia Jiao Jiao. Standing in the store, Yun Ziqin couldn't help but shudder at the sound, imagining how uncomfortable Lu Yunk would feel in this situation. However, she quickly reconsidered. Perhaps Lu Yunk actually appreciated this type of demeanor? After all, many young men today seem to favor such coyness that stirs their protective instincts. Yet, contrary to Yun Ziqin's speculations, as Xia Jiao Jiao lunged toward Lu Yunk, he swiftly retreated, and the bodyguards behind him promptly intercepted her advance. Throw her out. In a rare moment of disarray, it was evident that Xia Jiao Jiao had successfully struck a nerve with Lu Yunk. Yes, President Lu. Brother Yunk, release me. Wait. Let go of my daughter. What has she done to deserve this treatment? In broad daylight, you dare to take her away. Has the law ceased to exist? 2 bodyguards grasped Xia Jiao Jiao's arms, attempting to escort her towards the mall entrance, when suddenly, Zhang Yiqin rushed forward to block their path. Despite her age, Zhang Yiqin found the bodyguards somewhat impeded, allowing Xia Jiao Jiao to wriggle free from their grasp. Once liberated, Xia Jiao Jiao disregarded Zhang Yiqin entirely, determined to reach Luyun, Quebec. However, she was halted by the vigilant bodyguards, mere meters away from him. Aware that she could not breach their barricade, she nonetheless refused to relinquish this rare opportunity. From 3 meters away, she sweetly introduced herself. Brother Yunke, it's me, Jiao Jiao. We met at the old Master Li's birthday banquet. Don't you remember me? Regardless of whether you are the lower or upper Jiao Jiao, should you dare to obstruct my path again, I will show you how the Xia Group can fall into bankruptcy overnight. At just 25 years of age, Lu Yunke held the esteemed position of president of the Lu Group, a testament to his diligence and focus, far from the frivolous pursuits of mere women. Not to mention, he had always maintained a distance from such distractions. Yun Ziqin, watching the unfolding drama from within a men's clothing store, could not contain her laughter at Lu Yunke's ultimate dismissal of Xia Jiao Jiao. Lu Yunke turned to glance in her direction, a slight smile gracing his lips, one that would be imperceptible to those who did not pay close attention. Miss Yun, are you enjoying the show? Lu Yunk turned to glance at Yun Ziqin, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Quite satisfied. Yun Ziqin, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded earnestly. Yun Ziqin, how can you still be smiling here? Have you not seen how badly Jiao Jiao has been bullied? Zhang Yiqin only then realized that Yun Ziqin was also present, and, upon witnessing Xia Jiao Jiao being tormented, instead of offering assistance to her kin, she chose to mock her instead. Ms. Zhang, have you become so meddlesome that you feel the need to oversee my laughter as well? Moreover, it was your daughter who eagerly attempted to throw herself at Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu merely instructed his bodyguards to restrain her. The fact that he hasn't reported her for harassment shows remarkable tolerance on his part. Frankly, Mr. Lu, you have been far too magnanimous. If I were in your position, I would have contacted the authorities long ago. Sister. Upon hearing Xia Jiao Jiao call Yun Ziqin's sister, Lu Yunk raised an eyebrow, sensing a story nestled among the group. However, being in a public setting, he refrained from probing further. Miss Xia, your habit of indiscriminately assigning brother and sister titles is quite alarming, Lu Yunk remarked, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it seems you hold her in high regard. Yun Ziqin, Jiao Jiao has just been discharged from the hospital. Couldn't you show her a bit of leniency? Since you are acquainted with Mr. Lu, perhaps you could speak on her behalf. She did not intend any harm. Her admiration for Mr. Lu simply led to a momentary lapse in judgment. I believe Mr. Lu possesses the graciousness not to hold this against Jiao Jiao. Am I correct? No, I am rather petty. Madame Zhang, I kindly request that you keep Miss Xia under control and ensure she does not appear before me again. Otherwise, I might find myself in a sour mood and consider acquiring 1 or 2 companies as a means of alleviating my spirits. Rest assured, I shall certainly admonish her upon my return, ensuring she never crosses paths with Mr. Liu again. Previously, Zhang Yiqin's concern led to her losing composure, but now, having regained her calm, she solely wishes for Liu Yong to spare them. After all, the Xia family stands no chance against the Liu family. Should Xia Jingguang discover that their predicament stems from her and Xia Jiaojiao, leading to the Xia family facing oppression from the Liu family, their expulsion from their home would be imminent. Having shared 2 decades of marriage, Zhang Yiqin has some understanding of Xia Jingguang's true nature. Mother, upon hearing Liu Yong's decree that she must never appear before him again, Xia Jiaojiao could hardly accept it. She had long aspired to showcase her talents and beauty in front of Liu Yong, dreaming of marrying into the Liu family and becoming the young mistress. Her affection for Liu Yong has never been a secret to her mother. Furthermore, now that she is aware of her lack of blood ties to the Xia family, she is determined to secure a prosperous future for herself, with Liu Yong as her ideal prospect. How could she possibly accept never appearing before him again? Jiao Jiao, Mr. Liu is currently in a fit of anger. Let us return home for now. Zhang Yiqin signaled to Xia Jiaojiao, fully aware of her daughter's feelings for Liu Yong. She, too, holds great satisfaction with Liu Yong as a potential son-in-law, but this is not the moment for such discussions. Xia Jiaojiao discerned the unspoken sentiments in Zhang Yiqin's gaze. Albeit reluctantly, she ultimately acquiesced. Once the mother and daughter departed, Liu Yunke turned his attention back to Yun Zijin. I nearly overlooked mentioning the matter concerning the land in the western suburbs. I wonder when Miss Yun might be available for us to engage in a more detailed discussion. It was imperative for Yun Zijin to retain the parcel of land she had acquired, yet the specifics of their collaboration warranted further deliberation. Certainly. I am currently on a break from work. Mr. Liu may reach out to me at his convenience. Yun Zijin was quite amenable to cooperating with Liu's firm on the development of the western suburban land. Then let us convene at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Miss Yun, please come to Liu's for our meeting. The project proposal I previously shared with you was merely a preliminary version. The comprehensive project plan is circulated internally within our company and cannot be taken out of the Liu building, thus necessitating your visit. No problem. I shall arrive punctually tomorrow. Chapter 24. Negotiating cooperation with Liu's firm after Liu Yunke departed. Yun Zijin resumed her task of selecting attire for the 7 bodyguards. Ultimately, she expended a total of 5 million on their clothing, footwear, and accessories. The remaining 5 million she allocated to a beauty salon. What accounts for the youthful appearance of celebrities in their 30s, 40s, or even 50s, who seem to still embody the vitality of their 20s? The answer lies in their investment in skincare. There exists a distinct difference between purchasing daily skincare products for personal use and engaging in the deep, professional skincare treatments offered by salons. Jinxing Mall undoubtedly lives up to its reputation as the most expensive shopping destination in the capital, boasting an extensive array of offerings. On the 10th floor, Yun Ziqin discovered a beauty salon renowned for its exquisite decor, exceptional service, and stellar product reputation. Naturally, the prices were equally alluring. However, for Yun Ziqin, who effortlessly invested 5 million in a single transaction, financial matters posed no obstacle. The owner of the Elegant Woman Beauty Salon promptly arranged for a personalized skincare regimen with a seasoned beauty therapist. Despite her youthful advantage and a face brimming with collagen, Yun Ziqin was not without imperfections, such as subtle thread veins and sunspots acquired from prolonged sun exposure. The beauty therapist meticulously addressed each concern within her restoration plan. Of course, this regimen, grounded in health and eco-friendliness, necessitated a long-term commitment, indicating that Yun Ziqin would become a regular patron of this salon. Although she was aware of being financially taken advantage of, she remained unfazed, considering it a viable avenue for her future expenditures. With her investment made, she felt assured that her money had been well spent. In the private treatment room, Yun Ziqin reclined comfortably, indulging in the soothing massage provided by the therapist. During this serene interval, her phone chimed twice with incoming messages, yet she paid them no mind, and the therapist remained focused on her work, dismissing the triviality. 2 hours later, her inaugural experience at the beauty salon came to a close. Habitually, she unlocked her phone, only to find the message icon marked by a small red, indicating 2 unread notifications. Yun Zijing harbored a peculiar obsession with avoiding even the slightest glimpse of red dots, leading her to casually click on one. Upon doing so, she discovered it was merely a message from the bank. With an air of composure, she opened it. The next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief. A glance at WeChat confirmed her suspicions. Both Su Yuanfu and Wu Yutong had sent her messages, and astonishingly, they had both remitted her rent today. The South Suburb Auto Expo City yielded a modest sum of 500 million per month, with rent payable quarterly, amounting to 1.5 billion. In contrast, the Dingshi building, a towering edifice with 88 floors and 100 office units per floor, commanded a monthly rent of 300,000 per unit. Over 3 months, this totaled a staggering 7,920 million, with parking fees varying each month. This quarter's parking fee amounted to 30 million. Altogether, this arrangement netted Yun Zijing close to 100 billion. However, she quickly regained her composure. As a lawful citizen of Huagua, she understood the necessity of paying taxes. She entrusted the task of tax payment to Ling Lu, who was rumored to have held various jobs prior to being selected as a bodyguard by the system. After all, she was not an accounting expert, and the last thing she wanted was to be accused of tax evasion due to an oversight. You have a heavy responsibility. There can be no shortcuts. All taxes must be paid in accordance with the law, understand? Understood. Rest assured, miss, not a single penny will be overlooked. Hearing Ling Lu's assured response, Yun Zijing finally felt her anxieties dissipate. Sunday arrived. With the system observing a weekend, Yun Zijing continued her role as a diligent worker, earning a daily wage of 10 million without the burden of completing consumption tasks. At 8:30 a.m., Yun Zijing departed from Xinyu. Having scheduled a meeting with Lu Yonk at 10 a.m. to discuss the Shijiao development project. By 9:50 a.m., she finally arrived at the entrance of the Lu Group. It was her first time entering the Lu Group, an event she would have deemed unimaginable in the past. The thought that she would one day step into the Lu Group, and even more remarkably, to negotiate a project with the president of the company, seemed like a distant dream. Upon her arrival at the Lu Group building, Lu Yonk had already been informed of her presence. To ensure the successful signing of their cooperative contract, Lu Yonk had intentionally set aside 2 hours to discuss the collaboration between Yun Zijing and the Lu Group. Hello. I am here to see President Lu, Yun Zijing stated politely at the reception desk. May I ask if you have an appointment? President Lu scheduled a meeting with me for 10 a.m. yesterday. Please hold on. The receptionist picked up the phone to confirm with the president's office. Hello, Miss Yun. I am Chen Chong, President Lu's assistant. He instructed me yesterday to come down and greet you at 10 a.m. Please, this way. Upon seeing Chen Ching and hearing his conversation with Yun Zijing, the receptionist realized that Yun Zijing's claim was indeed genuine. She was not one of those social climbers attempting to fabricate appointments to gain access to the Lu Group, as many affluent young ladies often did. The receptionist breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she had refrained from making any hasty judgments that could have led to her receiving a dismissal letter from the HR department. Chen Sheng escorted Yun Zijing to the exclusive elevator of the Lu Group, leading them to the top-floor conference room, where Lu Yonk was already waiting. Good morning, Miss Yun. Please take a seat. The Lu Group indeed lived up to its reputation. As Yun Zijing spoke, she settled into the chair opposite Lu Yonk. I am not one for idle chatter. Herein lies the detailed plan for the Shijiao Hot Spring Resort, complete with design schematics, including intricate 3D structural diagrams that will allow you, Miss Yun, to grasp our design philosophy and details more intuitively. Lu Yonk pivoted his laptop to face her directly. Yun Zijing adjusted the angle of the laptop and began to scroll through the project proposal. It was evident that this document was far more comprehensive than what she had previously seen at the Shiyu CAF. The 3D renderings were remarkably lifelike. Had she not known they were custom-made images, she might have believed they were photographs of actual architectural sites. From the project proposal alone, Yun Zijing could sense the substantial investment involved and the significance that the Lu Group placed on this endeavor. After all, if it were not of great importance, Lu Yonk would not have taken the initiative to discuss a collaboration with her personally. Having perused the entire proposal, she could not help but concede that even as an outsider, she felt the project held immense potential. As Mr. Lu indicated, this venture possesses considerable investment value. If you harbor any concerns, Miss Yun, I encourage you to voice them all at once. I shall endeavor to accommodate whatever I can. The contract you previously provided me is not only a matter of land contribution, as I am required to invest further funds for subsequent development. My land accounts for 10 of the total construction area of the project. However, I am entitled to only a 5 share of the project as profits. And that too is merely a nominal stake, leaving me devoid of any decision-making power beyond dividend distribution. Mr. Liu, do not underestimate my youth and assume that I am incapable of comprehending the nuances of the contract, merely offering a meager dividend to placate me. Chapter 25, A Pleasant Cooperation. This is merely a draft contract. The final terms of cooperation will, of course, be executed based on the conditions we ultimately agree upon. I understand Miss Yun's perspective. A 5 profit share indeed feels insufficient. I can take the initiative to offer an additional 2 points to Miss Yun, considering that the design and construction team are entirely under the purview of the Liu Company, with labor costs also borne by them. The entire project entails a significant expenditure, and I hope Miss Yun can appreciate this. Naturally, I fully comprehend Mr. Liu's challenges, which is why I have proposed an alternative mode of collaboration. Instead of contributing my land as equity, I can jointly develop the project with the Liu Company, with all development costs for my plot covered solely by myself. The land and any structures upon it will remain entirely mine, while the Liu Company would simply need to pay me an annual rent, thus allowing them to utilize or modify the land without any concerns. Furthermore, they would not be required to share profits with me. Wouldn't this be a mutually beneficial arrangement? Upon hearing Yun Zijing's words, Lu Yonk furrowed her brow slightly. The annual rent would indeed mean an additional expense for them during the project development phase. The Liu family has invested a considerable amount of capital into the entire resort. Should there be any additional rental income, they would have to re-coordinate the funds allocated for project development, which is not an arduous task. What rental fee has Miss Yun proposed in her mind? I do not wish to take advantage of you. I also possess a piece of land in the southern suburbs, approximately half the size of this western plot. That land commands an annual rent of 6 billion. For the western plot, I shall calculate it at 12 billion per year. Before the project's completion, I can offer you a 10 discount, bringing it down to 10. 8 billion annually. The figure 108 is auspicious, is it not? Miss Yun Zijin felt that she was being exceedingly generous by offering them a discount, considering herself a benevolent landlord. To demand 100 billion right off the bat was quite astonishing, and Lu Yunkei could not help but admire Yun Zijin's line of thinking. She sought no shares, only the rental income. Should he not commend her for her acumen? With her opening offer, it seemed that granting her this 100 billion would render the project development unnecessary, effectively ensuring a premature financial collapse. Collecting quarterly payments would also suffice, with each quarter yielding 3 billion, discounted to 7 billion. Surely, such an amount would not be beyond reach. Yun Zijin cast a look at Lu Yunkei, conveying disbelief that the illustrious Liu family could possibly be unable to produce even 7 billion. I've already divided it into 4 installments. What more do you wish for? Let me ponder this. Lu Yunkei began to mentally calculate whether it would be more advantageous for Yun Zijin to invest through land shares or to pay her an annual rental fee. The crux of the matter is that if Yun Zijin were to lease the land to the Liu family, they would need to remit at least a quarter's rent to her immediately. Even with a 10% discount, the sum of 7 billion is not insignificant. However, after a series of analytical calculations, Lu Yonk ultimately concluded that an annual rental agreement would be more advantageous for the Liu family. Nevertheless, the duration of the lease requires careful negotiation. I can agree to your terms, but it must be explicitly stated in the contract that the Liu family holds the right of first refusal for this land. Until the Liu family formally relinquishes their leasing rights, you cannot lease it to anyone else. This clause is imperative. Otherwise, upon the expiration of the lease, if Yun Zijing chooses to withdraw, the Liu family would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. That is acceptable. But if you fail to pay the rent within 15 days of the due date, I reserve the right to reclaim the land and reoffer it for lease. She can grant them the right of first refusal, but it must come with certain constraints. Otherwise, if the Liu family does not proceed with the lease and does not clearly state their intention to forego it, it would be unreasonable to leave such a substantial parcel of land untended. Lu Yonk had no objections to Yun Zijing's stipulations. After more than an hour of back-and-forth negotiations regarding the leasing contract, they finally reached an agreement. Holding the freshly minted lease agreement, a radiant smile adorned Yun Zijing's face. It was yet another day to collect rent. Miss Yun, here's to a fruitful collaboration, Lu Yonk said, rising and extending his hand toward her. To a harmonious partnership. Yun Zijing also rose to her feet, gracefully extending her hand to clasp Lu Yonk's. As her delicate fingers intertwined with his, Lu Yonk instinctively tightened his grip. Feeling the soft, almost ethereal sensation of her touch. A fleeting, unfamiliar emotion stirred within him, yet it dissipated almost instantaneously, unnoticed by Lu Yonk himself. In a mere second or two, they released each other's hands just as the workday drew to a close. "Miss Yun, if you do not mind, may I treat you to a meal to celebrate our successful collaboration?" Lu Yonk suggested. Yun Zijing glanced at the clock. Indeed, it was just past noon. "The perfect time for lunch. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation," she replied. Her impression of Lu Yonk was quite favorable, and she held no reservations about his offer. Moreover, through their recent interactions, she had discerned that he was a man of poise and good manners. "Shall we go to Lucian Pavilion? Their Buddha jumps over the wall is particularly exquisite." Upon hearing this dish, Yun Zijing's eyes sparkled with interest. Who among the Hua people is not familiar with Buddha jumps over the wall? However, authentic versions of this dish are rare. Given Lu Yonk's endorsement, it was likely to be genuine. "I am not well acquainted with this area. I shall defer to your judgment." "Then let us be off. It is merely a 10-minute drive." Together, Yun Zijing and Lu Yonk descended to the underground parking lot of the Lu Corporation via the elevator. "I drove here. Mr. Lu, please share the address with me, and I will navigate my way there." Beside Yun Zijing's vehicle was a van belonging to 01, with its occupants still inside. "I will send you my location." "Oh, I just realized I do not have your WeChat, Miss Yun." Having encountered numerous individuals, none have been able to procure Miss Yun's WeChat, which is rather inexplicable. Yun Zijing chuckled softly, retrieving her phone to unveil her identity QR code, presenting it to Lu Yonk. To be able to connect with the esteemed General Lu on WeChat is indeed a privilege for ordinary folk such as ourselves. Yun Zijing accepted the friend request from Lu Yonk, and shortly thereafter, he sent over a location pin. Indeed, it is quite ordinary for Miss Yun. Who could seize land worth 5 billion from my grasp? Lu Yonk's sarcastic remark was delivered with finesse. Regarding this land acquisition incident, Yun Zijing touched her nose and let out a dry laugh. "Weren't we supposed to go for a meal? I'll head out to drive." With that, she took her petite steps towards the striking ice plum pink vehicle, which stood out among the array of luxury cars. Lu Yonk awaited Yun Zijing to start the car before following the minivan of 01 as they exited the parking lot together. Lucian Pavilion is considered an established brand in the capital, where reservations are made with remarkable speed. Lu Yonk was evidently a frequent patron, as he was promptly attended to upon arrival, with the staff accurately recognizing his identity. This was Yun Zijing's first visit to such an upscale establishment. Yet she maintained a semblance of composure, for she too had now become a wealthy woman capable of indulging in fine dining. Chapter 26. A significant enterprise given that this was their inaugural dinner alone. Lu Yonk specifically requested a booth in the main hall, to avoid the enclosed atmosphere of a private room that might make Yun Zijing uncomfortable. The waiter led the way, and they soon arrived at the booth reserved by Lu Yonk. The waiter picked up the tablet from the table, opened the menu, and presented it to the two individuals. "Here is the menu. Would you like to place your order now?" "Yes, we would like to order now." Lu Yonk gestured for the waiter to hand the tablet to Yun Zijing, encouraging her to order first. "This is my first visit here. I am not very familiar with the options. Perhaps Mr. Lu should place the order." Yun Zijing preferred not to choose dishes herself. She enjoyed having someone else select for her while she simply awaited the meal. "Very well. Do you have any dietary restrictions?" Lu Yonk inquired as he took the tablet into his hands. "I do not eat offal. I can tolerate scallions, ginger, and garlic. But it is preferable that they are not too abundant." While Yun Zijing did not entirely reject these ingredients, an excessive amount could lead her to refuse the dish altogether. Lu Yonk nodded, indicating his understanding, and his fingers deftly navigated the tablet, finalizing the order in no time. The waiter retrieved the tablet, executed a few swift operations, and then returned it to the table. "Your order has been sent to the kitchen. Please wait a moment," the waiter announced before turning to attend to other patrons. Yun Zijing and Lu Yonk sat in silence for a while, the atmosphere becoming somewhat awkward. Like rain falling when the clouds are low, your gentle song stirred my heart. At that moment, Yun Zijing's phone rang, and both of them sighed in relief. The call arrived most opportunely. I need to take this call," Yun Zijing said, lifting her phone and gesturing towards the incoming call on the screen. "Miss Yun, please feel free," Lu Yonk replied, grateful for the phone call that alleviated their awkwardness. Yun Zijing pressed the answer key. "Hello. Good afternoon, Miss Yun. I am Wang Zhongxin, the property manager of the Emerald Lakeside community. I received the news yesterday that our community has been purchased outright by you. Since you did not come by yesterday, I am calling to inquire whether the residences in the community require renting out. Our property management can handle this matter on your behalf." Upon hearing Wang Zhongxin's introduction and his mention of the Emerald Lakeside community, Yun Zijing recalled that after spending 5 million yesterday on Antique Street, she had received a rebate of 20 million from the system, along with a reward of an entire community. Today, while she was preoccupied with discussions about the Shijiao project collaboration with Lu Shi and Lu Yonk, she had completely forgotten about the Emerald Lakeside matter. "Oh, had you not mentioned it, I would have nearly overlooked it. Indeed, the houses must be rented out, but I need to inspect them first. I'll come by around 2 this afternoon. Please have the necessary documents prepared." The Emerald Lakeside is a newly completed community, and Yun Zijing found it astonishing how the system had managed to acquire the entire complex. However, this was of little consequence. As long as she knew that everything was legal and compliant, along with any taxes she was required to pay, she was content. "Very well. On behalf of all the staff, we eagerly await your visit." Wang Zhongxin's words left Yun Zijing feeling somewhat embarrassed, prompting her to hastily seek an excuse to end the call. Miss Yun possesses quite a few assets. Not only does she own land in the southern suburbs, but also in the western suburbs, and she even has properties. Lu Shi couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy. Lu Young's tone held a teasing quality, his eyes reflecting an unrecognized amusement. "Please do not mock me, Mr. Lu. My modest assets pale in comparison to those of the Lu family, amounting to but a mere drop in the ocean." Although the system presents her with a seemingly substantial portfolio, Yun Zijing possesses a clear understanding of her own financial standing. The future remains uncertain. However, the assets she currently holds are indeed akin to the distinction between an ant and a tree when juxtaposed with the Lu family. The Lu family represents a colossal entity, primarily driven by its financial chain and numerous investment projects, where the actual balance in their corporate accounts may be somewhat limited. In contrast, Yun Zijing's income is derived from rental properties, yielding tangible cash flow. In critical moments, the funds she can access may very well exceed those of Mr. Lu. Yun Zijing refrained from directly responding to Lu Young's insinuation. It is true that her bank account boasts a balance in the hundreds of billions, a fortunate outcome of her rental income and generous rewards. Should she not be deterred, the project in the western suburbs warmly welcomes Miss Yun to invest her capital. After such lengthy discourse, Lu Young ultimately revealed his ulterior motives. Aware of Yun Zijing's affluence as a landlord, he sought to tap into her financial resources. "Having just collected the rent from us, Mr. Lu already wishes for me to invest. His intentions are suspect." Yun Zijing did not offer a straightforward answer to Lu Young. She acknowledged that the Lu family, as a formidable entity, was beyond her capacity to contend with, and in the absence of necessity, she preferred to limit her interactions with them. Lu Young smiled, choosing not to pursue the topic further. At that moment, several servers approached with dishes, each placing their offerings upon the table. Yun Zijing requested a bowl of plain rice from one of the servers. Lu Young expressed some astonishment at Yun Zijing's desire for white rice, saying, "I had thought that girls like you, in an effort to avoid gaining weight, would only consume vegetables, perhaps even abstaining from meat and carbohydrates for extended periods." Yun Zijing retorted, "Then consider me not a typical girl. If I forgo rice during meals, it is I who suffers from hunger and discomfort. There is no need for such self-denial." She was not fond of the current beauty standards that favored a slender, youthful appearance. As long as one does not indulge excessively and maintains a normal regimen of 3 meals a day, how could one possibly gain weight? This is merely fulfilling the body's essential nutritional needs. If so many individuals can eat 3 meals daily without becoming overweight, the streets would be filled with plump girls otherwise. Your perspective is indeed the correct one. I truly cannot comprehend those who limit themselves to merely 2 stalks of vegetables per meal. Yun Zijing's sentiments resonated strongly with Lu Young. Exactly. That is why I have never intentionally attempted to lose weight. Being excessively thin is unbearable for me. Then let us indulge a bit more. If you enjoy it, do come again next time. Lu Young used a serving chopstick to pick a piece of braised pork for Yun Zijing. I have heard that securing a reservation here can be quite challenging. Who knows when we might return? After saying this, Yun Zijing took a bite of the braised pork. This establishment is owned by a friend of mine. If you wish to come again, just give me a call, and I will arrange a reservation for you. Lu Young casually granted Yun Zijing a small privilege. Your friend? Is it those individuals I met at the auction last time? Yun Zijing instinctively thought of the group that had accompanied Lu Young at the auction. No. My friend frequently travels abroad due to work commitments, and Lu Xiangu is merely a restaurant he established to indulge in authentic Chinese cuisine. Apart from the main branch in Dijing, the other locations are situated in places he often visits. Yun Zijing remarked. Indeed, those who can befriend Mr. Liu are no ordinary individuals. To casually open a restaurant that becomes a global chain, with reservations hard to come by, is quite astonishing. In Chapter 27, The Forgotten Celebration of the Xia Family, Liu Yunk chuckled helplessly. He had no intention of boasting, merely stating the truth. As their casual conversation unfolded, the meal was thoroughly enjoyable for both parties. As the president of the Liu Corporation, Liu Yunk had to return promptly to work after their meal. Yun Zijing then drove to the banks of the Emerald Lake. Upon hanging up the phone, Wang Zhongxin immediately arranged for his staff to work overtime, preparing all potentially needed materials, which were finally organized by 1:30. Yun Zijing arrived just 10 minutes after they finished organizing the documents. Upon seeing the 7 bodyguards trailing behind Yun Zijing, Wang Zhongxin broke into a cold sweat. One might mistake their presence for a confrontation. Miss Yun, here are the profiles of our property staff, including security personnel and cleaners. Additionally, these are various documents sent to us by the development company. Would you like to take a look? Their property company had been appointed by the development firm, with the sole purpose of assisting new homeowners with any issues that might arise upon their arrival. It was unexpected that the entire community had been acquired by a single individual, leaving the developer unable to retain even 1 or 2 units for themselves. Yun Zijing picked up the property staff information, glanced through it, and upon confirming that there were no peculiar or unusual positions, she decided to put it aside. It was time to inspect the residences. The community was aptly named Emerald Lakeside due to the presence of a serene lake within its confines, when viewed from above. The water resembled a pristine imperial green jade, thus inspiring the name. The layout of the residences was meticulously designed around this central lake. Naturally, Wang Zhongxin wholeheartedly agreed to Yun Zijing's requests and promptly summoned a patrol vehicle. The entrance was quite a distance away, making it somewhat inconvenient to traverse on foot. Thus, this vehicle would offer a broad perspective, allowing Miss Yun to observe the community's landscaping. Wang Zhongxin elucidated the rationale behind his decision to arrange for the patrol vehicle. Yun Zijing, without any reservations, graciously took her seat, while Wang Zhongxin positioned himself beside the driver. The patrol vehicle meandered along the narrow paths, granting Yun Zijing a vivid view of the community's greenery and various public amenities. It must be said that the developer's discerning eye was commendable. Simply by observing the surroundings from the patrol vehicle, Yun Zijing felt an undeniable affinity for this place. This was where she envisioned herself residing. The developer aimed to market the community as a tranquil oasis amidst the bustling city, resulting in a total area of only 150,000 square meters with merely 20 buildings, all gazing serenely at the central Emerald Lakeside. It was likely that residents of different buildings could live there for a decade without ever crossing paths. As the distances between each building have increased, residents have established their own fixed routes for traversing the area, making encounters between individuals whose paths do not intersect rather rare. Additionally, due to the scarcity of buildings, the community boasts a considerable amount of greenery and expansive public leisure spaces. Yun Zijing instructed the driver to navigate the patrol vehicle around the entire community before casually selecting a building to enter. Each building comprises 36 floors, with 8 structures closest to the Emerald Lake, each featuring a single unit per floor, totaling 36 units in each. Surrounding these are 12 additional buildings, each containing 2 units per floor, amounting to 72 units in total. The 2 types of layouts differ in size, and the interior designs of each building vary, ensuring that the area near the Emerald Lake caters to nearly every client's desired style and living arrangement, with the exception of those who prefer villas. Yun Zijing conducted a preliminary inspection of the renovations across 20 buildings, assessing the cleanliness of public areas and the availability of fire exits and safety equipment. Resting assured once she confirmed that everything was in order, after arriving at their temporary office with Wang Zhongxin, she articulated her requirements. I will entrust you with the leasing of the residential units in the community, charging standard rental fees in accordance with the local market rates. Tomorrow, I will have someone draft a power of attorney agreement, thus legitimizing your role. By the way, please reserve the top 2 floors of Unit 1. I may wish to reside there at some point. Ensure that the rent collection schedule is consistent and clearly communicated to the tenants. Otherwise, it may lead to complications in rent collection and confusion on my part. Understood, Miss Yun. Upon hearing that Yun Zijing was indeed delegating the entire rental process of the community to them, Wang Zhongxin could barely contain his joy, his eyes narrowing into mere slits of delight. After resolving matters by the Emerald Lake, Yun Zijing recalled her promise to Xia Yun to attend the elder Xia's birthday banquet. She had chosen her gown herself, with Xia Yun covering the expenses, while she paid no mind to the selections made by the mother and daughter duo, knowing well they would not choose anything befitting her. Regarding makeup, Yun Zijing promptly contacted the Chili Women Beauty Salon to make an appointment, then drove directly to the Jinxing Mall. Indeed, Chili Women offered styling services, yet such privileges were not extended to every patron. As a distinguished client who had made a one-time deposit of 5 million, Yun Zijing had certainly earned this right. Contemplating her daily earnings of 10 million, which remained untouched, she instructed the stylist responsible for her look that should suitable accessories be elusive, they could procure them on-site at Jinxing Mall, with her footing the bill. Xia Yun had only purchased the gown. Even the shoes were sourced from her own wardrobe. As for jewelry, it was merely an afterthought, seemingly overlooked by Xia Yun, whether from forgetfulness or a concern for expenses. Upon hearing Yun Zijing's request and noticing the black gold card she held, the stylist's breath quickened considerably. Rest assured, Miss Yun, I shall create the perfect look for you in the shortest time possible. With the power of wealth, there was nothing to fret about. Halfway through the styling, Ling Qi finally arrived at the Chili Women Beauty Salon, carrying her gown and shoes from Xingyu Huafu. The banquet was scheduled to commence at 7 o'clock. Yet at 5:30, Xia Yun utilized the mobile phone of the household servant to call Yun Jiqin. Upon answering, she was taken aback to learn that Xia Yun wished for her to return home and dine with everyone. Yun Jiqin rolled her eyes in disdain. It was perplexing how Xia Yun could be so insistent, fully aware of her reluctance to return to the Xia household, where she was certainly not welcomed. Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Didn't you invite me to the evening banquet? I have yet to complete my makeup, and I do not break my promises, she replied. You can do your makeup here. We have a professional stylist at home today. You should come over and join us. There is a notable difference between self-applied makeup and that done by a stylist, Xia Yun insisted. Oh, I assume you wouldn't believe I have my own stylist. So let's forego that idea. Your sister and mother likely wouldn't want to share a stylist with me anyway. They must be busy. Yun Jiqin said before abruptly ending the call. Since it wasn't Xia Yun's personal number, she couldn't be bothered to block it. The stylist, who was working on Yun Jiqin's makeup, had overheard the conversation and felt a surge of curiosity ignite within her. Just as the tantalizing gossip was about to unfold, it was abruptly cut short, leaving her with a sense of disappointment. Nevertheless, she remained focused on her work. Chapter 28. I am not interested. Yun Jiqin's makeup was only completed by 6:30, and the venue for the Xia family's banquet was set at the Jingxing Hotel. Arriving at that hour would undoubtedly mean she would be late. However, Yun Jiqin was indifferent to the notion of punctuality. It was merely due to Xia Yun's repeated attempts to seek her out that she had reluctantly acquiesced. Simply being present was sufficient. The timing was of no consequence. Dressed in an elegant gown, Yun Zijing instructed Ling Yi and the others to split into 4 individuals and accompany her to the venue, while she herself settled into the back seat of a casual floral-patterned chauffeur-driven car. Although it seemed somewhat peculiar for a few imposing bodyguards to escort her in such a delicate ensemble, the contrast was indeed charming in its own way. As anticipated, when Yun Zijing and her bodyguards arrived at the Jinxing Hotel, it was already 7:30 in the evening, a full 30 minutes late. The Summer Family's banquet was held in room 3 on the 5th floor of the Jinxing Hotel. Yun Zijing, accompanied by Ling Yi and the others, took the elevator upstairs and, following the directional signs, soon reached room 3. Good evening. May I see your invitation? Just as Yun Zijing was about to enter, she was halted by a staff member requesting to see her invitation. Yun Zijing thought to herself, heaven knows. Xia Yun had repeatedly urged her to attend the Summer Family Patriarch's birthday celebration, yet he never once considered providing her with an invitation. Instantly, the air around her grew tense, the temperature noticeably dropping. Yun Zijing's expression turned frosty as she retrieved her phone from her handbag, pulling up Xia Yun's contact, which lay dormant in her blacklist. To her surprise, the call rang for quite some time without an answer. After hanging up, she glanced at the staff member who had obstructed her entry and declared, inform Xia Yun that if he is not sincere, he ought to refrain from extending invitations indiscriminately. An invitation? Throughout this entire ordeal, he has not uttered a single word regarding it. When did I express my willingness to attend? Were it not for his persistent insistence, I wouldn't even know when his grandfather's birthday was. In a fit of frustration, Yun Zijing tossed the birthday gift prepared for the Summer family's patriarch into the trash bin outside room 3. At that moment, Yun Zijing's phone rang, displaying the name of Xia Zhiyun. Without hesitation, she rejected the call. Let us go? What does the Xia family mean to me? She scoffed. Yun Zijing. Wait. Xia Zhiyun called out loudly, but Yun Zijing showed no intention of stopping. However, despite the clattering of high heels, it was the leather shoes that ultimately proved swifter. And Xia Zhiyun caught up with her, blocking her path. What does young Master Xia mean by this? Inviting me to the banquet without even sending an invitation? Do you think I, a girl raised in an orphanage, would know that I need an invitation to attend such an affair? You've repeated countless times for me to come to the banquet, yet not once did you remember to give me an invitation. You did not. Now I understand. It must have been deliberate. You feared I might cause trouble for Xia Jiaojiao, so you used this opportunity to assert your dominance and warn me not to oppose her. Young Master Xia, your intentions are truly remarkable. Yun Zijing cast a cool glance at Xia Zhiyun, and 01, ever perceptive, stepped forward to intercept him. Miss, you go ahead. I will join you shortly. Yun Zijing acknowledged 01 with an appreciative look and briskly led the others past Xia Zhiyun, entering the elevator without a second thought. As Xia Zhiyun emerged, a crowd followed, drawn by the commotion. They were captivated by Yun Zijing's vehement rebuke, their eyes gleaming with intrigue, especially upon hearing her claim to be the long-lost daughter of the Xia family, directly challenging Xia Jiaojiao. Countless speculations about hidden secrets within the aristocracy began to swirl in their minds. However, the most significant revelation was that the Xia family had recently discovered the existence of a long-lost daughter. Yet, it was well known that Xia Zhengguang's wife, Zhang Yiqin, had only borne 2 children. After all, the matter of pregnancy is one that is generally impossible to conceal, unless... At that moment, the gazes of the onlookers towards Xia Zhengguang and Zhang Yiqin shifted, laden with suspicion. Just moments ago at the banquet, they had openly acknowledged that Xia Jiaojiao was indeed their biological child. Surely, the fervent outburst from the individual outside could not be a fabrication? Based on Xia Zhiyun's demeanor, it was reasonable to conclude that the claims made were indeed grounded in truth. After all, how could the eldest son of the Xia family, Xia Zhiyun, display such leniency towards her, remaining silent even when faced with scathing criticism? The birthday celebration hosted by the Xia family ultimately concluded with the patriarch storming out in a huff. This night was destined to be one of unrest. Though not for Yun Zijing. Fueled by her anger, Yun Zijing indulged in a shopping spree at Jingxing Mall, spending millions, and returned to Xingyu Huafu in such discomfort that her feet ached. With ample physical activity, she enjoyed a restful night's sleep. As a new week commenced, the system reminded the host to expend the remaining funds by midnight. There were no stipulations attached. Task reward, to be unlocked. The prompt for frivolous spending was as punctual as ever. After savoring the breakfast prepared by 07, Yun Zijing ventured to Dingshi building to inquire about several law firms within. After careful consideration, she opted for a firm named Heng Chuang to assist in drafting a contract concerning property leasing. Thanks to Su Yuanfu's mediation, the individuals from Heng Chuang law firm treated Yun Zijing with utmost courtesy and offered her a remarkably favorable price. Upon exiting the firm, Yun Zijing held in her hands the freshly minted delegation agreement. Miss Yun, as it is nearly noon, would you do me the honor of allowing me to treat you to a modest meal? Su Yuanfu had wished to invite Yun Zijing for a meal previously, but given that it was their first encounter, he felt reluctant to broach the subject. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds comfort. Having met for the second time, the suggestion to dine together seemed quite natural. Perhaps another time. I just arranged to meet with a former colleague. Having come this far, Yun Zijing decided to send a message to Sang Ying while still at the law firm, inviting her to join for lunch. Sang Ying promptly replied, enthusiastically accepting Yun Zijing's invitation. As Yun Zijing descended to the 20th floor via the elevator, it wasn't long before Sang Ying emerged. Zijing, it's been ages. You are looking more beautiful than ever. Unable to resist, Sang Ying gently touched Yun Zijing's cheek, exclaiming, your youthful radiance is simply exquisite. Oh, not at all. It's all due to diligent skincare, Yun Zijing responded, having become quite enamored with her visits to the beauty salon. There was simply no turning back, for the expertise offered there, along with personalized skincare regimens, was unparalleled. It's no wonder that the affluent seemed to age more slowly. Such youthfulness is indeed a result of monetary investment. You are still quite young. At my age, even with daily visits to a beauty salon, I could never achieve your level of radiance. Sang Ying genuinely envied Yun Zijin's flawless complexion. To express my gratitude for your kind words regarding my appearance today, I shall treat you. With a flourish of her delicate hand, Yun Zijin insisted on covering the bill. Upon your arrival, how could I allow you to treat? Today, I shall take the honor. One significant reason for the camaraderie between Sang Ying and Yun Zijin lies in their shared principle of not taking advantage of others. Today, it is your treat, and next time, it shall be my turn. Very well, then I shall invite everyone for afternoon tea. It is a rare occasion to gather. And treating former colleagues to some milk tea is hardly excessive. With a consumption target of 3 million today, Yun Zijin seized the opportunity to spend. Chapter 29. Is anyone interested in purchasing a property by the Emerald Lake? Sang Ying looked at Yun Zijin with a hint of exasperation, pondering whether this girl might be a reincarnation of a benefactor. On her last working day, she treated everyone to afternoon tea, and now, coincidentally, she had come to conduct business and was yet again inviting others for tea. With her meager salary, one wonders how much she can actually save, constantly treating others to tea. Sister Ying, I assure you, I am financially secure. Otherwise, how could I have resigned? Today, I came specifically to seek a lawyer to draft my property rental delegation contract. I am now a small landlord in the capital. Yun Zijin retrieved the freshly minted contract from her bag, displaying the cover to Sang Ying. Is this for real? Sang Ying questioned, still in disbelief. How did she suddenly transform into a landlord in the capital? Do you think I would jest about such matters? It would be quite easy to expose a lie. Yun Zijin tucked away the contract and pulled Sang Ying toward their favorite buffet. So, am I treating today? Since she had already established her financial standing, Yun Zijin felt it was only fitting for her to cover the meal, considering Sang Ying had children and numerous expenses to manage. I insist on treating you. Even though I may not possess the wealth of a certain petite landlord, I can certainly afford a meal. With that, Sang Ying pushed Yun Zijin aside and swiftly presented her payment code for the cashier to scan. She had the cashier scan for both of them. The cashier, indifferent to who was paying, simply scanned whichever code was presented first. Come along, there are seats over there. You take a seat, and I shall fetch the food for you. Sang Ying gestured towards a spot against the wall, just as the server finished tidying up the area, making it their turn. Understanding that she could not contend with Sang Ying, Yun Zijin willingly went to claim the seat. Having been meal companions before, Sang Ying was well aware of Yun Zijin's preferences and aversions, and she quickly prepared a dish for her. After serving Yun Zijin, she returned to get her own meal. By the way, since my departure from the company, have you found a new dining companion? This question weighed heavily on Yun Zijin's mind post-resignation. She felt a pang of guilt at the thought of Sang Ying dining alone every day due to her absence. Of course, who do you think I am? A mere call, and someone will gladly join me, Sang Ying replied with a smile. Indeed, her social skills were quite admirable. While not every employee in the company was familiar with her, it could be said that a significant number were. Yun Zijin held a deep respect for her networking abilities, as she knew she could never achieve such rapport. After their meal, Yun Zijin pulled Sang Ying along to order afternoon tea, having treated her to milk tea previously. This time, Yun Zijin opted for a dessert shop. Yun Zijin selected a mousse cake and first confirmed that there was sufficient stock before instructing Sang Ying to provide the number of orders, ensuring that each individual received one. Since they were not in the office, Yun Zijin decided against allowing everyone to make their own choices. Instead, they all ordered the same mousse cake. Whether one liked it or not was irrelevant. There would always be someone who did, and desserts were considerably more expensive than milk tea. Initially, Yun Zijin intended to let Sang Ying choose a flavor of her liking, but she declined, stating that everyone should have the same, except for her, as this would not be conducive to her networking within the company. With such reasoning put forth, Yun Zijin did not press the matter further. Once the quantity was confirmed, she placed the order without hesitation. Sang Ying glanced at the total amount Yun Zijin was paying and could hardly bear to look. You truly are a prodigal spender. Each mousse cake cost around 40 to 50 yuan, and with 40 to 50 people in the company, the total surpassed 2,000. A third of her salary for the month had just vanished. It was evident that she had transformed into a wealthy landlord, displaying such extravagance at a moment's notice. Willingness to spend is priceless, she thought, recognizing that the atmosphere in their company was quite pleasant. Otherwise, she would not have considered treating them to afternoon tea. Though her spending seemed generous now, she was far from being a naive simpleton. If she genuinely disliked someone, She could be as stingy as a miser. Well, I've eaten and ordered the cake. I shall return for a nap now. How about you? I'm off to sign a contract. I drove here, so you need not worry about me. Sang Ying nodded, picked up her bag, and the two parted ways at the entrance of the buffet restaurant. Yun Zijing drove to the Emerald Lake community, where Wang Zhongxin promptly came out to greet her. However, as Wang Zhongxin approached the entrance of their temporary office, a hint of distress marred his expression. Manager Wang, what troubles you? Yun Zijing pondered over their previous encounters, convinced she had not burdened him with excessive responsibilities, as she had not assigned him any tasks at all. What could this expression signify? Miss Yun, we have a guest today. Yun Zijing raised an eyebrow, surprised at the swift emergence of a potential tenant. Yet, had they not yet formalized the leasing contract? What did this mean? You'll find out once you enter. Please, follow me. Wang Zhongxin walked ahead of her, guiding her into the office. I've already stated my intent to purchase an apartment here, in full payment. I can sign the contract immediately if you have a property available. Why must I wait here for another 10 minutes? Is this how you treat your clients? Just as Yun Zijing stepped through the doorway, a sharp voice reprimanded the property staff within. Have I not purchased this entire complex? Why does she still wish to buy an apartment? I have no intention of selling. Yun Zijing was already overwhelmed with thoughts on how to manage her finances. The notion of liquidating property was far from her mind. We have explained this to her. But the customer insists that her daughter is set to begin her graduate studies at Daijing University this summer. Our community is merely a 20-minute walk or a 5-minute drive from the university, making it a desirable location for her to acquire a residence. Graduate studies at Daijing University, indeed a commendable qualification, she thought. Yet, she remained resolute in her decision not to sell any properties. Let us proceed inside and take a look. Wang Zhongxin and Yun Zijing together opened the door to the office, and the woman's already piercing voice became even more jarring without the barrier of the door. Yun Zijing, what are you doing here? To her surprise, Yun Zijing found herself face to face with Zhang Yiqin and her daughter, Xia Jiao. She had not seen them at the entrance of Hall 3 the previous day. You are considering purchasing a property here, yet you have not inquired whose property it is? Upon noticing Yun Zijing, Xia Jiao appeared somewhat astonished, but quickly adjusted her expression. Sister, are you also here to buy a house? Brother mentioned that you do not intend to provide any funds. It is truly impressive that you, having just graduated, possess the means to buy a house here. Unlike me, who requires my mother to assist me in viewing properties. Without her, I would be utterly lost, Xia Jiao lamented, her eyes sparkling momentarily before returning to a troubled demeanor. Are you implying that I, having just graduated, somehow acquired funds of uncertain origin? Perhaps I am involved with an older gentleman who has financed my purchase? I would be quite intrigued to learn what sort of individual would fully purchase an entire complex for a mistress. Perhaps you could elaborate and enlighten me? Chapter 30, Mrs. Zhang's indignant assertion. You, sister, I am merely looking out for your best interest. Otherwise, brother will undoubtedly be disappointed. Xia Jiao found herself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Yun Zijing's remarks, but swiftly shifted her line of thought. She merely mentioned Xia Zhiyun to make Yun Zijing understand that, within the Xia family, apart from Xia Zhiyun, no one wished for her return. You claim that the entire Emerald Lakeside community belongs to you? Zhang Yiqin had remained silent for a considerable time, yet suddenly spoke. Not out of concern for whether Xia Jiao had been mistreated by Yun Zijing, but to inquire about the Emerald Lakeside community. Yun Zijing cast a glance at Zhang Yiqin, a faint smile gracing her lips. Indeed, is there a problem? The news that a mysterious tycoon had purchased the entire Emerald Lakeside community outright upon its launch had already circulated within the circles of the capital. As soon as Wang Zhongxin commenced leasing arrangements, it would not be long before inquiries traced back to her. Hence Yun Zijing had never intended to conceal this matter. After all, the fact that the Emerald Lakeside community was under her name had already become an established truth, immutable by anyone's intervention. Your sister is set to attend Beijing University for her graduate studies this summer. Jiao is frail and cannot consume outside food. Given its proximity to Beijing University, and since it is your property, it seems only fitting that you select a suitable unit to transfer to your sister. This way, I can arrange for a cook to look after Jiao. Upon hearing Zhang Yiqin's words, Yun Zijing was utterly astonished. Who had bestowed upon her the audacity to utter such sentiments? It was already a considerable concession that she had demanded compensation for her upbringing prior to the age of 18. Yet now she was openly requesting a unit at Emerald Lakeside. Did she have any notion of the price of a property there? Madam Zhang, are you quite well? Do you believe that our relationship is harmonious? Or do you perceive me as a fool? I will not sell the house by the Emerald Lake, nor will I transfer ownership to Xia Jiao Jiao free of charge. If Xia Jiao Jiao wishes to reside here, that is fine. We are about to begin renting this property. The illustrious Xia family surely deserves the finest accommodations. Thus, I offer the top floor of Building 2. A single unit per elevator, for a monthly fee of 300,000, with a total of 1.8 million for 3 months rent and a 3-month deposit. Will you be paying by card or in cash? Both Safubo and WeChat transfers are accepted. Yun Zijing took out her phone, opened her payment code, and presented it to Zhang Yiqin. She did not believe that Zhang Yiqin's presence was merely to accompany her in securing a rental. She knew Xia Jiao Jiao would not cover the rent herself, but instead sought to take advantage of the situation. I am your mother. What kind of attitude is this? It is just a house. Haven tea, I given Jiao Jiao more than one over the years. Yun Zijing regarded Zhang Yiqin with a smile that concealed her true intent. Why not continue? Oh, I see. You wish to convey that the properties you have bestowed upon your Jiao Jiao are numerous. Yet what relevance does that hold for me? You have never gifted me a house. Moreover, if it were not for the clothes, bags, and jewelry adorning Xia Jiao Jiao, as well as the properties registered under her name, all of these should rightfully belong to me. Surely, you would not expect a person like me, who has grown up in an orphanage, to give a home to someone who has usurped it. Your calculations are astute, but the abacus beads are bouncing off my face. Yun Zijing articulated these words with the utmost gentleness, yet they were laced with an unmistakable edge. Even Zhang Yiqin, upon reflection, recognized that her earlier request had indeed been rather excessive. However, the sum of 1.8 million is not insignificant to her, and Zhang Yiqin is truly reluctant to part with it so easily. If you refuse to acknowledge us, I shall not compel you. However, the bond between family is unbreakable. If you choose not to transfer the property to Jiao Jiao, at the very least, provide her with a residence that boasts a splendid view. Let the rent be waived. This location is in close proximity to Daijing University, making it more convenient for Jiao Jiao. As her sister, you ought to consider her needs more. The amount of 1.8 million is non-negotiable. Yun Zijing is not one to be easily swayed by mere words. The blatant manipulation is so evident that she truly wishes to roll her eyes. 180,000. Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Robbery is far more lucrative than collecting rent. So, will you two be renting or not? If not, we have a multitude of other matters to attend to. Their disruption has caused the leasing agreement with the property management to remain unsigned for far too long. Zhang Yiqin was rendered speechless by Yun Zijing's remarks, while Xia Jiao Jiao hurriedly tried to calm her down. She must not faint now, otherwise, who will cover the rent? Mother, please take a deep breath. It is right for my sister to distance herself from me. After all, it is only natural for her to be upset. I should not continue to reside at home. Mother, I shall return today to pack my belongings and move out. Please bring my sister back home. I can manage on my own. I will not miss father and mother. You need not come looking for me. At this point, Xia Jiao Jiao's eyes reddened, appearing quite pitiful. Move out. The Xia family will always be your home. Without mother's consent, no one can force you to leave. Do not be afraid. Your mother will always stand by your side. She will not allow anyone to bully you. Yun Zijing looked at the entangled mother and daughter, unable to bear the sight. This performance was so far-fetched that even an outsider like her could not help but feel incredulous. Manager Wang, let us proceed to sign the contract over there. Since they wish to put on a show, let them do so to their heart's content, regardless of their actions. They held no relevance for her. Wait. Just as Yun Zijing and Wang Zhongxin were about to turn and leave, Zhang Yiqin hurriedly called out to them. Yun Zijing paused for a moment, not bothering to look back, and continued forward. In the office, Yun Zijing and Wang Zhongxin found another desk, cleared the clutter from its surface, and requested a cup of hot water for Yun Zijing. Once seated, Yun Zijing took out the rental authorization contract drafted by Hengchuang Law Firm from her bag and handed a copy to Wang Zhongxin. This was the first time their property management was entering into such a rental authorization contract, and Wang Zhongxin examined it with great care. His scrutiny was not due to distrust in Yun Zijing, but rather a desire to comprehend the stipulations within the contract, thereby gaining clarity on how to proceed in the future. Oh, and here is a personal residential lease agreement gifted to me by the law firm for your reference. Without an audience, the mother and daughter duo could no longer sustain their act. Seeing Yun Zijin sign a rental authorization contract with the property management ignited a fire within Zhang Yiqin. How could Yun Zijin, possessing so many properties, choose to collaborate with outsiders instead of her own family? I do not agree. You cannot sign that contract. Due to the suppression from the Liu family, the Xia family has lost numerous contracts. The Xia family also owns a real estate company, engaged in both sales and rentals. Yet it has faced persistent downturns in recent years. Given that Yun Zijing is the landlord of the property by the Emerald Lake and wishes to lease it, it is only logical to entrust the matter to her own company for peace of mind. Yun Zijing detests being disturbed while working. Ms. Zhang Yiqin, do you require something? Do you disagree? On what grounds do you disagree? The property is in my name, and I did not use a single penny of yours to purchase it. Furthermore, I am now an adult. Even if you are my biological mother, there is no justification for you to interfere in any decisions I make. Chapter 31. Zhang Yiqin obstructs Yun Zijing from signing the agency contract. The Xia family also possesses a real estate company. It is commonly said that one should not let the fertile waters flow to others' fields. If you wish to lease your property, it is far more prudent to assign the responsibility to our own family company, is it not? Zhang Yiqin spoke with such conviction, entirely disregarding whether Yun Zijing was amenable to her suggestion. I find it far more concerning to have you in charge. Manager Wang, if the contract presents no issues, please proceed with the signature. You are the property management for the community and know it better than any other company. Entrusting the rental of the property to you gives me greater confidence. Concerned that Wang Zhongxin might harbor reservations, Yun Zijing turned to reassure him. With her words, Wang Zhongxin felt considerably more at ease and happily signed his name at the end of the contract, affixing his fingerprint and the property management's official seal. Yun Zijing also picked up the pen, preparing to sign her name. No, I have already stated you cannot sign. Zhang Yiqin snatched the signature pen from Yun Zijing's grasp, even attempting to seize the contract that Wang Zhongxin had already signed on the table. Fortunately, Wang Zhongxin acted swiftly, snatching the contract away and cradling it protectively against his chest. 01. Yun Zijing called for her bodyguard, who promptly rushed into the office and swiftly subdued Zhang Yiqin. Who are you? Let go of my mother. Sister, how could you treat our mother this way? Although Xia Jiajiao feigned concern for Zhang Yiqin and scolded Yun Zijing on her behalf, she secretly reveled in the situation, even berating Yun Zijing for her foolishness. The more audacious Yun Zijing became, the more Zhang Yiqin would disdain her, ensuring that the title of the Xia family's eldest daughter would remain solely hers. Thus, her verbal expressions of concern were merely perfunctory, lacking any genuine intent. Ignoring them, Yun Zijing swiftly inscribed her name and affixed her seal upon the contract. All right, there are 3 copies of the contract, one for each of us, and I shall take the third to Hengchuang Law Firm for record-keeping tomorrow. After signing, 01 released Zhang Yiqin, but remained nearby to ensure that she would not lash out at Yun Zijing again. Aware that the bodyguard was present, Zhang Yiqin understood she could not harm Yun Zijing and reluctantly relented. Yun Zijing slid one of the contracts toward Wang Zhongxin. Gazing at the signed document, Wang Zhongxin found himself momentarily taken aback. Was this the sensation of being overwhelmed by immense fortune? It felt utterly exhilarating. He envisioned the pink bills approaching him, a steady stream with no visible end in sight. Yun Zijing, you truly signed the contract. You ungrateful wretch. I should have strangled you at birth. Lamented Zhang Yiqin. The lucrative Emerald Lake Residence's rental business has been surrendered to outsiders by that wretched Yun Zijing. Does she have no regard for her mother, for the Xia family? Yun Zijing retorted, I was switched at birth. Your attempt to strangle me would likely result in collateral damage. She cast a pointed glance at Xia Jiaojiao, who felt a shiver run down her spine. Yun Zijing's seemingly innocuous remark left an indelible, albeit subtle, mark on Xia Jiaojiao's psyche. Darling, I didn't mean to strangle you. Zhang Yiqin clarified, hastily. I meant her. You know how much I adore you, don't you? Mommy, I know, Xia Jiaojiao reassured her. You've always been wonderful to me. Please don't blame sister. She didn't do it on purpose. Not on purpose? I believe she acted deliberately. We shall not rent this property. Mother will find you something far superior, even purchase it outright, so you may reside here whenever you desire. Some individuals may not realize the magnitude of what they forfeit through momentary caprice. Yun Zijing was rendered speechless. Seriously? A mere apartment in a small community? What do you think I'm losing? If you're not renting, I must request that you both depart. Your continued presence here is disruptive and unwelcome to others. Yun Zijing cast a disdainful look at the pair. Wang Zhongxin remained seated, eyes downcast, assuming an upright posture, striving to minimize his presence. What do you mean by this? Are you looking down on me? Is this the attitude one should have towards their biological mother? Indeed, there is a palpable disdain, as if she cannot even comprehend basic human discourse. She has reiterated countless times that she will not return to the Xia family, and her stance has always been unequivocal and resolute. Yet, they persist in their belief that she should feel gratitude for being urged to acknowledge her heritage. Yun Zijing gazed at her, and Zhang Yiqin, who initially intended to scold her, found herself at a loss for words. Jiao Jiao, let us depart. Mother will buy you a house. Take care, no need for formalities. What house are you buying? All her properties are bestowed upon her by the system. Once the mother and daughter had departed, Wang Zhongxin finally exhaled in relief. These two theatrical individuals truly posed a formidable challenge. It is remarkable that Miss Yun could single-handedly prevail over both of them. However, witnessing Yun Zijing's nonchalant demeanor ignited Wang Zhongxin's curiosity. Miss Yun, are you truly the long-lost heiress of the Xia family? And who is that accompanying the lady? Yun Zijing shot Wang Zhongxin a glance, causing him to falter and retreat. Do you see me acknowledging them? From now on, treat any members of the Xia family as you would any regular client. There is no need to regard my standing. Yun Zijing harbored no desire to allow the Xia family any advantage. Understood. Upon hearing Yun Zijing's words, Wang Zhongxin realized precisely how to proceed. After all, the Xia family shall receive no preferential treatment whatsoever. Having finalized the contract, and with the troublesome individuals gone, I shall not impede your work any further and will take my leave. Yun Zijing has not forgotten her obligations. Today, she must accomplish a consumption task amounting to 3 million. However, upon noticing the absence of specific requirements, her thoughts began to flow freely. Yun Zijing drove out of the Emerald Lakeside community, heading straight for the First People's Hospital of Daijing. Upon her arrival, she donned a mask and sunglasses, instructing 01 to accompany her closely. Once inside the hospital, she swiftly assessed the surroundings and selected a resting area in proximity to the payment window, taking a seat. Ding ding ding. Subianhua, can you assist me in determining the family circumstances of those coming to make payments? Do they merit my unrequited assistance? Since this was a consumption task, spending on others should yield similar results, right? Money withdrawn from her account could be regarded as spent, for it would not return to her possession. In adherence to the principle of providing the host with the highest quality service at all times. This service is available for the host. Please take note of the information provided. Very well. Very well. Yun Zijing remained seated in the chair directly opposite the payment window, with 01 beside her, standing tall and embodying the image of a dedicated and responsible bodyguard. Soon, individuals began to approach the payment window. Before Yun Zijing, a virtual screen appeared, visible only to her, displaying the relevant information prepared by Subianhua. Chapter 32, Card Swipe. Yun Zijing, adorned with sunglasses, maintained an unwavering focus on the virtual screen before her, rendering her emotions imperceptible to those around her. The information displayed on the screen was stark and unambiguous. Wang Minli, mother of leukemia patient Shin Tongtong, whose husband tragically succumbed to a cerebral embolism while juggling multiple jobs to cover exorbitant medical expenses. Outstanding hospital debt, 680,000. Surgical costs, 200,000. Unpaid. The revelation tightened her heart. After adjusting her sunglasses to ensure they were securely in place, Yun Zijing rose and proceeded towards the payment window, with Ling Yi closely following her. Madam Wang, you currently owe 200,000 in medical fees. Acknowledging your difficult circumstances, the hospital is willing to extend some leniency. However, the sum is rather substantial. The stakeholders have begun inquiring, so we kindly request that you settle the outstanding amount as soon as possible. The hospital has also located a volunteer willing to donate bone marrow, but the surgical costs must be covered in advance to arrange the procedure. It is imperative that you prepare these funds promptly. Delaying further could lead to unforeseen complications. The volunteer, who is willing to donate today, may very well change their mind by tomorrow. The hospital has encountered such situations before. I understand and am immensely grateful for the hospital's understanding, but I truly cannot gather such a large sum. Here is the 50,000 yuan I managed to scrape together just today. I promise to secure the rest as quickly as I can. Please do not halt my daughter's treatment. We must proceed. Wang Minli hastily retrieved a tightly wrapped cloth bag from within her belongings, unfastened it, and presented the money to the staff member in charge of payments. Wait a moment. Yun Zijin's voice caused Wang Minli to pause her actions, and the payment staff turned their gaze towards her. Upon seeing Yun Zijin, who was heavily concealed by a mask and sunglasses, both were puzzled. However, the presence of 01 behind her silenced them, rendering them motionless. How much did she owe the hospital? Including the surgical fees and subsequent treatments, what would the total amount be? Yun Zijin approached the payment counter, with 01 standing expressionless behind her. It should be around 500,000 yuan. I'm not certain of the exact amount, she said, swiping her black gold card. Wow, what? The payment staff momentarily struggled to comprehend Yun Zijin's intention. I said, swipe the card. Charge whatever she owes. Or perhaps a little more. Any excess can be refunded as her post-treatment nutritional expenses. Yun Zijin gestured with her outstretched hand, urging the staff to expedite the process. Wang Minli was at a loss for words. Despite Yun Zijin being so thoroughly covered, she couldn't shake the feeling that she resembled an angel. Ma'am, we require facial recognition for payments. Could you please remove your mask and sunglasses? The staff, sensing the heavy concealment, became alert. Yun Zijin replied, I wrapped myself up so thoroughly precisely to avoid being recognized. However, it appeared that without removing her mask, the payment could not proceed. Reluctantly, she took off her sunglasses and mask. Is this acceptable now? Hurry and swipe the card. The more you swipe, the better. One wouldn't want to find themselves short on funds later. All right, please hold on. Upon seeing Yun Zijin's stunning beauty, the payment personnel began to understand why she was so thoroughly bundled up. Miss, you may wear it back. Facial recognition is only required once. Yun Zijin. This is the first time I've been suspected of being a villain for doing a good deed. As Yun Zijin requested a larger transaction, the payment personnel swiped an astonishing sum of 600,000, settling not only the outstanding balance, but also covering the surgical fees, leaving approximately 200,000 remaining for future expenses. Yun Zijin and Wang Minli departed from the payment window, allowing the next individual in line to take their place. There were still others waiting, each casting hopeful glances at Yun Zijin, wishing she would assist them in the same manner as before. Unfortunately, Yun Zijin had no intention of covering their expenses. I am truly grateful to you. This is the 50,000 yuan I managed to gather today. Let me give this to you first. Please, share your contact information. I promise to repay you as soon as possible. Wang Minli was genuinely astonished at her own stroke of luck. At that moment, Yun Zijin had already put on her sunglasses and mask once more. However, overwhelmed by Wang Minli's gratitude, she felt a bit flustered. There's no need for that. This is simply my own expenditure. Yesterday, I visited a temple for divination, and the abbot forewarned me of impending misfortune, suggesting that doing good deeds is the remedy. I'm not paying for you. I'm merely ensuring my own fortune by alleviating disaster. If you return the money to me, how can I avert this calamity? It cannot be returned. If you continue to provoke me, I shall not hesitate. Yun Zijin, struck by a sudden inspiration, fabricated a reason, increasingly convinced of its strength and validity. The notion of spending to avert misfortune was indeed a compelling justification. Now it was Wang Minli who found herself in a quandary. She believed it inappropriate to accept such unearned generosity without reciprocation. However, considering the benefactor's intent, it seemed the funds had been expended for the very purpose of warding off calamity. What if she repaid the money and her benefactor's misfortune remained unaverted? Yet, the thought of not repaying gnawed at her conscience. Allow me to assist you in some manner, be it laundry or cooking. I am more than willing. Yun Zijin, worn down by Wang Minli's insistence, finally relented. If you wish to repay me, I do have a position available at my residence, that of a housekeeper. This role requires exceptional organizational skills. Do you possess such abilities? The bodyguards in her household were all exceptionally skilled, but were all men, leading to an imbalance that Yun Zijin had long wished to rectify by hiring an aunt, though she had never found the time. I can. You may not know, but prior to my daughter's illness, I worked as a live-in housekeeper for affluent families, stepping in whenever the housekeeper was unavailable. As she spoke of her previous employment, Wang Minli's face radiated with enthusiasm. Your experience is splendid. Once your daughter has undergone surgery and recuperated, come find me. I shall reserve the housekeeper's position for you. Yun Zijin glanced at Ling Yi, who promptly retrieved a business card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Minli. This is my business card. Contact me when you are ready to begin your duties. The business card was acquired by Yun Zijing after attending the Lu charity auction. The golden card gleamed conspicuously, and if funds ran low, it could always be pawned, holding some value nonetheless. Thank you, Miss Yun. Wang Minli noticed the name on the card, Yun Zijing. You should hurry to find your daughter. The payment has been delayed for too long, and she must be anxious. Yun Zijing had also identified a second individual who met her criteria. Excellent. Thank you, Miss Yun. I will commence work shortly. Yun Zijing waved her hand towards Wang Minli, and then turned to head towards the payment window. The second eligible candidate, Chen Junsheng, the father of Chen Shi. A patient severely burned over 75% of his body due to an accidental fire. His wife left him after spending too much on their daughter's treatment, and he currently bears the financial burden of her medical expenses along with his parents. He has accrued a debt of 36 yuan to the hospital. The total estimated treatment cost is 250,000 yuan. Chapter 33. Let us casually brush off 5 million. The payment staff's eyes lit up upon seeing Yun Zijing again. Could it be that this lady wishes to assist someone with their payment once more? Nurse, I am here to make the payment. Chen Junsheng retrieved a savings card from his worn-out wallet and handed it to the payment staff. Whatever amount he needs to pay, let it be charged to me. Chen Junsheng instinctively turned his head, but found that the speaker was masked and wearing sunglasses, rendering their appearance unrecognizable. Thank you, but it's unnecessary. I can manage it myself. Chen Junsheng smiled at Yun Zijing. Though his demeanor was humble, it was imbued with sincerity. My dear brother, yesterday I visited the temple and consulted the abbot, who advised me that performing good deeds would help avert misfortune and financial loss. I have just assisted a leukemia patient in settling their medical expenses. You, with your benevolent nature, surely would not wish for me to suffer misfortune due to my failure to avert financial loss, would you? If you truly care for my well-being, please allow the nurse to process my card. In her second attempt, Yun Zijing exhibited remarkable confidence, her demeanor transforming as she spoke with theatrical flair. Chen Junsheng was taken aback, never expecting anyone to genuinely believe in such fortune-telling, let alone act upon it. However, I cannot let you bear the burden of my expenses without compensation. Please provide me with your bank account details. I have managed to gather 70,000 yuan and would like to repay you a portion. No, you mustn't repay me. If you do, and I fail to avert misfortune, I shall hold you accountable. Brother, please show me some compassion. Let me assist you in covering this expense. It would be a virtuous act, a way to accumulate merit and ward off disaster. This sum is insignificant to me, yet it brings me joy to aid those in need while alleviating my own burdens. Sister, please process the payment swiftly. Just like last time, let us make it a generous amount. Yun Zijing waved her black gold card, urging the payment personnel to hurry. Immediately, the payment staff relished such occasions when individuals settled their bills in full while reserving an additional 10,000 or more. The very act of swiping the card seemed to uplift her spirits. After witnessing countless faces filled with worry over unpaid bills, she might have been on the brink of despair. Yet today, she encountered an angel. Whether the notion of averting misfortune through financial sacrifice held any truth remained uncertain. Upon successfully completing the payment, Yun Zijing felt a profound sense of joy, having not only fulfilled her consumer obligations, but also assisted others in need. Big brother, I am grateful for your generous act that has diverted misfortune from me. The funds in your account should be reserved for your family members' nutritional needs. Repayment is not necessary. With that, Yun Zijing slipped away, while Ling Yi discreetly ensured that Chen Junsheng, who attempted to follow her, was held back. Once she confirmed Chen Junsheng had not pursued her, Yun Zijing exhaled in relief, patting her chest. In this day and age, one must even fear being pursued for performing good deeds. Oh no. You are still so young. How can this be? Do not be disheartened. This is far too costly. I shall forego treatment. Instead, accompany me on a trip. Upon hearing this, Yun Zijing realized it presented a perfect opportunity to accomplish her consumer objective. Treatment. Why not pursue it? Solutions abound, far exceeding difficulties. Just share your thoughts, and I shall assist. Yun Zijing suddenly emerged from behind the couple, her words leaving them momentarily bewildered. The application had already provided her with the couple's information in a virtual format, and she immediately recognized that they met her criteria for assistance. I apologize. I inadvertently overheard your conversation while passing by. It was not my intention to eavesdrop. Yun Zijing offered an apologetic smile, though her mask concealed her expression from the couple. No worries. This is a public space, open to all. The woman forced a smile, though it was evident that it was not a genuine one. I overheard you mention this sister is ill, and that the treatment is quite costly. Indeed, cancer is an affliction that demands a considerable financial outlay. A single round of chemotherapy can cost several thousand yuan, a burden too great for all but the most affluent families to bear. As Yun Zijin faltered in her speech, she reassured, "It's all right. I am already aware of the outcome. Perhaps I could offer assistance. Matters that can be resolved with money are hardly matters at all. Come, let us proceed inside to discuss further." Yun Zijin grasped the woman's hand and led her toward the hospital entrance, while the woman's husband hurried to follow. That's unnecessary. I have no intention of undergoing treatment myself. Your funds are the hard-earned money of your parents. What would it mean to spend it on a stranger's illness?" The woman protested, attempting to break free from Yun Zijin's grasp. "I was raised in an orphanage. I have no parents." Yun Zijin replied, "Rest assured, the funds I possess are entirely my own, and I am of legal age, fully capable of managing my finances. I am not claiming to be able to provide extensive aid, merely offering what assistance I can, if only to buy you a little more time. Furthermore, my purpose for visiting the hospital today is to perform acts of kindness and to dispel misfortune through charitable giving. You are the third patient I have chosen to assist today. I have a premonition that by helping you, I shall avert my own calamity. So, dear sister, could you bear to see this unfortunate soul, yearning to dispel misfortune through philanthropy, perish for lack of financial aid? Surely, you would not wish that upon me, would you?" The woman replied, "After hearing your heartfelt words, what more can I say? Are you truly the angelic sister everyone in the hospital has been whispering about, who generously offers her wealth to ward off misfortune?" Upon hearing Yun Zijing's words regarding financial loss as a means to avert disaster, the woman's husband suddenly recalled an unusual incident he had overheard while waiting for his wife to undergo an examination. Yun Zijing inquired, "Why is it angel sister and not fairy elder sister?" "Indeed, it is I. Therefore, you need not feel burdened. Allow me to assist you with the payment. My charitable endeavor to transform misfortune into fortune has reached a successful conclusion. Surely, you would not wish to thwart my plans, would you?" Yun Zijing turned to them, her expression serious. The couple quickly shook their heads, realizing that to refuse at this juncture would be rather unkind. Grasping the woman's hand, Yun Zijing made her way to the payment window, presenting her black gold card to the attendant. "Sister, please process this." The nurse responded, "Ah, you again. Whose payment are we processing this time? The individuals visiting the hospital today are truly fortunate. She is the patient, and this is a family member. May I see your ID for verification?" The woman retrieved her identification from her bag and handed it over. "Yang Jingfang just underwent an examination today. Have you decided to admit her for treatment?" The payment attendant refrained from disclosing the patient's condition. Of course, let us opt for the best service. Just a modest swipe for 5 million should suffice. This should last for a while. I will return shortly for further assistance." Although Yun Zijing had initially intended to say 2,100,000, the words transformed upon her lips into 5 million. The additional 2 million shall be regarded as her gift for today. With such ample savings, it would be no great matter to assist those in need. This is far too much. It cannot be done. Nurse, please refrain from processing it for now. Upon hearing the figure of 5 million from Yun Zijing, the woman was utterly taken aback, her heart nearly giving way in shock, and she promptly called for a halt. The payment clerk, upon hearing the sum of 5 million, hesitated as well. It was an exorbitant amount. Previously, they had only charged for outstanding debts, surgical fees, and a modest sum for subsequent treatments. So she had never been reluctant to proceed. But to charge 5 million at once left her feeling quite unsteady. Chapter 34. Whitening and Moisturizing Rose Essential Oil Formula. I do not mind spending my own money. Why should you hesitate? Hurry and process the card. I am in a rush to return home for dinner. Yun Zijing once again extended her card to the payment clerk. Seeing her resolve, the clerk finally took the card and meticulously followed the steps to complete the transaction. "This is far too much. We cannot possibly accept this. Miss, please take it back." Yang Jingfang had initially thought Yun Zijing would only contribute a few tens of thousands at most, perhaps reaching 100,000. But she was utterly astounded when the figure of 5 million was mentioned. This was a stark contrast to her expectations. Although this 5 million could indeed cover an extended hospital stay, they felt overwhelmingly undeserving of such generosity. What kind of misfortune warranted a sudden expenditure of over 5 million from her? Yun Zijing, however, remained unfazed, urging the payment clerk to proceed without worry. If the consumption task fell short, the system would directly deduct from her savings card. There was no possibility of it being declined. Ultimately, Yun Zijing successfully expended the 5 million. After completing the transaction, the payment clerk, hands trembling, reverently returned the black gold card to Yun Zijing. Well, the payment has been made in full, so you can proceed with the treatment without any worries. However, I must make one point clear. This sum is allocated solely for the treatment of this sister. As long as she is alive, the funds must not be withdrawn by the hospital for any other purpose. Anyone who dares to entertain thoughts of misappropriating this money should not expect my leniency. Yun Zijing, with a sweet demeanor, did not forget to deliver a gentle warning. After all, the allure of wealth is potent. 5 million is indeed a significant temptation for an ordinary family. Rest assured, Ms. Yun, the hospital will ensure diligent oversight of this matter. Such a considerable amount is not something the payment staff wishes to see exploited. You have my word. I will also ensure that my family does not act recklessly. Yang Jingfang's husband is aware that this angelic sister is assisting them out of compassion for his wife's dire health situation. If anyone attempts to covet this money, they may find themselves in serious trouble, for the methods of the powerful are beyond the comprehension of common folk. Yun Zijing nodded. Although this verbal assurance holds little weight, intentions can change in the blink of an eye. At least for now, their intentions seem genuine, and she is not overly concerned about their desire for the 5 million. As long as there are means to spend, she could track them down no matter how far they might flee. The 3 million expenditure has already been fulfilled, and Yun Zijing has no intention of continuing further. After exchanging a few words with the couple, she made her way towards the hospital entrance. To her surprise, at the entrance of the hospital, Yun Zijing encountered Lu Yonk, who was accompanied by an assistant carrying a basket of fruit. Upon noticing Yun Zijing, Lu Yonk initially expressed astonishment before approaching her with a greeting. "Miss Yun, I did not expect to see you here at the hospital. Are you feeling unwell?" "No. I came to do some good deeds," Yun Zijing replied, leaving Lu Yonk puzzled, wondering how one could perform good deeds in a hospital. "And may I ask, what brings you to the hospital, Mr. Lu?" she inquired, gesturing toward the fruit basket held by Chen Chang. "A respected elder I know is hospitalized, and I came to pay a visit," Lu Yonk stated with remarkable composure. Realizing the situation, Yun Zijing nodded in understanding. "I have completed my business here, so I shall take my leave," she said, waving her hand gently at Lu Yonk before heading toward the hospital exit. As their encounter was purely coincidental, and given the setting of the hospital, Lu Yonk did not call after her and continued on his way inside. Once outside, Yun Zijing promptly drove back to her villa at Xingyu Huafu No. 1. It was only then that she found the time to check the task completion notification just sent by the system. Consumption task, please spend 0000 before midnight tonight. No specific requirements. Task completed. Task reward, triggered 5x reward, 00. 00 has been credited to the host's savings card. A gift of roses leaves a lingering fragrance. The host is rewarded with a whitening and moisturizing rose essential oil formula and 100 samples. This marked Yun Zijing's first encounter with rewards beyond real estate. Upon opening the system's backpack, she indeed discovered the rose essential oil formula and samples. Yun Zijing first retrieved the recipe, which required primarily common medicinal ingredients readily available at any traditional Chinese medicine store, and at modest prices. However, this was not the moment for such contemplation. She extracted a bottle of rose essential oil sample from her system's inventory. After examining it closely for a while, she uncorked it to take a whiff. The fragrance of rose was not overwhelmingly potent, yet unmistakably identifiable as that of rose. After her evening bath, Yun Zijing performed her facial cleansing routine, intentionally using solely the rose essential oil during her skincare regimen, foregoing all other products. Given its purported skin whitening and moisturizing effects, she resolved to conduct an experiment to ascertain its true efficacy. As she reclined in bed, Yun Zijing fell into slumber more swiftly than usual and awoke the following day utterly devoid of fatigue, feeling remarkably revitalized. Nevertheless, she attributed this to the quality of her sleep the previous night. Yet, she did not neglect to inspect the condition of her skin. After brushing her teeth and cleansing her face, she noticed the absence of the tightness she had previously experienced after using her facial cleanser. Her skin felt plump and hydrated. With renewed assessment of the rose essential oil's benefits, she applied it once more for her skincare. It was then that she opened the system's task for the day. Consumption task. The host must spend 1,000 before midnight tonight. Requirement. It is better to enjoy together than alone. The host must have an audience while spending. Reward. To be unlocked. What sort of demand was this? Was she expected to announce, attention, this woman is about to spend money? After completing her tasks, Su Bianhua fell silent, leaving Yun Zijing with unanswered questions. However, Yun Zijing soon ceased to dwell on them. The events before midnight were now inconsequential. As Yun Zijing emerged from her room, Lingqi had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast, awaiting her presence to indulge in the culinary delights. Though this was not her first experience with Lingqi's cooking, each meal left Yun Zijing in a state of awe, likely due to Lingqi's origins from a realm of gastronomy. Even though the ingredients were sourced from Blue Star, the cooking techniques still reflected the culinary artistry of her homeland. After savoring her breakfast, Yun Zijing set out, as usual, to seek new avenues for expenditure. As she drove, she found herself at the entrance of a museum in Daijing, a place she had never visited despite years of studying and interning there. Today, serendipity led her to this opportunity, and she felt compelled to explore. Given that it was a weekday, the crowd was relatively sparse, allowing Yun Zijing and Lingyi to swiftly locate a parking spot. However, even on a weekday, a queue had formed in front of the museum for ticket purchases. Yun Zijing approached the front of the line, where the first person was already buying a ticket. She then negotiated with the second through ninth individuals, offering each 5,000 yuan in exchange for their spots, allowing her and her 7 bodyguards to move ahead while they rejoined the queue at the back. The number of people remained unchanged. It was merely a reshuffling, causing no disruption to those behind them. Chapter 35 heralded a significant deal on the horizon, and for merely yielding their position, most agreed to her proposition. Yet, the fourth individual began to raise the stakes. My team has been waiting for over half an hour. 5,000 is hardly sufficient. Make it 10,000. If you transfer that amount to me, I shall yield my spot. As he spoke, he cast a lingering, suggestive glance over Yun Zijing from head to toe. Instantly, Yun Zijing's expression turned icy. She disregarded him and inquired of the 10th individual. Excuse me, would you mind exchanging your place for 5,000? Kindly return to the end of the line. Sure, that is absolutely fine. He thought to himself that earning 5,000 in less than an hour was far more enticing than the 7 or 8,000 he would make in a month at his job. The one who had raised the price must be regretting their decision now. Yun Zijing wasted no time. She instructed the young man to present his payment code, and she promptly scanned it to transfer the funds. Hey, you asked me first. I won't take 10,000 anymore. 5,000 is a bit less, but I will reluctantly agree. Yun Zijing chose to ignore him and proceeded to the second person's position, while the individuals numbered from 01 to 07 followed in line behind her. The man noticed that both in front and behind him were Yun Zijing's bodyguards, and after receiving a fleeting glance from 02, he fell silent. When the staff signaled that they could enter, Yun Zijing paid for the tickets of all 7 bodyguards at once. However, she did not anticipate that the several 5,000 transfers she had just made and the ticket expenses would also be recognized by the system as completed consumption tasks. Although these amounts seemed trivial against the backdrop of her 5 million balance, she felt a sense of relief upon confirming that as long as someone witnessed her spending, it would count towards the audience consumption task. Thankfully, it did not require her to call out or draw attention to herself intentionally. Upon entering the museum, Yun Zijing was enveloped in a profound sense of being transported into a historical tableau by the displayed artifacts. However, it wasn't long before she noticed individuals engaged in live streaming within the space. Although she had heard that certain museums prohibit photography, witnessing live video recordings being conducted was a novel experience for her. Judging by their attire, it appeared they were museum staff, suggesting that this was an official broadcast orchestrated by the institution itself. As Yun Zijing listened to their commentary, she found herself unconsciously trailing behind them, absorbing the explanations while exploring the exhibits. Accompanied by a group of 8, they were indeed quite conspicuous, and the live streamers had already observed Yun Zijing's attentive following. Their expressions indicated that she was genuinely engaged with the narrative, and she refrained from capturing the moments on her phone. One of the hosts exchanged a knowing glance with the co-host, who promptly understood the cue and informed the audience before stepping out of the frame. Heading directly towards Yun Zijing, caught off guard, she had been engrossed in the host's explanations, but upon raising her gaze, she was met with the co-host approaching her with a warm smile. Had she inadvertently breached any protocols? Yun Zijin instinctively began to reflect on her own conduct. Hello. I noticed you closely following our staff and listening to the explanations. Would you mind appearing on camera? Our host would like to conduct a spontaneous interview. Let me put on my mask, she replied, retrieving her mask and sunglasses. The co-host remarked, what a stunning young lady you are, yet you hesitate to show your face. Please prepare yourself, as our host will be with you shortly. Yun Zijing nodded slightly, with 01 and 02 flanking her on either side. The deputy curator commented, is it now necessary for young people to travel with bodyguards? Hello, I am the deputy curator of the Imperial Capital, Fangtu Museum. May I inquire your name, miss? One may be modest. My surname is Yun. Miss Yun, may I ask the reason for your visit to the museum today? Just passing by. The deputy curator responded, it seems that Miss Yun possesses a rather carefree disposition. I noticed you were attentively listening to our explanations. Did you gain any insights? His gaze toward Yun Zijing held a hint of anticipation. I learned about some knowledge I don't usually encounter. I just walked past a display of silk and found it quite appealing. I would love to purchase a similar piece. One must admit that Yun Zijing harbored a profound appreciation for the culture of Huagua. Upon seeing the silk, she was captivated by its beauty. While she could not acquire the original, obtaining a similar item was certainly feasible. Wow, it seems Miss Yun has a fondness for silk. Our museum collaborates with a silk workshop, and if you are interested, we could discuss it further offline. Upon hearing Yun Zijing's desire to purchase silk, the deputy curator's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Traditional handicrafts have seen dwindling interest among the youth, and the silk workshop they partner with has experienced a significant decline in business in recent years. All right, you may continue with your live broadcast. Yun Zijing felt somewhat uncomfortable with the camera's gaze upon her, finding it rather awkward. Her responses were tinged with a hint of stiffness. The deputy director exchanged a knowing glance with the assistant anchor before resuming the museum's live broadcast. Miss Yun, she inquired, you mentioned your interest in purchasing silk. Please, share your preferences with me. We offer both ready-made and custom options. Where is your silk workshop located? May I see some samples? Yun Zijing expressed her curiosity about the silk displayed in the museum, yet she harbored reservations about spending a considerable sum only to receive subpar goods. You can rest assured, the deputy director reassured her. Our museum has collaborated with this silk workshop for many years, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. We do have samples available. Please wait a moment while I retrieve them for you. Seizing the opportunity with a potential customer, the assistant anchor momentarily abandoned the live stream and hurried off to find silk samples for Yun Zijing. Anxious that Yun Zijing might leave after her visit, she nearly sprinted there and back. Miss Yun, here are the samples, she panted, finally catching her breath. These were recently crafted, and their craftsmanship is identical to that of the pieces displayed in the museum. Opening the box, she revealed a selection of exquisite silk samples, albeit somewhat tangled due to her haste. Yun Zijing selected a piece, marveling at its smooth texture, which slipped from her fingers unexpectedly. I would like to have a custom order. Is it sufficient to approach you for that? She was mindful of her substantial spending task of 5 million, contemplating the possibility of fulfilling it here. The deputy host remains unaware that a significant opportunity is about to present itself. Are you still listening to the commentary? If you wish to customize, we need to discuss some specifics in the office. Yun Zijing has been attentively following the live broadcast, and the deputy host fears that if she directly sends Yun Zijing away, it may displease her. No worries, if you wish to hear more. Just let me know when you return. For now, let us discuss the custom silk. Although Yun Zijing enjoys the commentary, fulfilling her financial obligations takes precedence. Please, after you. Let us proceed to the office for our discussion. Chapter 36. The reasons behind the lackluster business. The deputy host leads Yun Zijing to the office typically used by the museum staff, quickly locating the relevant contract to present to her. Miss Yun, here is the contract for your purchases at our museum. You may review it, and if you find everything satisfactory, you are welcome to sign at your convenience. Yun Zijing takes the contract and opens it to examine the contents. However, upon noticing that the museum is listed as the first party, she feels a sense of unease. After all, she intends to acquire authentic silk from the workshop, and signing a contract with the museum raises concerns about the authenticity of the products they might provide. I believe it would be more prudent for me to speak directly with the representatives of the silk workshop. Kindly provide me with their contact information, and I shall reach out myself. The deputy host's expression reflects reluctance, as securing Yun Zijing's signature would ensure that the commission would benefit her directly. However, should Yun Zijing choose to negotiate independently with the silk workshop, the commission would be entirely out of her grasp. Is it possible that you were deceiving me just now, and that this silk workshop does not exist at all? Yun Zijing has discerned the ulterior motives of the vice host to some extent. However, despite her wealth, Yun Zijing is not foolish. With a contract like this, should she find herself ensnared, she would bear the consequences alone, unable to safeguard her rights in the slightest. Of course not. It's just that there's no one present at the silk workshop. If you reach out now, it's uncertain whether anyone will come today. The vice host still wishes for Yun Zijing to sign an agreement with her. I'm not in a rush. If no one purchases, so be it. It's not obligatory. Yun Zijing picked up her bag, preparing to leave. This vice host appears quite enthusiastic, yet her intentions are too heavy. Yun Zijing does not hold her in high regard. Had she provided the contact information of the silk workshop from the outset, Yun Zijing's impression might have improved. Miss Yun, signing a contract with the museum is the same. Please reconsider. The vice host persistently followed Yun Zijing, attempting to persuade her. No, I believe your handling of this matter is profoundly unprofessional. Even if there truly is a collaborating workshop, when signing the contract, at the very least, the name of the silk workshop should be mentioned. Throughout this process, I have not seen the name of the silk workshop. It merely states that the client is ordering souvenirs from the museum. Souvenirs? Who in their right mind would sign a purchase contract merely to buy a souvenir? Does she truly think me naive enough to be easily deceived due to my youth? After experiencing the situation, Yun Zijing likely grasped the reasons behind the dismal business of the silk workshop. With such a partner, would it be wise to retain them? Upon exiting the office, her enthusiasm for further exploration had dissipated. She briskly walked ahead of Ling Yi and the others, heading towards the museum's opposite exit. The deputy curator, who was engaged in explaining to the livestream audience, noticed Yun Zijing emerging from the office with a rather displeased expression. A sense of unease gripped him. Had Xiao Pan once again failed to secure a partnership? What had transpired lately? Not a single order had been finalized with the silk workshop. Yun Zijing, however, showed no intention of providing an explanation. She departed from the Beijing Fangtu Museum and aimlessly drove through the city. Unbeknownst to her, she eventually found herself outside a large agricultural wholesale market. If silk was unattainable, perhaps procuring supplies for the disaster-stricken areas would suffice, she mused. Resolute in her decision, Yun Zijing parked her car and made her way toward the market. After a brief inspection to ensure the freshness of the goods, she sought out the market's manager. Upon learning that someone was looking for him, several shop owners kindly directed her, and soon she found the right person. Deng Yi was taken aback when he arrived, having hurried over after receiving the call, only to find such a young and beautiful woman before him. You wish to purchase supplies in bulk? What do you require? Let me see if I can arrange it for you. Deng Yi, having reached the position of market manager, certainly possessed a keen eye for opportunity. Though Yun Zijing appeared to be an incongruous presence in the bustling wholesale market, Deng Yi was convinced that the young woman before him was not one to jest about such matters. Recently, the southern regions had been besieged by torrential rains, leading to widespread flooding. This weighed heavily on his heart. After considerable reflection, he resolved to donate a substantial quantity of supplies. Mr. Deng, I would appreciate your assistance in selecting items that are both transportable and easy to store. Additionally, I would be grateful if you could help arrange for the necessary trucks for transporting these goods. I will compensate you for any costs incurred. In total, I intend to prepare around 5 million worth of supplies. Can you procure these items? Upon hearing Yun Zijing mention 5 million worth of supplies, Deng Yi felt a sense of admiration for the financial prowess of today's youth. However, recognizing that these supplies were destined for the disaster-stricken southern regions, he silently vowed to offer her the lowest possible prices. Certainly, I hold your generous intentions in high regard. Since this is for the victims of the disaster, I shall refrain from profiting at your expense, Ms. Yun. All supplies will be provided at the minimum price. It would be disingenuous to claim there would be no profit. After all, the market was not solely his domain. Nevertheless, within the limits of his authority, he aimed to extend the best possible deal to Yun Zijing. On behalf of the people affected by the disaster, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your generosity, Mr. Deng. There is no need for such formalities. It is my duty. I will arrange for the goods immediately, and the trucks will be on their way shortly. As someone familiar with the wholesale market, Deng Yi had established connections for such logistical needs. After a brief conversation with Yun Zijing, he stepped aside to make a few calls. Before long, several trucks could be seen arriving at the location. Due to the necessity of delivering supplies to disaster-stricken areas, those perishable vegetables were nearly all excluded. Deng Yi provided Yun Zijing with a detailed list outlining all the materials he had planned for her. Each item was accompanied by its unit price and the final total. After including the transportation fees, Yun Zijing was to pay Deng Yi a total of 63 yuan. In an act of remarkable generosity, Deng Yi rounded the amount down, requiring her to pay only 500,000. Thus, the transaction was deemed complete. Yun Zijing was indifferent. To her, the sum of over 10,000 was no different than a mere cent. She retrieved her black card from her bag and handed it to Deng Yi, saying, "Please process the payment." Upon seeing the black card in Yun Zijing's hand, Deng Yi felt a surge of curiosity. Could this be the fabled black card? He accepted the card from her, inserting it into the POS machine. "Miss Yun, please input your password." Yun Zijing swiftly entered her password on the device, and soon enough, the screen displayed a successful payment. The machine automatically dispensed a receipt. Task: spend the amount before midnight tonight. Requirements: spending must be witnessed. Task completed. Reward: triggered double rebate. Amount has been credited to the host's savings account. A random off-road vehicle has been issued to the system backpack. Please check for it. Miss Yun, here are your card and receipt. Please keep them safe. Having settled the 500,000 in one go, Deng Yi assessed Yun Zijing's financial capacity. After the payment was completed, Yun Zijing, gazing at her rewards, suddenly entertained the idea of accompanying the truck to the disaster area. Chapter 37. The Call of Prosperity. She was raised in an orphanage, and although she seldom spoke of the hardships she endured, there were times when she encountered challenges and found herself devoid of someone to confide in or to support her. In those moments, she longed for someone to step forward and provide the warmth she so desperately needed. Regrettably, prior to her association with the Casual Spending Initiative, her life had not been particularly fortunate. However, now she aspired to be the individual who could extend warmth to others. Each day, she was tasked with consumption objectives set by the system. Even if she did not donate supplies, contributing money was entirely acceptable. Upon arriving at the scene, she might not be of much assistance, but with the Casual Spending branded off-road vehicle at her disposal, she believed she could offer some modest help. "Why don't we drive together? I have another high-performance off-road vehicle that might prove useful in the disaster zone. Unfortunately, I didn't bring it today and will need to retrieve it." "No need for that, Miss Yun. Rest assured, these trucks are ones I have collaborated with for many years. They will undoubtedly deliver the supplies safely. Given your delicate stature, it's quite possible that you would require assistance in the disaster area, so it's best if you refrain from complicating matters." Deng Yi could be quite straightforward in his remarks at times. Yet, his intention was to dissuade Yun Zijing from her thoughts. After all, a young lady adorned in luxury brands, with a single handbag costing over 100,000, might find herself in a position where she would need to be cared for rather than offering care herself. Yun Zijing. Did she truly seem so untrustworthy? "Miss, it is indeed not suitable for you to go. If you are concerned, you may send one of us in your stead. There is no need for you to venture out personally." Yun Zijing has been pampered by Subianhua, her delicate skin so tender that even the slightest bump can leave a noticeable mark. Were she to venture into a disaster-stricken area, she would undoubtedly become the favored target of mosquitoes. Nevertheless, it seems feasible. The question remains, who among you is most suitable for this task? First, please return home and bring my car, for its performance surpasses that of yours. Yun Zijing has yet to fully comprehend the hidden abilities of her 7 bodyguards. Ling Wu, having survived in the wilderness for an extended period, is undoubtedly the most fitting candidate. His outdoor survival skills are unparalleled, even in the face of unforeseen circumstances. He possesses the capability to be self-sufficient while awaiting rescue, albeit the likelihood of such an event is exceedingly slim. Thus, Ling Wu shall go. He should head back immediately to retrieve the vehicle, perhaps even catching up with the truck. Yun Zijing envisions a plan to release the off-road vehicle that Subianhua has just provided from her system's backpack at a location devoid of surveillance cameras, allowing Ling Wu to pursue the truck directly. "Rest assured, Miss Yun, the loading process has not yet concluded. I will instruct them to wait for you, and we shall depart together." Relieved by Yun Zijing's willingness to heed advice, Deng Yi promptly began assisting her in coordinating the truck's departure time. "Very well. We shall return as swiftly as possible. Yun Zijin exchanged a glance with the 7 members of Ling Yi and swiftly made her way toward their parking area. Once they were sufficiently distanced from the wholesale market, Yun Zijin resumed her scrutiny of the surrounding cameras. However, Ling Yi assured her that he was once a hacker and could assist in adjusting the surveillance footage, allowing her to release the vehicle without concern. This once again surprised Yun Zijing, who felt as though she were unboxing a mystery gift. Each bodyguard possessed hidden skills that could be revealed when the need arose, akin to successfully unveiling a concealed treasure. She pondered how long it would take to uncover all 7. It had not crossed her mind that the bodyguards might possess one or more hidden talents. Once Ling Yi was prepared, Yun Zijing retrieved the off-road vehicle card generously provided by Subianhua from her system backpack. 05. While my primary intention is for you to assist more individuals, your safety remains paramount. Regardless of the task at hand, you must prioritize your own well-being. I do not require you to sacrifice yourself for anyone. Of course, should you be able to help within your means, I encourage you to do so. Here, this is my bank card, containing 50 million. The password is my birthday. Should you require any funds, simply use the card. If the balance is insufficient, do not hesitate to call me. We may lack in other areas, but financial resources will be ample. With hundreds of billions resting in her account, Yun Zijing had become rather indifferent to wealth. She was more than willing to contribute her share to meaningful causes. 05 solemnly accepted the bank card from Yun Zijing, nodding in acknowledgement. Rest assured, miss. I shall diligently fulfill the tasks you assign. Though 05 maintained a serious demeanor, Yun Zijing understood that this was merely a characteristic of their profession as bodyguards, and she did not press him further. Go on, and take care, she urged, feeling a sense of novelty in sending someone out on a mission for the first time. Driving the rugged vehicle casually borrowed from Yun Zijing, Ling Wu headed towards the wholesale market, while Yun Zijing and the remaining bodyguards retraced their steps. Upon returning to Xingyu Huafu, Yun Zijing suddenly recalled that she had yet to purchase the herbs necessary for crafting rose essential oil. However, once one reclines, the desire to rise diminishes. Perhaps she could procure them while completing her shopping tasks the following day. Successfully convincing herself, she settled onto the sofa in the living room and drifted into an undetermined slumber. Just as the clouds gather before the rain, and when you softly hum, my heart stirs. Not long after she had laid down, her phone began to ring. Annoyed, Yun Zijing reached for her phone and decisively ended the call. After a day filled with exertion, she simply lacked the energy to engage. Even answering the phone felt burdensome. However, the caller was evidently not one to concede easily. After she hung up, they called again. With irritation, Yun Zijing sat up and pressed the answer button with force. You'd better have something important to say. Otherwise, she exclaimed, her teeth clenched in frustration. Yunjia, have I disturbed you? On the other end of the line, Sheng Yang's voice emerged, faint and tinged with caution. Since the day of the auction, he had discerned his position before Yun Zijing. What do you think? If you have something to say, please do. Yun Zijing's temper was not in the best of states at that moment. Yunjia, I wish to engage in a small business venture, but my brother refuses to provide funding. I called to inquire if you would be interested in investing. Engaging in business? What venture do you aspire to undertake? She possesses wealth, yet she is discerning about her investments. A bar. Yun Zijing. Indeed, it aligns with your image as the illustrious young master. But does running a bar not require substantial funds? Have you depleted your resources already? The Sheng family is a venerable lineage in the capital. As one of the 2 sons of Sheng, the current chairman, does Sheng Yang truly lack for pocket money? Surely, he could easily spare a couple of months' allowance. Could he not? Yet, once spent. Today, indulging in a few million at the racetrack, and tomorrow, reveling at the club until dawn. Such expenditures vanish like water. Yun Zijing fell silent once more. I possess the means to invest in you, yet if you decide to open a bar, what if your brother discovers my involvement and confronts me? I cannot invest. Oh, please, Sister Yin. I have already boasted about this. If the bar fails to materialize, how shall I navigate the circles of the capital? Chapter 38. Purchasing raw materials for rose essential oil. Was it I who urged you to boast? With a single remark, Yun Zijing silenced all that Sheng Yang had intended to express. Indeed, it was he who chose to boast, yet lacking the capital to establish a business. He found himself seeking assistance to mitigate the fallout. Sister Yun, I implore you to show me some compassion. I do not require much. Just 2 to 3 million will suffice. You need not worry about anything. I will grant you 50 of the shares. Xingyang is currently a university student, yet he is poised to enter his senior year and embark on an internship next year. He is disinclined to accept positions at the subpar companies assigned by the school, nor does he wish to join the family business. Instead, he aspires to venture into entrepreneurship. Lacking other skills, he ultimately settles on the bar industry, which he knows relatively well. However, when he eagerly presented his business plan to his elder brother, he was met with a resounding rejection, accompanied by admonitions that his primary focus should be on his studies rather than frivolously indulging in nightlife and courting women. Upon hearing that Xingyang, a scion of privilege, wished to open a bar, Sheng Hao's immediate impression was that his brother intended to disguise his desire for leisure as a legitimate entrepreneurial endeavor. Among the myriad of industries available, why had he chosen the bar scene? Surely, even opening a general store would appear more credible. Do I seem like someone who lacks the requisite 50% stake? Xingyang felt a sense of defeat. Despite being of similar age, he pondered how the disparities between individuals could be so vast. Then tell me, Yunjie, what would it take for you to agree to invest? He inquired. You must provide me with a written commitment outlining how much profit I can expect within a year. Should you fail to meet this target, you will reimburse my funds at the prevailing bank interest rate. Yun Zijing was amenable to the idea of investing, provided that Xingyang was genuinely committed to his entrepreneurial pursuits, rather than merely seeking an excuse to revel. Very well. When can I expect the funds to be transferred? He pressed. Let us arrange a meeting for tomorrow to discuss further, she replied before promptly ending the call. In that moment, Yun Zijing longed for someone to give her a shoulder massage to alleviate the fatigue wrought by a day of excessive exertion. The following day, a notification from the system echoed. Consumption task. Please spend 0.00 yuan before midnight tonight. No specific requirements. Reward, to be unlocked. Yun Zijing had developed an immunity to the daily task notifications and could maintain her composure without a hint of disturbance. Due to Sheng Yang's inability to rise, Yun Zijing had arranged to meet him this afternoon at 1 o'clock in a dessert shop near Daijing University. This was not a romantic rendezvous. It was purely a spontaneous craving for sweets. After finishing breakfast, Ling Yi arrived to report on the situation concerning Ling Wu. This morning, Ling Wu and the supply vehicle had safely reached their destination. Ling Wu had joined the rescue team, but the signal in the disaster area was currently poor, making it difficult to relay information promptly. However, Ling Wu's capabilities should suffice to handle 99 of potential emergencies, so the young lady could rest assured. Yun Zijing nodded, expressing her confidence in the bodyguard's abilities as provided by the system. While saving lives was crucial, she reminded Ling Yi to emphasize that personal safety was paramount and that one should not risk their own life for the sake of others. She was particularly concerned that Ling Wu might be stubborn, potentially jeopardizing himself in his pursuit to save more people. Understood, Mississippi. I will convey your message. Ling Yi replied with a solemn tone. Let us proceed to the Chinese medicine shop today, Yun Zijing suggested. Since the system had provided the formula, she did not wish to squander the opportunity. Moreover, aside from her daily dilemma of how to spend money, she had little else to occupy her time. Thus, crafting rose essential oil would serve as a delightful diversion. If the results are promising, she could venture into some small business endeavors. One cannot simply rely on the system's daily disbursements. Complacency and merely spending money could lead to complications over time. Today, Yun Zijing was disinclined to drive, so Ling Qi was pushed forward by others to serve as her chauffeur. The pink ice plum was not a vehicle that everyone could handle, and Ling Qi, well, his prowess ranked 7th. There are quite a few traditional Chinese medicine shops in the capital, and a quick search on the map revealed several options. Yun Zijing chose the one closest to Xinyu Huafu, which was approximately a 20-minute drive away. Once she arrived, she exited the car and walked directly toward the entrance of the herbal shop. From the chauffeur vehicle, Ling Yi and Ling Er followed her closely. The shop was named Leshentang. It was not particularly large, yet it was bustling with patrons, suggesting a decent reputation. Hello, are you here to purchase medicine or seek consultation? Upon entering, they were greeted by a staff member. I would like to buy some herbs. Please gather a little of each as per this list. For each herb, 5 taels will suffice. Yun Zijing was hesitant to make a large purchase at once. She merely wished to experiment first to see if it would be effective. There are a few rather expensive herbs on this list. Are you certain you want all of them? The staff member glanced at the list, noting the higher-priced items, and voiced a cautionary reminder, concerned that she might be taken aback by the total cost later. No worries. Please proceed with the selection. I will pay whatever the amount may be. Yun Zijing, of course, was indifferent to the price of the medicinal herbs. Even if they were exorbitantly expensive, they could hardly exceed 1 billion, and if they did, she could still afford them. Very well. Please take a seat over here and wait a moment while I fetch them, she instructed. As the attendant departed, she cast a discreet glance at the bodyguards, 01 and 02, standing behind Yun Zijin. Was it now customary for individuals to venture out accompanied by protectors? Yun Zijin chose not to occupy a chair in the establishment as it was already occupied by several elderly patrons, and she preferred not to displace them. While the attendant gathered the herbs, Yun Zijin began to observe the shop's decor and the patients receiving treatment there. The queue behind that small door extended out into the street, indicating that the traditional Chinese medicine practiced here must be quite proficient. Hello. I have gathered all the herbs you requested. Please check to ensure the quantities are correct, the attendant called out from behind the counter as Yun Zijin continued her observations. Approaching, she watched as the attendant meticulously weighed each item. Once satisfied with the accuracy of the measurements, Yun Zijin nodded in acknowledgement. After all the herbs had been weighed, the attendant began to package them. Remarkably, her hands moved with such swiftness that she swiftly secured each bundle. The list Yun Zijin provided contained a total of 15 types of herbs, predominantly common ones, with perhaps 1 or 2 that were less frequently utilized and in limited supply at the shop. The total came to 63, and since these were traditional Chinese herbs, they could not be covered by health insurance. At this point, the attendant cautiously glanced at Yun Zijin, relieved to see no change in her expression, and continued. Will you be paying by card or cash? We also accept Zafubo or WeChat. Yun Zijin had not made the payment, and the shop assistant refrained from handing over the medicinal herbs, as the value of these packages exceeded 10,000. If she were to incur a loss, it would take her an entire month's salary to compensate. Please charge it. Yun Zijin offered her black gold card. The shop assistant swiftly processed the payment, and upon receiving confirmation of the transaction, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Here is your receipt and bank card. We look forward to your next visit. 01 and 02 instinctively stepped forward to carry the herbs. Chapter 39. The aseptic preparation room. After purchasing the herbs, Yun Zijin returned to Xingyu Huafu, selecting an empty room to serve as her apothecary, instructing 01 and 02 to place the herbs inside. However, merely possessing the herbs was insufficient. She also needed to acquire the tools required for essential oil production. The system offers an aseptic preparation room. Would the host like to spend 10,000,000 to unlock it? Yes, no. Just as Yun Zijin was about to purchase the tools via an online shopping app, an unexpected prompt from the app caught her attention. Could it really function in such a manner? 10 million was not an exorbitant sum for her at this moment, and without much hesitation, she agreed. Ding. The aseptic preparation room has been unlocked. The host can access it anytime from the system's virtual screen. Yun Zijin opened the system's virtual screen and quickly located the aseptic preparation room beside the system's backpack. Upon entering, she found herself in a remarkably professional laboratory. It must be said, the expenditure of 10 million was indeed worthwhile. With the sterile workshop provided by Subianhua, Yun Zijin no longer needs to procure tools from outside. Considering that she has an appointment with Shenyang today, she refrained from commencing the production of essential oils, fearing that she might become engrossed and risk missing their meeting time. In the afternoon, Yun Zijin arrived 10 minutes early at the dessert shop where she had arranged to meet Shenyang. To her surprise, Shenyang had arrived even earlier. Seemingly eager for Yun Zijin to invest in his venture, which was quite unlike his usual demeanor. Yunjia. Upon seeing Yun Zijin, Shenyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. As she approached his table, she remarked, "You're here quite early." Shenyang, typically carefree and laid back, was unexpectedly enthusiastic this time. "I wanted you to see my sincerity." He was genuinely intent on starting his own business. While a bar might not seem particularly respectable, it nonetheless constituted a legitimate enterprise. From Yun Zijin's perspective, his sincerity was commendable, but she remained skeptical about his commitment. "I wonder if this is just a fleeting passion," she mused. "Absolutely not. Just watch, Yunjia. If I lose interest, I promise to return every penny you invest." Shenyang was genuinely anxious that Yun Zijin might change her mind. "All right, I'll take your current earnestness into consideration. However, the funds cannot be dispersed at this moment. We must first formalize the agreement. Would you prefer to engage a lawyer to draft the contract, or shall I take on that responsibility?" Yun Zijin directed her gaze toward Shenyang. "It is best if you seek out a lawyer, Yunjia. After all, I doubt the lawyer I choose would lead me astray. Yun Zijin raised an eyebrow. Very well. There is no time like the present. Let us depart at once. She held a favorable opinion of Hengchuang law firm from their previous collaboration, and she intended to enlist their assistance once more in drafting the contract. Such a minor task should be completed swiftly by the professionals there. Let us go. By the way, I ordered a dessert for you, a snow rice cake, but I have yet to see it served. Allow me to inquire. As the two rose from their seats, Xingyang suddenly recalled that he had asked Yun Zijin what dessert she desired yesterday, and he had ordered it for her upon arrival today. He was surprised that they were already leaving without having seen it brought to the table. Let us have it packed. It is too late to enjoy it now. Yun Zijin had not anticipated that Xingyang had ordered a dessert in advance for her, noticing that his table was devoid of any food or even a beverage. Xingyang nodded, affirming that he had ordered it for her. Of course, he would heed her wishes. Excuse me, is the snow rice cake from table 5 ready? We would like it to be packed for takeaway. Chapter 40. Victorious in battle, a sure win in court. Apologies, it is quite crowded today. And the service is a tad slow. It will be ready shortly. The chef is wrapping things up now, and I will fetch your takeaway boxes immediately. The receptionist, slightly embarrassed, was approached with a query. She had just noticed that the young man had been seated for around 20 minutes, seemingly awaiting someone, and had not shown any signs of urgency. However, as soon as the girl arrived, he was ready to leave. Please hurry, we have matters to attend to. Yun Zijing remarked to the attendant with a calm demeanor. I will check on that for you, the attendant replied, stepping into the preparation area. Before long, she emerged with a box of snowskin mooncakes. Here are the snowskin mooncakes you ordered. I'll pack them for you now. I apologize for the wait. It is quite busy today. As a token of our appreciation, here are some cookies made by our chef for you to enjoy. As the attendant packaged the mooncakes, she also placed a box of cookies into a small bag as a gesture of goodwill. No problem. How much do I owe you? Xingyang inquired, holding the 2 bags and checking his phone for the price. It's 98 yuan. Given the less than ideal experience today, I can offer you a 10 discount, bringing it down to 88 yuan. The prices remained as steep as ever, yet the exquisite taste of their offerings was undeniable. Let us go. I just contacted Hengchuang law firm, and lawyer Tang Yu happens to be in the office today. If we hurry, we might catch him. Lawyers are perpetually busy, and with a moment's lapse, one could find themselves elsewhere. Xingyang nodded, eager to reach the firm swiftly so that they could draft the contract and finalize the signing without delay, lest he feared Yun Zijing might change her mind in an instant. From the dessert shop to the Ding's tower, it took less than an hour. Yun Zijing, accompanied by Xingyang, utilized the exclusive elevator reserved for the leaders of Ding's tower, ascending directly to the floor where Hengchuang law firm is located. Miss Yun, you have arrived. The receptionist greeted Yun Zijing with a warm smile, recalling that she had been brought here by General Manager Su last time. Regardless of Yun Zijing's identity, it was well known that Su Yuanfu was the sole landlord and representative of Ding's tower. Therefore, they had to treat Su Yuanfu's clients with utmost courtesy. That's good to hear. I was worried that I might arrive late and find that Tang Lu had gotten busy, Yun Zijing expressed. That is not impossible, the receptionist chuckled, though she refrained from voicing such a thought. Not at all, Miss Yun. Your order will surely be prioritized. The receptionist poured 2 cups of hot tea for them. Please wait a moment. I will call Tang Lu for you. Yun Zijing nodded in acknowledgement and took a delicate sip of her tea. Tang Lu? Is it the same Tang Lu that I know? Xingyang pondered, recalling a figure from his memory, wondering if it was merely a coincidence. What do you mean? Yun Zijing, unfamiliar with the legal profession, was unaware of the significance of the Tang Lu that Xingyang referred to. He's the renowned lawyer known for his courtroom victories. However, I only know him as Tang Lu. I am unaware of his full name or which law firm he belongs to. However, it is likely that they share the same surname, and the Tang surname is not particularly rare. Have you ever encountered this lawyer, Tang? Upon hearing Xingyang mention the celebrity attorney of the legal world, the gossip-loving spirit within Yun Zijing ignited fervently. She had only seen him in videos and had never encountered him in person. Xingyang would undoubtedly attribute much of this to his 5G internet speed. Indeed, every profession boasts its own luminaries. I have heard that several companies sought to recruit him for legal positions, including the prestigious 4 families of Dijing, yet none succeeded in their endeavors. The conversation about gossip flowed effortlessly between the two. Chapter 41. The completion of the agreement. When Tang Yu arrived at the conference room door, he overheard discussions that seemed to revolve around him, prompting him to pause and listen. To his surprise, he found that the external evaluations of him were quite favorable. This recognition served as both a source of pressure and motivation for Tang Yu. He knocked gently on the door, and upon hearing a hush from within, he entered the conference room, accompanied by an assistant responsible for recording the meeting's proceedings. Having inadvertently overheard the conversation, he realized that he had gained a certain level of notoriety. Once inside, Tang Yu endeavored to adopt a more amiable demeanor. While the attendees may have been unaware, he, as one of the partner attorneys at the firm, was fully cognizant of the significance of the moment. The lady in front of him, Ms. Yun, was the sole owner of the prestigious Dingshi building. Her ability to acquire the entire edifice at such a young age was a testament to her exceptional capabilities and underscored her remarkable nature. Tang Yu took a seat directly opposite the two individuals and introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, I am Tang Yu, an attorney from Heng Chuang Law Firm. And this is my assistant. He will meticulously record our conversation. Hello, I am Zhou Lin, but you may call me Xiao Lin or Xiao Zhou," Zhou Lin replied, opening his notebook and placing a voice recorder in the center of the table to ensure that everyone's voices would be captured clearly. "Greetings, I am Yun Zijing." She introduced herself. "I am Sheng Yang, and we would like to request your assistance in drafting an investment cooperation agreement." Upon hearing Sheng Yang's request, Tang Yu began to understand the preparations he needed to undertake. "Certainly, please elaborate on the specifics, and I shall draft the contract based on the actual circumstances." The three of them, Tang Yu, Yun Zijing, and Sheng Yang, engaged in discussion within the conference room for approximately an hour before finally finalizing the agreement. Zhou Lin took the USB drive containing a copy of the document that Tang Yu had prepared and stepped out to print the agreement. By the time Yun Zijing, Sheng Yang, and Tang Yu, representing Heng Chuang Law Firm, affixed their signatures and seals to the document, it was already 3 p.m. Holding his own copy of the agreement, Sheng Yang's eyes crinkled into a smile. "All right, enough with the foolish grinning. When will you have your license sorted? I shall transfer the funds once you do. For now, you remain that cash-strapped second-generation heir." She still had not completed her task of spending 4 million today. "That is not the same. I have already secured you, Sister Yun, as a reliable investor. Obtaining the license is a trivial matter. It will be resolved in no time." Although Sheng Yang may not be the heir of the Sheng family in this generation, he remains the younger brother of Sheng Hao, and thus commands a modicum of respect from most in the imperial capital when they encounter him. "You should handle that matter. I have other affairs to attend to. So I shall take my leave," he said. It is imperative to complete the spending task promptly, lest she confront an even greater financial burden tomorrow. "Not to worry. Yunjia, we have a gathering at Yun Palace number 1 tonight. Will you join us? I would love for you to meet my friends. They are quite eager to see you, especially after hearing that you secured a piece of land under Lu Ji's guidance." On that occasion, his brother was unable to attend, but Li Yuecheng, Fu Zhe, and Lu Yunk were all present. The three young masters were on site, and the incident of someone seizing a vital piece of land became a topic of conversation among those in the know. Astute individuals have already begun to inquire about Yun Zijing's background. Regrettably, aside from the superficial information that Yun Zijing is the recently discovered true daughter of the Xia family and has grown up in an orphanage, nothing else has come to light. "I am not acquainted with your friends. It seems rather improper for them to arrive uninvited." Yun Zijing has come to realize the limitations of her own perspective. With a daily spending task amounting to several $100,000, she finds herself at a loss for fresh ways to expend her funds. It is impractical to continually visit Jinxing Mall to acquire a plethora of luxury items. Even the most extravagant possessions would eventually be exhausted in terms of variety, and it would be foolish to purchase duplicates merely to fulfill her spending obligation. Wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. Rest assured, Yunjia, I will inform them in advance. Moreover, since you are my guest, any objections from others will have to be suppressed. At this moment, Sheng Yang finally revealed a glimpse of his extravagant persona. As a central figure among the idle rich, he had always been the unequivocal authority within his circle. "Well then, when shall we commence?" I observed the passage of time. Yun Zijing was still preoccupied with her spending tasks. "We typically arrive by 7, but don't worry about the timing, Yunjia. It's perfectly acceptable to arrive a bit later." Sheng Yang himself was often tardy, sometimes lingering only briefly before departing, and no one dared to reproach him. "Wait a moment, didn't you claim to be broke? How is it that you are still going out for gatherings?" Yun Zijing suddenly realized that if Sheng Yang had no money, what would he use to pay for his outings? It was unreasonable to expect others to cover his expenses each time. Once or twice might be understandable, but repeatedly would surely breed resentment. I've already treated them so many times. It's only fair that they occasionally foot the bill, right? Sheng Yang was entirely unfazed by the notion of being financially constrained. Were it not for the fact that he always picked up the tab, his pocket money would not have dwindled so rapidly. Yun Zijing raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this child truly insisted on treating others every time they went out. He can't be considered an unwitting benefactor, can he? All right, 7 o'clock it is. I shall arrive punctually. I genuinely have matters to attend to now, so you may amuse yourself. With that, Yun Zijing turned and entered her vehicle, while Ling Qi took the driver's seat in the pale pink car. Sheng Yang couldn't shake the feeling that there was something peculiar about the way Yun Zijing had looked at him just before parting, though he couldn't quite articulate what was amiss. Finally, scratching his head, he climbed into his beloved car, pressed the accelerator, and drove away from the Dingxi building. Yun Zijing conducted a brief search on Yun Palace No. 1 while in the car, discovering that a simple dish of cucumber was priced at an astonishing $28.88. This offered her an initial insight into the establishment's extravagant expenditures. It certainly presented a unique approach to spending. 07. Head to Yun Palace No. 1. Yun Zijing concluded that it would be prudent to first explore the venue, conveniently accomplishing her spending task for the day. Understood, Mississippi. 07 effortlessly altered the route without glancing at the navigation, and the accompanying chauffeur-driven vehicle followed suit promptly. At the entrance of Yun Palace No. 1, a staff member politely requested her membership card. Just as Yun Zijing was about to enter, she was halted by the attendant. It was indeed a members-only establishment. This is my first visit. I don't possess a membership card, but I can apply for one on the spot. What are the requirements? The doorman glanced at the 6 bodyguards trailing behind Yun Zijing and ultimately decided to acquiesce, guiding her to the front desk while explaining the situation. The reception staff was momentarily taken aback. Their club typically operated on an invitation-only basis or through member referrals, marking the first instance of someone attempting to acquire a membership without prior solicitation. However, there was no explicit prohibition against on-site applications, so the front desk proceeded to inform Yun Zijing of the stipulations. As a first-time visitor, she could only apply for a standard membership, necessitating a one-time deposit of 1 million. Not a problem. Please proceed with the payment. Yun Zijing retrieved her black gold card from her bag. The receptionist, upon observing the card in Yun Zijing's hand, exhibited a hint of confusion. Having worked at the front desk of Yun Palace No. 1 for several years and encountered numerous black cards, she realized this particular design was unlike any she had seen before. However, she did not deny that Yun Zijing's card was counterfeit, demonstrating a commendable level of professionalism. She accepted the black gold card from Yun Zijing's hand and proceeded to process the membership application. As she entered the member information, she felt a sense of relief upon confirming the successful recharge. She was grateful that she had not acted irrationally simply because she had never encountered such a black card before. Moreover, Yun Zijing exuded an air of confident assurance, subtly indicating her privileged status. Even though her attire and accessories were understated, they only served to suggest an air of refined elegance rather than financial hardship. Your membership card has been successfully issued. You are currently an ordinary member. You may reserve a private booth on the 13th floor using your card. Here is the reservation number. Feel free to call if you need assistance. Please keep your membership card and bank card safe. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Having successfully onboarded a new member, the front desk smile was now markedly more genuine than before. Please tell me about your club's membership upgrade requirements. Although she might not visit frequently, it would be beneficial to understand the upgrade policies. The club offers 5 tiers of membership: ordinary, silver, gold, diamond, and purple gold. Ordinary members need only to make a one-time deposit of 1 million. Silver members must have accumulated a spending of 10 million at the club within the past year. Gold members are required to possess assets certified at a market value of over 1 billion. Alongside a cumulative expenditure of 50 million at the club within the same time frame. Diamond members must have assets certified at a market value exceeding 5 billion, and they too must spend more than 50 million at the club within the year. As for the purple gold membership, only our boss has the right to extend invitations, and the specific requirements remain unclear. Currently, there are only 10 holders of the purple gold membership card in the club. Upon hearing the front desk's introduction to the membership system, Yun Zijing felt as though she had discovered an excellent opportunity to consistently fulfill her spending obligations. Spending 50 million is quite achievable, so please reserve a private room for me. Yun Zijing handed her membership card back to the front desk. The attendant mused, "Is this unprecedented wealth finally my turn?" With new members brought in through her efforts, she would earn commissions from their spending at the club, although ordinary members receive only a minuscule commission of 1,000th. It does not deter her from dreaming that this young lady may one day ascend to gold membership. Until now, she had only assisted her colleagues' clients in obtaining membership cards. Now, it was finally her turn. Holding Yun Zijing's membership card, she promptly reserved a highly auspicious room 66 for her. "Miss Yun, I have secured room 66 for you, and someone will escort you there. I wish you a delightful dining experience." With her membership card in hand, a server soon approached to lead her. Not long after, the waiter paused at the entrance of a private room, saying, "Miss Yun, this is room 66. Yun Zijing produced the door card she had just received from the front desk and swiped it, causing the door to open. "Miss Yun, would you like to place your order now?" She nodded in affirmation, eager to order. She had a second engagement and could not indulge too much. Yet Ling Yi and the others had not eaten. Without glancing at the prices, she ordered anything that appealed to her, inquiring about the preferences of Ling Yi and his companions along the way. By the end of their selections, the total astonishingly reached 4 million. The smile on Yun Zijing's face was irresistible, though the mission would only be considered successful once they finished eating and settled the bill. The day's spending had already met the target, filling her with joy. Indeed, she thought, it was essential to learn from these affluent second-generation heirs. A casual meal could easily amount to millions. This was precisely what she desired, carefree dining. Today, this lady is treating. 4 million is merely a drop in the bucket. Ling Yi and his companions expressed their humble gratitude, yet when they took their seats, they maintained a respectful distance from Yun Zijing. While she might not mind, they were acutely aware of their own status. Yun Zijing had no objections. She was generally quite relaxed with their behavior, as long as they did not falter when it truly mattered. As they awaited their dishes, Yun Zijing's phone rang. She answered it casually. "Today, I have a dinner engagement with a few friends at Tiana Mansion. I wonder if I might have the honor of Miss Yun's presence?" On the other end of the line, the melodious voice of Lu Yunk resonated, causing Yun Zijing to realize for the first time that she might be captivated by voices. Although her heart was in turmoil, her expression remained remarkably composed. It was indeed quite unfortunate. She had just promised Xingyang to meet at Yingongno 1 at 7 p.m. While she and Lu Yunk had met several times and could be considered acquaintances, the timing of this invitation was rather tardy. Xingyang? Yingongno 1. Lu Yunk evidently had not anticipated that Yun Zijing had prior arrangements with Xingyang. Indeed, he had expressed a curiosity about her, this remarkable woman who had managed to secure her place amidst the attention of several young masters. Coincidentally, she had matters to discuss with Xingyang today, hence the joint invitation. Given that it was not her domain, Yun Zijing refrained from extending an invitation to Lu Yunk. "All right, I understand. Since Miss Yun has prior engagements, I shall not intrude further." Shortly after the call ended, a server knocked on the door, and Ling Qi instinctively went to open it. The server brought a selection of snacks, fruit platters, and desserts that Yun Zijing had ordered for herself. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Lu Yunk turned to Xing Hao. "Your brother has already invited her. They plan to enjoy themselves at Yungong No. 1 tonight." Upon hearing Lu Yunk's words, Xing Hao narrowed his eyes. He had exhausted his allowance for the month. How could he afford to indulge at Yungong No. 1? His group of acquaintances would certainly not foot the bill. Xingyang, having been overly protected by them, was rather naive and easily trusted others. Knowing that a group of individuals always surrounded Xingyang, treating him as a fool, Xing Hao subsequently refrained from giving Xingyang any additional pocket money. Each month, he received a fixed amount. Once it was spent, he would dutifully return home for meals and lodging, managing to survive without starving. Who could possibly expect Miss Yin to foot the bill? In this day and age, who would take a lady out and expect her to pay? If Xingyang was short on funds, it would simply fall to Miss Yun to cover the expenses, remarked Li Yueqing with a smile. Xing Hao responded with a silent exasperation to Yun Palace No. 1. Fu Zhe shrugged. This second young master of the Sheng family truly was a nemesis to his elder brother. Achieving his objective, Lu Yunk smirked, draping his coat over his arm and following Xing Hao out. Fu Zhe and Li Yueqing exchanged glances, realizing that their planned dinner was now a lost cause. Let us go to Yun Palace No. 1. Chapter 43. Spending Money. When Lu Yunk and his companions arrived at Yun Palace No. 1, it was not yet 7 p.m. Therefore, Xing Hao utilized his membership card to reserve a private room. Are we simply going to wait for them here? Li Yueqing observed the array of beverages before him, genuinely reluctant to partake. They had originally agreed to dine at Tina Mansion for a proper meal, yet unexpectedly found themselves at a club instead. After days of business engagements, he had grown weary of drinking, to the point of nausea, and wished for a respite from alcohol. To catch them in the act, they would have to bide their time. Sheng Hao was more eager for Sheng Yang to discern the true nature of his so-called friends. Otherwise, he would inevitably suffer a greater loss in the future. A small amount of pocket money lost is merely a loss. However, should these individuals dare to harbor ulterior motives, they must not blame him for being ungracious. Li Yueqing and Fu Zhe fell silent, acknowledging that Sheng Hao, this younger brother, could indeed be quite troublesome at times. Let us not limit ourselves to just drinks. I wish to order something more conventional. Bring me the menu, and I shall choose. Li Yueqing took the ordering tablet and swiftly selected several substantial dishes. Fu Zhe, not one to hold back, also ordered a number of his preferred items. Lu Gu, why not inquire with Miss Yun about her arrival? Li Yueqing suggested, casting a glance at Lu Yonk. The fact that he and Yun Zijin had been meeting privately was no secret to their circle. Although Lu Yonk always made excuses related to business, they had grown up together, and such matters were impossible to conceal. Given Lu Yonk's usual aversion to proximity with women, his willingness to meet Yun Zijin for a meal spoke volumes about his special regard for her. In their family, marriage was seldom a matter of personal choice. However, Lu Yonk and Yun Zijin appeared to be well matched. Li Yueqing wholeheartedly supported Lu Yonk in pursuing Yun Zijin. It would be delightful if even one among them could find love and culminated into a lasting bond. Lu Yonk chose to ignore Li Yueqing. He had already expressed his desire not to intrude. To call now would suggest an overstepping of boundaries. Unbeknownst to Yun Zijin, who had unwittingly consumed a cocktail out of curiosity at the gathering in Gonyuan No. 1, she was beginning to feel a bit lightheaded. Yet, she remained oblivious to her state, as her demeanor appeared entirely normal, which in turn prevented 01 and the others from noticing anything amiss. The only noticeable change was perhaps the two rosy blushes adorning Yun Zijin's cheeks. Unbeknownst to her, she had drained the cocktail in her hand completely. 01. Why do you have two heads? Upon hearing her words, the 6 members of 01 simultaneously raised their heads, their expressions grave as they turned to Yun Zijin. Miss. 01 replied, you are intoxicated. Miss, your task remains unfinished. Although they were unaware of the specifics of Yun Zijin's assignment, they understood that aside from weekends, she had daily responsibilities to fulfill. Yes, the task. I need to spend money. With that declaration, Yun Zijin stood up and swiftly approached the door of the private room, darting out in an instant. The 6 men of 01 hastily followed, carefully surrounding her as she moved ahead. Despite her inebriation, Yun Zijin's gait was remarkably steady, her posture upright. If one were to overlook the dazed glimmer in her eyes, it would be difficult to discern that she was drunk. Many passers-by who caught sight of her expressed awe, yet before any could act, they were met with the frigid gazes of 01. Anyone daring to utter a teasing remark towards Yun Zijin would only await an inevitable fate of being beaten. Thanks to the protective escort of the bodyguards, despite the many who were intrigued by her, most ultimately chose to retreat. It was evident that not everyone could afford to provoke those who accompanied her, clearly seasoned fighters. Unbeknownst to Yun Zijin, she had somehow found her way to the front desk. Just as she intended to retrieve her bag, she realized with dismay that she possessed nothing, not even her phone. While her face was a canvas of confusion, Ling Yi placed the bag he had been holding right before her eyes. Fortunately, his keen sight saved them from the misconception that they were merely there to indulge in a free meal at Yungong No. 1. Oh, my bag. Yun Zijing struggled to locate her black gold card within, which she promptly presented to the front desk. I wish to make a purchase. The receptionist replied, although your card was just issued, handing me a single card and uttering I wish to make a purchase leaves me at a loss regarding your intentions. The bill for box 66 on the 3rd floor, Ling Yi quickly clarified. The receptionist's realization dawned upon her, and she responded, now I understand. Please hold on. With caution, the receptionist took the black gold card from Yun Zijing's hand and began the billing process. Thankfully, the payment system was progressive, allowing Yun Zijing to complete the transaction with facial recognition, eliminating the need for a password. A moment of astonishment flickered across the receptionist's face upon seeing the amount due for Yun Zijing's bill. The charming young lady who had assisted her in opening the card turned out to be a discreet, wealthy individual. She had spent over $4 million at the outset, a sum that could easily cover the expenses of 10 people. However, the seasoned receptionist refrained from questioning the customer's spending habits. She swiftly processed the payment, and Yun Zijing successfully completed her facial recognition transaction. Spending task: complete expenditure of 00 before midnight tonight. No specific requirements. Accomplished. Task reward: a double rebate has been triggered, and the sum of 00 has been credited to the host savings card. The complete ownership of Cloud Palace Number 1, along with the relevant certificates and documents, has been issued to the system's backpack. The host is advised to check. Yun Zijing, still somewhat dazed, smiled upon hearing the system's notification of task completion. After putting away her black gold card, she turned to continue drinking. Lu Yonk had initially intended to descend and see whether Yun Zijing had arrived, but as he stepped into the first-floor hall, he spotted her, clearly intoxicated, stumbling forward with a dazed expression, flanked by her 6 bodyguards. Lu Yonk was certain that if those bodyguards were not present, she would have long been swept away by some scoundrel. What transpired? Lu Yonk approached 01, inquiring about the situation. Upon seeing Lu Yonk, 01 heaved a sigh of relief, finally encountering someone familiar with the young lady. As bodyguards, their sole duty was to protect Yun Zijing, yet they had no authority to intervene in her actions. With Lu Yonk's arrival, there was hope that he could escort Yun Zijing back to the private room, allowing her to regain her senses once the effects of the alcohol wore off. Mr. Lu, the young lady has inadvertently overindulged. Could you kindly persuade her to return to the private room? How much has she consumed? Why weren't you keeping an eye on her? Lu Yonk approached Yun Zijing, intending to lend a hand, but hesitated just as his fingers were about to touch her. Would this be considered taking advantage of her vulnerability? Miss Yun? MM? Upon hearing someone call her name, Yun Zijing responded with remarkable composure. Yet, the tone was markedly softer than her usual self. Lu Yonk inhaled deeply, striving to dismiss the peculiar sensations stirring within him. Chapter 44. Shall we have your friend measure up against my bodyguard? You appear inebriated. Allow me to escort you back to the private room. Though perplexed by how Yun Zijing had managed to secure a private room on her own, Lu Yonk recognized that this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Drunk? Who is drunk? I am not inebriated, Yun Zijing asserted with unwavering conviction, utterly oblivious to the fact that her current demeanor was unmistakably intoxicated. She was, without a doubt, excessively so. Lu Yonk turned to Ling Yi, inquiring, "Where is your private room?" Concerned for Yun Zijing's reputation, he cautiously grasped her slender arm, guiding her to follow Ling Yi. Upon returning to room 66 and observing the items strewn across the table, it was evident that nothing had been spared. However, upon encountering Ling Yi and his 6 towering bodyguards, Lu Yonk found the situation quite justifiable. The appetites of several large men were impossible to gauge. Feeling a sense of unease, Lu Yonk sent a message to Li Yueqing and the others, instructing them to remain in room 66 to keep an eye on Yun Zijing. Lest she venture out again, these bodyguards, despite their imposing presence, would not dare to restrain her. A drunken individual cannot remain seated. Scarcely had she settled when Yun Zijing began to fumble with the decanter on the table, which contained a well-aerated red wine. Quick-witted, Lu Yonk swiftly reclaimed the decanter from her grasp and poured her a glass of fresh orange juice. That one doesn't taste good. Drink this instead. The color of this one is far more appealing. In an effort to coax Yun Zijing, Lu Yonk was oblivious to the childishness of his recent words. Had Yun Zijing possessed even a modicum of clarity, she would not have been so easily swayed. Unfortunately, in her state of befuddlement, she succumbed to Lu Yonk's persuasion and obediently began sipping the freshly squeezed orange juice. As the clock struck 7, and with Sheng Yang and his companions en route to Cloud Palace Number 1, Yun Zijing remained in her tipsy state, prompting Lu Yonk to rub his temples in exasperation. Indeed, at 7 o'clock, Xing Yang's call came through. Given her current condition, Yun Zijing was certainly incapable of answering the phone, and Lu Yonk knew that picking up would only lead to misunderstandings. The 6 members of Team 01, adhering to the principle of not intruding upon their employer's private life, declined to answer as well. After much contemplation, Lu Yonk's gaze fell upon a steaming glass of iced cola on the table. With his long, elegant fingers, he seized a cup and pressed it against Yun Zijing's flushed cheek. Yun Zijing, instantly jolted awake, she became fully alert. Lu Yonk hurriedly tossed the ice cola back onto the table, attempting to conceal the evidence of his crime. Mr. Lu, what brings you here? Li Yueqing and the others, having heard of his intention to join Sheng Yang, had changed their location at the last minute. This is indeed the case. And nothing of consequence. You simply drank a cocktail and became inebriated. I am not intoxicated. I am perfectly sober now, thanks to that bottle of ice cola. What time is it? 7 o'clock. Sheng Yang just called, but I did not answer. Lu Yonk spoke candidly. Perfect timing, then. Let us depart. Mr. Lu, are you joining me, or shall I return to find your friends? Yun Zijing inquired politely. I'll accompany you. Sheng Yang's brother is also present, and he is likely to seek out Sheng Yang as well. Thus, the two exited the private room together. As they stepped out, a sudden epiphany struck Yun Zijing. The actions she had taken while intoxicated replayed vividly in her mind like a fleeting film. One can meet their demise in numerous ways, but please, spare me from social death. Upon noticing the expression on Yun Zijing's face, Lu Yonk discerned that she was recalling the embarrassing moments from her drunken state, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Observing another's social embarrassment somehow struck him as amusing. Mr. Lu, if you continue to laugh, I cannot guarantee that next year's rent will not increase, she warned. The Lu family had already settled this year's rent. However, discussions regarding the following year had yet to commence. Very well, I shall refrain from laughter. Despite his words, the corners of Lu Yonk's mouth turned upward, betraying his jovial mood. Yun Zijing intended to approach the front desk to settle the bill, but suddenly recalled that she had already paid for room 66. Is something the matter? Lu Yonk asked casually as she took a few steps back. Oh, it just struck me that I've already settled the bill. I will call Sheng Yang to inquire about their room number. She retrieved her phone and opened her contacts. No need. My friend has already sent it to me. It's room 688. Let us proceed there together. Room 688 was located on the 6th floor, reserved exclusively for members holding a gold card or higher. Upon reaching the entrance of the private room, Lu Yonk placed a call to Li Yueqing, and shortly thereafter, someone arrived to open the door. Noticing Yun Zijing beside Lu Yonk, Li Yueqing cast a meaningful glance at him, yet maintained an impassive demeanor, exclaiming, "You've arrived. We've been waiting for you." As this gathering was among friends, Yun Zijing felt it inappropriate to bring her bodyguards inside, lest it imply that she was wary of them, which would be quite unfavorable. Although the 6 members of Team Zero expressed some reluctance, they ultimately acquiesced, standing guard at the door of the private room. They assured that should Yun Zijing require assistance, they could swiftly intervene. As for the soundproofing of the room, it held little significance for them. Yunjia, you've finally arrived. I called you earlier, but no one answered. I thought you wouldn't come. The one most delighted by Yun Zijing's presence was Sheng Yang, who immediately rose to greet her, his face alight with unmasked joy. Yun Zijing offered a gentle smile, remaining silent. The majority of the individuals in the room were friends of Sheng Yang, a mix of both men and women, none of whom Yun Zijing recognized. Yunjia, would you like me to introduce you? Sheng Yang, eager to spare her any discomfort, had already begun to initiate the introductions himself. Yun Zijing nodded in agreement, seeing it as an opportunity to familiarize herself with their faces, thus avoiding any awkwardness in future encounters. Indeed, upon entering the private room and observing Sheng Yang's circle of friends, Yun Zijing discerned the superficiality of their camaraderie. Only Sheng Yang could withstand such transparent performances. Had it been anyone else, their clumsy pretenses would have likely been exposed countless times over. This is my best friend, Huang Yurue. Once, when I returned to school, I was surrounded and robbed by some local thugs, and it was Yurue who bravely drove them away. Your friend must possess remarkable skills, Yun Zijing inquired with feigned innocence. Sheng Yang hesitated, for he was unaware of such matters. Huang Yurue had never shared these experiences with him. Nevertheless, driving away a group of thugs alone surely indicated considerable prowess, did it not? Sheng Yang nodded affirmatively, of course. Otherwise, how could he have helped me fend off those ruffians? It is worth mentioning that he was not without skill himself. He had learned a bit of self-defense. However, faced with such a multitude, he understood that engaging them directly would be futile, so he was preoccupied with devising a strategy. Unexpectedly, Huang Yurue happened to pass by and came to his rescue. Yun Zijing nodded in realization, a martial artist, indeed. How about we have him spar with my family as bodyguard? To be honest, I'm not entirely certain of my bodyguard's capabilities. Perhaps your friend could give them a little test? Nothing too serious, just a friendly exchange. Yun Zijing's expression was earnest. Chapter 45. the revelation upon hearing Yun Zijing's suggestion. The four members of Lu Yonk displayed knowing smiles. Indeed, had Shenyang not mentioned it, we would have been unaware of Yurue's skills. Coincidentally, Miss Yun's bodyguard is right outside. There is no time like the present. Come, let us clear the area for them to engage in a friendly bout. Fu Zhe, relishing the excitement, saw Yun Zijing's proposal as an excellent opportunity for a little test. If Huang Yurue's skills were not as exceptional as he claims, then the matter of his solo rescue of Shenyang would indeed be open to debate. No problem, I shall call them in, he replied. Huang Yurue wished to decline. Yet with four formidable figures present in the private room, alongside a girl of unknown identity, he felt utterly incapable of uttering a word of refusal. Those aware of Huang Yurue's predicament cast anxious glances in his direction. Facing multiple opponents was no trivial matter. Moreover, he possessed no remarkable abilities. It was merely a premeditated scheme. Shenyang was simply naive enough to be deceived, for had it been anyone else, Huang Yurue's clumsy performance would have been unmasked long ago. Even Shenyang, despite his simplicity, could discern that something was amiss. Based on his understanding of Yun Zijing, she was not the type to deliberately target others, yet today's events clearly indicated a focus on Huang Yurue. Had Huang Yurue offended Sister Yun unbeknownst to him? Shenyang's gaze oscillated between Yun Zijing and Huang Yurue, unwittingly concocting a plethora of melodramatic scenarios in his mind. Yun Zijing opened the door to the private room and summoned all 6 members of 01 inside. Shenyang, how many were there last time Mr. Huang was here? Yun Zijing inquired with utmost seriousness. Had one not known her intent, they might have believed she was being sincere. Last time, it seemed to be around 7 or 8. But those were merely ruffians, lacking in skill, certainly not comparable to your bodyguards, Sister Yun. That works out perfectly. This time, we have one less person, making it quite similar to last time. Mr. Huang surely would not refuse, would he? As Yun Zijing uttered her final words, a smile lingered in her eyes, yet Huang Yurue felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. Of course not. It was merely a spar, and there were no issues with that. Sheng Hao and the others were observing him intently, and Huang Yurue realized he could not refuse today. His mind raced to devise a way out of this predicament. Ling Yi and the others cast a glance at Huang Yurue, while the rest stepped back, leaving only Ling Qi standing boldly in front. This body, drained by indulgence, was an affront to even engage with them, let alone face 6 of them at once. However, they could not disregard Yun Zijing's request, so the least formidable among them, Ling Qi, was reluctantly pushed forward. Yun Zijing, to some extent, understood the sentiments of Ling Yi and the others and did not comment on their actions. If one could not triumph in a one-on-one encounter, then Huang Yurue's fabrications would appear even more absurd. Oblivious to the circumstances, Huang Yurue's eyes brightened upon seeing the retreat of Ling Yi and the others, realizing he was left to face just one opponent. With only a single adversary, he felt a measure of confidence in his chances of victory. The spectators instinctively withdrew to create an open space for their duel. Standing face to face, Ling Qi displayed utter disdain for initiating the attack, remaining motionless and waiting for Huang Yurue to strike first. After a brief pause, Huang Yurue, unable to contain his impatience, launched what he believed to be his most formidable move. However, Ling Qi effortlessly countered and subdued him. Concerned about the possibility of injuring him due to uncontrolled force, Ling Qi chose merely to restrain him before releasing his grip. To his astonishment, the moment Huang Yurue relaxed around Ling Qi, he suddenly launched a surprise attack. A glint of coldness flashed in Ling Qi's eyes as he effortlessly felled Huang to the floor. Huang Yurue did not anticipate that the bodyguard brought by Yun Zijing would possess such remarkable skills. Although his own abilities were not as grand as he had boasted, he was not entirely inept. He had at least acquired a modicum of training. Yet, he had distinctly sensed a trace of murderous intent emanating from this individual. What manner of person exudes such a presence? Alas, how could he be vanquished twice in succession by Ling Qi? Wasn't Mr. Huang supposed to be quite adept? It seemed as though Yun Zijing's thoughts trailed off, yet all present understood her implication. Huang Yurue's expression darkened, starkly contrasting with the sunny, chivalrous persona he typically displayed before Shenyang. Xiaoyang, did you see that clearly? Sheng Hao remarked unexpectedly, having seated himself beside Shenyang. Huang Yurue turned sharply towards Shenyang, attempting to glean something from his expression, but Shenyang's gaze was cast downward, obscuring his thoughts. Shenyang was still grappling with the events of the day, He had never anticipated that someone he had long admired was merely performing for him. He glanced around at the others, who all averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his gaze. It dawned on Sheng Yang that the friends he had painstakingly cultivated were all merely donning masks in their interactions with him. For what purpose? He was not even an elder brother, incapable of wielding authority over any project. Desiring to gain advantages through his elder brother seems preferable. Why then must it fall upon him? Brother, I long to return home. Confounded by these thoughts, Sheng Yang no longer wishes to remain here. He needs to retreat to the solace of home to untangle his mind. Very well, home it is. Observing Sheng Yang's despondent demeanor, Sheng Hao felt a pang of sympathy. Yet he also breathed a sigh of relief. It is far better to discern the true nature of these individuals now than to be ensnared deeper in deception before awakening to the truth. Should he be led astray while he is oblivious, regret would come too late. Sheng Yang, do not forget who rescued you. Huang Yurui, eager not to lose Sheng Yang. The proverbial cash cow, hastily interjected as Sheng Yang attempted to exit the private room. Are you certain it was you who saved my brother? Sheng Hao interjected, turning to face Huang Yurui, refusing to let Sheng Yang speak. Unlike his younger brother, Sheng Hao was not so easily deceived. Indeed, who else could it be? Without my intervention, your brother would have faced an even graver fate at their hands. Behold the evidence of how you saved my brother. Sheng Hao retrieved his phone, opened a file, and presented it before Huang Yurui. Upon glimpsing the contents, Huang Yurui's pupils constricted. How could his secretive actions have been uncovered? What are you insinuating, brother? Sheng Yang, feeling sorrowful for having misjudged the situation, had until now harbored no doubts about Huang Yurui's alleged rescue. However, witnessing the exchange between his brother and Huang Yurui sowed seeds of uncertainty within him. Foolish boy, how is it that you still do not comprehend? If he truly possessed the remarkable skill to stand undefeated against several opponents, he would not have faltered against even a single strike from Miss Yun's bodyguard. If he cannot triumph in a one-on-one confrontation, what hope is there for his success against multiple adversaries? It is a mere fantasy. Yun Zijing merely smiled in silence. How could she reveal to them that, even if he could indeed take on many, he might still fall short against 07's single attack? Chapter 46. Is she the proprietor of Yun Palace No. 1? However, Yun Zijing certainly would not disclose this at such a moment, as this misunderstanding inadvertently served her purpose. Her silence would leave Huang Yurui unable to clarify the situation. After all, he was merely a fictitious savior, and the particulars were of no consequence. Once the spectacle concluded, Yun Zijing felt no desire to linger any longer. Alas, today's meal had proven quite arduous. Li Yuqing wore a face of melancholy. All he wished for was to enjoy a normal meal, yet it seemed an insurmountable challenge. Isn't that the case for everyone, Brother Liu? Please reserve a table at Lucian Pavilion. Let us head there for dinner. The evening meal took them to 3 different locations, a true test of patience. Lu Yunk glanced at Yun Zijing and inquired, Miss Yun, would you care to join us for a bite? Acknowledging that Yun Zijing had already dined earlier, he wondered if she might not be particularly hungry now. The dishes at Lucian Pavilion were predominantly hearty. He was uncertain whether she would still desire to partake. I am quite flexible. Yun Zijing was not picky about food. If necessary, she could simply return home and have 07 prepare a couple of dishes for her. Then let us go. I shall treat you all. Sheng Hao took Sheng Yang home, while Lu Yunk accompanied Yun Zijing to Lucian Pavilion, leaving a group of individuals exchanging bewildered glances. Wait, did they settle the bill? I certainly do not have the funds to cover it. A group of individuals suddenly realized that if Sheng Yang did not settle the bill, the combined funds of them all would likely fall short of covering the cost of today's meal. Moreover, they could already envision the dire consequences of dining at Yun Palace No. 1 without payment. Sheng Yang had always paid the bill. Surely, he would do so this time as well, right? My mother has called me home for dinner, so I must take my leave. My sister has summoned me home for a meal. I too shall depart. I need to turn off my gas cylinder at home. I will be going back to do that. In their trepidation over Sheng Yang potentially neglecting to pay, each of them scurried away with the speed of rabbits. Huang Yurui's expression grew increasingly grim. Had he known this would transpire, he would have refrained from persuading Sheng Yang to dine at Yun Palace No. 1. No, he should never have invited Sheng Yang to summon Yun Zijing. Were it not for her entourage of bodyguards and her insistence on sparring, he would still be the chivalrous elder brother in Sheng Yang's eyes. All of this trouble was due to Yun Zijing. Huang Yurui, having undergone some mental gymnastics, ultimately shifted the blame onto her, successfully directing his ire toward Yun Zijing. Unbeknownst to Yun Zijing, she had merely acted as a casual catalyst and had thus incurred the disdain of others. At this moment, she had already arrived at Lucian Pavilion with Lu Yonk and several others. The group from 01 had dined at Yun Palace No. 1 earlier and were now diligently stationed at the door of the private room, ensuring that no irrelevant individuals would disturb Yun Zijing during her meal. After having savored the Buddha jumps over the wall dish last time, perhaps this time they would opt for a simple boiled cabbage? The menu at Lucian Pavilion boasted numerous delectable options, including several renowned dishes. Please order a few more meat dishes. I simply cannot enjoy a meal without them. Lu Yonk retorted without the slightest hesitation. By the way, I heard that Miss Yun has leased the auction site to the Lu Group. Is that true? This form of collaboration is unprecedented, even for Li Yueqing and Fu Zhe. Initially, they intended to acquire the land and partner with the Lu Group, but unexpectedly, Yun Ziqin outmaneuvered them. To this day, both Li Yueqing and Fu Zhe cannot help but admire the wealth of Yun Ziqin. It is indeed substantial. How do you know this? Yun Ziqin herself has not disclosed this information, and I trust that Lu Yonk is not one to gossip. So, who could possibly be so well informed? We have been closely monitoring the Lu Group's resort project in the western suburbs. Had it not been for the emergence of Yun Ziqin, the land would likely have been acquired by one of the three of them. Oh, I simply found investing to be less advantageous, thus opting for a leasing arrangement. It is stable and requires no effort, which suits someone like me perfectly, Yun Ziqin candidly acknowledged, finding no shame in her admission. Li Yueqing gave Yun Ziqin a thumbs up, exclaiming, "It truly is impressive." In over 20 years of life, they had never witnessed Lu Yonk paying rent to anyone else. It was quite an eye-opener. What can we say? She has a penchant for collecting rent, which seems perfectly reasonable. Historically, it has always been Brother Lu collecting from others, while others pay him. This is indeed a first for us. I have great admiration for Miss Yun. Fu Zhe elaborated on the reasons behind their astonishment. Yun Zijing. Though I do not comprehend, I shall express my respect. After dining, the rapport between Yun Zijing and Lu Yonk, along with the others, has deepened significantly. They no longer resort to the formal titles of Mr. and Mississippi. However, Yun Zijing declined Li Yueqing's invitation for a midnight outing, as she must prioritize her beauty sleep. After all, beauty demands sacrifice, and relinquishing the habit of staying up late is paramount. With Yun Zijing opting out, Lu Yonk naturally followed suit. Citing an early work commitment the next day, Li Yueqing remarked, "I wonder who can manage to rise at 6 for a run after an all-nighter?" Ultimately, only Li Yueqing and Fu Zhe ventured to their usual bar, ready to revel through the night. Spending task. Please ensure the completion of a spending of 300,000 before midnight. Note, transfer is prohibited. Task reward, to be unlocked. For Yun Zijing, a spending task of 300,000 had become a mere routine. After preparing herself, she sauntered out leisurely. Given the stipulation against transferring funds, she could not cover medical expenses for others or purchase supplies for disaster-stricken areas. Once more, Yun Zijing found herself at Yun Palace No. 1. Upon her arrival, the receptionist's eyes sparkled at the sight of her. "Good morning, Miss Yun. Good morning. Please arrange a private room for me." "Certainly, no problem." Securing a private room implied placing an order. And ordering meant she would earn a commission. This was all about the money. The receptionist promptly allocated room 66 to Yun Zijing. Manager Yun. Just as Yun Zijing reached for the membership card handed back by the receptionist, she heard someone call out, "Manager Yun," not perceiving it as a summons directed at her. She remained still. However, unexpectedly, the owner of that voice finally appeared before her. "President Yun, I was unaware of your arrival and apologize for not welcoming you properly." "You are," addressing her as President Yun, "but it seems she does not have any companies under her name." "Forgive my lack of introduction, President Yun. I am Krek, the head of Yun Palace No. 1. You may also call me Xiao Qi, the head of Yun Palace No. 1. Has the host forgotten? Yun Palace No. 1 was the reward for yesterday's consumption task. Yesterday, she had indeed indulged in drink. No wonder, before falling asleep, she felt as though there was something left undone. It turned out to be this matter. "So it was you. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier." She certainly could not admit that prior to your arrival, she had not realized she was the owner of Yun Palace No. 1. "No worries, no worries. Your visit this time is for a meal." Yun Zijing waved her ordinary membership card. She had only acquired it yesterday. "I shall promptly prepare all the membership cards for you, President Yun, including the prestigious purple gold card." There is also a special black card reserved solely for your use. Chapter 47. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is ready for pickup. Yun Zijing. Nevertheless, she did not refuse. It offered her the flexibility to choose whichever card she desired in the future, which was rather convenient. However, since this was her establishment, would it not be inappropriate to use the consumption task here? Yun Zijing inquired within her mind, but received no response from random spend. This room 66 is merely an ordinary private room. Fearing someone might inadvertently bump into you, shall I escort you to your exclusive private room? The former owner had prepared a private room exclusively for himself, and now that Yun Gong No. 1 has changed hands, the private room has naturally changed ownership as well. Crike possesses a certain discernment. Upon realizing that Yun Gong No. 1 is now under his name, Yun Zijing no longer harbors the inclination to spend money here, as it is simply a matter of transferring funds from one pocket to another. The system may very well determine that these expenditures do not fall within the purview of consumer tasks. Nevertheless, having arrived, it would not be too late to enjoy a meal before departing. All right, lead me there. Today marks Yun Zijing's second visit, and she is still unaware of the location of the owner's exclusive room. Crike walks ahead of her, guiding her along the way. Those who recognize Crike on this journey are taken aback to see him leading a young girl, their curiosity piqued. It is well known that Yun Gong No. 1 is a renowned den of indulgence in the imperial capital, with connections of considerable depth. As the apparent head of Yun Gong No. 1, many affluent individuals regard Crike with great respect. The only person they can fathom deserving Crike's guidance is the holder of a purple gold membership card at Yun Gong No. 1. Yun Zijing is certainly aware that they are speculating about her identity, yet she has no desire to reveal herself to the public at this moment. The best time to do so will be when she has firmly established her presence in the imperial capital. For now, she will allow their imaginations to run wild. With Crike making all the arrangements below, Yun Zijing need not even bother with ordering. She simply awaits the meal. Although Yun Zijing holds the title of the boss, in order to avoid inconveniencing the finance department, she settled the bill after the meal using the exclusive black card provided by Crike. The total cost for the breakfast of 7 people amounted to over 3 million. As expected, there was no notification of the casual spending task being completed. Crike respectfully accompanied Yun Zijing as she departed, and only after she was out of sight did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this esteemed Yun is not the type to make a grand display of authority upon assuming her position. She showed no inclination to interfere with the operations of Yun Palace No. 1, appearing merely to enjoy a meal with her bodyguards. From now on, I must remain vigilant. The moment Ms. Yun arrives, I must be informed immediately. Crike has already instructed the finance team to prepare the accounts, transferring the dividends due to Yun Zijing into her account. After leaving Yun Palace No. 1, Yun Zijing received a call from Hu Yi at the South Suburban Auto Expo City, informing her that the Rolls-Royce Wraith she ordered had finally arrived. The vehicle registration and insurance paperwork had already been taken care of, and all she needed to do was pick up the car. Upon hearing this news, Yun Zijing's eyes sparkled with excitement. If that is the case, she thought, she might as well take the opportunity to look around and purchase another vehicle. She directed her gaze towards the driver, 07. Very well, miss, he responded promptly. 07 swiftly changed lanes and headed towards the South Suburban Auto Expo City, with the accompanying chauffeur-driven vehicle closely following behind. At the South Suburban Auto Expo City, after making the call to Yun Zijing, Hui kept glancing at the entrance, anxious not to miss her arrival. By the time Yun Zijing arrived at the South Suburban Auto Expo City, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. Upon seeing her step into the establishment, Hui finally felt a sense of relief and hastily approached to greet her. Miss Yun, your vehicle is ready. Please follow me. Behind Hui, another sales associate attempted to approach, yet she was unable to match Hui's speed and was effectively outpaced. It was not merely a matter of timing. Hui had rightfully claimed her own client. Given Yun Zijing's extravagant spending, the commission she could generate was substantial. Yun Zijing nodded and followed Hui to the designated area where her ordered Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited. Miss Yun, you may inspect the vehicle. If everything is satisfactory, kindly sign the receipt confirmation here. Yun Zijing circled the car, momentarily finding no visible issues. However, a definitive conclusion could only be reached after she personally tested the vehicle. Ding dong. After scanning, the system confirms that this car is brand new and in used. The sudden announcement from Su Bianhua startled Yun Zijing momentarily, but she felt a wave of reassurance upon hearing the confirmation of the vehicle's pristine condition. After a brief test drive, during which she encountered no problems, Yun Zijing proceeded to sign the receipt confirmation. Everything appears to be in order. I can take it on the road now, correct? He had previously mentioned over the phone that all the paperwork was completed, including the registration of the license plates. Certainly, you are free to drive at your convenience. With the formalities in place, Yun Zijing nodded. Let us leave it here for now. I wish to explore other options. I will return to take it later. Having arrived, it seems prudent to purchase a vehicle to fulfill the consumption task. Miss Yun, would you like to explore other models? Do you have a particular model in mind? Or shall I assist you in selecting one? Upon hearing Yun Zijing express a desire to view additional options, Hui keenly sensed an opportunity to finalize a sale. Yun Zijing pondered how to convey her intentions, wishing to explore other brands, as she was not inclined to purchase a Rolls-Royce at this moment. Noticing Yun Zijing's hesitation, Hui realized that Miss Yun might not be interested in their dealership's offerings. If we currently lack the model you desire, may I introduce you to experienced sales representatives from other brands? Hui's suggestion provided Yun Zijing with an exit. No, I'm just browsing. I'm not necessarily buying. Indeed, Yun Zijing had yet to decide on a vehicle, merely estimating what brands could be acquired within her budget of 3 million. More accessible brands were temporarily off the table. Perhaps a sports car would suffice? Upon exiting the Rolls-Royce dealership, Yun Zijing immediately spotted the Lamborghini across the street. She, accompanied by a few friends, ventured inside where a representative promptly approached. Good day, madam. I am Wu Lin, a sales consultant for Lamborghini. You may call me Xiao Wu or Xiao Lin. Yun Zijing nodded and straightforwardly stated her requirements. A budget of 3 million, not a penny less. Anything below this amount would not satisfy her consumption obligation. Upon hearing her specifications, Wu Lin swiftly thought of a particular model and guided Yun Zijing to the display area of the Lamborghini Huracan. What do you think of this one? The price aligns closely with your budget, featuring a displacement of 5.2L and fuel consumption ranging from 11.9L to 15.1L. Wu Lin shared extensive details, yet Yun Zijing found much of it difficult to comprehend. She only grasped the disparity between the car's price and her budget. Nevertheless, the vehicle necessitates an order as it is not available for immediate purchase. This did not concern Yun Zijing. Her sole objective for today was to expend 3 million. I'll take it, in white, and please configure everything to the highest specifications. Cost is of no consequence. As for the license plate and insurance, please handle those matters uniformly and call me when the car is ready for pickup. Chapter 48. Racing Technology. Very well. Please take a moment to relax while I prepare the contract. This was Wu Lin's first encounter with such a straightforward client. After a thorough introduction, she promptly decided to make a purchase. Had Yun Zijing been privy to Wu Lin's thoughts, she would have conveyed that she too was merely fulfilling a task. Spending millions each day can become somewhat tiresome over time. Yun Zijing settled in the lounge area, and Wu Lin poured her a cup of hot tea before proceeding to prepare the contract. As Yun Zijing idly browsed the small bookshelf nearby, she picked up an automobile magazine and was greeted by the illustrious Lamborghini Veneno. The mere price of the car soared into the tens of millions, and even Yun Zijing felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, sports cars are, in strict terms, far less comfortable than everyday vehicles. Their manufacturers primarily pursue speed, often sacrificing comfort. Typically, those who indulge in such models are affluent youths with ample leisure time. Oh, take her for instance. A slothful individual who idly awaits rental income without engaging in any employment. Naturally, Yun Zijing does not harbor a particular fondness for sports cars. She merely appreciates their flamboyance and would not frequently drive one in her daily life. Ah, is that not the illustrious Sister Yun? Just as Yun Zijing became engrossed in her thoughts, she was interrupted by a familiar voice chattering incessantly nearby. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze and beheld the pretentious Huang Yurue. What is this? Has he not yet had his fill of humiliation and seeks another round? Yun Zijing cast a sidelong glance at the few bodyguards accompanying her. Having bodyguards while out and about is indeed quite advantageous. At this moment, Huang Yurue, faced with her presence, dared only to engage in verbal sparring, scarcely daring to approach her, let alone lay a finger on her. Huang Yurue was struck where it hurt, his expression fluctuating between green and white. You better not fall into my hands, or else. Or else what? You, who depend on swindling others just to afford a meal at Yun Palace No. 1, dare to come to a Lamborghini showroom? Pray tell, have you once again found a gullible fool to purchase a car for you? Let me guess. Which unfortunate soul has drawn the short straw this time? Yun Zijin directed her gaze toward the individual behind Huang Yurue, her scrutiny unmistakably evident. Indeed, as soon as Yun Zijin's words left her lips, she noticed a peculiar expression on someone behind Huang Yurue, and a smirk crept upon her lips. Poor child. Do not believe everything others say. Yun Zijin was uncertain to whom she was speaking, but after uttering those words, she resumed her perusal of the automotive magazine. Humph, how much better could you possibly be, sitting here pretending to read a magazine? Surely, you're not here to ensnare a wealthy suitor, are you? Did Xingyang not purchase a car for you? Understandable, as he himself lacks the funds. How could he possibly indulge you with a vehicle? Please make way, Miss Yun. The contract is ready for your review. As Huang Yurue's words faded, Wu Lin approached with the contract in hand. Just moments ago, Huang Yurue, who had mocked Yun Zijin in hopes of courting her, found himself swiftly rebuffed, leaving one to wonder if it stung at all. The smile on Yun Zijin's face was unmistakable. She cast an appreciative glance at Wu Lin, saying, "Well done, once the contract is signed. I shall send you a red envelope." Some individuals, unable to afford a car, should refrain from attempting to appear grander than they are, lest they end up with a resounding slap of reality. Does it hurt? Wu Lin was somewhat bewildered. She merely retrieved a contract. What had transpired? Clearly, no one would elucidate this for her, yet it did not hinder Yun Zijin's delight in rewarding Wu Lin with a red envelope. With the contract signed and payment executed seamlessly, Huang Yorue could only watch in astonishment as Yun Zijin, contract in hand, entered the Rolls-Royce dealership and nonchalantly drove away in a phantom. Brother Rue, she, seems quite wealthy indeed. While Xingyang possessed wealth, he owned but a single Porsche 911, which he cherished and refused to lend, even when asked multiple times. In stark contrast, Yun Zijin had previously driven a frosty plum-pink vehicle and now acquired a Rolls-Royce Phantom, having just signed a purchase agreement for a Lamborghini. The collective value of these vehicles surely surpassed 10 million. Need I say more? Even if Huang Yorue wished to retract his earlier sentiments, it was far too late. Had he known that this woman was so affluent, he should have exercised a bit more patience initially. If he could have ensnared her, it would have been far more advantageous than merely trailing behind Xingyang. Not only could he have won her over, but also amassed wealth. Alas, it is too late to lament, for Yun Zijing's impression of him is dismal. One wonders if there remains a chance for redemption. From Huang Yurue's perspective, the boy who had appeared unwell earlier, upon overhearing the conversation between Huang Yurue and his subordinate, found his suspicions only deepened. The plan to purchase a vehicle was now thwarted by this very uncertainty. Although Huang Yurue felt an internal frustration, he could only maintain a facade of cheerfulness. After all, it wasn't his money being spent. If the other party was unwilling, he could not coerce them into a purchase. His disdain for Yun Zijing, who had disrupted his plans, only intensified. In the Xingyue mansion, Yun Zijing opened the system's virtual panel. Consumption task, spend 00 before midnight tonight. Requirements, non-transferable. Task completed. Reward, trigger triple rebate. 00 has been credited to the host's savings account. The host has acquired world-class racing skills. Please collect them in a relatively safe location. Astonished by the acquisition of a skill, she pondered the utility of such racing expertise. Nevertheless, Yun Zijing dismissed her doubts. Receiving any reward was commendable, and she would not be picky. One must learn to appreciate what one has. She accessed her system inventory, located the world-class racing skill, and clicked to claim it. In the next moment, an overwhelming influx of knowledge surged into her mind, leaving her head feeling slightly dazed from the sheer volume of information received. No wonder the system reminded her to collect it in a relatively safe location. If she were to retrieve it outside, people might mistakenly believe she had suddenly fallen ill. The sensation of dizziness lingered for approximately 5 minutes before Yun Zijin finally regained her composure. Once she recovered, she felt an influx of knowledge regarding driving techniques in her mind. However, she possessed only theoretical understanding and had yet to validate it through practical experience, leaving her uncertain of how her skills would translate in real-world scenarios. Nevertheless, Yun Zijin had no intention of venturing out today, as her rose essential oil had not yet been successfully crafted. Seizing the rare opportunity of returning home early, she resolved to practice making rose essential oil in the pharmacy. At 6 o'clock, the diligent Ling Qi knocked on the door. Observing the nascent form of her rose essential oil, Yun Zijin felt a surge of confidence. After tidying up the disordered tools in the sterile production area and meticulously washing her hands, she exited the pharmacy. "Miss, Dinner is ready, Ling Qi announced. Upon hearing this, Yun Zijin glanced at the time and was astonished to discover it was already 6 o'clock. Indeed, time often flies when one is engrossed in work. Understood. I will be there shortly. Yun Zijin returned to her room to change into a fresh outfit before heading to the dining hall. Ling Yi and the others were already seated at the opposite end of the table, eagerly awaiting her arrival to commence the meal. In the future, you need not wait for me. Let us begin, she declared, picking up her chopsticks and reaching for the sweet and sour fish. Chapter 49, An Unexpected Encounter with Xia Jiao Jiao after dinner. Yun Zijin opened her phone to find that Lu Yonk had sent her several messages over the past few days. The gist of the messages was an invitation to attend the birthday banquet hosted by the matriarch of the Lu family. The invitation took Yun Zijin somewhat by surprise. After all, she had only recently emerged in the social scene, and many were likely investigating her background. Compared to the Lu family, her modest assets might barely constitute a mere fragment of their wealth, yet she was astonished that Lu Yonk would personally extend an invitation to her. Should Yun Zijin aspire to penetrate the upper echelons of the capital society, attending a banquet hosted by the Lu family would undoubtedly serve as an excellent shortcut. However, despite her lack of ambition regarding entry into the high society of the capital, it would be rather impolite to decline Lu Yonk's invitation. Thus, she responded affirmatively, confirming her attendance. Consequently, she needed to commence preparations for her gown and jewelry. Yun Zijin was quite pleased with the look crafted by the exquisite stylist previously and intended to seek their assistance once more. By scheduling an appointment in advance, she could avoid the last-minute rush experienced on the prior occasion. Tomorrow, she planned to consult with the stylist at the exquisite establishment regarding her gown and accessories. If they could procure suitable items for her, it would be all the more delightful. Cost was of little concern. What mattered most was achieving the desired look. Yun Zijin visited the pharmacy to reprocess the rose essential oil, and to her surprise, she succeeded in creating it. The fragrance of the rose was not overwhelmingly strong, yet it was impossible to overlook. The oil gleamed with a clear transparency, confirming her success. She was merely curious how its effects would compare to the sample rewarded by the system. During this period, she had been using the system's rose essential oil sample for her facial skincare, which had significantly improved many subtle imperfections on her skin. She even perceived a noticeable lightening of her complexion, genuinely surpassing her previous skin condition by more than twofold. This evening, Yun Zijin resolved to experiment with the rose essential oil she had concocted herself, eager to witness its efficacy. Following her meticulous skincare regimen, Yun Zijin ascended into her bedchamber, contentedly drifting into a serene slumber. Expenditure mandate. Please exhaust the remaining balance before midnight tonight. Requirement: none. Reward: to be unlocked. As usual, the call service arrived punctually. Upon learning that she only needed to expend 2 million today, Yun Zijin experienced a palpable sense of relief. She could easily deplete 2 million by acquiring a few accessories at her mess, reserving sufficient funds to procure a superior handbag. Yun Zijin swiftly formulated a plan for the allocation of these 2 million. Having concluded her repast, she ventured forth, as jubilant as a lark. Upon revisiting Jinxing Mall, Yun Zijin refrained from immediately indulging in retail therapy. Instead, she proceeded to the exquisite woman beauty salon, where she sought out the stylist who had previously attended to her coiffure. Upon hearing that Yun Zijin desired her services for the forthcoming styling for the Lu family matriarch's birthday gala, the stylist's respiration quickened perceptibly. Were this transaction to materialize, the ensuing styling would undoubtedly constitute the most resplendent highlight of her professional trajectory. Ms. Yun, I am exceedingly willing to serve as your stylist. Please do not hesitate to articulate any preferences you may harbor. I shall commence preparations forthwith, provided that this styling endeavor proves successful. She shall never again be burdened with a dearth of clientele seeking her expertise. It is imperative to recognize that this is a Lu family soiree, an assembly of countless luminaries. Should anyone take note of Yun Zijin's styling, the benefits accruing to her would transcend mere pecuniary gain, encompassing also widespread renown. Please keep an eye on the dresses and jewelry for me. They must be brand new. Let me know the cost, and contact me directly, as I will cover the expenses myself. Yun Zijin is not concerned about the stylist trying to take advantage of her financially. Her money is not easily acquired. Upon hearing that Yun Zijin entrusted the stylist with complete authority over her dresses and jewelry, the stylist's eyes sparkled with excitement. Furthermore, Yun Zijing assured her that all expenses for the clothing and accessories could be reimbursed by her insurance, prompting the stylist to contemplate whether to undertake a grand project. Although Yun Zijing's measurements were taken previously to account for any potential weight fluctuations, alterations could still be made if necessary. Yun Zijing had no objections, as she knew the measurements would need to be taken eventually. After discussing the gala look with the stylist, Yun Zijing indulged in a complete skincare spa treatment before stepping out as a radiant woman. Given that the day's agenda included a visit to Hermes, she carried her black and silver Birkin 25. The same sales associate from her last visit, named Yin Xia, greeted her warmly. "Miss Yun, it has been several days since your last visit. What would you like to see today?" "Just browsing," Yun Zijing replied as she entered the store, pausing at the display of various accessories. To be honest, many of Hermes' accessories boast commendable quality and style. It wasn't long before Yun Zijing completed her purchases, effortlessly spending 2 million. Had she not reached her spending limit, she might have continued to shop. "Miss Yun, we recently received a Birkin 25 with diamond buckle in a golden brown color. Would you like to take a look?" Yin Xia observed that Yun Zijing had purchased an abundance of accessories and felt a twinge of guilt for not gifting her a handbag. She decided to postpone her shopping for today, deferring it to another occasion. Yun Zijing, however, had no inclination to buy a bag today and graciously declined. Her aspiration was to acquire a Himalayan crocodile leather bag. Yin Xia remarked that it was the first time a customer had opted for accessories without a handbag. Yet, she understood that the customer is always right and merely felt a hint of regret. She would not impose her desires upon Yun Zijing. Swiftly, she assisted in wrapping up Yun Zijing's purchases, while several members of Ling Yi offered to carry the bags. Unexpectedly, upon reaching the entrance, they collided with Xia Jiao, who was out shopping with her friends. Upon seeing Yun Zijing, Xia Jiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. "What brings you here, sister?" However, her attention soon shifted to the opulent packaging boxes in the hands of Ling Yi and the others, which collectively were worth at least 1 million. Recalling Yun Zijing's previous remark about owning the entire Emerald Lakeside community, a flicker of jealousy crossed Xia Jiao's eyes. Contemplating their exchanged identities, Xia Jiao naturally concluded that if it were not for their role reversal, all that Yun Zijing possessed should rightfully belong to her. She rationalized in her mind that Yun Zijing's lavish spending was a consequence of her own influence. Uninterested in engaging with Xia Jiao, Yun Zijing chose to ignore her inquiries and attempted to bypass the two. "Hey, Jiao is speaking to you. Why are you ignoring her?" The girl who entered with Xia Jiao was unfamiliar to Yun Zijing, yet her sharp and caustic demeanor resembled that of Xia Jiao. As if they were two peas in a pod. "Must I engage with her simply because she speaks to me? Who does she think she is? A figure of high status, compelling me to play along in her charade?" Yun Zijing glanced at the girl who criticized her, truly unable to discern right from wrong. Blissfully unaware that she was being used as a pawn while eagerly counting the coins for others. "You, growing up in an orphanage. It is no wonder you are shunned by the Xia family. What sort of household is this, parading with bodyguards? Do you truly believe I yearn for the Xia family's recognition? I haven't even set foot in the old Master Xia's birthday banquet. What led you to assume my desire to return to the Xia family? Is it the daily psychological suggestions from the young lady Xia?" As Yun Zijing spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Xia Jiao, the mockery in her gaze causing Xia Jiao's complexion to pale. "Sister, you've misunderstood. Enough with the tears. One would think I had committed some heinous act against you. Do not seek validation in my presence. I harbor no fondness for you. A sentiment I have made abundantly clear since our first encounter." Upon hearing this, Xia Jiao's tears began to flow, leaving onlookers to believe that Yun Zijing had perpetrated some unforgivable deed against her. Jiao, why do you weep? You have been invited by the Lu family to attend the old Master Lu's birthday banquet. There is no need to concern yourself with the opinions of others. I dare say, it is likely that President Lu specifically issued the invitation for you. The President Lu mentioned by the girl refers to the current president of the Lu Corporation, Lu Yin Quebec. Indeed, Brother Yunk has extended an invitation. I shall attend Grandpa Lu's birthday banquet alongside my parents and elder brother. As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Yun Zijing, her intent to provoke subtly concealed. Yun Zijing, feeling unperturbed, remarked as if she had not received an invitation at all. Displeased by the ostentatious display of these two individuals, she promptly departed with Ling Yi and several others. I perceive her jealousy. She longs to return to the Xia family, yet feigns disinterest. Now, the opportunity has eluded her. The Lu family banquet is no ordinary gathering, Jiao Jiao. You shall undoubtedly outshine all others and capture President Lu's favor. At that moment, let us see if Yun Zijing dares to remain haughty. One girl linked arms with Xia Jiao Jiao, exuding confidence in her words, oblivious to the unease reflected in Jiao Jiao's expression. Due to the unresolved matters from before, Brother Yunk has developed a misunderstanding towards her. This time, Xia Jiao Jiao pondered whether she could redeem her image in Lu Yunk's eyes, hoping to reclaim her place in his heart. Meanwhile, Yun Zijing sat in the car, increasingly troubled by her thoughts. It was quite normal for the Lu family to send an invitation to the Xia family. Yet why did it seem that the Lu family had issued a separate invitation to Xia Jiao Jiao? Could it be that Lu Yunk truly harbors feelings for Xia Jiao Jiao? Surely, President Lu must possess better discernment than this. The mere thought of Lu Yunk and Xia Jiao Jiao together, arm in arm, sent shivers down her spine. These two, in any conceivable manner, seemed ill-matched. Miss, where shall we head now? After boarding the vehicle, Yun Zijing remained silent regarding her destination, prompting Ling Qi to refrain from driving. Let us head to Diqing University, she finally declared. Today, Yun Zijing brought forth a bottle of the rose essential oil she had successfully crafted, primarily seeking assistance for its testing. Her objective was to demonstrate that her product, devoid of any dubious claims, was entirely natural, uncontaminated, and possessed excellent whitening and moisturizing properties. This way, should she choose to gift it in the future, she would have a solid foundation to assure others of its quality. As a student of Diqing University, she had cultivated a modest network there. Upon receiving Yun Zijing's response, Ling Qi pressed the accelerator and set off. During the journey, Yun Zijing messaged a senior from the chemistry department whom she had previously acquainted. Once she confirmed that he was on campus, she felt a wave of relief. In July, while most students enjoyed their summer break, her senior found himself enlisted by his mentor due to his exceptional abilities. It was not uncommon for graduate students to remain on campus during holidays, so losing one more to the ranks was inconsequential. Were it not for this circumstance, Yun Zijing would have struggled to find someone to conduct her tests. At Diqing University, with that foolishly infatuated expression, how could a junior seek your attention? He Jingwen blushed further upon hearing the jest. Oh, did I truly hit the mark? Zhou Li had not anticipated that his casual remark would resonate with the junior's unspoken thoughts. Who is it? Do share. Perhaps, as your senior, I could offer some strategies to help you win her affection. It's a junior I met in a club during my sophomore year. She should be out on an internship now. She messaged me yesterday, saying she needed my assistance and is currently on her way. He Jingwen was fully aware that Yun Zijing harbored only a sense of respect for him as a senior, devoid of any romantic inclination. Yet, as human nature dictates, one cannot help but indulge in a bit of fantasy. 3 years have passed without any progress? Zhou Li exclaimed, astonished. Their acquaintance dated back to their sophomore year, which meant he had known her since she joined the club as a freshman. Now, with her internship underway, it had indeed been 3 years. Next year, in her 4th year, she would be graduating with her bachelor's degree. Perhaps she is just a late bloomer, he mused. Yet, it was far more than that. It seemed she had not bloomed at all. He Jingwen found himself in a situation he hadn't intended, but events had unfolded beyond his control. You're in quite the predicament, Zhou Li remarked, uncertain of how to proceed. He certainly could not force the two together. That would be unfair to the young lady. By the way, what assistance does she seek from you? Zhou Li considered this a potential avenue to explore. The young lady mentioned having crafted her own rose essential oil, but lacked the production license, and sought his help to conduct a test and provide a report, merely needing to prove that her product was a natural and harmless green product. Such a trivial matter could easily be handled by anyone in the laboratory. Rose essential oil, made by her own hands? Zhou Li found himself puzzled by this. Nonetheless, it was indeed a minor issue, and he chose not to probe further. Before long, He Jingwen's phone buzzed, revealing a call from Yun Zijing. He promptly answered, "Hello? Yun, have you arrived at school? All right, I'll wait for you at the laboratory entrance." With that, he ended the call. And just like that, it was over? Zhou Li yearned to hear more, but unexpectedly, the conversation ended after just 2 sentences. The junior drove herself to the laboratory, and all she needed to do was step out to retrieve a sample. Wasn't she merely an intern? How did she come to possess a car? Could she be a local from Tokyo? Otherwise, Zhou Li found it hard to fathom who could afford a vehicle during their internship. After all, internship salaries are notoriously low, coupled with a heavy workload and potential exploitation. The junior did not seem to be a local. Never mind, Jolie thought. Has your data been recorded properly, senior? Our advisor is coming for an inspection this afternoon. Jolie replied. If you don't mention the experimental data, we can still be good friends. Meanwhile, Yun Zijing had been negotiating with the gatekeeper at the school entrance for quite some time, even presenting her student ID to confirm her status as a student of the institution. However, as she was currently interning outside, she was finally allowed to pass. What kind of family does she come from, bringing a bodyguard along when she steps out? The gatekeeper murmured, eyeing the bodyguards in the nanny van behind her. Yun Zijing had been studying at Tokyo University for 3 years. Previously, when He Jingwen was recruited into the laboratory by their advisor, he had mentioned it to her. Relying on her remarkable memory, Yun Zijing successfully directed 07 to park the car near He Jingwen's advisor's laboratory. Chapter 51. Treating He Jingwen to a meal. When He Jingwen saw Yun Zijing step out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, he was utterly bewildered. Wasn't it said that Junior Yun grew up in an orphanage? How could she afford such a luxury car just during her internship? Even if this particular model was not the most expensive from Rolls-Royce, it still must cost several million, right? What kind of job allows one to earn millions right at the start of their internship? Yun, your vehicle, He Jingwen remarked, gesturing towards Yun Zijing's car while casting a glance at Ling Qi, who had accompanied her out. Has your entourage grown so extravagant, Yun? It seems that the Yun Zijing of today is a far cry from the one I remember. It's just a casual purchase. I merely brought this sample along. Please, senior, let me know the cost, and I shall transfer the amount to you, Yun Zijing replied, wishing to avoid delving too deeply into her own affairs, offering only a few perfunctory words. Sensing her reluctance to discuss the matter further, He Jingwen refrained from pressing her. Taking the rose essential oil sample she handed him, he insisted, there's no need for payment. This is merely for testing and won't take much time. I will assist you with the analysis whenever I find the time, and I promise to notify you as soon as the results are available. He Jingwen genuinely believed that this was no significant issue. After all, they were friends, and charging for a simple test seemed excessively formal. You must still offer compensation, as it is not your personal laboratory. Utilizing the lab's resources warrants some form of remuneration, does it not? Just adhere to the standard charges. This way, if your advisor inquires, you will have a reasonable explanation. Yun Zijing was unwilling to let He Jingwen face reprimand from his advisor due to her own circumstances. However, He Jingwen adamantly refused to accept any payment, stating that others in the lab often assisted friends and classmates with tests without charging, and that their advisor had always turned a blind eye to such matters. Reluctantly, Yun Zijing conceded, though she still felt uncomfortable about taking advantage of him. In gratitude for your assistance, allow me to treat you to a meal. You may choose the time and place. I am available at your convenience. While I cannot offer monetary compensation, hosting a meal should not pose an issue. Upon hearing that Yun Zijing wished to dine with him, He Jingwen's eyes sparkled with delight. In that case, I shall gladly oblige. Today I finished early. Please wait a moment while I put my things away. The rose essential oil was merely a sample, and He Jingwen deemed it safer to leave it in the laboratory, as typically, no one would tamper with it. He swiftly organized his belongings and soon emerged. Shall we return to our usual spot? The usual spot referred to the restaurant they frequently visited during club gatherings, a quaint private dining establishment near the campus, where the average cost per person was around 200 yuan, a reasonable price for university students. It was a popular choice among various student organizations for dormitory gatherings. Yun Zijing contemplated suggesting a more expensive venue but refrained, considering He Jingwen was unaware of her current financial situation. Very well, as promised, I shall treat you. But you mustn't find an excuse to settle the bill early, she asserted. In the past, during club dinners, He Jingwen, as the president, often took it upon himself to cover the expenses. While it was indeed a joyous occasion to have someone treat, Yun Zijing felt it became inappropriate when it occurred too frequently. All right, I shall heed your words. The prospect of dining alone with Yun Zijing filled He Jingwen with exuberance, leading him to acquiesce to her wishes without hesitation. Let us embark. 07 had already opened the rear door in advance. Yun Zijing was the first to enter the vehicle, followed closely by He Jingwen, who did not hesitate. The private dining restaurant was not far from Daijing University, and it did not take long to arrive. Upon seeing Yun Zijing and He Jingwen, the owner promptly approached them, recognizing the two as familiar patrons. Yun girl, he bro, it's been quite a while since I last saw you. Would you prefer to dine in the main hall or in a private room? Today it's just the two of us. Let us eat in the main hall. What do you think, senior? Since it's Yun Zijing treating, we ought to consider the guest's preference. Let us dine in the main hall. Reserving a private room incurs additional costs, and He Jingwen did not wish for Yun Zijing to squander her money. All right, I shall find you a quiet table. The owner led them to a window-side corner table, asking, how does this spot suit you? As it was not yet mealtime, the restaurant was relatively empty, allowing for the selection of a suitable table. Neither of them was particularly finicky, and they quickly settled down. Take a look at the menu and decide what to order. Once you're ready, just call for me, the owner said, handing them the menu before attending to other guests. Due to their involvement in the same club, they had shared numerous meals together and were well acquainted with each other's tastes, each selecting 2 dishes. After the owner confirmed their orders, he went to instruct the kitchen to prepare the meals. I've never inquired, where is Yun Shuejie currently interning? Yun Zijing. How should she respond to that? I previously interned at a company, but I have since resigned and am currently unemployed at home. Yun Zijing does not wish to deceive anyone, yet she is reluctant to reveal her circumstances too bluntly. Therefore, she chooses to disclose only half of the truth. Upon hearing that Yun Zijing had resigned, He Jingwen was somewhat astonished. Had not the junior always anticipated graduating from her undergraduate studies to embark on a career and earn a living? After finally securing an internship, persisting for a little longer might have led to a full-time position. Why had she suddenly chosen to resign? He Jingwen pondered. Was the previous internship not satisfactory? If you require assistance, I can inquire if there are any companies still seeking interns. No. I have my own plans and do not wish to trouble you, senior. It is merely a jest. She resigned because the job impeded her ability to complete her system tasks. Seeking another position would likely yield no different outcome. After all, there are already 100 million in her account. Taking it easy is also an option. Very well, as long as you have a plan. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. He Jingwen's expression was serious and sincere. Thank you, senior, but I genuinely do not require any help. Here comes your meal, the proprietor announced, carrying a tray laden with dishes. He Jingwen promptly stood to assist in placing the food on the table. Enjoy your meal, and should you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. With that, he turned to attend to other guests. Let us eat first. The food will lose its appeal if it cools down. He Jingwen nodded, refraining from further discussion about the internship. Their conversation meandered aimlessly, and before they knew it, the plates were empty. As the clouds descend, heralding rain, my heart stirred when you sang softly. Just as Yun Zijing was about to summon the waiter to settle the bill, her phone unexpectedly chimed. The caller ID displayed Sheng Yang's name. Raising an eyebrow, she swiped to answer. Hello, Yunjia. It seems I've spotted you near Dijing University at a private dining establishment. Shall I come find you? Upon hearing Sheng Yang's words, Yun Zijing raised an eyebrow in surprise. What a coincidence. I'm currently dining with friends. It might be inconvenient. Perhaps next time? Sheng Yang and He Jingwen were 2 entirely different individuals, and Yun Zijing had no intention of introducing them to one another. Don't. I happen to be in the area for a field study. Perhaps you could offer me some insights. I'm heading over now, so don't leave. Sheng Yang was quite the extrovert, entirely unfazed by the presence of others around Yun Zijing. What's the matter? Are more friends joining us? He Jingwen had initially intended to settle the bill first, but, recalling his promise to Yun Zijing, refrained from doing so. He faintly overheard Yun Zijing's friend mention coming over and contemplated whether to order a couple more dishes. After all, it would be improper to have leftover food when entertaining guests. Yes, they mentioned they were here for a field study. Recently, Sheng Yang's primary focus had been his bar. Yun Zijing couldn't fathom any other project that warranted his personal inspection. Sheng Yang claimed he would arrive shortly. And indeed, he soon appeared, clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, the quintessential attire of a playboy. Yunjia, unexpectedly, I encountered you here. I just took a stroll nearby and discovered several suitable locations. Sister Yun, would you like to join me in exploring them? After all, Yun Zijing is an investor, and examining the prospective workspace would serve as a justification for her expenditure. I am not well versed in these matters. You can make your own assessments. Would you care for something to eat? If so, I can arrange for a couple of additional dishes. Sheng Yang arrived rather inopportunely. She and her senior had already finished their meal before coming over. No, I'm not hungry yet. I merely intended to seek you out, Sister Yun. As the sole individual in the entire capital willing to invest in him, Sheng Yang's admiration for Yun Ziqin is boundless and unwavering. If you're not hungry, let us proceed. We have dined, and my senior needs to return to school, as do I. Yun Ziqin was contemplating returning to Xingyu Huafu to practice concocting a few more batches of rose essential oil. Any surplus could be gifted. Sister Yun, you have invested in this bar? Truly, you don't wish to take a look? Sheng Yang, with her indecisiveness, merely hoped for Yun Ziqin's perspective. It's just a few million. I can still afford it. You should head home early. Your sleepless nights have left you with dark circles akin to a panda. Sheng Yang. It's not as if I've been staying up late for no reason. It's all for the opening plan. Yun Ziqin chose not to accompany Sheng Yang on the site visit, but instead opted to drive He Jingwen back to school. After all, she was the one who had brought him out and felt it her duty to ensure his safe return. Once she confirmed that He Jingwen had safely arrived back at his dormitory, Yun Ziqin opened the reward for completing today as consumption task. Consumption task, spend 00 before midnight. No requirements, completed. Reward, triggered 4x reward. 00 has been credited to the host's savings card. 10 cans of Lingwu tea. Lingwu tea? This name seemed unfamiliar to Yun Ziqin, arousing her curiosity. Upon returning to the Xingyu Huafu, Yun Ziqin promptly retrieved a can of Lingwu tea from her system's inventory. As she opened it, a rich aroma of tea wafted through the air. Although Yun Ziqin lacked profound knowledge of tea culture, she could discern that the flavor of Lingwu tea was unparalleled. In the tea room, following the method taught by Li Bingjin at the antique streets Jujiazhai, Yun Ziqin began to brew the tea. Despite occasionally feeling clumsy in her movements, she ultimately succeeded in preparing it. Regardless of the outcome, it was indisputable that Lingwu tea was the most exquisite tea Yun Ziqin had ever tasted. With only 10 cans available, she resolved to keep them for herself. However, she couldn't shake the feeling that after drinking Lingwu tea, her entire being felt invigorated. Could it truly be the tea's influence? Casting a glance at the can of Lingwu tea in her hand, Yun Ziqin sensed that something was amiss, yet she could not pinpoint what it was. Miss, someone is looking for you at the community entrance. Just then, Ling Yi entered the tea room while Yun Ziqin was still engrossed in her exploration of Lingwu tea. Someone is looking for me. Did they say who? Yun Ziqin pondered who could possibly seek her out at this hour. It is the person you promised to let become the housekeeper after your last visit to the hospital. Housekeeper? Upon hearing this, Yun Ziqin recalled that it was indeed Wang Minli, the woman whose daughter had been afflicted with leukemia. Has her daughter already undergone surgery and recovered so swiftly? Please allow her to enter. Since I have already made a promise, Yun Ziqin is not one to lack integrity. However, should her performance fall short, I shall not retain her. The opportunity has been granted. Whether she can seize it remains entirely in her hands. Very well, Mississippi. 01 exited the tea room to contact the security guard at the community entrance. Yun Ziqin carefully stored away the Lingwu tea and poured herself another cup from the freshly brewed pot. The Lingwu tea had truly captivated Yun Ziqin, who had never been particularly fond of tea. Wang Minli arrived, escorted by the patrol team in their vehicle. Upon seeing the Villa No. 1 at Xingyue residence, even with her years of experience as a servant in affluent households, Wang Minli could not help but marvel at the wealth of Miss Yun. In the capital, a residence of such magnitude and in such a prime location would undoubtedly command a price in the hundreds of millions. As Wang Minli entered, she found Yun Ziqin seated on the sofa in the living room, engrossed in whatever was displayed on her tablet. Good afternoon, Mississippi. I have come to report for duty. Since the moment she laid eyes on Villa No. 1, Wang Minli had been contemplating the prospect of seeking employment as a servant. Annie Wang, you've arrived. I trust the journey was tiring. Please, have a seat and enjoy some fruit. Being her first visit, Yun Ziqin felt it inappropriate to immediately assign her any tasks. Instead, she graciously offered Wang Minli some fruit. Oh, no. I am here to fulfill my promise. You have covered my daughter's medical expenses, and I shall become your housekeeper. During my tenure, should you have any dissatisfaction, please do not hesitate to voice it. I assure you I shall rectify it. Wang Minli was uncertain whether she could meet Yun Ziqin's expectations. She merely wished to exert herself to the fullest, striving to leave no regrets. Very well, she continued. You have observed the current state of affairs here. If there are areas needing improvement, feel free to express them. Should there be any financial requirements, do not hesitate to approach me. After all, she was constantly preoccupied with how to allocate her funds. If Wang Minli could identify additional avenues for expenditure, she would be most grateful. I have just made some observations. Presently, only you and your bodyguard reside in the villa, and the flora in the garden has been neglected for quite some time, leading to a rather disheveled appearance. Furthermore, regarding the cleanliness of the villa, although it appears tidy at first glance, a mere touch reveals a layer of dust on surfaces such as the cabinets and the staircase banisters. Wang Minli promptly pointed out several issues upon her arrival, leaving Yun Zijin momentarily taken aback. This also reinforced her confidence in Wang Minli's capabilities. Aunt Wang, please recruit personnel without reservation. Offer salaries at 10% above market rate, and I will personally cover all benefits, including social insurance. For holiday work, compensation will be triple the usual rate. Ideally, they should reside on the premises. If not, the remuneration will be adjusted accordingly. There is a small villa behind number 1, where the hired help may reside should we successfully employ them. Chapter 53, Recruitment. Miss Yun, your trust in me is greatly appreciated. I shall devote myself to managing everything within the villa to the best of my ability. Previously, I was affiliated with a housekeeping agency, during which I recruited numerous domestic workers. Currently, I am assisting you in hiring personnel. The domestic service sector is no longer solely occupied by older women. Many young individuals are now vying for these positions, and a considerable number of them have undergone professional training, rendering them far more adept than those who rely solely on experience. Yun Zijing nodded in agreement, having no objections. Go ahead, Aunt Wang. Please recruit personnel and present them to me before your appointment for evaluation. The probation period will last for 1 week. Those who meet the standards after this period may remain, while those who do not wish to continue or fail to meet the criteria may depart, with their wages calculated at 80 of the formal salary. It is essential to communicate these terms clearly to avoid any misunderstandings regarding payment. Many establishments do not compensate during the probation period, so offering 80 is already a commendable practice. Rest assured, Miss Yun, I will clarify everything with them. If they are informed in advance and still engage in gossip, that reflects their character, and we cannot fault them for not being hired. Wang Minli, a woman of decisive action, wasted no time and soon brought candidates before Yun Zijing for the final round of interviews. Miss, here are their resumes. Please review them and feel free to inquire about anything you wish to know. Wang Minli handed a stack of resumes to Yun Zijing, who, seated on the sofa, perused the documents. After a cursory glance, she recognized some of the applicants. Chao Hui, your resume states that you graduated from Haicheng University. What motivated you to apply for a position in domestic service? In comparison to Takeo University, Haicheng University is not significantly inferior. Upon encountering a candidate with such credentials among applicants for domestic service, Yun Zijing was quite astonished. The job market is indeed challenging. And regarding the recruitment criteria outlined by Sister Wang, I felt confident in my ability to meet them, which is why I decided to apply. After all, earning a living is paramount and not something to be ashamed of. Yun Zijing raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the potential difficulties of employment. She nodded in understanding. I need not elaborate further. Aunt Wang is the steward, and your tasks will be organized by her. Your success hinges solely on your own efforts. 1 week from now, I hope to see you still standing here. Given that these candidates have been vetted by Wang Minli, Yun Zijing would not dismiss them outright. A week is ample time to discern who is competent and who is not. If there are no objections, proceed with the tasks assigned by Aunt Wang. My standards are rather stringent. With that, Yun Zijing returned the resumes to Wang Minli, recognizing that these matters were not hers to fret over. After dispatching them to their duties, she departed with Zero and a few others. He Jingwen had sent her a message, informing her that the test results were in. The components of the rose essential oil were confirmed to be natural and additive-free, and it was assured that this rose essential oil possesses excellent moisturizing and whitening properties for the skin. Upon hearing this outcome from He Jingwen, Yun Zijing felt a surge of excitement. She no longer relies on other skincare products, applying only a layer of rose essential oil daily. With her dry skin, she often feels an uncomfortable tightness after cleansing her face. However, this sensation dissipates after using the rose oil, demonstrating its remarkable moisturizing effect. As for whitening, Yun Zijing, possessing a cool-toned complexion, finds no visible results. In her mind, she begins to contemplate who among her acquaintances has a yellowish or darker skin tone, as she wishes to generously offer a bottle of rose essential oil for trial. Eventually, the image of Sang Ying surfaces in her thoughts. Sang Ying, with her yellowish complexion, applies makeup every day for work, requiring her to rise at least an hour earlier. If the rose essential oil truly possesses whitening properties, Sang would undoubtedly become her loyal customer. As Yun Zijing exits, Chao Hui eagerly approaches Wang Minli, asking, "Sister Wang, how much do you know about our employer's identity? This villa seems to be the pinnacle of Xingyu Huafu. Even just the down payment must be quite substantial, right?" Chao Hui's expression is filled with gossip, chattering away without noticing the somber look on Wang Minli's face. "Little Chao, do you know what is most taboo in the housekeeping profession?" Wang Minli had initially thought Chao Hui's youthful exuberance and loquaciousness were harmless, but she was taken aback by how quickly she began to gossip the moment Miss Yun left. Although no disparaging remarks were made, the eagerness to pry into personal matters was truly excessive. It seems that she should exercise caution when seeking companionship in the future. "Sister Wang, what do you mean by that? When working in someone else's home, the most important thing is to behave like a deaf and mute person. Regardless of what the host does, one should simply refrain from listening, watching, or speaking. This is the best conduct. A distinguished family like Miss Yun's is not one that ordinary folks can afford to provoke." Upon hearing Wang Minli's words, Chao Hui curled her lip. She was well aware that discussing the host's affairs was inappropriate, but this was within the confines of their home, among familiar faces, merely casual conversation that wouldn't escape. What does it matter? At such a young age, residing in such a grand villa, who knows whose money was used to purchase it? I see she doesn't hold a job or own a business, perhaps. Chao Hui, I believe you are ill-suited to stay here. You should leave, and do so immediately. Although you have only been here for less than 2 hours, I will settle your pay for today. Pack your belongings and depart." Wang Minli was truly taken aback. She had been so adamant during the interview, pledging never to engage in any actions harmful to the host. Yet here she was, unable to contain herself after such a brief period. She had encountered foolishness before, but never such utter ignorance. "Miss Yun has said nothing. You are merely a housekeeper and do not possess the authority to dismiss me. The salary provided by Yun Zijin is above the market rate, with full contributions to social insurance and housing funds, a benefit that rivals even those within the public sector." Although her role was to serve, Chao Hui was acutely aware of her true intentions. On her first day of work, if she were to be dismissed, it would become considerably more challenging for her to apply for similar positions in the future, and her salary would likely not match her current one. Regardless of the circumstances, Chao Hui was unwilling to leave. Wang Minli gazed at her with a stern expression, realizing that her moment of compassion had inadvertently brought upon her a troublesome situation. "You may choose to stay, but when Miss returns tonight, I will candidly inform her of your conduct today. Your fate, whether to remain or depart, lies entirely in her hands." It was merely a probationary period and the first day of employment, with no contract signed. Thus, even if Chao Hui sought labor arbitration, it would be futile. Upon hearing Wang Minli's words, Chao Hui felt a surge of panic. "Sister Wang, it was my mistake. I should not have pried into Miss Yun's affairs or spoken ill behind her back. I truly need this job. You know my mother yet." Wang Minli chose to disregard her pleas, aware that her momentary sympathy stemmed from knowledge of her mother's circumstances. No matter how dire her family situation, she could not afford to allow such a person to remain. Chapter 54. Miss Yun. I have a friend. The events occurring at Villanelle, one of Xingyuhua, were still unknown to Yun Zijing, who was currently en route to Peking University. The bar, located near the university, was under renovation, and upon learning that Yun Zijing would visit that day, a call was made. His daily routine now involved inspecting the bar's site, eagerly anticipating the completion of renovations so he could select an auspicious date for the grand opening. As the sole investor in the bar apart from himself, Shenyang persistently reminded Yun Zijing to attend the grand opening ceremony. Having embarked on this venture without familial support, Shenyang ensured that the impending inauguration of his bar became widely known. His intent was to provoke Sheng Hao, who had attempted to thwart his entrepreneurial aspirations, demonstrating that he could secure investors and pursue his ambitions independently. When Shenyang boasted about his plans to Yun Zijing, she could already envision the expression on Sheng Hao's face. Truly, he was a brother unworthy of trust. "Yunjia, what a coincidence that you are also coming to Daijing University. Today, a friend is celebrating his birthday with a party at his villa nearby. Would you like to join us?" Shenyang had come to regard Yun Zijing as an elder sister, eager to include her in all his endeavors, and had gradually developed a bit of an obsession with her. "Friend, are you sure this isn't a trap? Last time, there was Huang Yurue and that group of moochers who claimed to be his friends, but they turned out to be quite unremarkable. Now another so-called friend had surfaced, leaving Yun Zijing nearly exasperated. This time is different. Wu Ziqing is a friend I've known since childhood. He is nothing like Huang Yurue. Hearing the skepticism in Yun Zijing's voice, Xingyang felt quite helpless. He had indeed misjudged people in the case of Huang Yurue, and he promised himself to be more discerning in future friendships. However, Wu Ziqing was a steadfast companion with whom he had shared many experiences, and he was confident there would be no issues. If problems were to arise even here, he might just retreat into himself. Very well. I shall grant you this trust once. However, would it be inappropriate for me to attend your friend's birthday party uninvited? The name Yun Zijing has begun to circulate within the elite circles of the capital, primarily due to the intriguing matter of her acquiring land in the western suburbs, previously coveted by several young heirs. Meanwhile, the Liu family's resort continues to operate smoothly, prompting speculation that the land under Yun Zijing's control may have been secretly acquired by the Liu family. Those privy to the truth remain silent, while the uninformed indulge in wild conjectures of all sorts. What does it matter? I can simply inform old Wu. He mentioned previously his desire for an introduction to you. Unfortunately, he was out of town during our last encounter and missed the opportunity. If he learns that I am bringing you to this birthday celebration, he would undoubtedly be thrilled. After all, you are someone who has managed to secure land from several prominent heirs. While they do not expect to replicate your success, they would certainly wish to bask in your good fortune. Who knows? It might even lead to an opportunity for collaboration with the four great families. All right then. I shall first visit the University of the capital, complete my errands, and then call you. Today is Saturday, and with no spending obligations. Yun Zijing is free from concern about failing to meet her tasks. Upon arriving at the university, she was not halted by the security this time, and the vehicle swiftly approached Professor He Jingwen's laboratory. Yun Zijing took out her phone and called Professor He, and shortly thereafter, she saw him emerge with a document in hand. "Senior," she exclaimed, as she alighted and hurried towards him. "The inspection report you requested is a personal document I prepared for you. It bears only my signature and lacks the official seal of the laboratory or the endorsement of a professor, which may compromise its credibility. If you intend to manufacture and sell the product, I would advise you to obtain the necessary certifications and acquire a report from a reputable testing agency." He Jingwen was unaware of Yun Zijing's original intent in creating rose essential oil, but felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Yun Zijing nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I am aware, yet I presently have no intention of commercializing it. Should I decide to pursue that path in the future, I will certainly heed your advice. Thank you for your reminder." As Yun Zijing accepted the inspection report with a smile, He Jingwen, satisfied that she had taken his words to heart, chose to say no more. "I still have some experimental data to record properly. Let me treat you to a meal next time we meet," he added before turning to re-enter the laboratory, leaving Yun Zijing momentarily speechless. However, witnessing He Jingwen's dedication to his studies brought her a sense of joy. Everyone was striving for their future. Perhaps she should not remain stagnant herself? Yun Zijing fell into a contemplative silence. Wu Ziqing's birthday party was to be held at the Shengshi Jiangnan community, though it was said to be in close proximity to Daijing University. The journey still required 20 minutes by car, making it farther than the Emerald Lakeside. Nonetheless, Yun Zijing merely grumbled internally and did not imply any negativity regarding the Shengshi Jiangnan community. She arranged to meet Shengyang at the Emerald Lakeside. As today's gathering embraces the theme of a masquerade ball, Shengyang boasted about engaging a professional team to craft stunning looks for the attendees. Yun Zijing, however, remained indifferent to the commotion. The prospect of having a stylistic team at her disposal only added to her leisure. Upon entering the Emerald Lakeside community, she observed a considerable number of residents strolling about. The arrival of a Rolls-Royce Phantom halted many in their tracks, though it did not incite any fervent curiosity. After all, those who could afford to reside at Emerald Lakeside were not typical families, with the smallest units commanding a monthly rental of no less than 150,000. The initial payment, requiring a deposit and 3 months' rent, amounted to a staggering 900,000, an expense beyond the reach of ordinary households. Before long, Shengyang arrived with the professional team he had engaged. Yun Zijing instructed him to proceed to Unit 1, granting elevator access once they reached the designated floor. As Shengyang absorbed her words, a certain suspicion began to emerge in his mind, oscillating between reason and incredulity. Upon reaching the top floor of Unit 1, Yun Zijing opened the door, inviting them inside. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shenyang inquired, "Sister Yun, are you renting or have you purchased a property at Emerald Lakeside?" To his knowledge, the residences had been acquired in their entirety by a mysterious billionaire, leaving the developers unable to retain even a single unit for themselves. "Do I strike you as someone who pays rent?" Yun Zijing retorted, her answer veering off the question, yet Shenyang had already formed his conclusion. His eyes widened in realization upon understanding that Yun Zijing indeed possessed a residence at Emerald Lakeside. "Sister Yun, you are my only sister." "Yun Zijing, there's no need for that. Didn't we agree that tonight is a masquerade? It will take some time to prepare, so let us prompt them to begin." As for the matter of the house, Yun Zijing preferred to remain reticent to avoid being accused of flaunting wealth. There's no rush. Arriving a bit later is perfectly acceptable. In contrast to her previous interactions with Huang Yurue, Yun Zijing felt far more at ease with Wu Zicheng, and she had no objections as he was merely a friend of hers, allowing her to indulge in the refreshments. "By the way, Sister Yun, have you truly purchased the entire Jade Lake property?" Given the real estate policies in the capital, for Yun Ziching to acquire such an extensive portfolio, she would need to pay in full. However, the entire Jade Lake area consists of 20 buildings, with the smallest units priced no less than 10 million. Sister Yun must be a formidable figure from a prominent family. Her audacious move certainly left those second-generation wealthy individuals astounded. "Is there any doubt? You can easily verify this at the housing authority." Yun Ziching feigned nonchalance, leaving Shenyang in utter admiration of her. Truly, she was deserving of the title sister, as her decisive actions spoke volumes of her expertise. The stylist team that Shenyang had brought along, overhearing their conversation, nearly dropped their contouring brushes in astonishment. Fortunately, years of experience steadied their hands, though they couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. There are so many affluent individuals in this world. Why couldn't there be one more? It is not solely the makeup artists who harbor such thoughts. The costume designers and assistants share similar contemplations. However, they maintain an air of composure and discretion. The payment for today's service equates to what they would earn from applying makeup to actors for an entire month in a film studio. When we entered earlier, we observed that the residents of the neighborhood are all tenants here. Several of them appeared quite familiar. Those who seem recognizable likely possess some assets. As one must have the means to purchase a property in the capital, it is unexpected that they have ultimately become tenants under Yunjia. Indeed, with the proximity of Daijing University and the new semester approaching, this is a peak rental season. Displeased with the hassle of transferring rent and sets, Yun Zijing instructed Wang Zhongxin to deposit the rent for the upcoming quarter into her bank account by the 5th of the first month of each new quarter. As for the tax matters, Ling Lu has always been diligent and responsible, so Yun Zijing is not concerned about tax obligations. Upon hearing Yun Zijing's words, Shenyang could not help but feel envious. Some individuals, at a young age, can amass annual rental incomes exceeding 100 million, while he can only scrape by with his meager allowance. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. Shenyang decisively fell silent, fearing that further discourse might lead him to commit crimes born of envy. With Shenyang's silence, Yun Zijing also remained quiet, closing her eyes and allowing the makeup artist to work freely upon her visage. In the interim, Ling Qi returned to Xingyu Huafu to retrieve items for Yun Zijing, wrapping them as a birthday gift for Wu Zicheng. At 5:30, Yun Zijing's transformation was complete. Shenyang stood behind her, his astonishment evident as he gazed at her post-makeup visage. "I am certain, Sister Yun, that you will outshine everyone today. Enough of the flattery. Let us be on our way." "It would be rather impolite to arrive late at someone's birthday celebration," she replied. As they walked side by side, Shenyang gallantly raised his arm, allowing Yun Zijing to take hold of it. Though clad in attire reminiscent of a prince, he appeared more akin to a devoted steward beside her, lacking any semblance of romantic chemistry. Yun Zijing donned an elegant gown, while the low profile of the phantom made it necessary for Ling Yi and the others to select 4 individuals to occupy the Rolls-Royce. The remaining 2 would take on the roles of driver and co-pilot in the van. Shenyang led the procession in his Porsche 911. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances during the party, the stylist team followed closely behind in their vehicle, ready to assist with makeup touch-ups should the need arise. The distance between Xingtian Jiangnan Community and Emerald Lakeside Community was minimal. They reached their destination in under 20 minutes. Ling Yi and the others exited first, flanking the van door with 3 impeccably suited bodyguards. swiftly capturing the attention of many. At that moment, Shenyang alighted from the vehicle. Most attendees at the party were acquainted with him, as he and Wu Zicheng were practically inseparable. It's the second young master Sheng. The identity of Shenyang can be deemed one of the most resplendent, second only to a few heirs of the four prominent families. This distinction ensures that wherever he may be, he instantly becomes the focal point of the crowd. Upon alighting from his vehicle, Shenyang did not immediately greet Wu Zicheng. Rather, he approached the nanny car behind him, extending his hand in anticipation of the individual within. Yun Zijin reached out, using Shenyang's hand as leverage to gracefully lower her foot to the ground. Who is this? I have never seen her before. I don't know. But anyone who can elicit such caution from the second young master of the Sheng family must possess a remarkable identity. Is she the girlfriend of the second young master? Many were left speculating about Yun Zijin's identity, yet their discussions remained hushed, fraught with trepidation to address the matter directly in her presence. Wu Zicheng, who was initially stationed at the villa entrance to receive guests, had intended to greet Shenyang upon his arrival. However, he was taken aback when Shenyang disregarded him and turned to assist someone from the car. The sight of Yun Zijin, adorned in an Elsa princess costume, momentarily silenced the gathering. With her silvery hair coupled with a shimmering blue gown, she might easily have been mistaken for a character from a village cosplay. Yet, with her luminous, fair complexion, Yun Zijin embodied the very essence of a character drawn from the screen, captivating all with her stunning appearance. Old Sheng, who is this? This is my sister Yun. What do you think? Beautiful, isn't she? Shenyang proudly introduced Yun Zijin to Wu Zicheng, though the explanation was as ambiguous as silence itself. Recognizing one as Sister Yun, you must certainly introduce her specific identity, at the very least by name. Greetings, I am Yun Zijing. Upon hearing this name, those present could nearly deduce her identity. The true heiress embroiled in the recent turmoil of the Xia family's false and genuine daughters is none other than this very name. However, it is said that the true heiress was raised in an orphanage, which starkly contrasts with their preconceived notions of her. Greetings, I am Wu Zicheng, a childhood companion of Shenyang. Please, do enter. There are still some guests yet to arrive, and I shall wait here a moment longer. Yun Zijing nodded. Since noon, she had not eaten anything and was eager to step inside to have a bite. Sister Yun, let us hurry inside. The macarons crafted by the chef at the Wu residence are exquisite. You must try them later. Ever since Shenyang savored the macarons made by their chef, he found those from outside to be lacking in comparison. His eagerness to attend Wu Zicheng's birthday celebration was partly due to his craving for macarons. As for whether a grown man should be ridiculed for enjoying macarons, Shenyang was utterly indifferent. Let them say what they will. He was solely focused on his own enjoyment. Chapter 56, Su Mingyao, I am coming. Yun Zijing and Shenyang entered the villa together. Upon stepping inside, they beheld a lively lawn filled with a myriad of characters, each adorned in their own unique style. Second young master Sheng. Good evening. As Shenyang and Yun Zijing entered the villa, Shenyang intended to guide Yun Zijing towards the table adorned with macarons. However, they were unexpectedly intercepted. Shenyang frowned slightly. Couldn't this person see that they were preoccupied? Good evening. In truth, he had not recollected who this individual was. With numerous attendees at various gatherings, there were few who left a lasting impression. You may have forgotten, but we met at the last car racing event on Nanjiaopan Mountain Road. The mention of that racing event darkened Shenyang's expression. Oh, there were too many people. Perhaps I overlooked you. Is there something you need? Though he did not explicitly state that he did not remember, his words conveyed a clear message of unfamiliarity. Yun Zijing was not one to relish social interactions. Noticing that Shenyang was ensnared in conversation, she discreetly distanced herself and proceeded towards the table of macarons he had mentioned. Once she stepped away from Shenyang's side, several girls quickly converged upon her. Just as Yun Zijing popped a pink macaron into her mouth, one of the girls approached, scrutinizing her from head to toe as if she were an object. Are you the woman brought by young Master Sheng? Yun Zijing responded with an expression of disbelief. What era are we in? It's merely a social gathering. Must you wear expressions as if I have stolen your boyfriends? Moreover, what leads you to assume that I am in a romantic relationship with Shenyang, considering our innocent sibling-like friendship? We arrived together. Do you have a problem with that? Yun Zijing was not one to passively endure bullying. She would not allow herself to be mistreated. Sheng Er Xiao is merely momentarily entranced by your beguiling demeanor. Ultimately, he shall wed a lady of equal social standing. I advise you to reconsider your pursuits before it is too late. For the one who will bear the brunt of disappointment is you. A lady of equal social standing? Are you referring to yourself? Sheng Yang is the second son of the current chairman of the Sheng family, one of the 4 prominent families in the imperial capital. If we speak of social parity, it can only pertain to the other 3 families. May I inquire which of these esteemed families you belong to? With that, Yun Zijing delicately pinched a vibrant orange macaroon, savoring a small bite of its delightful mango flavor, which she found quite enjoyable. The woman, taken aback, pondered. If she were indeed a daughter of one of the 4 prominent families, how could she possibly cast her gaze upon Sheng Yang? Surely, she would have aspired towards the other 3 heirs long ago. Yet, she possessed a modicum of self-awareness regarding her own status, understanding that the heirs were beyond her reach, thus settling for Sheng Yang instead. Though I may not be a daughter of the 4 prominent families, I am Su Mingyao, the esteemed daughter of the Su family, one of the 8 notable families closely following them. I am not to be compared with some unknown woman like you. As she spoke, Su Mingyao instinctively raised her chin, her nostrils flaring with pride. Clearly, she had not heard Yun Zijing's self-introduction at the entrance. Nevertheless, even had she heard it, it would not have altered her perception. After all, when compared to the Su family, the Xia family holds little significance. While Su Mingyao displayed the self-awareness to lower her sights to Sheng Yang, Xia Jiao dared to set her sights on Lu Yonk. It is truly perplexing whether to commend Xia Jiao for her confidence or to question her clarity of self-perception. I assure you, Sheng Yang and I are not in a romantic relationship, so you need not worry. Yun Zijing does not wish to become Su Mingyao's imagined rival due to Sheng Yang, leading to inevitable confrontations whenever they cross paths. How can one enjoy outings without the burden of such entanglements? Humph, who's to say you aren't deceiving me? I am not so easily swayed. Yun Zijing, at a loss for words, pondered the absurdity of the situation. Why should she bear the consequences of Sheng Yang's romantic entanglements? Instead of seeking validation from me, it would be more prudent for you to linger around Sheng Yang. Observe closely. He is currently exasperated by the company of those individuals. If you were to intervene and invite him to join us for macarons, it could leave a lasting impression on him. Yun Zijing gestured towards Sheng Yang's location, where several people were engaged in conversation with him. She could easily discern that his patience was waning rapidly. Really? Su Mingyao expressed her skepticism. Why was she so doubtful? Whether you believe it or not is entirely your prerogative. I merely offer a suggestion. Should you execute it well, you might cultivate a favorable image in Sheng Yang's eyes. Should things go awry, well, there's no need to fret just yet. Yun Zijing began to persuade. Yao, I find her argument rather compelling. One of Su Mingyao's attendants, after reflecting on Yun Zijing's words, leaned in to advocate for her suggestion. Upon hearing her subordinate's words, Su Mingyao, who initially harbored doubts about Yun Zijing, felt a stirring of anticipation after receiving her subordinate's affirmation. If the outcome is unsatisfactory, how about I introduce you to? Yun Zijing mused, finding Su Mingyao to be somewhat tolerable. While her earlier remarks may have been slightly offensive, it was undeniable that most of what Su Mingyao stated was grounded in truth. Aside from the disparity in their social standings, her assertions held validity. The notion of social compatibility has endured through the ages for a reason. Even Cinderella's father was a duke. A truly ordinary girl would lack the privilege to attend a prince's ball. Upon hearing Yun Zijing's words, Su Mingyao felt a shameful thrill. The fact that Sheng Yang willingly allowed Yun Zijing to walk beside him like a princess was a testament to her esteemed position in his eyes. With Yun Zijing's assurance, Su Mingyao made a firm decision. You must not go back on your word, she declared, recalling the adage that a woman's promise is as binding as a 4-horse carriage. I promise, Yun Zijing assured her. I'm going. Su Mingyao disregarded her subordinate and strode directly towards Sheng Yang. Yun Zijing, meanwhile, extended her neck, her eyes fixed intently on Su Mingyao as she approached Sheng Yang step by step. Aren't you afraid that young Master Sheng will discover your actions and seek retribution? Su Mingyao's subordinate had quietly seated herself beside Yun Zijing, casting a gaze filled with ambiguity towards Su Mingyao. Her tone when speaking to Yun Zijing tinged with an unusual quality. Yun Zijing cast a glance at Su Mingyao's lackey, questioning, if I am not worried, what is there for you to fret about? Her expression was one of a subtle smile, leaving the girl feeling as though her very soul had been laid bare before Yun Zijing's piercing gaze, causing her eyes to dart nervously. Internally, Yun Zijing scoffed, considering that the truth of her thoughts was as evident as beads of sweat on her forehead. In her opinion, Su Mingyao had undoubtedly faced numerous pitfalls during their friendship. The young Master Sheng was not the type to regard someone with newfound respect merely for trifling favors. It was unclear whether this statement was directed at Yun Zijing or merely a self-reflection. At that moment, Su Mingyao boldly breached a circle of men, assertively linking her arm with Sheng Yang's. After exchanging some words, she whisked him away, striding toward Yun Zijing's direction. The remaining men, hoping to forge connections with Sheng Yang, exchanged confused glances. Sheng Yang appeared bewildered by Su Mengyao's sudden appearance, and once he extricated himself from the throng, he withdrew his arm from her grasp. Upon lifting his gaze to Yun Zijing in the distance, his eyes sparkled with recognition. "Sister Yun, why did you come without waiting for me?" Sheng Yang's address left Su Mingyao and her companion utterly perplexed. Hadn't they all arrived together to attend Wu Ziqing's birthday celebration? Many had assumed Yun Zijing was Sheng Yang's date. Yet now, with a mere utterance of Sister Yun, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. "You all." Su Mingyao glanced at Yun Zijing, her face filled with confusion. "Did I not mention that we are not in a romantic relationship? In this day and age, honesty seems to be met with skepticism. Do you know each other?" Sheng Yang clearly struggled to comprehend the current interpersonal dynamics. Not at all. They both replied almost simultaneously. Though their responses were far from identical, they were, in fact, entirely unrelated. The former was Yun Zijing, while the latter was Su Mingyao. "How can you claim not to know each other when we were just speaking moments ago?" Su Mingyao expressed her dissatisfaction with Yun Zijing's apparent dishonesty. "We are meeting for the first time today. If merely knowing each other's names and identities qualifies as acquaintance, then I must be acquainted with countless online friends." Yun Zijing retorted, not considering their earlier exchange sufficient to establish familiarity. At best, they were merely strangers with a slight impression of one another. Su Mingyao replied, "Then let us add each other on WeChat. We can arrange to dine and shop together more often. That would certainly establish an acquaintance." As she spoke, Su Mingyao retrieved her phone from her handbag, casting a haughty glance at Yun Zijing. "Where is your phone?" Yun Zijing responded with a sigh. "Hurry up. So many people wish to add me on WeChat, and I have yet to oblige them. You are fortunate." She took out her phone, opened her WeChat QR code, and presented it before Su Mingyao. As for Su Mingyao's entourage, Yun Zijing had no intention of inquiring about her at any point. She deemed such a scheming person unnecessary in her circle of friends. Su Mingyao, with her carefree disposition, remained oblivious to Yun Zijing's actions. In a delightful mood, she added Yun Zijing as a friend on WeChat and urged her to accept promptly. As for Sheng Yang, Su Mingyao believed that a girl should maintain a certain level of modesty. During their next meeting, they could arrange the WeChat friendship. After all, she had already added Yun Zijing, and if she wished to inquire about Sheng Yang's circumstances, asking Yun Zijing would suffice. Just after Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao had exchanged friend requests, Wu Ziqing approached. As the focal point of today's gathering, Wu Ziqing was indeed busy. Yet he still found time to seek out Sheng Yang, demonstrating his genuine regard for him. Sheng Yang took a sip of the champagne from the table, swallowed the macaron in his mouth, and then spoke. "Why are you here looking for me instead of attending to your guests?" Sheng Yang had not anticipated Wu Ziqing would make time to attend to him. After all, he did not require Wu Ziqing's hospitality. He simply intended to enjoy himself at the event. "I just wanted to take a moment to check on you," Wu Ziqing retorted playfully, glancing at Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao seated in the lounge area. "You seem to be quite fortunate in your company. What nonsense are you spouting? This is my sister Yun. You ought to address her as such," Sheng Yang insisted, knowing well that she was the sole investor in his bar business and must not be offended. Wu Ziqing turned his gaze to Yun Zijing, feeling somewhat surprised when he heard Sheng Yang refer to her as Sister Yun. After all, Sheng Yang is renowned throughout the imperial capital as a notorious troublemaker. Many would rather offend the heirs of the four great families than cross paths with him. The title of troublemaker is not merely a label. How could Miss Yun persuade young Master Sheng to address her as sister? If others were to overhear, it might lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Suddenly, Su Mingyao's companion, Yang Jieqi, interjected with an unexpected remark. This comment not only discomforted Yun Zijing, but also put Sheng Yang in an awkward position. "I am merely expressing my respect for Sister Yun. If you can twist my words like that, perhaps you should consider a visit to a neurologist." Sheng Yang retorted rather brusquely, "What? Do you think any random person can teach me how to behave?" "Yang Jieqi, if you can't speak properly, then refrain from speaking at all. Had I known you would behave this way, I would never have agreed to bring you along." It was only because she had mooched off her invitation that she managed to come here, yet she still acted with such arrogance. it was truly foolish. Su Mingyao questioned her own judgment in allowing Yang Jieqi to accompany her. Yun Zijing had not even spoken, yet someone had defended her, which filled her with immense satisfaction. Her gaze toward Yang Jieqi laced with mockery. Having a clever mind is commendable, but when it is used to malign others, it becomes rather unpleasant. Wu Ziqing and Sheng Yang also wore stern expressions, wondering where this foolishness had emerged from. If one cannot speak appropriately, perhaps silence would be a more suitable option. Seeing Sheng Yang and Wu Ziqing defending Yun Zijing, Yang Jieqi's expression fell instantly, tears welling in her eyes, creating a pitiful sight. However, those present had witnessed far worse. Her antics would deceive no one. Enough. Do not presume that shedding a few tears will soften one's heart. If you wish to leave this place, you may speak candidly, and I shall arrange for someone to escort you home. Su Mingyao felt that Yang Jiaqian was utterly embarrassing her. What a pretentious white lotus, lacking even in beauty compared to herself. Yet daring to employ such underhanded tactics without a shred of self-awareness. It is apparent that this environment is ill-suited for you. Su Mingyao instructed that someone should come to take her away. Yun Zijing's ability to elicit a sisterly address from Sheng Yang already attested to her esteemed position in his heart. Should he fail to manage even this trivial matter, Wu Ziqing contemplated that he would need to seek forgiveness from Sheng Yang after this tempestuous gathering. Yun Zijing, for her part, was indifferent. However, Wu Ziqing was standing up for her, and she would not undermine his efforts at this juncture. Su Mingyao recognized this as an opportune moment to curry favor with Yun Zijing and promptly retrieved her phone to contact the driver who had brought them here earlier. The driver had already departed but would return to collect her and Yang Jiaqian once the party was nearly concluded. Now, due to Yang Jiaqian, she would require the driver to make an additional trip. Su Mingyao silently resolved to instruct the butler to grant the driver a bonus for this inconvenience. Regardless of how Yang Jiaqian pleaded for forgiveness from Yun Zijing, even appealing to Sheng Yang and Wu Ziqing, she garnered no sympathy from any party. Upon the driver's arrival, Su Mingyao ensured that Yang Jiaqian boarded the vehicle. Once back at the villa, Su Mingyao sought out Yun Zijing to apologize, saying, "I sincerely apologize. I had no idea she would utter such words. I will sever all ties with her upon my return." Chapter 58. Embracing the longing for love. It matters not. She is she, and you are you. I shall not direct my ire towards the innocent. Yun Zijing was well aware that this matter had no connection to Su Mingyao. It was entirely Yang Jieqi's own doing. Furthermore, with the individual already dismissed, Yun Zijing no longer wished to bear the burden on her behalf. They were merely unrelated parties, not worth her concern. Yun Jia, you are so magnanimous. To make amends, I have resolved to lavishly gift you something. Are you free tomorrow to go shopping together? Su Mingyao timely proposed an invitation for a shopping excursion. Tomorrow? I have no objections, but are you certain you will be able to rise? The birthday party today seemed to have no definitive end in sight, with a throng of young revelers indulging in merriment, potentially transforming the celebration into a vibrant dance party. Coupled with the possibility of indulging in a drink or two, it was unlikely anyone would awaken before the sun reached its zenith. Su Mingyao, I hadn't considered that. Not to worry, if tomorrow proves inconvenient, we can always go the day after. After all, I have no obligations once I graduate and am quite free. She possessed nothing but ample wealth and leisure. Yun Zijing. To be fair, she too enjoys considerable leisure. That sounds agreeable. If by the day after you have not changed your mind, feel free to call me to arrange a place. This was Yun Zijing's first time planning a shopping outing with the heiress of the prestigious Dijing family. She was curious as to how the shopping experience of a highborn lady differed from that of ordinary folk. Absolutely. It seems the time has come for gift unwrapping over there. Shall we go take a look? In their social circle, young people's birthday celebrations invariably included a gift opening segment. As everyone entered, they instinctively placed their gifts on the designated table, awaiting the moment of unwrapping. The birthday star would select a few gifts to open on the spot. Akin to unboxing a mystery box, one could either uncover a mundane trinket or a delightful surprise worth a fortune. This was Yun Zijing's first experience at a birthday celebration, and she was pleasantly surprised by the gift unwrapping segment. At that moment, she had merely instructed Ling Yi to casually set her prepared gift on the table, and now she was uncertain of its current location amidst the crowd. Su Mingyao guided Yun Zijing to a bustling area, and upon seeing her, Sheng Yang promptly arranged for her to have a spot. Su Mingyao, benefiting from Yun Zijing's presence, also secured a seat in the front row. Wu Ziqing stood beside a towering heap of gifts, roaming for a while before selecting an exceptionally large gift box, which he placed on a nearby empty table. With an air of exuberance, Wu Ziqing tore into the wrapping, reducing the outer paper to shreds, revealing a plush toy resembling a blue cartoon character, nearly his height. The crowd erupted in laughter at the sight. Wu Ziqing, despite having graduated from university, was astounded to receive such a whimsical gift. He remarked, "This is quite delightful. It seems the giver knows I adored this character in my childhood, wishing for my inner child to remain intact. Quite splendid." After setting the plush toy aside, Wu Ziqing continued his quest for gifts. This time, he opted for a smaller box, selecting one approximately 1,000 cubic centimeters in size. Once again, he unleashed his vigorous unwrapping technique, swiftly revealing a watch within, a coveted blue submariner. Those with discerning eyes can recognize it instantly, the Rolex Submariner, affectionately dubbed the Blue Ghost. The case preserves the classic elements of the Rolex Submariner series, yet the pièce d'argent is undoubtedly its striking blue dial, which showcases Rolex's traditional oyster case to perfection. The price is not exorbitant, but this gift resonates deeply with Wu Ziqing's heart. He possesses a genuine fondness for timepieces, with no fewer than 20 adorning his wardrobe. However, the Blue Ghost is a model he has yet to acquire, indicating that the gift giver has truly put thought into this selection. Wu Ziqing, upon witnessing this present, felt a sense of relief at having ultimately rejected the idea of gifting a watch in favor of something else. Her own gift box is rather petite, leaving her uncertain if Wu Ziqing might choose it over the Blue Ghost. While the Blue Ghost is indeed commendable, she believes her offering is equally remarkable. Su Mingyao observed Wu Ziqing unwrapping the Blue Ghost and casually remarked, not forgetting to extol the virtues of her own gift. "From what you imply, your present rivals the Blue Ghost? Pray, enlighten us about what you have bestowed." Unbeknownst to her, a man had appeared beside Su Mingyao, his hair styled in such a way that it seemed even flies could perform acrobatics upon it. When she turned, she was nearly blinded by the sight. Hastily redirecting her gaze toward Shengyang and Wu Ziqing to cleanse her vision. What kind of company has Wu Ziqing invited, allowing such eccentric individuals to emerge? "Excuse me, beautiful, I am addressing you." "Ignoring me would be rather impolite," he asserted. Su Mingyao retorted, "My courtesy is selective. I find it difficult to extend it to you. Are you at a loss for words, perhaps boasting instead? In truth, your gift cannot possibly compare to this Blue Ghost." Su Mingyao was desperately yearning to escape. "Could you please refrain from speaking?" she exclaimed. "Do you realize how bothersome you are? What gift I choose to give has no bearing on you. No matter how many times you inquire, my decision remains unchanged." Initially, she intended to ignore him, yet his incessant chattering was akin to a bothersome sparrow, incessantly chirping away. Wu Ziqing and Shengyang also noted the situation unfolding beside Su Mingyao, their expressions reflecting their bemusement at the greasy man beside her. "What an odd assortment of characters we encounter today," they mused. "Su Mingyao, let us switch places," Shengyang proposed, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, especially with Wu Ziqing subtly urging him on. Su Mingyao's eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness. Was she being rescued by Shengyang, the gallant hero? All right, that sounds wonderful. A sense of warmth enveloped her, accompanied by a sweet sensation that she couldn't quite comprehend. Shengyang, unaware of Su Mingyao's infatuated thoughts, firmly guided her to his seat before maneuvering around Wu Ziqing to take her place. Sheng, second young master. Shengyang's reputation resonated throughout the entire imperial capital. The greasy man, upon facing both Su Mingyao and Shengyang, exhibited a starkly contrasting demeanor. Su Mingyao observed the man's rapid shift in attitude with an incredulous eye roll, nearly exasperated to the point of disbelief. "So this is how it is? One standard for you and another for me? Has he become so arrogant? Or does he truly believe the Su family cannot wield influence?" "Calm down," she reminded herself, as Wu Ziqing announced the final gift was about to be revealed. However, Wu Ziqing's gaze fell upon a familiar gift box, and an ominous premonition began to stir within her. The gift wrapping appears rather exquisite. Shall we unveil the last present? To Wu Ziqing's astonishment, it is none other than the gift box belonging to Wu Ziqing. What a coincidence! Wu Ziqing mused. In truth, her gift box bore no exceptional traits, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, Ling Qi had chosen a striking red and green wrapping paper, rendering it a conspicuous presence amidst the other gifts. akin to a flamboyant spectacle in the realm of presents. Indeed, Wu Ziqing's curiosity led him to extend his hand towards the gift box placed by Yun Zijing. The box was roughly the size of a grown man's fist. Wu Ziqing was already in the process of unwrapping the gift. Soon, the outer wrapping lay in tatters, revealing an elegant branded gift box within. As he opened the inner box, a delightful surprise awaited him, a jade guanyin pendant. The quality appeared to be quite impressive. Let me take a closer look. Wu Ziqing held the jade guanyin up to examine it thoroughly. The moment it touched his hands, he discerned its authenticity. The texture suggested it was of icy quality, and the hue indicated a bright green. Wow, I've struck gold, he exclaimed. I wonder who among my friends bestowed such a generous gift upon me. Would they be willing to reveal their identity? Wu Ziqing was genuinely taken aback. In their circle, birthday parties often resulted in gifts that, while not inexpensive, rarely surpassed a value of 10,000 yuan, save for a few close acquaintances. Yet this icy bright green jade guanyin pendant, based on his seasoned judgment, was undoubtedly worth no less than 500,000 yuan. Who, indeed, could be so magnanimous as to present such a lavish gift? First, let us dismiss a few misguided individuals whose gifts exceeded 100,000. One can only imagine how many times they must have whispered in his ear. And how could a 500,000 pendant possibly go unnoticed? Next, we shall exclude some acquaintances who, while familiar, do not attend every gathering. He is well aware of the limitations of their generosity, which would hardly surpass 50,000. Furthermore, we must eliminate those from lesser affluent families who merely seek to join the festivities. Their monthly allowances likely do not even amount to 100,000, and it would be utterly irrational for them to spend 50,000 on a gift. Finally, Wu Ziqing's gaze settled upon Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao. Su Mingyao, a familiar face yet not a constant presence at every gathering, is the heiress of the Su family, one of the 8 prominent clans. Known for her arrogant and willful personality, as well as her wealth, Yun Zijing, who commands enough respect for Shengyang to address her as sister, is undoubtedly a person of significance. Though her financial status remains unclear, the watch on her wrist is estimated to be worth no less than 1 million. These 2 young ladies are the most likely candidates. Shengyang shared the same sentiment as Wu Ziqing and approached Yun Zijing. Sister Yun, could this possibly be your gift? What extraordinary fortune must old Wu possess to receive such a lavish present from his sister Yun? Even 10,000 would seem a bargain to him. This icy jade guanyin pendant is simply unparalleled. Well, I didn't return to Xingyu Huafu. I had my bodyguard selected, so it shouldn't be considered excessive, right? This marked Yun Zijing's inaugural attendance at a birthday party for the wealthy second generation, as well as her first experience in gifting a lavish present, and at that moment, she aimed to choose something that was neither too cheap nor overly extravagant. The sum of 500,000 aligns reasonably with her expectations, as 07 is discerning in her choices. Furthermore, the adage holds true: men wear guanyin, while women adorn themselves with Buddha. This should not lead to any misjudgment. Sister Yun, you have certainly allowed this lad to seize quite a bargain. Birthdays occur annually, and celebrations are customary. Each occasion merits gifts worth hundreds of thousands. Yet we survive on pocket money, leaving no ample resources to indulge these individuals. A mere 100,000 would suffice. Sister Yun, please refrain from such lavish gifts in the future, as they may attract undue attention. It is well known that Sister Yun is generous, with each birthday and anniversary. Invitations flood in. Once the invitations are received, one must offer gifts even in absence, thus allowing them to exploit our generosity. As for me, I do not rely on pocket money for sustenance. She depends on rental income. A single remark from Yun Zijing shattered Sheng Yang's defenses. Does she realize the profound impact such a statement has on a wealthy heir who has yet to earn a single penny through his own efforts? Su Mingyao and Sheng Yang share a similar sentiment at this moment. She too survives on her allowance. Observing the gifts from Yun Zijing in contrast to those from others starkly illustrates the disparity between them. While they may lament the expenditure of 500,000 on a single gift, Yun Zijing perceives it merely as the standard for gifting. Wu Ziqing continues his search for the person who gifted the jade guanyin, and to avoid exposure, Yun Zijing discreetly enlists Sheng Yang to shield her from Wu Ziqing's gaze. After a prolonged period without anyone claiming the gift, Wu Ziqing ultimately relinquishes his pursuit. However, he has taken note of the subtle exchanges between Sheng Yang and Yun Zijing, yet he chooses not to expose them. After all, he cannot compel Yun Zijing to step forward and claim her gift. As the gift unwrapping segment concluded, the birthday party transitioned into a vibrant celebration. Wu Ziqing activated the extravagant sound system installed in the villa, cranking up the volume to its maximum. While the lighting technician he had specially invited began to work his magic, transforming the birthday gathering into a lively dance party. Yun Ziqing initially intended to retreat to the macaroon lounge for a respite, but was pulled into the dance floor by Su Mingyao. Clearly, Su Mingyao had forgotten her original purpose for attending the birthday celebration, focusing solely on forging a friendship with Yun Ziqing. Shengyang glanced around at the empty space beside him, his expression filled with confusion. When did these two become so familiar? Was he merely the superfluous one? Just then, Wu Ziqing approached, holding a glass of champagne, inquiring about Shengyang's somber demeanor. It seemed that only he could turn a birthday banquet into a dance floor. Isn't the bond between women forming rather swiftly? He mused, noting that Yun Ziqing had come with him, only to end up playing the role of the supporting character for Su Mingyao. Wu Ziqing found himself unable to provide an answer to Shengyang's unspoken questions, as he too was a male. Unbeknownst to Yun Ziqing, her budding friendship with Su Mingyao had instilled a sense of urgency in Shengyang. By the way, how is your bar project progressing? He asked, clarifying. Let me be clear, I am not unsupportive, but you know I cannot afford to offend your brother. Shenghao had personally called their circle, issuing a strict decree forbidding them from lending Shengyang money for the bar venture. Not only did he contact them, but he also reached out to their parents, warning that any disobedience would result in a loss of allowance. When Shenghao expressed his opinions, the parents naturally agreed wholeheartedly and returned home to impart his words of wisdom to their children. I have already secured new investors, while you may fear my brother. I am unperturbed by Yunjie. If Yunjie can acquire land from Lu Yonk and his associates, she certainly has no qualms about offending his brother. Are you suggesting that you have sought investment from Yun Zijing? How much can she contribute? 3 million. This is merely the initial investment. If I succeed, Yunjie will undoubtedly increase her investment. Xingyang possesses unwavering confidence in his bar. 3 million? That sounds quite promising. Although I cannot lend you money, I will certainly support the opening of your bar. Moreover, we shall host a grand celebration there, guaranteed to enliven the atmosphere. Speaking of which, he is undoubtedly an expert in the art of bar hopping. Very well, you shall cover the cost of drinks. It is impossible to offer everything for free. Even brothers by blood settle accounts, and those without such ties must also keep track. Wu Ziqing shot Shengyang a look, bemused by his words. Is he the type to indulge in free drinks? I wonder why you have become so frugal. Wu Ziqing could not comprehend when Shengyang had transformed into this version of himself. Surely, he cannot be short of a little money for drinks? Operating a bar entails expenses. If I treat you to drinks, I won't even recoup my costs. That would be a loss, wouldn't it? In business, one cannot aim for losses. I aspire for my bar to generate profit, striving to become a wealthy second generation who achieves financial independence without relying on pocket money. Shengyang spoke with an air of inevitability, and Wu Ziqing found his words quite reasonable. In Chapter 60, Discussions in the Restroom, Wu Ziqing pondered, if you say so, perhaps I should also find something to occupy my time. After listening to Shengyang, he began to contemplate the idea of starting his own business. His circumstances were similar to Shengyang's. With an elder brother to rely upon, he had little hope of inheriting the family business. Initially, he had aspired to live the life of a carefree rich heir, but now, after Shengyang's remarks, he felt as though he was merely squandering his time, engaging in nothing but indulgence and revelry. If Shengyang were to focus on a bar in the future, how would he find companionship? If you wish to pursue it, then go ahead. However, you should consider how you will communicate this to your brother. Shengyang could not be certain that Wu Ziqing's brother would be as eager to recruit him into the family business as his own brother, Shenghao, was. He believed that even if he merely occupied a chair in the office, serving as a mascot, it would still be preferable to a life of frivolity. Upon hearing this, Wu Ziqing fell silent. Indeed, his brother was quite different from Shenghao. Never mind, he concluded. I fear my plans may be thwarted before they even come to fruition. It was not that he lacked the desire to venture into business, but rather that his family circumstances did not permit it. He was still best suited to a life of hedonistic indulgence. Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao, having exhausted themselves from dancing, retreated from the dance floor. Upon spotting Shengyang and Wu Ziqing seated on the sofa with drinks in hand, they were somewhat astonished. Aren't you two renowned as the princes of the dance floor? Why have you chosen such a subdued demeanor today? Although Su Mingyao was not well acquainted with the two individuals, she had certainly heard numerous rumors about them. What about the others when we take the stage? Perhaps we should extend them some courtesy. Shall we sample the cream puffs prepared by the chef at home? Wu Ziqing casually placed a plate of cream puffs before Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao. I will wash my hands. Having just emerged from the dance floor, Yun Zijing felt drenched in sweat and thought it prudent to wash her hands before eating. You might want to use the restroom on the second floor. The one on the first floor is likely quite crowded. If you can't find it, just ask a servant, Wu Ziqing advised Yun Zijing. The first floor restroom is usually filled with girls touching up their makeup, all gathered together. I'll accompany you. Su Mingyao, concerned about the myriad peculiar incidents that often transpire in restrooms, hurriedly followed Yun Zijing. Heeding Wu Ziqing's suggestion, Yun Zijing ascended the stairs to the second floor. Expecting solitude, they were taken aback to overhear a conversation as they reached the top of the staircase. Hey, do you all know the identity of the woman accompanying young Master Sheng? Upon hearing this, Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao halted in their tracks, remaining silent. I've never seen her. She doesn't seem to belong to our circle, does she? Yet, young Master Sheng appears quite courteous towards her. Could she be a low-profile heiress we've simply never encountered? It is possible, albeit highly improbable. After all, we are all part of the same circle. How could there be no trace of her existence over the past 20 years? I suspect that the young Master Sheng merely brought along a female companion on a whim, and his courteous demeanor is simply a reflection of his gentlemanly nature. Given that we are unfamiliar with her, it is highly probable that she does not belong to our circle. While she possesses a certain charm, one must remember that men are often captivated by novelty. Mark my words, it won't be long before she is cast aside by the young Master Sheng. Perhaps due to the absence of others on the second floor, and the fact that the restroom was occupied solely by their own group, the conversation became increasingly indiscreet. Su Mingyao attempted several times to confront them, yet Yun Zijing restrained her. What purpose would it serve to engage them in discourse? Their opinions would remain unchanged regardless. If they believe she will soon be discarded by Xingyang, they can simply wait and see. Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao stood at the staircase, and when the group of girls exited the restroom, they exchanged fleeting glances of guilt upon encountering them. Having just spoken ill of her, they now faced the very individual they had maligned. Their minds raced with speculation, questioning whether Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao had overheard their remarks. However, reassured by the notion that this was Wu Ziqing's villa, presumably soundproofed, and that they had closed the restroom door, they convinced themselves that their words remained unheard. With their minds set at ease, they began to feel a sense of entitlement. Miss Su, are you here to touch up your makeup as well? We just finished and will be heading down now. Throughout their exchange, they completely disregarded Yun Zijing, directing their attention solely towards Su Mingyao. Yun Zijing remained unfazed by the attitudes of those individuals, as she knew there would be no future interactions. Su Mingyao, however, did not engage with them. Once they had departed, she expressed her indignation. They are clearly targeting you. The relationship between Xingyang and you is not what they presume. They know nothing and yet speak so recklessly. Moreover, I stood right beside you, and they only acknowledged me without casting a glance your way. This is outright disregard. It is utterly outrageous. Su Mingyao was taken aback that such absurdity could arise even in a restroom. Don't be upset, whatever you say to them. They will only believe what they wish to believe, and it's futile to attempt any explanation. Besides, I have no connection with them. It is not worth ruining your mood over such irrelevant people. Furthermore, once they learn that I am an investor in Shenyang Bar, they'll realize how ludicrous their current notions are. Yun Zijing was indeed indifferent, but seeing Su Mingyao's face flushed with anger prompted her to offer a few words of consolation. You truly have a relaxed perspective. Were I in your position, I would have likely debated with them 100 times by now, perhaps even engaged in a hair-pulling contest. The classic tactic among girls in a quarrel, pulling hair. The more you care, the more they perceive you as audacious. It is best not to pay them too much mind. Let us finish up quickly. Lingering here too long would be unwise. Yun Zijing was unwilling to let such trivial matters waste her time. Very well, as long as you remain unconcerned. I shall retouch my makeup. With that, Su Mingyao retrieved a mini foundation from her purse, beginning to refresh her appearance. Yun Zijing's hands could not contain many items, and after rummaging through her belongings, only a lipstick of the same shade she wore today was found. Would you like to use this? Su Mingyao offered her mini foundation. No need. A touch of lipstick suffices. It was unclear what cosmetics the makeup artist used today, but Yun Zijing's makeup appeared remarkably enduring, even after dancing vigorously in the ballroom. There was no sign of wear. She only needed to reapply the lipstick due to some wear from eating. Su Mingyao did not insist. After finishing her touch-up, she put away the mini foundation. Turning around, she caught a close glimpse of Yun Zijing's profile. Unable to contain herself, she playfully poked her. Honestly, I was just about to ask you, how do you maintain such flawless skin? Up close, I can see no imperfections. It's as perfect and delicate as porcelain. Su Mingyao felt a pang of envy. She spent no less than $1 million on her face each month, yet upon closer inspection, numerous subtle flaws remained. Closed comedones and blackheads were perpetual nuisances for her. Chapter 61. The woman who snatched a piece of land from Lu Yonk. This? It's my homemade rose essential oil. Not available on the market. Yun Zijing had no intention of concealing the truth. Although the formula was casually provided, it was indeed crafted by her own hands. While much of the credit went to the sterile production environment, every aspect from selection to processing was executed solely by her, making it undeniably authentic. You made your own rose essential oil. Is there nothing else you rely on? Su Mingyao felt that Yun Zijing might be speaking fancifully. How could one achieve such a flawless visage solely through a bottle of rose essential oil? Would it count if one cleansed their face prior to using the oil? Oh, I occasionally indulge in facial treatments at a beauty salon, though not frequently. According to Yun Zijing's personal experience, a visit to the salon might not yield results as impressive as a single application of her rose essential oil. However, Yun Zijing would never voice this opinion. If others were to discover the miraculous effects of the rose essential oil she crafted, they would flock to her in search of purchases, leaving her no choice but to remain at home concocting the oil, thus sidestepping the necessity of venturing out to fulfill system tasks. Right? So, at which beauty salon did you acquire your membership? I'd like to obtain one as well. Su Mingyao naturally attributed the credit to the beauty salon. With such remarkable results, how had she not discovered it until now? She felt all the money she had spent over the years was squandered. It is the Chile Women's Beauty Salon located above the Jinqing Shopping Mall. I have invested several million there. Yun Zijing spoke nothing but the truth. Yet, Su Mingyao remained somewhat skeptical. She had indeed visited the Chile Women's Beauty Salon, but the results were comparable to those of other salons and did not reach the immaculate level that Yun Zijing had attained. As they conversed, they soon descended to the first floor of the villa, where several individuals had already gathered around Wu Zicheng and Sheng Yang. Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao contemplated whether to seek another venue when the observant Wu Zicheng waved in their direction. Sister Yun, Su Mingyao, over here. Upon hearing Wu Zicheng's call, the others seated on the sofa craned their necks to look over. Su Mingyao and her companions had encountered each other on numerous occasions at various banquets, yet it was the first time for Yun Zijing's group. Please, everyone, restrain yourselves. This is my sister Yun. Upon observing the expressions of these individuals, Sheng Yang instantly discerned their thoughts. Sister Yun was a woman whom he himself dared not pursue, and others were even less deserving. You all understand she is the sole investor of your bar, right? We all comprehend that. Regardless of whether they grasped Sheng Yang's intended meaning, they at least managed to temper their expressions, refraining from displaying any unusual demeanor in front of Yun Zijing. As Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao approached, the group eagerly made way for them. Once everyone was seated, Sheng Yang began to introduce these individuals, primarily focusing on Yun Zijing's sister Yun. This is Lu Ji's cousin Lu Yunfeng. This is Li Ji's cousin Li Yuexian. And this is Fu Ji's cousin Fu Yang. Upon hearing Sheng Yang's introductions, Yun Zijing raised an eyebrow. Wasn't this merely another small circle of the four prominent families? However, with the addition of Wu Zicheng and Sheng Yang being Sheng Hao's biological brother, the social hierarchy became quite evident. Hello, I am Yun Zijing. I suppose no introduction is necessary. We see each other often enough, Su Mingyao remarked with a smile. Hello, Sister Yun. They chorused in unison, nearly shaking the ceiling of the villa with their enthusiasm. Yun Zijing, with her hair cascading darkly, felt a tinge of obligation to respond to the earnest greetings directed her way. She inclined her head slightly towards the group, acknowledging their presence. I shall attend to the others for a moment. Please, enjoy your meal and drinks. After all, Wu Zicheng was the guest of honor on this special occasion, and it would be impractical for him to engage in idle chatter with them throughout the evening. The gazes of Lu Yufeng and his companions held a hint of curiosity towards Yun Zijing. They had heard whispers of how she had single-handedly wrested a plot of land from their respective cousins, sparking their interest. They had longed for a chance to meet her. Yet the opportunity had eluded them until now. Among their acquaintances, Only Shengyang was familiar with Yun Zijing, but previous attempts to arrange a meeting had been futile. It was quite serendipitous that they crossed paths at Wu Ziqing's birthday celebration. I had hoped to arrange a meeting, Yun Zijing mused, somewhat taken aback. I hardly believe I have done anything worthy of such attention in the capital. It must pertain to the previous charity auction hosted by the Liu family. Concerning that piece of land, which I trust you have not forgotten, that land was initially intended by the Liu family to garner interest for the Western Suburbs Resort project, only to be unexpectedly seized by Yun Zijing. Among those present, it seems she alone had displayed such audacity. Nevertheless, the Liu family refrained from retaliating against her, a fact that surprised Shengyang and the others. When it comes to the matter of the land in the western suburbs, Yun Zijing felt a pang of frustration. Indeed, she was somewhat oblivious to the circumstances, and perhaps she had raised her placard a tad too hastily. Nevertheless, this was a trivial issue, for in the end, she had leased the land to the Liu family, resulting in the same outcome. Is it my fault then? Yun Zijing remarked with a nonchalant shrug, her demeanor tinged with pride. Had it not been for Shengyang mentioning this parcel of land, she would have remained indifferent. Wait a moment. Are you suggesting that Yun Zijing snatched the land from the Liu family at the auction? Su Mingyao, initially perplexed, finally grasped the situation. They were implying that Yun Zijing had audaciously outmaneuvered Liu Yonk in front of him for a piece of land he coveted. This revelation transformed Su Mingyao's gaze towards Yun Zijing, filled with newfound admiration. Sister, you are impressive. This was an endeavor many yearned to undertake in the capital but dared not attempt. Yet, Yun Zijing had accomplished it with such finesse. It became clear why Shengyang addressed her as sister. Even the young scions of the four great families regarded her with reverence. Was it because Yun Zijing had fairly triumphed over Liu Yonk? Liu Yonk, the nightmare of the younger generation within their circle. It was unimaginable that one day he would falter at the hands of Yun Zijing. This was indeed a momentous occasion. And Su Mingyao lamented her missed opportunity to persuade her brother to accompany her to that auction. What's wrong? Do you harbor a grudge against Liu Yonk? Why are you so exhilarated to hear that I bested him? Su Mingyao's exuberant reaction left Yun Zijing somewhat bewildered. Is there something particularly special about Liu Yonk? Why does everyone regard her with such peculiar eyes after realizing they have seized the land from her hands? Although it is true that she has adeptly secured the position of president of the Liu Corporation at such a young age, which is undeniably impressive, it seems rather exaggerated. Doesn't it? Yet, it is indeed Liu Yonk. She is the epitome of the ideal child spoken of by her parents, ever since I can remember. My parents have instilled in me tales of her remarkable achievements and accolades, so upon hearing for the first time that she had faced defeat, I felt a slight thrill of excitement. Upon hearing Su Mingyao's assessment of Liu Yonk, Yun Zijing blinked, realizing that she truly is an exceptional individual. However, in the end, she ultimately became a vanquished opponent. So today, you can return home and inform your parents that despite Liu Yonk's tireless efforts and numerous accomplishments, she still lost to a girl who hasn't even graduated from university yet. Currently, Yun Zijing is still in her internship phase, with her diploma set to be conferred next June. Yun Jia, you haven't graduated yet? Shengyang heard nothing but that single statement about Yun Zijing's status. Yun Zijing nodded. Indeed, she is yet to graduate. When school resumes in September, she will have to return to attend classes. Although seniors are out on internships, they still have 1 or 2 classes to attend occasionally. Shengyang and the others exchanged glances, utterly astonished to discover that the person they affectionately referred to as Yun Jia was, in fact, the youngest among them all. This group had all graduated from university. Merely because they receive a monthly allowance from their families and harbor no desire to seek employment, they spend their days idly, preoccupied with thoughts of indulgence and leisure. The lives of these affluent second-generation heirs, unencumbered by the obligation to inherit family businesses, remain strikingly simple and unadorned. So, Sister Yun, what year are you currently in? With the new semester commencing in September, you will be entering your senior year. You had previously secured an internship at a company, but recently resigned. This information is readily available. Rather than allowing others to uncover it, it is far preferable for you to disclose it yourself. Sister Yun, once the semester begins, will you bring a few classmates to our bar for support? It is now mid to late July, and by September, the bar will undoubtedly be finished with renovations. Having already obtained its business license, the grand opening is merely a matter of time. My classmates are all diligent students. What if bringing them to your bar leads them astray? Instead of relying on me, It would be wiser for you to encourage them to visit frequently to generate revenue for you. Yun Zijing gestured towards Lu Yunfeng and the others. As for Su Mingyao, Yun Zijing felt it prudent to refrain from advocating for her to frequent such a chaotic establishment, unless Su Mingyao could possess the same aura as herself, accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards wherever she goes. Isn't there still me? Whenever you open, I shall bring my friends to support you. Su Mingyao had not forgotten her meticulously crafted plan to attend Wu Zicheng's birthday party. Through her connection with Yun Zijing, she had managed to breach the inner circle. Yet to achieve her ultimate goal, she must persist in her efforts. While Yun Zijing could effortlessly decline Sheng Yang's requests, her own circumstances were far less lenient. Whether it pertains to her family background or her personal demeanor, one cannot dismiss the necessity of accommodating her. In fact, one must strive to do so. However, Su Mingyao is not the type to compromise her own comfort. She is no stranger to establishments such as bars, and given that this particular bar is owned by Sheng Yang, she feels a greater sense of security. At the very least, with Sheng Yang present, she need not worry about unsavory characters approaching her. Just forget it. Your presence would only distract me from attending to you. The reason she is referred to as Yun Zijing is because Sheng Yang is aware that she has a security detail. Even if he were to occasionally overlook something, there would be no cause for alarm. Yet, Su Mingyao exemplifies a rather reckless persona, and Sheng Yang genuinely fears that something untoward might occur in his establishment. While the Su family may not boast the same affluence as the Sheng family, they are certainly willing to seize any opportunity for gain. Sheng Yang is reluctant to bring any trouble to the Sheng family due to his own actions. Am I not concerned about the bar's potential lack of success? I came to lend support and enhance your revenue. If your bar fails, wouldn't Zijing's 3 million be wasted? Upon hearing Sheng Yang's words, Su Mingyao felt a surge of defiance. What did he mean by needing to take care of her? She was no novice to bars. Trouble does not easily find her. If necessary, she could simply reserve a private room to enjoy drinks with her friends. Sheng Yang, momentarily speechless, pondered how so many people could assume his bar would falter before it even opened. He was determined to manage it well and aspire to expand it nationwide. Very well. If you wish to go, then go. But should anything arise, do not come seeking my responsibility. With that, Sheng Yang raised the champagne glass from the table and downed its contents in one swift motion. As Sheng Yang and Su Mingyao engaged in their playful banter, Yun Zijing had already exchanged WeChat contacts with Lu Yunfeng and the others. Like Sheng Yang, they too aspired to carve out their own careers, yet had struggled to find suitable investors. Upon learning that Yun Zijing and Sheng Yang had invested in a bar, their interest was piqued. However, given that this was their first encounter with Yun Zijing, none of them felt compelled to voice their intentions hastily. Although Yun Zijing sensed their underlying motives, she did not perceive any malice and thus paid them little heed. After adding each other as friends on WeChat, the conversation dwindled. Fortunately, the birthday party was nearing its conclusion, and many guests had begun to depart. Yun Zijing glanced at the clock. It was already 1 a.m., yet the youth seemed resilient. Sheng Yang and his companions planned to spend the night at Wu Zicheng's villa, currently keeping Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao company as they awaited the arrival of the Su family's vehicle outside the villa. The members of Ling He had been on standby inside the villa, but Yun Zijing chose to remain at the entrance with Su Mingyao. When will your driver arrive? If you'd like, you can ride with me. I can drop you off, she offered, knowing that having her bodyguards around would ensure a safer journey than venturing alone. It won't be long. It's not peak hour now, so it should be a quick trip, Su Mingyao replied. Perhaps you should leave first. There's no need for you to wait here with me. She had not anticipated that attending a birthday party for Sheng Yang would lead her to forge a friendship with Yun Zijing, and she genuinely felt delighted. Upon recalling Yang Jiechi, Su Mingyao felt a pang of realization, reflecting on her past naivety in believing that she and Yang Jiechi shared a genuine friendship. It appears that one must exercise greater discernment when forging friendships in the future. Where do you reside? Perhaps our paths might align, Yun Zijing mused. Considering that since the Su family was one of the 8 prominent families of the imperial capital, their abode would likely be quite respectable, potentially even on her route. My home is located in Yujing Garden, which is not on the way to Xingyu Huafu. Having overheard Yun Zijing mention her residence at Xingyu Huafu in conversation with Sheng Yang, Su Mingyao committed it to memory. She was familiar with Xingyu Huafu, having once desired her father to purchase Villa No. 1 there for her, as its surroundings were hardly inferior to Yujing Garden. Regrettably, she had arrived a moment too late. with Villa number 1 already claimed by another. Alas, she blamed her hesitation over the price for losing the opportunity, for she was certain she would have secured it otherwise. Unbeknownst to Yun Zijing, the Villa number 1 she inhabited was the very property Su Mingyao had once aspired to acquire but could not. After witnessing Su Mingyao board the Su family's luxury vehicle, she joined the others in the Rolls-Royce Phantom amidst their collective presence. Let us depart for Xingyu Huafu. Without further ado, Ling Yi ignited the engine and accelerated smoothly. Once more, upon observing Yun Zijing's entourage of bodyguards, Sheng Yang could not suppress his admiration. They were simply stunning. Chapter 63, The Dismissal of Chao Hui. Yun Zijing returned home rather late that evening, with the servants already retired for the night. She had no inclination to rouse them in the dead of night for her own needs, and thus remained oblivious to the events that transpired in the villa after her departure during the day. However, the following morning, upon rising, Wang Minli informed Yun Zijing of the situation regarding Chao Hui. Wang Minli's character is indeed trustworthy in Yun Zijing's eyes, as she believes that since Wang Minli personally brought Chao Hui into the fold, it is improbable that she would harbor jealousy and create obstacles for her. This suggests that Chao Hui has truly revealed her true colors after Wang Minli's departure, as Wang Minli had indicated. Regarding Wang Minli's attempt yesterday to dismiss Chao Hui, which was met with refusal, Yun Zijing turned her gaze towards the silent and downcast Chao Hui. Chao Hui, do you have anything to say about what Aunt Wang mentioned? If Chao Hui were indeed as Wang Minli described, she would surely not allow her to continue in her position, regardless of her intentions. She would not permit Chao Hui to use her as a stepping stone for advancement. Miss Yun, I am wronged. Aunt Wang is the housekeeper. Naturally, her word is final. I. Chao Hui trailed off mid-sentence, resorting to the typical tactics of a white lotus. However, such ploys were ineffective with Yun Zijing. Certain common areas of the villa are under surveillance, and once I leave, the events that transpired can easily be clarified by reviewing the footage. Chao Hui, I urge you not to lie. Otherwise, I will make a note of this, and if you seek interviews elsewhere, it may reflect poorly during background checks. While her self-penned resume may lack these blemishes, the records at the housekeeping company she is affiliated with will not be so easily overlooked. I merely expressed concern for Miss Yun in front of Aunt Wang. If I am to be dismissed over such a trivial matter, then I have nothing more to say. Is this a veiled jab at her pettiness? She truly is a cunning young lady. Given my parsimonious nature, and perceiving your discontent here, I have resolved to compensate you for 2 days of service. Remittance will be made to your bank account forthwith, and I must request that you gather your belongings and depart. Should you decline to do so, I shall be compelled to notify the authorities for trespass. I trust you would prefer to avoid such an entry on your record. I elected not to afford Chao Hui further latitude, as such an individual in close proximity represents a latent threat, best neutralized preemptively. Chao Hui recognized the futility of resistance. While she could defy Wang Minli's dismissal due to their comparable standing, I represent a different stratum. Should she incur my lasting displeasure, her prospects in the imperial capital would be severely jeopardized. Regardless, she is unwilling to relinquish her position in the city. So be it. I refuse to believe you can maintain this elevated position indefinitely. In departing, Chao Hui did not neglect to cast aspersions upon me, directing a malevolent glare before haughtily retreating to the rear villa to collect her possessions. I mused to myself, the proliferation of eccentric individuals knows no bounds. Yet this year has proven particularly abundant. I reflected on the multitude of preposterous characters I had encountered within a mere month. Following Chao Hui's departure, Wang Minli stepped forward, stating, Madam, I am at fault. Had I not yielded to sentimentality in recruiting Chao Hui, this situation would not have arisen. I submit to your censure. Wang Minli deemed any form of disciplinary action, including wage reduction, as just recompense. Very well, considering this is your first offense, I shall refrain from deducting your salary. However, let this serve as a singular warning. In the future, exercise greater discernment when hiring. Those with such audacious aspirations should not be welcomed into our midst. What I seek are individuals who are dedicated to their work, not those who wish to exploit my connections for personal gain. As for Chao Hui, her ambitions are quite pronounced, and I have heard she is inquiring about her prospects, seemingly hoping to align herself with affluent heirs. Yun Zijing herself finds this hard to believe. Were her expectations to diminish further, one might wonder if she would consider becoming a mistress. If rumors were to spread that a servant from Yun Zijing's household had taken on such a role, what would become of her reputation? The mere thought of this possibility sends a shiver down Yun Zijin's spine. She nearly faced a tarnished reputation. Thank you, miss. I shall be more vigilant in my hiring practices henceforth. Such incidents shall not recur. Wang Minli too felt a sense of trepidation, grateful that Chao Hui was somewhat impulsive. Otherwise, she could have caused far more significant troubles. With the unwelcome individual now departed, Yun Zijin felt the need to engage in a distraction to alleviate her anxiety. Just as rain falls when clouds are low, my heart stirred while I sang softly. At this moment, her phone chimed. Yun Zijin swiped to answer. Hello. Yun Zijin, I've just awoken. As we agreed yesterday, let's go shopping if you're free today. Shall we venture out together? Su Mingyao's exuberant voice resonated in her ear, dissipating the gloom left by the Chao Hui incident. Sounds good. Where shall we meet? When feeling low, indulging in a shopping spree is the remedy. Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao had arranged a time and place to meet, and she felt her spirits lift once more. Aunt Wang, I will be going out with friends today and may not return for dinner. If I am not back by 6, please do not have the chef prepare a meal. Since they were going out, it was only natural to enjoy the day to the fullest. As she left, Yun Zijing tucked a bottle of new rose essential oil into her bag. She sensed that Su Mingyao genuinely wished to befriend her. Thus, she generously shared her treasures. The two had agreed to meet at 11 o'clock in front of the Guangyuan shopping mall, which was under the Su family's management. According to Su Mingyao, shopping was most comfortable in her own family's mall. She had no intention of contributing her money to other families' establishments. In truth, the Guangyuan Mall was conveniently located equidistant from both of their residences, allowing them to depart simultaneously and arrive around the same time. The stores within the mall were all rented spaces. Regardless of where they spent their money, it ultimately lined someone else's pockets and not their own. Of course, if any of those shops belonged to their family, that would be a different matter altogether. The two arrived almost simultaneously. But upon noticing the entourage of bodyguards closely following Yun Zijing in broad daylight, Su Mingyao found herself questioning her reality. Surely, one must not require bodyguards for daily outings? While it was true that the scions of wealthy families faced certain dangers of kidnapping, such stringent protection seemed excessive. It is of no concern. With 01 and their companions present, not only can they ensure our safety at all times, but they can also serve as convenient porters when there is no danger. Isn't it a win-win situation? They will simply cease to exist when not needed, and in the absence of unforeseen circumstances, they will refrain from interfering in our affairs. Initially, Yun Zijin found it somewhat unsettling, yet over time, she grew accustomed to their presence. Should there come a day when 01 does not accompany her on an outing, she might very well find herself feeling disoriented. Chapter 64. Whose pocket money is being spent so extravagantly? Upon hearing Yun Zijin's words, Su Mingyao perceived an undeniable reason in her logic. Each of these tall and imposing figures indeed excels at being porters. Su Mingyao observed closely, noting that 01 to 07 maintained an impassive demeanor, as if they were not the center of attention. Your choice of bodyguards is commendable. Their psychological resilience is remarkable, she remarked. Even at such close proximity, with such an overt scrutiny, they exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Which security company do these bodyguards belong to? Perhaps I should ask my father to hire a couple for me as well. Even if they serve little purpose, having them around would be aesthetically pleasing. Oh, they are not from a conventional security company. They were bequeathed to me by an uncle I once saved, Yun Zijin replied. While out in the world, one must assume their own identity. Even if someone were to investigate, they would find nothing of value to uncover, regardless of how freely one spends. With this explanation, Su Mingyao ceased her inquiries, recognizing that they were likely cultivated by some esteemed family. The bodyguards nurtured from a young age, whether in skill or loyalty, far surpassed those ordinary bodyguards trained by security companies. Enough said, our goal today is to indulge in shopping. The fact that Su Mingyao is the heiress of the Su group is no secret at Guangyuan Mall, so as soon as she steps inside, numerous individuals approach her. The young lady has arrived. Those fortunate enough to be in her presence will undoubtedly experience a surge in their sales today. You promised me that after you helped me see through that scheming Yang Jiaqin yesterday, I would lavishly reward you with gifts. If you spot anything you fancy, do let me know, as I specifically asked my parents and brother for pocket money today, and my wallet is quite full. Upon hearing Su Mingyao's words, Yun Zijin couldn't help but chuckle. Which family distributes pocket money by soliciting contributions from every member? Perhaps only Su Mingyao could achieve such a feat looking at Shenyang. His pocket money for the month is already spent, and he has to rely on returning home for meals to get by. What's so amusing? Our family's pocket money is distributed in this manner. Is it not the same for others? Oh, why not inquire with Shengyang about how his pocket money is allocated? She spends her allowance and then charms her way into receiving more, while if Shengyang were to dare act coy, he might end up with a bruised head the next day. Speaking of Shengyang, Su Mingyao felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could she possibly broach the subject? Do you know the reason Shengyang sought my investment in his bar? Isn't it because he has run out of money? Su Mingyao suddenly recalled the birthday celebration for Wu Ziqing yesterday, during which Shengyang persistently referred to Yun Zijing as Sister Yun, even stating that his bar was established thanks to her financial backing. The necessity to seek investment for a bar clearly indicated his lack of funds. Once his pocket money was exhausted, he could simply ask his family for more. Su Mingyao murmured to herself, "Oh, my naive girl. Have you considered your standing at home and compared it to Shang Yang's position?" Su Mingyao's character was undoubtedly shaped by her family's indulgence, while Shang Yang, too, was spoiled. The nature of their pampering differed vastly. Well, fine. At worst, I could invite a few more friends to his bar to help boost his revenue. It is of no concern that Shang Yang lacks funds. She possesses wealth. Su Mingyao thought quite simply, as she merely adored Shang Yang and didn't mind spending a little money on him. That seems acceptable, but despite the bar's stringent management, it remains a mixed environment. When you go, remember to bring along a few male companions. If it comes to it, just let me know when you're going, and I can join you if I am free. Yun Zijing still believed that no one could match the reliability of her bodyguard team. Su Mingyao nodded, fully aware that ensuring her safety was paramount when visiting a bar. As they walked and conversed, they casually entered a jade shop. "Miss Su, welcome. We have just received 2 exquisite bangles of exceptional quality today. Would you care to take a look?" Su Mingyao responded with an aloof nod. "This is my friend. Her surname is Yun. What kind of bracelet has arrived today? Let me have a look." In the presence of others, she exudes an air of aloofness that is strikingly different from her demeanor in front of Yun Ziqing. Yun Ziqing finds nothing amiss in this contrast. "We shall reserve the finer things for you, as they cannot be appreciated outside." Implicitly, it suggests that a visit to the shop's private viewing room is in order. "Ziqing, would you like to see?" Su Mingyao is uncertain whether Yun Ziqing has an affinity for jade bangles. Personally, she has a penchant for acquiring them. Even if not worn regularly, merely gazing at them in her jewelry cabinet brings her joy. Moreover, many gowns do not harmonize with ostentatious diamond jewelry. Yet jade adornments can create a delightful synergy. "Look, did you not mention there are 2? If they are indeed of exceptional quality, it would be perfect for each of us to acquire one." Although Su Mingyao has expressed her intention to gift her something, Yun Ziqing does not wish for her friend to purchase anything excessively extravagant. The sales staff may not have encountered Yun Ziqing before, but her association with Su Mingyao suggests she is not lacking in means. "Please, this way, ladies." In establishments such as this jade shop, the displayed items are typically of average quality. The truly exquisite materials are often reserved before they even become finished products. These 2 pieces were initially ordered by someone else, but for reasons unknown, that order was cancelled. Though they were previously reserved, they remain unworn and, provided the sizes are appropriate, purchasing them poses no issue. Of course, such matters are known only to the staff. The customers need only decide whether they wish to buy. The shop assistant led the 2 individuals into a small, dimly lit room. After serving them 2 cups of steaming tea, she finally produced the 2 jade bracelets she had mentioned. Placing the boxes on the table, she set a tray in the center. Donning gloves, she carefully opened the 2 boxes and gently placed the bracelets on the tray. These exquisite red-violet bangles, crafted from the same piece of raw stone, boasted a remarkable saturation of color and exceptional quality. The previous summer, a young lady from the Xia family had expressed interest in purchasing them. However, she ultimately refrained. The Xia family? Could it be Xia Jiao? Isn't she always proclaiming herself as the foremost socialite of the imperial capital? Why did she not make the purchase? Given Xia Jiao's character, it seemed improbable that she would forfeit something she desired. From Su Mingyao's remarks, it appeared she was also acquainted with Xia Jiao, though their relationship seemed rather strained. "Our asking price is 2 million per piece, but Miss Xia deemed it excessive and insisted on acquiring them for 1 million. Even if I were to approach the store manager for an exception, such a request would be futile." "Humph. Truly, she remains as shameless as ever. 2 million each, and I shall take them. Just envision the moment I flaunt them before Xia Jiao. reveling in her envious gaze, which seems to scream that she wishes to devour me, yet cannot. Imagining that scene brings a smile to Su Mingyao's face even as she prepares for bed. Chapter 65. Su Jingyun. Racing upon hearing Su Mingyao's words, the shop assistant's eyes sparkled with delight. Both are daughters of affluent families. Yet the disparity between the Su and Xia families is remarkable. Very well, Miss Su. I will wrap them up for you immediately. Would you prefer them packaged together or separately? Moments ago, she observed the interaction between Su Mingyao and Yun Zijin, speculating that Su Mingyao's purchase of 2 items was intended to gift one to Miss Yun. The sales attendant felt a pang of envy, pondering why she did not possess a wealthy friend who could effortlessly spend millions on her. Let us split them, one for each. Indeed, Su Mingyao showed no hesitation. Her purpose for shopping today was to select a gift for Yun Zijin. She believed that the 2 red-purple jade bracelets were perfectly suited for her friend. Excellent. Once the payment was confirmed, the attendant would wrap them according to the customer's wishes. After inspecting the bracelets, Yun Zijin and Su Mingyao followed the attendant out of the small fitting room. Su Mingyao was eager to settle the bill, while Yun Zijin hurried to catch up. Allow me to pay. I cannot accept such an extravagant gift without contributing, she insisted, retrieving her black gold card from her bag and handing it to the cashier. Opting to pay separately, Yun Zijin showed no inclination to cover the cost of the other bracelet, as Su Mingyao's decision to purchase both indicated her capability to afford the 2 million. No, I've already stated that I wish to buy you a gift as a token of gratitude. What kind of matter is it to let you pay? Rest assured, I am financially capable. This morning, Su Mingyao had shared the events of yesterday with her family, detailing everything from Yang Jiaqian to Yun Zijin. Thus, when she mentioned her intention to go shopping with Yun Zijin, her 3 family members transferred a sum of money to her card, under the pretext that while out, she should not allow her friend to feel inadequately hosted. Although she did not verify, a preliminary estimate suggests that the balance on her card is unlikely to be less than 10 million. As for the gift you wish to purchase, I must decline. However, this is indeed too precious, and I shall pay for it myself. If you happen upon something suitable later, you may purchase it for me as well. If it were merely items worth several hundred thousand, Yun Zijing might have accepted without hesitation. However, with this bracelet priced at 2 million, she does not possess such audacity. Seeing Yun Zijing's earnest and resolute demeanor, Su Mingyao eventually relented. Very well, you shall pay this time, but next time, you cannot claim it for yourself. I shall not contest it, Yun Zijing replied, continuing to present her black gold card to the cashier. Please proceed with the transaction. Once the 2 had reached an agreement, the cashier swiftly initiated the payment process for them. Their payment journey went exceptionally smoothly, and upon exiting, they found themselves in possession of a petite, exquisitely packaged gift bag. When women embark on a shopping spree, it can indeed seem endless. Within just this Guanyuan mall, the 2 of them spent a solid 2 hours browsing. Showing no signs of fatigue, finally satiating their shopping desires, they decided to indulge together at the Chili Women's Beauty Salon, treating themselves to a full suite of massage services, thereby vanishing the weariness of the day. Oh, my brother and his friends have gone go-karting. How could they engage in such thrilling activities without inviting me? Zijing, doesn't that seem rather unfair? Su Mingyao exclaimed, opening her social media feed and presenting it to Yun Zijing. The content unmistakably featured a man, captured in profile, seated in a supercar. Due to the distance, the features of the individual remained obscured. It must be because you mentioned that you would go out shopping with me today that your brother did not summon you, right? Yun Zijing did not wish to utter those disparaging remarks about Su Mingyao. Shopping can be done any day, but my brother and his friends rarely gather to indulge in car racing at the club. No, I must inquire where they are, and we shall rush over. Yun Zijing thought. Well, she had never attended a car racing event before. She might as well join to broaden her horizons. It was unclear whom Su Mingyao had consulted, but shortly thereafter, she cheerfully exclaimed, done. The massage they were halfway through was abruptly interrupted as she pulled Yun Zijing up. After freshening up and changing into clean clothes, they departed. The exquisite massage therapists looked on, bemused, as the 2 ladies exited the salon. Fortunately, the payment had been settled in advance. Even if the massage was unfinished, it mattered little, as it was not their money being spent. Fengxing Club. Su Mingyao hurriedly pulled Yun Zijing along, swiftly arriving at the racetrack where Su Jingyun and his companions were situated. Brother, Su Jingyun felt as if he had heard his sister's voice. But thinking Su Mingyao was supposed to be out shopping with her newly made friends today, he dismissed it as a mere illusion. When Su Mingyao called out again without receiving a response from Su Jingyun, her irritation flared. Su Jingyun. Must she call him by his full name? This time, Su Jingyun truly heard her. Following the direction of the voice, he indeed spotted his vivacious sister. His eyes brightened as he made his way towards Su Mingyao. Upon seeing Su Jingyun, Yun Zijing was somewhat taken aback. The individual she encountered that day at the Lu charity auction was none other than the brother of Su Mingyao. At that time, they had been engaged in a spirited competition over a set of headpieces, but ultimately, she had emerged victorious. As Su Jingyun drew closer, he realized that a considerable number of people were gathered around his sister. Indeed, it appeared that his sister was not in the company of just one, but rather a multitude. Sister, this is... Su Jingyun observed Yun Ziqin with subtle scrutiny. It was evident that one could bring bodyguards to the Wind Chaser Club, suggesting that she was not an ordinary person. Brother, this is my new friend, Yun Ziqin, whom I learned about from He Zhang's social media post. I had no idea you were racing at the Wind Chaser Club today. Had I known, I would have rushed over immediately. Of course, she would not abandon Yun Ziqin. She would have explained the situation to her and brought her along to enjoy the festivities at the club. Ziqin, this is my brother, Su Jingyun. As she spoke, Su Mingyao playfully winked at Yun Ziqin. Observing this interaction, Su Jingyun couldn't help but sense a peculiar compatibility between his sister and Ziqin. He recognized the whimsical thoughts swirling in Su Mingyao's mind and felt a hint of exasperation, yet he extended his hand towards Yun Ziqin, greeting her with a polite demeanor. Hello, I am Su Jingyun, Mingyao's brother. Greetings, I am Yun Ziqin, a friend of Mingyao. With grace, Yun Ziqin reciprocated his gesture, their hands briefly touching before parting. Who are you competing against today? What are the stakes? In their social circle, the younger generation formed their own groups, and during races, they would compete in teams they had assembled. The stakes presented were varied, sometimes in the form of cash, other times as luxury sports cars, and occasionally even properties. The array was eclectic, and on rare occasions, one might encounter a peculiar notion where a company-S project collaboration opportunity was wagered as a bet. There was no inquiry as to whether others desired that collaboration opportunity. A convoy led by Xia Zhiyun from the Xia family had a stake of 20 million in cash. Upon hearing the name Xia Zhiyun, Yun Zijin raised an eyebrow. She had not encountered anyone from the Xia family for some time, and she had assumed they were avoiding her due to her reluctance to return to the Xia family. Thus, this unexpected meeting caught her off guard. Su Jingyun noticed the change in Yun Zijin's expression, yet he merely thought she was familiar with the name Xia Zhiyun and did not delve into any melodramatic implications. Moreover, since Yun Zijin did not inquire further, he felt it inappropriate to elaborate. I have reserved 2 seats for you in the audience. Please take your places there before the competition begins. Although they were aware that they could view the event through the recordings on the electronic screen from a distance, the audience area was undoubtedly safer than other locations. Yun Zijin and Su Mingyao had no objections. They came to witness the race, primarily for the atmosphere, while the details of the competition held lesser importance. Yun Zijin, what brings you here? Xia Zhiyun appeared beside them, accompanied by a number of team members, and his expression was one of surprise upon seeing Yun Zijin. From the moment he laid eyes on her, his brow had remained furrowed. This young lady seems rather unfamiliar. When did Xia Xiao acquire such a remarkable younger sister? Could you please introduce her to us? The speaker, sporting a head of yellow hair, exuded a rather unsavory aura. As he spoke, there were still individuals from Xia Zhiyun's entourage whistling in the background. The way the yellow-haired man gazed at Yun Zijing was filled with a lascivious intent, making her exceedingly uncomfortable, as if she might vomit her last meal. Unbeknownst to them, Ling Yi had approached the yellow-haired man, forcefully twisting his arm behind him and delivering a kick to one of his knees, compelling him to kneel. Apologize to the lady, he commanded. Ling Yi tightened his grip on the yellow-haired man's wrist, and if one listened closely, the sound of grinding bones could be discerned. Should he apply a bit more pressure, the man's bones would surely fracture. Yet Ling Yi maintained a precise control. Who are you? Do you have any idea who I am? Let go of me, the yellow-haired man exclaimed, experiencing excruciating pain as his arm was twisted. Apologize. Ling Yi forced the man's head to turn towards Yun Zijing. Look at what kind of person you brought with you. He resorts to violence at the slightest provocation. Make him release her. feeling humiliated that one of her guests had been subdued by a sudden appearance of a bodyguard. Xia Zhiyun's tone turned more assertive as she addressed Yun Zijing. However, Ling Yi had no intention of heeding Xia Zhiyun's words. He further twisted the yellow-haired man's arm, causing visible veins to bulge with pain. I'm sorry, the man stammered. The yellow-haired individual was genuinely in pain at this moment, despite his reluctance. He had acquiesced, his words coming out in fragmented bursts due to the agony. After apologizing, Huang Mao felt that the situation had lost its significance, and with a wave of her hand, Yun Zijing instructed Ling Yi to release him. Huang Mao hurriedly scrambled behind Xia Zhiyun and the others for refuge. Meanwhile, Su Mingyao could no longer contain her indignation. Was Xia Zhiyun deaf and blind? Could he not perceive the lecherous gaze that Huang Mao directed at Zijing? Furthermore, the words he had just uttered displayed an utter lack of respect for her. Zijing's bodyguard, unable to tolerate the disrespect, questioned the necessity of an apology from him to Zijing. Su Mingyao, with her fiery temper, had initially intended to confront Huang Mao when he asked Xia Zhiyun to introduce him to Yun Zijing, but unexpectedly, Ling Yi had acted first. Reflecting on Huang Mao's previous remarks, Xia Zhiyun had not sensed anything amiss at first. However, after Su Mingyao's admonition, he began to feel increasingly uneasy. Ultimately, he cast an apologetic glance toward Yun Zijing, muttering, I didn't think much of it. Xia Zhiyun struggled to articulate his emotions at that moment. After all, she was his biological sister, yet their relationship had devolved to one even worse than that of strangers. It was not that he hadn't contemplated it. Rather, he subconsciously felt that his life was of little value, and that merely being acquainted with them was a privilege. How could he dare to hope for the respect he rightfully deserved? Why are you silent? Am I mistaken? My biological brother. Yun Zijing's declaration of my biological brother left everyone present feeling as though their minds had been shattered. What was this all about? I just recalled. Not long ago, there was a rumor circulating that the daughter raised by the Xia family for 20 years was not their biological child, and that the real daughter had grown up in an orphanage. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, and all eyes turned with curiosity between Yun Zijing and Xia Zhiyun. This melodramatic plot, reminiscent of a soap opera, had unexpectedly unfolded in their reality. However, there was a contradiction. At the recent birthday celebration of the elder Xia, Madame Xia had personally introduced Xia Jiao in front of many witnesses, declaring her their biological daughter. She had even stated that the rumors about the daughter raised in the orphanage were merely a tale spun by Xia Jiao, who, upon seeing the hardships faced by that girl, had implored them to recognize her as their adopted daughter. Among those present were several who had attended the elder Xia's birthday celebration. Although there were no microphones announcing the matter publicly, Zhang Yiqin had practically conveyed the same message to everyone that day. Xia Zhiyun turned to Yun Zijing, eager to observe her reaction. Regrettably, Yun Zijing's lips bore a faint smile, revealing no trace of sorrow from a lack of maternal acknowledgement. Su Mingyao was equally taken aback by the dramatic backstory surrounding Yun Zijing. The thought of Xia Jiao, juxtaposed with Yun Zijing's upbringing in an orphanage, filled Su Mingyao with indignation. What kind of judgment did the Xia family possess to favor someone as superficial as Xia Jiao? In her eyes, Yun Zijing was far more exceptional and beautiful. Brother, we must win today's competition. Su Mingyao usually did not place much importance on winning or losing, as they were merely participating for entertainment as a team, rather than in any formal contest. However, today she fervently wished for Su Jingyun to triumph over Xia Zhiyun. Although Xia Zhiyun appeared to show concern for Yun Zijing, Su Mingyao found it disingenuous. If there were genuine concern, she would not have taken so long to grant Yun Zijing her rightful name. Moreover, Xia Jiao, a mere impostor, continued to flaunt her identity as a daughter of the Xia family, deceiving others, while claiming that the Xia family bore no responsibility in this matter. If that were true, then let Su Mingyao's name be written backward. Su Jingyun was equally astonished by the melodrama unfolding in this aristocratic milieu. Though he was not well acquainted with Yun Zijing, since his little sister had spoken up, it seemed rather inappropriate for him not to win today. He was aware that if he lost, he would have to purchase that coveted handbag for her. Su Mingyao was caught in a dilemma, desiring both victory and the exquisite bag. What bag? Yun Zijing, having appeared behind Su Mingyao unbeknownst to her, startled her with her sudden inquiry. It's a double-toned crocodile leather handbag by Hermes. I am not yet at the level to acquire it myself, but my brother often buys bags for me and our mother. which has indeed elevated his status to obtain one. I have pleaded with him for ages, yet he has yet to grant my wish. It was not a matter of finances. Su Jingyun merely feared that if he procured a bag for his sister without doing the same for their mother, he would end up facing her wrath. Such precarious situations were ones he traditionally preferred to sidestep. Is it truly that difficult to procure? Yun Zijin had not contemplated this issue. She was rather unparticular about handbag brands and styles, believing that as long as one could carry it, it sufficed. Indeed, difficult. She yearned to throw money at the situation, yet she was merely a person living off her allowance. Even if she could return home to ask for more, she knew she must exercise restraint. No worries, I'll accompany you to take a look when I have some free time. Perhaps there is a solution. For now, let us return to the stands and prepare to watch the race. Yun Zijing gently pushed Su Mingyao into the audience area. Su Jingyun had long arranged for someone to secure a prime viewing spot for them. At the starting point of the racetrack, Su Jingyun and Xia Zhiyun's teams had already revved their engines, ready to launch. Chapter 67. Winning the race, the crowd in the stands erupted into frenzied cheers, and Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao found themselves swept up in the exhilarating atmosphere, joining in the chorus of ecstatic shouts. At the starting line, the referee blew the whistle, raising the flag high, then swiftly brought it down amidst the piercing sound of the whistle. Both Su Jingyun and Xia Zhiyun's cars surged forward simultaneously, the acceleration capabilities of their supercars proving pivotal at this moment. Su Jingyun, with a slight edge, left Xia Zhiyun trailing behind by at least 20 meters, swiftly seizing the inner lane and navigating the curve with remarkable agility. Xia Zhiyun, observing the Porsche 918 Spider that had distanced itself from him, furrowed his brow, instinctively pressing harder on the accelerator. What was Xia Zhiyun doing? Was he truly reckless enough to accelerate through the turn without losing speed? Su Mingyao, who often accompanied Su Jingyun to watch races, though she never participated, was well-versed enough to critique various driving maneuvers. Xia Zhiyun's decision to accelerate rather than decelerate through the curve was undoubtedly a gamble with his very life. Upon hearing Su Mingyao's words, Yun Zijin shifted her attention to Xia Zhiyun's vehicle and soon spotted the Lamborghini Gallardo accelerating around the bend. Reflecting on Su Mingyao's earlier remarks, a slight frown creased Yun Zijin's brow. Was it truly worth risking one's life for a mere 20 million? Has the Xia family sunk to such depths of financial desperation? Fortunately, no accidents occurred. Xia Zhiyun was indeed fortunate. His speed was astonishing, navigating the curve in the blink of an eye. Although she harbored no fondness for Xia Zhiyun, she certainly did not wish for him to meet with disaster during a racing event. Moreover, he was competing against her brother. Should anything untoward happen, their family would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the repercussions, subject to the scrutiny of public opinion. Yun Zijin chose silence, viewing Xia Zhiyun's reckless fervor for a leisurely race as exceedingly juvenile. The chosen track was not particularly lengthy, and before long, the race was nearing its conclusion. The Lamborghini Gallardo and the Porsche 918 Spider were locked in an intense battle, leaving the ultimate victor uncertain until the final moment. Su Mingyao, brimming with excitement, tugged at Yun Zijin, leading her from the stands to the optimal vantage point near the finish line, where she eagerly retrieved her phone to record the event. "Oh, come on, brother." Su Mingyao's enthusiastic cries pierced through the air, causing Yun Zijin to wonder if she had trained in high notes. The volume was truly enough to shatter eardrums. "Be careful. The speed is too high. Don't get too close." Yun Zijin grasped the enthusiastic Su Mingyao, who was eager to rush forward. Descending from the audience seats had already been a rather unwise decision, and to sprint towards the finish line posed a significant risk. Heeding her friend's advice, Su Mingyao refrained from advancing further, yet the cacophony of screams continued unabated. Two supercars, one red and one white, appeared almost simultaneously on the final stretch of the racetrack, their positions locked in a fierce contest. In a breathtaking finale, both vehicles surged across the finish line in near unison, prompting the judge to swiftly lower the flag. The determination of their standings relied on a slow-motion replay. In that last fleeting moment, the front of the white Porsche 918 Spider edged slightly ahead of the red Lamborghini Aventador. The outcome was unmistakable. "Ah, brother, you won." Su Mingyao could no longer contain her excitement and dashed towards Su Jingyun, leaping into his embrace. Yun Zijing followed suit, approaching Su Jingyun with congratulations. "Thank you. Let us all stay tonight at Yun Palace No. 1. It's on me." Su Jingyun expressed his gratitude to Yun Zijing, lifting his head high as he announced to the rest of the team, A wave of jubilant cheers erupted from Su Jingyun's crew. For many, a visit to Yun Palace No. 1 was a rare treat. In stark contrast, the mood among Xia Zhiyun's team was far less jubilant. Their spirits were dampened by the loss, and Xia Zhiyun's countenance was particularly grim, especially upon witnessing Yun Zijing congratulate Su Jingyun. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence. As the others refrained from speaking, wary of inciting his ire, they had no desire to invite misfortune upon themselves. Brother. Having triumphed in the competition, her spirits soared. Although she had just mentioned purchasing a handbag for her brother after a loss, Su Mingyao felt that, given her brother's current elation, he might just as well indulge her with a wave of his hand. She could cover the cost herself if necessary. She merely needed to confirm her eligibility to claim the prize using his account. Buy it. You go ahead and communicate with the sales associate. It's settled. I shall acquire it for you. In this moment of victory, Su Jingyun was inclined to acquiesce to whatever Su Mingyao requested. Hooray! Long live my brother! Su Mingyao exclaimed, her excitement palpable, as if she were the one who had won. After regaining his composure, Xia Zhiyun approached Su Jingyun. Congratulations, today's prize of 20 million is yours. After speaking, Xia Zhiyun cast a glance at Yun Zijing but chose not to elaborate further. He understood that Yun Zijing held no fondness for him. Rather than risk incurring her ire with unwelcome remarks, he opted for silence. This was the first time Yun Zijing had witnessed such a taciturn Xia Zhiyun, which left her somewhat taken aback. Nonetheless, his reticence suited her perfectly. Their relationship was hardly one conducive to pleasantries or farewells. As the competition concluded, Su Jingyun departed the racetrack with his team. At that moment, the head of the Windwalker Club made an appearance, instructing the transfer of the day's winnings from the club's account to Su Jingyun's. This was the protocol of the Windwalker Club. All prizes, whether monetary, tangible, or otherwise, were held by the club until the competition's conclusion, at which point they were awarded to the victor. The expenses for the venue and the club's custody of the stakes shall be borne by the losing party. In other words, Xia Zhiyun not only lost 10 million today, with each party preparing 10 million, totaling 20 million, but also has to cover the costs of using the racetrack and the custody fees for the stakes. One could certainly say that he has lost both fortune and favor. After leaving the Fengshan Club, Su Jingyun led a group to Yugong No. 1. Just as they entered the premises, they encountered Krejcik, who happened to be passing by. Su Jingyun approached him with an air of familiarity. Manager Krejcik. Oh, young Master Su, what brings you here? Krejcik initially intended to greet Yun Zijing, but was discreetly halted by her glance. Then, he heard Su Jingyun address him, and he responded warmly and amiably. The boss wished to keep his identity concealed, and as a subordinate, it was only natural to safeguard this secret. Today has been fortunate. After securing a victory at the Fengshan Club, we are here to host a celebratory banquet. This is my sister, and the others are my friends. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jingyun introduced Su Mingyao to Krejcik, for it is undoubtedly beneficial to establish a rapport in his presence. Yungong No. 1 stands resilient in the opulent and powerful realm of Daijing. With no one daring to cause trouble, the influence behind it is apparent. Although Krejcik is merely the visible figurehead, his words almost embody the sentiments of the concealed proprietor of Yungong No. 1. In any case, fostering a good relationship can only yield positive outcomes. Indeed, it is truly our honor. I will arrange for a numerologically auspicious private room for young Master Su, with Yun Zijing present. Even if Su Jingyun wished to reserve a private box on the top floor, it would pose no challenge. However, since Yun Zijing desired to conceal her identity, Krejcik refrained from unnecessary actions. Nevertheless, he could still manage to select a box with an auspicious number. Yun Zijing was quite pleased with Krejcik's efforts, secretly bestowing upon him a look of appreciation. Encouraged by this acknowledgement, Krejcik's spirits soared, and his enthusiasm for selecting the box intensified. Ultimately, he chose a box numbered 888 for Su Jingyun. Upon seeing this number, it was evident that it bore great significance. This marked the first occasion Su Jingyun had received such special treatment. Previous visits had always resulted in random box assignments, leaving no room for choice. Su Jingyun pondered whether today was merely a fortunate coincidence in Krejcik's mood, for it was quite unusual for him to be so accommodating and to offer them a selection of box numbers. Well, I have matters to attend to, Krejcik declared. Enjoy your time, young Su. Fearing that lingering any longer might reveal his lack of acting prowess, he resolved to take his leave after the box number was chosen. The sensation of being scrutinized by his employer was rather uncomfortable. Although Su Jingyun found this somewhat perplexing, he ultimately suppressed his curiosity. "Let us proceed to the box," he suggested. Su Jingyun had frequented Yun Palace No. 1 numerous times, typically engaging with clients, as 60% of his dealings occurred there. Otherwise, Krek would not have been familiar with him. With a guide leading the way, they took the elevator to the 8th floor, and after a short walk from the elevator, they arrived at their destination. The private room number 888 is quite spacious, and its decor is such that it is entirely unrecognizable as a club lounge. One might easily mistake it for a living room in their own home upon seeing photographs shared on social media. Apart from Yun Zijing, who is visiting for the first time, Su Mingyao and Su Jingyun are familiar faces, and everyone quickly places their orders. Once the server confirms the accuracy of the selections, they depart from the room. Before long, drinks and refreshments are delivered, accompanied by several new desserts reportedly gifted by the chef. The young men collectively express their aversion to sweets, leaving only the two girls, Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao, to relish the confections, which ultimately belong to them. "Eat sparingly. Don't come crying to me when you find yourself with a toothache at midnight," Su Jingyun admonishes, tapping Su Mingyao gently on the head. With a total of 4 desserts, the two are allotted 2 each, truly unafraid of gaining weight. Su Mingyao shoots him a glare. "I will eat them. I only get a toothache occasionally, not every day. If it becomes a problem, I'll seek out Uncle Chun, not you. Uncle Chun is quite elderly. You would be better off exhausting me." Su Jingyun responds, helpless. He can hardly believe she would dare call upon Uncle Chun at such an hour, and he certainly doesn't want to be the one to escort her out. They are both a handful, leaving him no respite. Su Mingyao falls silent, confident that should a toothache truly strike, he would be unable to ignore her. This thought crosses her mind, a classic case of the favored being emboldened by their privilege. While the siblings bicker, Yun Zijing quietly enjoys her own dessert, oblivious to the fact that several members of the entourage are discreetly observing her. Yun Zijing is undeniably beautiful, and her acquaintance with Su Mingyao suggests that her economic circumstances are at least satisfactory. Although they belong to Su Jingyun's team, not everyone enjoys a privileged family background. Many join this team primarily due to the generous salary and the simplicity of the work. Even when Su Jingyun is too busy to compete, they have the freedom to manage their own time, akin to paid leave. Yet, human nature is often insatiable. While Su Mingyao and her friends dare not entertain any notions, her companions might be more daring. As Yun Zijing finished a dessert and was about to pour herself a drink, a hand unexpectedly reached out beside her, unscrewing the cap of the beverage bottle and pouring it into her pristine glass. "I noticed you were thirsty, so I poured you a glass," the young man said. Yun Zijing glanced up at him. He was quite handsome, with a pleasant voice that exuded youthful charm. Unfortunately, he was not to her taste. Having grown up in an orphanage, Yun Zijing is fiercely independent and capable of living well on her own. Her criteria for a partner certainly do not include someone younger than herself. She is already weary from taking care of herself and has no intention of inviting further complications into her life. "Thank you," she replied, accepting the drink, but her tone was laced with polite detachment. Anyone perceptive would understand that this was a clear rejection. Yet, some individuals are oblivious to such signals. Seemingly unaware of Yun Zijing's aloofness, he shifted closer, attempting to bridge the gap between them. Yun Zijing pressed her lips together, her expression growing cold. Ling Qi appeared behind her, swiftly seating himself between Yun Zijing and the boy. In his effort to avoid crowding Yun Zijing, he lifted the boy as if he were a mere chick, relocating him to a spot further away from her. The distance between Yun Zijing and Ling Qi was a respectful 20 centimeters. "Please conduct yourself with decorum." Ling Qi's tone bore no inflection, yet the boy felt acutely embarrassed. The commotion finally caught the attention of Su Mingyao and Su Jingyun. Upon seeing Ling Qi, Su Mingyao's heart skipped a beat. "Zijing, why is your bodyguard here? Are you all right?" She had just exchanged a few words with her brother and lost track of Yun Zijing for a brief moment. Now, she was utterly perplexed by the situation in the private room. "I'm fine." Yun Zijing refrained from elaborating, as Ling Qi was part of Su Jingyun's entourage, and she did not wish to trouble him over such a trivial matter. Su Mingyao scrutinized Yun Zijing for a considerable time, and only after confirming that she was genuinely unharmed did her anxiety dissipate. Ling Qi remained seated on the sofa, and the boy realized that he could no longer approach Yun Zijing today. Thus, he chose a seat further from her, refraining from any further disturbance. Su Mingyao glanced at the boy, noting he was unfamiliar to her, likely a newcomer to the team. However, She inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with him, yet could not recall where she had seen him before. After casting several puzzled glances in his direction and still coming up empty, she reluctantly decided to let the matter rest. Although she could not recall it at the moment, she planned to inquire with her brother upon returning home, hoping that he might provide some stimulating clues to jog her memory. The celebration feast continued until 11:30 in the evening. As Yun Zijing exited the private room, her steps appeared unsteady and light. At the entrance, upon witnessing Yun Zijing's condition, Ling Yi felt overwhelmed. Turning his gaze back to the private room, he noticed that Su Mingyao was in an even more inebriated state than Yun Zijing, completely leaning against Su Jingyun, devoid of any capacity for independent thought. Ling Yi exchanged a glance with Ling Er, signaling him to summon a female server. Being men, and lacking the familial bond that Su Mingyao and Su Jingyun shared, it was prudent to maintain a safe distance in such a public setting. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes were intently fixed on Yun Zijing's direction, their expression shadowy. Chapter 69. The call. After a hangover the following day, Yun Zijing awoke from her hangover to find it was already 10 in the morning. A new week has commenced. Please ensure to spend 000 before midnight tonight. Task reward, awaiting unlock. Upon hearing the notification for the casual spending task, Yun Zijing felt a sense of despair. Fortunately, the spending requirement for the day was merely 1 million. She could easily fulfill it by ordering a few items through her sales associate without even stepping outside. Yun Zijing took out her phone and began searching for the WeChat contact of the sales associate she had added recently. After comparing several options, she ultimately decided to reach out to the sales associate from Hermes, requesting assistance in procuring several pairs of slippers and dishware. With a new maid recently hired, it was essential to have additional slippers on hand and more dining where was necessary to accommodate a larger gathering. There are also various cushions and blankets, all well prepared. They can be utilized in one's own room, and if deemed unnecessary, can be taken home for family, relatives, or friends. Yun Zijing, following the guidance of the household staff and bodyguards, indulged in a spree of purchases. In the end, a myriad of assorted items cost nearly 800,000. SA enthusiastically recommended a Birkin 25 in a delicate sandy hue blended with swift fabric. Today's goal of 1 million in spending was successfully accomplished. The delivery will arrive at her home before noon today. Yun Zijing paid no heed to the delivery time. She was engrossed in examining the rewards for her tasks today. Consumption task, spend before midnight tonight. Completed. Task reward, triggered 5x cashback on spending. Amount has been credited to the host's savings card. Reward includes a luxury car gift package 1. Please check your account promptly. Upon glancing at today's rewards, Yun Zijing felt an extraordinary thrill. Upon opening the luxury car gift package, a virtual screen displayed several proportional 5D realistic images of luxury vehicles. Her gaze immediately fell upon a white Silver, which was simply captivating. The luxury car package will be delivered within 24 hours after the host opens it. Please keep an eye out for its arrival. The voice of random spending echoed with a mechanical tone in Yun Zijing's mind. However, she had grown accustomed to it and did not display any outward emotions in response to its sudden chime. Knock, knock, knock. Miss, it is already past 10 o'clock. Would you like to rise for breakfast? Yun Zijing had yet to rise from her slumber, and Wang Minli was becoming increasingly anxious outside. Skipping breakfast was simply unacceptable. Prolonged neglect of one's health could lead to serious consequences. Although she understood that, as a servant, she should not meddle too much in the affairs of her employer, Yun Zijing was, after all, the savior of her daughter's life, prompting Wang Minli to take a greater interest in her well-being. In her previous employment, she would have remained silent, even if her employer did not awaken until noon. All right, please prepare things for her. I shall be up shortly. It was the first time Yun Zijing had slept until 10 o'clock the following day. Having indulged in drink the previous night, her head was still somewhat foggy, though not severely so. Regardless, she had already fulfilled her consumption quota for the day. If need be, she could remain at home and rest. Upon hearing Yun Zijing's response, Wang Minli finally felt a sense of relief and proceeded to the kitchen, instructing the chef to prepare a light breakfast for Yun Zijing, mindful of the need to nurture her stomach after a night of drinking. In the Su household, Su Mingyao awoke to find that aside from the servants, no one else was present. Although suffering from a hangover, she had not forgotten about Su Jingyun's promise to buy her a handbag. She intended to finish her belated breakfast before heading to the company to remind him of his commitment. However, as she sat down to eat, A sudden realization struck her. The boy she had attempted to flirt with yesterday, but had failed to connect with, bore a familiar face. No. I must quickly call Zijing and share this revelation. Su Mingyao neglected her meal, seizing her phone from the side and dialing Yun Zijing's number. On the other side, Yun Zijing, like Su Mingyao, was partaking in her meal when she heard the incoming call. Hastily swallowing the porridge in her mouth, she pressed the answer button. Hello. Zijing, do you remember the person who wanted to strike up a conversation with you yesterday? As the call connected, Su Mingyao's vibrant voice echoed through the line. Well, wasn't he stopped by my bodyguard? Is there an issue? After all, he was a member of Su Jingyun's entourage. And Yun Zijing was reluctant to jump to negative conclusions. I must tell you, I saw him at Xia Jiao's birthday party this year. Upon hearing Su Mingyao's words, Yun Zijing raised an eyebrow. He knows Xia Jiao? I hope he's not the type to profess undying love and clear all obstacles for her, like some obsessive character. What is their relationship? This needs clarification. Otherwise, she might find herself ensnared without knowing who the instigator was. I'm not quite sure. Su Mingyao hesitated. She had only just recalled this matter, and she truly did not understand the nature of their relationship. However, she remembered that the boy came from an ordinary working-class family, and given the Xia family's customs, they would certainly not extend an invitation. Yet, here was a boy of modest means appearing at Xia Jiao's birthday celebration. And they clearly knew each other. But then again, if he was acquainted with Xia Jiao, why hadn't he joined Xia Jiyun's entourage? Instead slipping into her brother's team? Su Mingyao found herself lost in thought, her limited brain cells struggling to untangle this convoluted situation. Do you know his name? Knowing just the name would provide a direction for the investigation. It's quite challenging to delve into matters when one is entirely uninformed. I can't recall it either, but rest assured, I plan to ask my brother about it when I go to remind him of his promise to buy me a bag. By the way, I'll also inquire on your behalf. Su Mingyao awkwardly scratched her hair. It seemed rather pointless for her to be Su Jingyun's sister when she knew so little. She couldn't even remember all the names of the members in Su Jingyun's team. However, Su Jingyun's team operates with formal procedures, and every member is required to fill out basic information upon joining. At the very least, the names are certainly documented. No worries, feel free to ask if you can. If it's inconvenient, don't hesitate to refrain. There's nothing urgent at the moment, so just relax. If there truly is an issue, it would be directed at me, and I will remain vigilant. Yun Zijing herself was not worried. After all, she always had bodyguards accompanying her wherever she went. With 01 and the others around, she felt exceedingly secure. There's nothing inconvenient about this. I simply haven't shown enough concern for my brother lately. Today, I'll gather some information about his team members, and regardless of its utility, I will share it with you. Now, I'll have my meal and stay in touch. Goodbye. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Su Mingyao transformed her frustration into appetite, finishing her breakfast completely. Xingyu Huafu. After ending the call, Yun Zijing replayed the events from yesterday at the Fengxing Club to Yungong No. 1 in her mind, as if watching a film. However, I still cannot recall any peculiar behavior exhibited by that young man. Xia Jiao, what role do you play in all of this? Chapter 70. Unlocking the bodyguard's new skill. Miss, if you require information on that individual from yesterday, I may be able to assist. After Yun Zijing hung up the phone, 02 approached. It wasn't that he had eavesdropped on Yun Zijing's conversation. Rather, she had spoken so openly at the dining table that it was impossible for them not to overhear. Each of them possessed the capability to listen. Yet 02's skills in this regard were particularly exceptional. Can you investigate the young man who served me drinks yesterday? If 02 could conduct the inquiry, then Su Mingyao would not need to take any action herself to avoid alerting the individual and causing unnecessary alarm. Certainly, what 02 did not disclose was that with his abilities, he could traverse any location on Blue Star with internet access without leaving a trace. Then proceed with the investigation. Send me the information you uncover, but refrain from acting hastily. If he is indeed connected to Xia Jiao, I shall need to reconsider my attitude towards her. Understood, miss. 02 returned to his room to retrieve the computer configured by Yun Zijing. His distinctly articulated fingers began to dance swiftly across the keyboard, engaging in tasks that Yun Zijing could not comprehend. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the pause, Yun Zijing sent a message to Su Mingyao, advising her not to inquire about that young man for the time being, as she had her own channels for investigation. As for who was conducting the inquiry, there was no need to disclose that information. Today, Yun Zijing remained indoors, unexpectedly receiving an invitation from Lu Yonk. It was for a privately held auction, typically not open to the public, but reserved exclusively for insiders within the circle. The items up for bid were primarily rare treasures presented by collectors, and on fortunate occasions, one might even encounter unique pieces. Considering that in just a few days it would be Lu Yonk's grandfather's birthday banquet, it seemed plausible that he wished to acquire a particular item at the auction as a gift for the elder. Although Yun Zijing was perplexed as to why Lu Yonk would invite her, especially after she had previously outmaneuvered him for a parcel of land, she did not hesitate to accept. Yun Zijing understood that, since this was an internal auction, those permitted to attend would undoubtedly be prominent figures in the capital. Despite her wealth, her roots in the capital were still shallow. Without an invitation, she would find it impossible to secure a ticket to such an event. Thus, Lu Yonk's invitation was fortuitous, granting her access to the auction. When she made a dazzling impression at the auction, Yun Zijing was confident that these distinguished individuals would not soon forget her. Truly, Lu Yonk was a commendable person. With no time to spare for makeup and hairstyling, Yun Zijing sought assistance from a newly hired maid, who proved to be remarkably talented and skilled. Junjun, please prepare a suitable look for the auction. I need to leave by 5 p.m. That should be enough time, right? Absolutely. Your skin is flawless, and makeup will be quick. It won't take long at all. Upon hearing Yun Zijing's request, Cheng Jun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She has a profound fondness for makeup, not for herself, but for adorning others. However, in the current landscape, it is quite challenging to find a skilled makeup artist without some degree of renown. After 3 years of endeavor, her aspirations remain unfulfilled, and to make ends meet, she has reluctantly decided to abandon her pursuit. Initially, she applied for this position seeking a lucrative opportunity with minimal responsibilities, coupled with the benefits of accommodation and meals. To her surprise, she also discovered the chance to style the young lady of the household, which aligns perfectly with her expertise. The young lady, with her exquisite visage and flawless figure, not to mention her lustrous black hair, seemed almost too perfect to be true. Nonetheless, reality affirms that some individuals are indeed blessed with abundant fortune, and one cannot help but feel a sense of admiration rather than jealousy. Lu Yonk intended to accompany Yun Zijing for a makeover outside, yet Yun Zijing declined, requesting that he merely pick her up at the appointed time. After all, attending the auction as Lu Yonk's companion would be rather peculiar if they arrived in separate vehicles. At 4:30, Lu Yonk drove to Xingyu Huafu. At that moment, Cheng Jun was busy styling Yun Zijing's hair, leaving no option but for Wang Minli to assist. Lu Yonk parked in a temporary spot within the villa's courtyard, and upon exiting his vehicle, he followed Wang Minli as she led the way. The instant he stepped into the villa, a wave of nervousness washed over him. This marked his first solitary visit to a place where a girl resided. He was aware of Yun Zijing's background and knew she lived here alone, with the bodyguards and servants merely serving as hired help. Yun Zijing was still in her room, meticulously preparing her makeup and hair, while Lu Yonk patiently awaited her emergence. Choosing a sofa in the living room to sit and relax, Mr. Lu enjoyed his tea. Wang Minli emerged from the tea room with a sterilized cup and brewed a cup of tea for Lu Yonk. The tea leaves were those purchased by Yun Zijing, and the ethereal mist tea, a reward from the system, was something Yun Zijing scarcely had enough of for herself. Typically, without Yun Zijing's explicit instruction, Wang Minli would refrain from serving the mist tea to guests. Lu Yonk took a sip from the cup, yet did not drink further. Cheng Jun, an adept and seasoned makeup artist, managed the timing impeccably. As promised, the makeup session concluded precisely at 5 o'clock. When Yun Zijing finally opened the door and stepped out, the astonishment in Lu Yonk's eyes was nearly impossible to conceal. From the moment they first met, he had recognized Yun Zijing's beauty, but at that time, they were mere acquaintances, and he dared not stare at the young girl too intently. Now, she stood just a short distance away, and he could distinctly hear the rhythm of his own heartbeat. What are you looking at? Did we not agree to depart at 5? Yun Zijing raised her hand, indicating the watch on her wrist. The entire timepiece was adorned with resplendent diamonds. Rather than a mere watch, it resembled a piece of exquisite jewelry. Yet, even such a dazzling accessory could not overshadow the brilliance that emanated from Yun Zijing herself. Lu Yonk smiled gently. You look beautiful today. I was quite mesmerized just now. When faced with the girl who stirred his heart, one must boldly acknowledge their own fluttering emotions. Silence speaks volumes. Without the gift of telepathy, How could one ever fathom the thoughts of another? Such an unremarkable individual is destined to remain in the shadows, forever a supporting character, while yearning to take center stage. Yun Zijing lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with mirth. Thank you. You look quite dashing today. Lu Yong's lips curled into a subtle smile, genuinely pleased by Yun Zijing's compliment. Aware of her struggle to walk gracefully in high heels, he extended his arm for her to grasp. Let us proceed. The car awaits us outside the villa, and we have a bit of a walk ahead. Yun Zijing, eschewing pretentiousness, elegantly placed her hand upon Lu Yong's arm, using him for support as they moved forward. As they neared the vehicle, an individual emerged from within, graciously opening the door for them. Lu Yong assisted Yun Zijing into the car before taking his seat in the back, while the driver closed the door and then circled around to enter the front. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom glided away from Yun Zijing's residence, a casual floral pattern van trailed closely behind. Chapter 71. The Huaxin Auction. This auction, orchestrated by the four prominent families of the imperial capital, was aptly named the Huaxin Auction. In preparation, these esteemed families established a dedicated auction house, exclusive to this event, which only opened its doors during the Huaxin Auction, remaining otherwise closed to the public. The Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a gradual halt at the entrance of the auction house, with assistants already at hand to open the door without requiring the driver to alight. As the heir of the Lu family, Lu Yong was a figure of intrigue wherever he went. Upon the arrival of his vehicle, those who had just alighted before entering the auction house could not help but pause to observe. Lu Yong remained oblivious to the commotion around him. After alighting from the vehicle, he turned and extended his hand towards the person inside. A delicate, fair hand met his, its slender elegance rivaling the finest porcelain. It was only when Yun Zijing descended from the car that everyone regained their composure, their minds exploding with disbelief. What? The renowned Mr. Lu, known for repelling even the most persistent mosquitoes within a 5-meter radius, was holding a woman's hand. Astonishing. The man infamously dubbed the cold-faced Yama actually smiled. For 3 seconds, I must uncover every detail about this woman. However, regardless of what others were contemplating, the two parties involved paid no heed. Yun Zijing, seemingly unfazed, intertwined her arm with Lu Yong's and gracefully entered the Huaxin auction house. As one of the organizers of this auction event, the Lu family possessed a private box. Yet, Lu Yong opted not to share the same box with Yun Zijing and the other members of the Lu family, thus arranging a separate one for himself. While it couldn't compare to the Lu family's exclusive box, it was certainly a marked improvement over the seating in the first-floor hall. The Huaxin auction house has always prided itself on exceptional service. As soon as the pair entered their box, staff members appeared with tea, beverages, a fruit platter, and desserts, a standard offering. Should they desire anything additional, a simple request to the staff would suffice, all complimentary. Here is the list of auction items. You may take a look, Lu Yong said, retrieving a booklet from the table and handing it to Yun Zijing. She accepted it and began to peruse the items listed within. The first page featured a natural night pearl, measuring 5 centimeters in diameter. This is the first time Yun Zijing has encountered such a captivating sight, and she can't help but gaze for quite a while. On the second page, there are 7 exquisite diamonds, each in a hue of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, indigo, and violet, each as large as a pigeon's egg. The more she observes, the brighter her eyes become. Indeed, this is an internal auction, and the items listed are scarcely found in the market. Are there any that pique your interest? Lu Yong, noticing Yun Zijing's expression, senses her delight, but still poses the question. They are quite splendid. Should there be such an auction in the future, do remember to invite me. Yun Zijing casts a knowing glance at Lu Yong, realizing that without him, she would have been oblivious to the existence of such internal auctions in the capital. Rest assured, I shall not forget you. Lu Yong chuckles softly, pleased to see that his strategy today has borne fruit. The two arrived almost precisely on time, and after a brief exchange, the auctioneer made his entrance. Welcome, everyone, to today's Huaxin auction. I am your auctioneer, Wanli. Without further ado, let us commence the bidding for our first item. This is a natural night pearl, generously provided by one of our esteemed regular clients. The pearl boasts a diameter of 5 centimeters, its shape round and smooth, nearly perfect in its roundness. As the auctioneer concludes, the lights dim, yet the night pearl continues to radiate its luminous glow. In just a few seconds, the lights brighten once more. The starting bid is set at 500,000. with increments of no less than 50,000. Let the bidding begin. 600,000. 800,000. As soon as the auctioneer's voice faded, the attendees in the first floor hall began to engage in a lively bidding war. It was not until the bids on the first floor approached their conclusion that the patrons in the second floor box began to stir. 3 million. This was the price announced from the adjacent box of Yun Zijing and Lu Yonk. 5 million. Without hesitation, Yun Zijing promptly raised the bid by 200,000. 5,100,000. 6 million. 6,100,000. 7 million. Regardless of the counteroffers from the opposing bidder, Yun Zijing unfalteringly raised her bid to the nearest million. 7,100,000. 8 million. With an air of composure, Yun Zijing remained unfazed, while the patrons in the neighboring box hesitated for an unusually long time without placing a bid. Very well. Our box number 5 bids 8 million. Is there anyone willing to go higher? At this moment, the auctioneer's role became pivotal. 8 million once. 8 million twice. 8 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to the esteemed guest in box number 5. This luminous pearl of the night is now yours. Upon hearing the finality in the auctioneer's declaration, a smile graced Yun Zijing's face. Witnessing her joy, Lu Yonk also revealed a smile of his own. However, before Yun Zijing could revel in the excitement, the auctioneer had already commenced the introduction of the second item up for bid. We shall now proceed with today's second auction item. This is a collection of natural colored diamonds, each exhibiting the hues of the rainbow and approximately the size of a pigeon's egg. Once again, these exquisite gems have been provided by our esteemed longtime client, with a starting bid set at 800,000, and each subsequent bid must exceed 50,000. Let the bidding begin. 1,000,000. 1,500,000. It is still the attendees in the main hall who are engaging in the bidding, while those in the private boxes remain silent. Yun Zijing remains seated, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the bidding below. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a sound echoed from the door. Yun Zijing turned to Lu Yonk, inquiring, "Did you call for something?" She had been so engrossed in the auction atmosphere that she hadn't even had time to eat, let alone request anything. "No, it might just be the staff. Allow me to check." With that, Lu Yonk rose from his seat and approached the door, peering through the peephole to discern the situation outside. As he leaned closer, he caught sight of Xingyang's large visage. Lu Yonk. Though somewhat speechless, he still opened the door. Xingyang, Shenghao Li Yuqing, and Fu Zhe, all were present. "Why aren't you in your own box? What brings you here?" He had worked hard to secure a moment of solitude, only to have it disrupted by these individuals. "Brother Lu, why didn't you mention that you invited Sister Yun earlier? Had I known, I would have come right away. It's rather dull being with the elders at home," Shengyang remarked, stepping into the box as he spoke. Yun Zijing immediately recognized Shengyang's voice upon hearing it, raising an eyebrow slightly. She had assumed that Shengyang would be accompanied by his family. Lu Yonk had just informed her that the Huaxin auction was a collaborative effort initiated by the 4 prominent families. In Chapter 72, do you consider 100 million to be mere decoration? Li Yueqing and his companions entered the private room with smiles in their eyes, casting meaningful glances at Lu Yonk. It was truly unexpected that Lu, the man who shunned female company, had fallen for a girl who had yet to graduate. Lu Yonk remarked, "Sometimes, I genuinely wish to take a knife to some people. You all have come. Do the elders at home have no objections?" He had been granted the privilege of freedom due to his promise to his grandfather to find a granddaughter-in-law for the Lu family. So what was the matter with these individuals? As long as they mentioned they were here to see him, they would be more than eager to support him wholeheartedly. Li Yueqing made a light-hearted joke, to which Lu Yonk replied, "You can judge for yourself whether I believe it." Meanwhile, as soon as Shengyang entered the private room, he bounded over to Yun Zijing, exclaiming, "Sister Yun, had I known you wanted to come to the auction, I would have brought you along." Avoiding any trouble for Brother Lu, he then leaned closer to Yun Zijing and whispered, "Did Brother Lu extort a considerable amount from you?" In Shengyang's eyes, Lu Yonk was merely a workaholic, viewing romantic affairs as a mere jest. Yun Zijing, momentarily at a loss for words, pondered how to respond. Would it be credible to say that Lu Yonk had invited her? It seemed rather implausible, yet that was indeed the truth. "Shengyang, silence may be golden. Yet Miss Yin was invited by me. What nonsense about extortion and blackmail? What chaotic soap operas have you been watching lately?" Upon Lu Yonk's return, He overheard Sheng Yang disparaging himself in front of Yun Zijing, promptly dragging him away and taking his place. Wait, Brother Lu. When did you become so familiar with Sister Yin? Among us, isn't my relationship with Sister Yin the most recent? Sheng Yang's expression was one of confusion, sensing that some unknown incident had transpired. After greeting several people, Yun Zijing shifted her focus to the auction. As the bidding approached its climax, she decisively entered the fray, inputting an initial bid of 5 million. Sister Yin, are you the one bidding? Wasn't it you who just bid? Sheng Yang observed Yun Zijing's adeptness in entering the auction price, recalling her recent acquisition of the Night Pearl for 10 million. In his estimation, that Night Pearl should have topped out at 8 million, considering its relatively small diameter. Indeed, it was I who placed the bid, Yun Zijing replied. Her gaze averted from Sheng Yang as she continued to input her bid. Brother Lu, this is where you've erred, when out and about. How can one expect a lady to pay? Li Yuecheng, ever the instigator, chimed in. However, Yun Zijing countered, my participation in the auction is thanks to Mr. Lu's invitation. I can bid for what I desire myself. In fact, I should consider acquiring a gift for Mr. Lu as a token of gratitude. What a splendid idea, Mr. Lu. Is there anything on your list that you would fancy? Why not let me take a picture and send it to you? Yun Zijing's eyes sparkled momentarily, and she gazed at Lu Yonk with her eyes that seemed filled with stars. Li Yuecheng remarked, I have no need to say more. It merely grants old Lu an unexpected gift. No, today I have my sights set on a single auction item, intended as a birthday present for my grandfather. If you wish to express your gratitude, perhaps you could treat me to a meal? This provided him with a valid reason to meet her again. Those who witness share in the experience. Sheng Yang, a man of limited means, instinctively acted upon the mention of a meal. Nowadays, in order to stave off hunger, he returned home for meals daily, and the prospect of dining out was a cherished dream of his. Sheng Hao, this foolish younger brother appears to be a lost cause. All right then, you all come along. Since it's your treat, you may choose the venue. Upon finishing her words, Yun Zijing swiftly entered a bid of 50 million. She truly did not forget to participate in the auction while conversing. Sheng Yang watched as she input the price, his heart racing with each digit she pressed. Once she completed the bid, Sheng Yang turned his attention to the high-definition screen in the private room, where the auctioneer was speaking with fervor. 20 million. A distinguished guest from Box 5 bids 20 million. 21 million. A distinguished guest from Box 3 bids 21 million. 30 million. A distinguished guest from Box 5 bids 30 million. The auctioneer's face flushed with excitement. Box 5 had become the highlight of the auction that day. Each bid was made with deliberate calmness, yet the increments were always the highest, leaving no one able to predict where his limits lay. These are merely the first two lots. The subsequent items are beyond his imagination. 30 million for a single bid. Is there no higher offer? 30 million for a second time. The auctioneer paused for a considerable moment before finally striking the gavel for the third time. 30 million sold. Congratulations once again to the esteemed guest in Box 5. This exquisite set of rainbow natural diamonds now belongs to you. In Box 5. Sheng Yang sat not far from Yun Zijing, feeling utterly numb. A young woman who hasn't even graduated from university can lavishly spend at an auction, while he can only return home for dinner each day. With so many affluent individuals in the world, why can't he be among them? Hey, what's with that expression? The last time I auctioned land, I didn't see you react this dramatically. Yun Zijing replied, somewhat speechless, it's not even 100 million. Why make such a fuss? This is different. The land inherently holds that value, and subsequent development can yield profit. It's an investment that can recoup expenses. But the luminous pearl and diamonds are entirely a matter of personal desire. If you don't appreciate them, they could very well be worthless in your eyes. They might not even fetch such a high price when sold. What's the difference? It's all about spending money. The luminous pearl and diamonds are even cheaper. I haven't even visited the land I purchased yet, but I can keep the luminous pearl and diamonds at home as decorative pieces. Just looking at them daily brings me joy. Collecting 7 pigeon egg-colored diamonds can summon a rainbow. Decorative pieces? Sheng Yang thought perhaps his hearing was failing him today. He seemed to have heard an extravagant claim. Indeed, it is quite visually appealing, isn't it? It would be a pity if it were merely a decorative piece. By the way, Sister Yin, how is the security at your place? Sheng Yang believes that if Yun Zijing insists on continuing this way, her residence may very well attract thieves. To be honest, he even contemplated becoming a burglar himself. Why not take a peek outside the private room? Sheng Yang recalled the group of 7 he had just seen outside and chose to remain silent. When it comes to hiring bodyguards, Sister Yun undoubtedly possesses exceptional skills. He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. The auction continued with fervor, currently featuring a set of bespoke phoenix coronet and ceremonial robes. Although exquisitely crafted, Yun Zijin did not participate in the bidding. The auctioneer introduced the item as a heartfelt offering from a loyal client. But Lu Yonk informed her that this was a wedding gown commissioned by someone else, which had been abandoned after the wedding was unexpectedly canceled. Regardless of whether it had been worn or not, she had little desire for a personalized wedding gown meant for another. Chapter 73. Two Great Fools Ultimately. The phoenix coronet and ceremonial robes were secured by a bidder in the first-floor hall for the sum of 5 million, a reasonable price considering the craftsmanship involved. Many subsequent items saw no bids from Yun Zijin and her companions until a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vase was introduced, at which point they all straightened their postures. It was evident that each of them desired this exquisite vase. The starting bid was set at 2 million, with increments no less than 50,000. The auctioneer's words had barely left his lips when eager bidders began to place their offers. 3 million. 4 million. The competition among the patrons on the first floor was fierce. Although Lu Yonk and his companions were closely observing, they had yet to place their bids. It seems you all are eager to acquire this exquisite Yuan blue and white porcelain. Shall I join in the excitement as well? Yun Zijin interjected unexpectedly. Li Yuqing quickly cautioned her. That would be unwise. May I call you Sister Yun? My esteemed elder has specifically instructed me to secure this item. The mere recollection of Yun Zijin's bidding style at the last auction instilled a sense of dread in him. This is also a piece my family holds in high regard. I kindly request your understanding, Miss Yun. Fu Zhe similarly elucidated his circumstances to Yun Zijin. Meanwhile, Lu Yonk remained silent, confident in his financial capabilities and unconcerned about Yun Zijin's potential leniency. If you wish for me to abstain, what would be my incentive? Yun Zijin placed her hand upon the bidding device, directing her gaze towards Fu Zhe and Li Yuqing. This is a nationwide discount card for our family's upscale supermarket chain, offering a permanent 50 off. Li Yuqing promptly retrieved a card from his wallet and presented it to Yun Zijin. His family's supermarket catered to the high-end market, with prices significantly exceeding those of ordinary stores. Over time, this discount could yield substantial savings. This is a card for my own Western restaurant. With this, you can dine free of charge. Fu Zhe also produced a card. Yun Zijin raised an eyebrow. Initially jesting, she had not anticipated such delightful benefits would arise. Very well. I shall graciously accept your intentions, and I will refrain from participating in the bidding for this exquisite Yuan blue and white porcelain. Yun Zijin carefully placed the two cards into her handbag. Lu Yonk had already begun entering the first bid. No, Brother Lu, you wish to bid as well? Li Yuqing and Fu Zhe were momentarily taken aback by Lu Yonk's actions. If Lu Yonk was to join the bidding, then their recent concession to Yun Zijin seemed utterly superfluous and rather foolish. I never stated that I would not bid. Lu Yonk exhibited no trace of embarrassment. Everyone present was here for the auction, and the decision to bid lay solely in their hands. Wait, if we are all bidding, then why were only Fu Zhe and I the ones who incurred Yun Mrs. favor? Li Yuqing finally grasped the situation. Realizing he and Fu Zhe had unwittingly played the part of pawns for Lu Yonk and Sheng Hao, Yun Zijin shrugged. She could not be held accountable, as everything was done of their own volition. Sheng Yang sat nearby, maintaining a low profile, his presence as inconspicuous as possible. If you do not place your bids soon, this Yuan blue and white porcelain will be claimed by Mr. Lu. Noticing the two still in a state of confusion, Yun Zijin offered a gentle reminder. Considering they had received benefits, Lu Yonk glanced in Yun Zijin's direction, the previously upward curve of his lips now straightening slightly. His bid entry appeared forceful. Li Yuqing and Fu Zhe hastily entered their bids on their devices. Box 5 bids 8 million. Box 5 bids 10 million. It seemed that the competition from Box 5 was heating up. Is there a higher offer? Is there a higher bid? The auctioneer's enthusiasm today has been palpable, and by this point, his voice has grown somewhat hoarse. Box 1 bids 12 million. 12 million. Is there no higher offer? Going once at 12 million. A distinguished guest from Box 5 bids 15 million. Is there no higher price? 20 million. The esteemed guest from Box 5 bids 20 million. Going once at 20 million. Within Box 5, Lu Yonk, Fu Zhe, Li Yuqing, and Sheng Hao have reached a fever pitch in their bidding war. Meanwhile, Yun Zijin, who refrains from participating, leisurely sits and enjoys fruit. Why not simply raise the price to 50 million? That should deter the other boxes, allowing them to compete amongst themselves. Yun Zijing's strategy aims to intimidate the opposition through pricing. Although this Yuan Qinghua possesses a splendid hue, its preservation leaves much to be desired, making 50 million somewhat excessive. Although Lu Yonk and his companions are affluent, they are averse to being taken advantage of. Every penny they spend is hard-earned, and while they are willing to spend, they refuse to be foolishly extravagant. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yonk inputs 30 million into the bidding device, marking his threshold. Any amount exceeding this would not be justifiable. Fu Zhe and the others promptly enter their bids, each having their own limits, determining whose minimum is the highest. Fu Zhe bids 28 million, Li Yuqing bids 25 million, and Sheng Hao bids 26 million. Lu Yonk concludes this silent skirmish with a bid of 30 million. The auctioneer, brimming with enthusiasm, was fervently calling out bids. As the gavel struck for the third time, the exquisite Yuan blue and white porcelain officially became the possession of Lu Yonk. Among those present, the most unfortunate were Li Yuqing and Fu Zhe, who not only failed to acquire anything, but also inadvertently bestowed a favor upon Yun Zijing. It was akin to losing both the lady and the soldiers. How about I return the card to you? She proposed, feeling rather unconcerned about the monetary value. Noticing their despondent expressions, returning the card could serve as a form of consolation. No. What is given to you is rightfully yours. We are not so petty as to grieve over a mere card. The crux of the matter is that we did not secure the Yuan blue and white porcelain, not the card we relinquished. If that's the case, shall I yield further in your customary practices later? Pay them no mind. Sheng Hao and I were instructed by our elder to acquire the Yuan blue and white porcelain before participating. This outcome was anticipated. Their display is merely for show, so do not let them sway you. Lu Yonk unapologetically dismantled their fade, as if a mere discount card or complimentary card could compel Yun Zijing to yield in a proper auction. What a fanciful notion. Fu Zhe and Li Yuqing exchanged awkward glances, chuckling nervously at Yun Zijing. They were indeed intimidated by her financial prowess, and given their inability to compete, they saw no harm in taking a few shortcuts. In that case, I shall not hold back any longer, Yun Zijing warned. Having perused the auction list and discovered numerous items to her liking, bid freely. If they cannot compete, it merely reflects their lack of skill. Do not be overly concerned. Yun Zijing nodded resolutely. She intended to acquire every piece that caught her eye today. Her savings have been steadily increasing, yet her expenditures remain minimal. Without spending even a little, Yun Zijing always feels a sense of unease. Chapter 74. Silence is tonight as Cambridge. With Lu Yonk's reassurance, Yun Zijing navigates the ensuing auction with an almost supernatural prowess, her bidding never faltering. While others raise their bids by hundreds of thousands, she escalates hers by millions, even tens of millions. During today's auction, the prominent families of the capital were palpably awed by the formidable presence of the esteemed guests in Box 5. Yunjia, you've probably spent nearly 2 billion today, haven to you? You truly don't even blink. Sheng Yang swallowed hard, realizing Yun Zijing was wealthy. Yet he and grasped the extent of her fortune. It had been merely a short time since she had expended 60 billion. And now she could effortlessly part with another 20 billion. One would need 100 billion in cash to play so brazenly. I had calculated that. Has it really reached 20 billion? Yun Zijing raised her gaze after placing her bid, responding to Sheng Yang's astonishment. It must have, as that piece of Fu Lu Shou jade alone cost 2 billion. The jade, the size of a basketball, had been revealed in its unaltered state, showcasing a rare blend of red, purple, and green hues, a truly extraordinary treasure. One wonders which family would dare to auction such a rare gem, an item that could easily be considered a family heirloom. Only someone like Yun Jia could spend 2 billion as if it were a mere 200. Not even batting an eye. Well, I find that piece of jade quite beautiful. I believe it would make an exquisite decorative item in my home. Sister Yun, please refrain from using every item as mere decoration in your home. It makes it exceedingly difficult for him to maintain his composure. A $200 million ornament, truly audacious. I am quite fond of it. Today, Yun Zijing has come to acquire goods, many of which she believes would serve beautifully as adornments in her abode. Sheng Yang is at a loss, yet Yun Zijing's simple declaration of her fondness effectively silences him. Li Yuqing casts a glance at Lu Yonk, given Yun Zijing's lavish spending. It seems old Lu will have to toil even harder to keep up, lest he find himself unable to provide for his wife. Lu Yunk has yet to reach the point of being unable to support his spouse. The final item for auction has arrived. Sheng Hao uttered one of the few words he would speak today. The last piece is a fist-sized imperial green jadeite. Though only half of the raw stone has been revealed, the exposed section is a vibrant green, and any connoisseur would instantly recognize it as a piece from the old pit, a glass-type imperial green jadeite. However, with only half revealed, there lies an element of chance in the remaining portion. One cut could bring prosperity, while another could lead to destitution. Such is the nature of this gamble. Are you interested? Yun Zijing is quite taken with it, yet she has already acquired ample items today. Should Lu Yunk and the others desire it, she would relinquish her claim. If we are interested, will you not bid? Li Wucheng looks at Yun Zijing with anticipation. Without her presence, the rest of them might still contend for it. Well, I already possess that piece of Fu Lu Shou. Whether this one is bid upon or not is of little consequence. In accordance with Yun Zijing's own aesthetic, red jadeite aligns more closely with her preferences. Yet this is a piece of green jadeite. As we engage in this competition, I shall not show any mercy. Li Yueqing has already begun to prepare himself, while Fu Zhe has long been stationed before his bidding device, ready to make his move as soon as the moment is ripe. Shen Hao and Lu Yunk are equally on high alert. In terms of financial resources, the four of us are quite comparable, many times in past auctions. Victories have been shared. Only Xingyang sits beside Yun Zijing, asking, Sister Yun, have you run out of funds? The Imperial Green and the Fu Lu Shou are not of the same caliber, even if the Imperial Green is slightly smaller. Its value is incomparable to that of the Fu Lu Shou. Yun Zijing cast a sidelong glance at Xingyang. How did you deduce that I am out of money? Look at those people on the first floor. Even if they know they have no chance, they still wish to compete. I am not lacking in funds. I've already secured the Fu Lu Shou today, so let this piece go. She could be criticized for many things, but not for her financial status. Sheng Yang touched his nose, for was it not evident that Yun Zijing, who had previously bid without batting an eye, suddenly refrained from participating? If he had the funds, he would certainly engage in the bidding. Alas, he is without means. The final contest was intensely fierce. Yun Zijing listened as the auctioneer's voice grew hoarse. Yet bids continued to pour in, offering no respite whatsoever. As she gazed at the high-definition screen in the private box, she recognized that the bidding had reached a fever pitch. The price had surged to 180 million. Lu Yunk paused for a moment before entering a bid of 200 million into the device. The bid for box number 5 has reached 200 million. The offer for box number 5 has now soared to 200 million and 500,000. 210 million. Once again, it is box number 5. How astonishing. Today, box number 5 is truly remarkable. Box number 2 bids 220 million. Box number 5. Box number 5 bids 250 million. Is there no higher offer? 300 million. Still, our legendary box number 5 reigns supreme today. Is there no higher bid? 300 million once. 300 million twice. 300 million and 10,000. It is box number 3. Let us see if anyone dares to counter with a higher price. 350 million. Box no. 5. Is box number 5 prepared to acquire all our auction items today? Is there no higher bid? Is there no higher bid? 350 million once. 350 million twice. 350 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations to our esteemed guest in the legendary box number 5. This piece of imperial green jadeite is now yours. Box number 5. Lu Yunk smirked slightly. Your graciousness. Li Yuqing. Fu Zhe, I have no desire to speak. Sheng Hao. Silence is the bridge to tonight's tranquility. Congratulations, congratulations. This glass of orange juice is dedicated to you. Yun Zijing picked up the orange juice before her and sincerely took a generous sip. Thank you. Lu Yunk raised his glass of red wine, gesturing towards Yun Zijing, before downing it in one go. Enough. I do not wish to see you for the next few days. Li Yuqing drained his cup in one gulp, exasperatedly addressing Lu Yunk. Fu Zhe finished his drink and left without a word. Sheng Hao chuckled softly as he dragged Xingyang away. Today, for individuals participated in the auction twice, only to be bested by Lu Yunk on both occasions. Li Yueqing and the others felt a sense of discontent. Yet they acknowledged their own lack of preparation and bore no ill will towards Lu Yunk. They simply needed a moment of reflection. Were they, all right? Yun Zijing cast a concerned glance at their retreating figures before turning to Lu Yunk with her inquiry. Fear not. They merely feel a loss of face from being defeated by me. In a couple of days, it shall pass, Lu Yunk replied, having emerged victorious twice that day, his spirits high and his eyes sparkling with mirth. Yet, how come they did not seem distressed by their defeat? Today, I certainly acquired a considerable amount from them. That is different. We are all acutely aware of your financial prowess. Losing to you is not a matter of disgrace, came the retort. Huh. I find it hard to believe that you truly believe you cannot surpass me when fully committed. Master Lu, you are being modest. Yun Zijin was well aware of her own limited assets. The four prominent families of the imperial capital had long held sway in the city, their wealth immeasurable. Were it not for their discretion, many figures on the rich list would likely find themselves displaced. Lu Yong smiled, offering no contradiction. Let us proceed to settle the payment. I shall escort you home. As the two exited the private room, Ling Yi and the others closely followed behind Yun Zijin, assuming a protective stance. Hey, here come the two prodigal sons. Li Yuecheng, having just completed the payment and formalities, turned to see Yun Zijin and Lu Yong approaching. The onlookers, upon noticing their presence, fell silent, lowering their visibility. Yun Zijin felt at a loss for words, wondering how she too had been caught in this predicament. Some individuals, lacking in financial means compared to us, resort to uttering caustic remarks. Lu Yong, however, would not allow Li Yuecheng to mock him unchallenged. Lu Xiao, who is this lovely young lady? He inquired, as he seemed not to have encountered her before. While the interplay between the crown prince and his rivals was quite captivating, many had taken note of Yun Zijin, who stood steadfastly beside Lu Yong. With a fleeting glance, Lu Yong replied, "She is my friend, surnamed Yun. This is the eldest son of the chairman of Hengsen Real Estate, surnamed Zhou." Lu Yong succinctly introduced the two. Hello. I am Zhou Qingqing. It is a pleasure to meet you," he said, extending his hand. "Greetings, Yun Zijin." Not perceiving any malice in Zhou Qingqing's gaze, Yun Zijin reciprocated the handshake. "We must proceed to settle our bill. Please excuse us." Observing their clasped hands, Lu Yong interjected, "In that case, I shall not intrude further. Here is my business card. Miss Yun, feel free to contact me regarding any matters concerning real estate." Zhou Qingqing produced a business card from his wallet and handed it to Yun Zijin. She accepted it and glanced at the number on the back. Zhou Yi, understanding the cue, retrieved a card from his pocket and presented it to Zhou Qingqing. Upon receiving Yun Zijin's card, Zhou Qingqing's eyes sparkled with appreciation, and he promptly expressed his gratitude to Zhou Yi. The checkout process was swift, yet the items they had acquired were cumbersome to transport. Fortunately, the auction house employed a dedicated delivery team, as long as they paid the shipping fees. Their purchases would be delivered to their residence. Should any damage occur to the items, the auction house guaranteed compensation at the assessed value. Yun Zijing was apprehensive that her impulsiveness might lead to complications. So she chose to heed Lu Yong's advice and entrusted the transportation team of the auction house to assist with the delivery. Since Lu Yong also needed to escort Yun Zijing back home, the team responsible for delivering the items he had purchased followed a separate route to her residence at Xingyu Huafu. Wang Minli gazed in astonishment at the line of luxury vehicles before her, rendered speechless by the sight. The young lady had not mentioned that a car would be sent for her prior to her departure. Moreover, it was already quite late. Did these car service employees not have a closing time? Without the young lady's instructions, I cannot accept the delivery. Please wait a moment while I call her, she implored, retrieving her phone to contact Yun Zijing. The call connected swiftly, and Wang Minli immediately began to wail, "Miss, we have an array of vehicles here that I do not recognize, stated to be ordered by you. Is this true?" Her voice trembled as she spoke, glancing at the cars, each valued at over 10 million. In her previous visits to affluent households, she had witnessed sons deliberating endlessly over the purchase of a car worth a mere million, all while exuding an air of arrogance that made their young lady appear even more modest by comparison. Meanwhile, seated in the back of Lu Yong's Rolls-Royce Phantom, Yun Zijing recalled Wang Minli's words and realized that she had forgotten about the luxury car package awarded by Subianhua. However, it was now past 10 in the evening. Wasn't it somewhat late for the delivery? Yet, the notification from Subianhua had indicated that the vehicles would arrive within 24 hours, making this timing seem rather justifiable. It is the car I ordered. Aunt Wang, you have received it, haven't you? Since it is delivered by the system, Yun Zijing is no longer concerned about the quality issues. If any problems arise, she will certainly seek compensation from Subianhua. Lu Yong, sitting beside Yun Zijing, felt a tinge of curiosity upon hearing her words. Unfortunately, he could not hear what the person on the other end of the phone was saying. On the other end, Wang Minli, having received Yun Zijing's affirmative response, let out a sigh of relief. Now that she had confirmed it was the young lady's order, she felt reassured and immediately set about her tasks. I had just called the young lady to confirm, and indeed, it was her order. However, before signing for it, I must conduct a thorough inspection. Should these individuals deliver a vehicle of inferior quality, it would ultimately be the young lady who suffers. Wang Minli would not allow such a situation to occur. The personnel responsible for the delivery certainly would not refuse. Inspecting the vehicle prior to signing is an indispensable procedure, regardless of the recipient. Having served as a maid in affluent households for many years, Wang Minli had often witnessed car purchases and had gleaned some experience and theoretical knowledge on how to assess a vehicle's quality. Meanwhile, concerned that Wang Minli might struggle, Yun Zijing instructed Lu Yong's driver to expedite their journey. What prompted the decision to order a car? Lu Yong had seen the vehicle Yun Zijing usually drove, and to be frank, in his eyes, it was rather understated to an excessive degree. An elder placed the order, and by the time I learned about it, the vehicle had already been arranged for delivery, arriving just in time today. Yun Zijing began with a string of fabrications. Her recent life trajectory is relatively easy to trace, as booking a car is quite straightforward. However, when it comes to her elder, no one seems to possess any knowledge. It is widely acknowledged that she is the true daughter of the Xia family, having grown up in an orphanage. Her 2 decades of life there are not so easily investigated. Moreover, Yun Zijing is confident that her benefactor will ensure her safety. Upon hearing Yun Zijing's words, Lu Yong raised an eyebrow. If this elder is not from the Xia family, then it must be someone else. Has this elder treated you well? If this elder has shown her kindness, then it would be prudent to cultivate a favorable impression when they meet again. Of course, everything I possess now is thanks to him. No one has treated me better. A benefactor who provides millions daily and rewards her upon expenditure is indeed generous. Lu Yong nodded at Yun Zijing's statement, silently contemplating how to leave a good impression on this elder in the future. At that moment, the car arrived at Xingyuhuafu. However, since they had already visited once today and were recognized as friends of the owner of Villa No. 1, the guard did not impede their entry and allowed them to pass. The black Rolls-Royce Phantom came to a gentle stop at the entrance of Villa No. 1, and the driver exited to open the door. Lu Yong did not alight from the vehicle, but extended her hand for Yun Zijing to assist her in getting out. I have arrived. Thank you for bringing me home today. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Inside the villa, upon hearing the sound of the car, Wang Minli hurriedly approached to open the door. Chapter 76. Such absurdity could only be accomplished by their young lady after 01 and the others disembarked. One individual drove the vehicle to the underground parking garage, while the others proceeded to assist the delivery team in transporting the items that Yun Zijing had acquired today into the villa. Wang Minli approached the front and opened the door, exclaiming, "Miss, you have returned. Mr. Lu is also here. Would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" "Not today, it's rather late. Perhaps next time," Yin Yunk replied, wishing to linger but recognizing the inappropriateness of the hour. Only after Yun Zijing entered the courtyard did Wang Minli notice 01 leading a group into the villa carrying various items. "Oh, what have you all purchased?" "These are from today's auction. There are several exquisite decorative pieces. Andy Wang, you may choose where to place them later." Yun Zijing's intention to acquire these items as decor was no jest. "Decor? We already have quite a collection at home. Are you planning to replace some?" Given Yun Zijing's habit of spending several million almost daily, their home was indeed filled with an abundance of decorative items. "Handle it as you see fit. After all, they are merely for display. Changing them out periodically is perfectly acceptable. Anything that doesn't fit can be stored away." In truth, there was ample space within the expansive villa. It merely required some consideration when selecting the pieces to display. "Understood, miss." Wang Minli had always been in full accord with Yun Zijing's decisions. Once the delivery team had placed the items, she added, "Annie Wang, please give them some red envelopes. It's quite late, and they worked hard to bring these to me." Yun Zijing felt a sense of fatigue wash over her. All she desired now was to cleanse herself and retire for the night. "Very well, I shall prepare at once," Wang Minli replied. She hastened to the living room, unlocking the television cabinet with a key, from which she retrieved a red envelope and a bundle of crisp red cash. These were provisions she had set aside at home for unforeseen circumstances, and now they proved to be quite useful. Wang Minli decided not to be overly extravagant, distributing 200 yuan to each person, which she deemed sufficient. After organizing the items, Ling Yi and the others trailed closely behind the delivery team, escorting them until they had safely departed from Villa Number 1. Come, come. This is a red envelope from our young lady for everyone. It may not be a substantial amount, but it is a token of goodwill. We hope you won't think poorly of it. Please drive carefully in the dark and arrive home safely. The delivery team members were pleasantly surprised at the prospect of receiving a tip, their eyes sparkling with delight. It is merely our duty. Miss Yun is truly too considerate. Despite their words, each one hastened to accept the red envelopes with eager hands. Wang Minli beamed with joy. Indeed, the young lady possessed a remarkable knack for dealing with people. After bidding farewell to the delivery team, she returned to the villa and entered the storeroom. Eager to see what decorative items Yun Zijing had procured today. This is either something one should not behold, or, upon seeing it, one is utterly astounded. Wang Minli's exclamation sent the other servants rushing in. Ling Er, come here. Faced with the array of items before her, Wang Minli felt her blood pressure rising. The summoned servants gazed in astonishment at the newly arrived decorations in the storeroom. They were undoubtedly aware that Yun Zijing would never purchase counterfeit goods. Thus, what lay before them was indeed authentic. Recalling the words spoken by the young lady upon her entrance, the servants comprehended Wang Minli's piercing scream with profound empathy. 01 and 02, summoned by Wang Minli's call, approached with a sense of bewilderment. Are these the ornaments you just moved in? Wang Minli inquired. Gesturing towards the luminous pearl, the basketball-sized jade figurine of Fu Lu Shou, and the 7 colorful diamonds. Indeed, Miss is referring to these, 01 affirmed, nodding in agreement. They were resolute in adhering to Yun Zijing's directives, leaving no room for error. Do you have any idea what these items are? Wang Minli continued, her concern palpable. Does the young lady truly intend to use such precious objects as mere decorations? Given their considerable value, what if a servant accidentally bumps into them while cleaning or performing their duties? If these items were to shatter, we would face ruin beyond measure. Furthermore, displaying such treasures openly invites theft. Wang Minli felt a heavy burden for the family's well-being. This is the young lady's decision. The implication was clear. They were to follow Yun Zijing's instructions and take no responsibility for other matters. If Wang Minli found the situation unsuitable, it was her duty to discuss it directly with Yun Zijing. I understand, Wang Minli replied with a sigh. You may continue with your tasks. I shall speak to the young lady myself. She recognized that without Yun Zijing's explicit consent, 01 and the others would never arrive at such an outrageous conclusion. The other servants glanced back at the pile of ornaments, stifling their laughter. Using jade and diamonds as mere decorations was likely a feat only their young lady could conceive. Indeed, it is no surprise that he stands as one of the highest-paid magnates in the industry, his wealth truly remarkable. Unbeknownst to Yun Zijing, who was indulging in a leisurely bath, a commotion had erupted outside concerning the ornament. By the time she emerged from her bath, the tumult had subsided. Wang Minli, having noted the late hour, chose not to disturb Yun Zijing, intending to consult her the following day. As dawn broke, a task reminder for expenditure arrived. Please ensure to spend 0.00 yuan before midnight today. Task reward, pending unlock. Struggling to awaken, Yun Zijing slowly rose from her bed to freshen up. Breakfast consisted of delectable soup, dumplings, and soy milk prepared by a newly hired chef, which she relished, consuming 10 dumplings on her own. Once she completed her meal, Wang Minli approached her. Miss, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Yun Zijing inquired, placing her tablet aside and sitting up attentively. Regarding the ornament acquired at yesterday's auction, I believe it may not be entirely suitable. Upon hearing Wang Minli's words, Yun Zijing tilted her head in confusion. Is there an issue? Surely, it cannot be a counterfeit. The auction was conducted by the 4 prominent families of the capital, making the likelihood of counterfeit items virtually non-existent. If such a thing were to occur, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of those families. No, it's not that. I simply feel that these items are excessively precious to be displayed at home. If someone were to inadvertently touch it, and, heaven forbid, break it, the one who would feel the heartache would ultimately be you. Moreover, in the presence of these exquisite ornaments, the servants tend to work with trepidation, resulting in diminished efficiency. It must be acknowledged that Wang Minli's concerns are quite valid. There is no need for apprehension. These items are not excessively costly. If you fear that they may be jostled in the bustling living room, then let us relocate them to my study, where we can replace the existing ornaments. Select pieces that are less fragile to adorn the living room. That should suffice. Do not worry about potential breakage. I shall not seek compensation as long as it is confirmed that no malice is intended and the work is carried out with diligence. I assure you, I will not impose any penalties. Very well. I shall take another look and ensure they are positioned beautifully. Yun Zijing's words served as a reassuring balm for Wang Minli. Chapter 77. Purchasing a dress with the reassurance from Yun Zijing. Wang Minli felt emboldened as she arranged the ornaments. Initially, the more expensive pieces were designated for the young lady's study or bedroom, while the relatively inexpensive and durable items were placed in the guest room or living room. The jade figurine of Fu Lu Shou, which Yun Zijing had photographed, was prominently chosen for her study. Merely having ornaments was insufficient. Wang Minli also selected 2 calligraphies to adorn the walls of the study. In a few days, the birthday banquet for the patriarch of the Lu family would take place, and Yun Zijing intended to seek out a suitable dress or gift. Although there were indeed appropriate items acquired from the auction the previous day, she wished to prepare for all contingencies. Coincidentally, Su Mingyao was also troubled by the matter of dresses and gifts, prompting the two to plan a shopping excursion together. Having experienced the joy of being chauffeured, Yun Zijing found herself reluctant to drive again. Yesterday, within the luxurious car package of the system, there was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, which Yun Zijing promptly selected. In truth, she had also spotted a Rolls-Royce Phantom identical to that of Lu Yonk, but fearing misinterpretation that Lu Yonk had gifted her the vehicle, she refrained from choosing it. The designated driver was Ling Er, while Ling Yi occupied the front passenger seat. Yun Zijing sat alone in the back seat. Su Mingyao had arranged to meet Yun Zijing at the Jingxing Mall. Although the Guangyuan Mall owned by Su Mingyao family was quite commendable for purchasing evening gowns, Jingxing Mall offered a greater variety of selections. Su Mingyao and Yun Zijing arrived almost simultaneously, upon noticing that Yun Zijing had switched to yet another vehicle. Su Mingyao couldn't help but jest. Indeed, a woman who can seize land from young Master Lu must be quite wealthy. Just a few days ago she was in a Phantom, and now she's in a Cullinan. While neither of these cars ranks among the most expensive Rolls-Royce models, together they are certainly not inexpensive. It's as if you're devoid of wealth. Let us hurry along. Today, being a weekday, the foot traffic at Jingxing Mall was relatively sparse. Furthermore, since they headed straight to the evening gown section upon arrival, the crowd was even lighter. Yun Zijing was currently the most talked-about heiress at Jingxing Mall, while Su Mingyao, being a frequent visitor, was well known among the staff. Miss Yun, Miss Su, welcome. Please allow us to assist you in selecting a few gowns for the elder's birthday banquet. Su Mingyao, clearly accustomed to the surroundings, effortlessly initiated the conversation. Very well. Please wait here for a moment, ladies. The attendant kindly invited the 2 individuals to take a seat on the adjacent sofa to rest, then cast a fleeting glance at another attendant before departing. Shortly thereafter, the attendant reappeared, carrying 2 cups of steaming tea. Please enjoy the tea, she offered. To which Su Mingyao merely nodded in acknowledgement, her demeanor cool and composed, while Yun Zijing expressed her gratitude. Su Mingyao was not lacking in politeness. Rather, her upbringing had accustomed her to such situations, rendering her emotionally detached in the face of service. Conversely, Yun Zijing, having recently come into wealth, had yet to adopt the poise characteristic of someone from a prestigious background like Su Mingyao. Not long after the first attendant's departure, another arrived, pulling a rack laden with several exquisite gowns. Miss Yun, Miss Su, here are the latest designer pieces from our store, she began, enthusiastically detailing the design concepts and materials used in each gown. The technical jargon was somewhat lost on Yun Zijing, yet it did not diminish her appreciation for the elegance of the dresses. Although the occasion was the birthday celebration of the esteemed Mr. Lu, which warranted a more formal attire, Yun Zijing preferred not to don anything overly extravagant, as it might hinder her mobility. The voluminous skirts presented could easily occupy a 2-meter diameter, and she voiced her concern. Do you have something simpler? The skirts are rather large, and I worry they may restrict my movement. After all, this was not a red carpet event for glamorous displays. Yun Zijing simply wished to prioritize her comfort. Su Mingyao initially found the idea appealing, yet upon hearing Yun Zijing's words, she envisioned herself donning a grand gown, traversing through a sea of guests in a lavish banquet hall, and was instantly struck by the realization that it was beyond her means to bear. Indeed, she decided to consider some elegantly simple designs, steering clear of voluminous skirts. Mingyao reminded herself that she had invited Zijing to accompany her today, had she ventured here alone. She might have ended up choosing a gown from the myriad of extravagant options available. While grand skirts are undeniably beautiful, their practicality was questionable. She yearned to indulge in the dessert section during the event, yet in a flowing gown, she would scarcely be able to reach for a treat. In the face of their discerning tastes, S.A. displayed no hint of displeasure, responding with a gracious smile. Very well. I shall return shortly with some alternatives. With that, S.A. wheeled away the clothing rack and soon returned with a selection of elegantly minimalist gowns. Zijing, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention, opted for a chic off-the-shoulder white mermaid dress. To ensure a perfect fit, S.A. took Zijing's measurements, promising that the designer would adjust the size accordingly, and that the gown would be delivered to Xingyu Huafu the following day. Observing how swiftly Zijing made her choice, Meng Yao felt a pang of anxiety. Zijing, could you assist me in selecting? I truly cannot decide which set is best. Meng Yao was the epitome of indecisiveness. Torn between the allure of one dress and the appeal of another's color, her mind a flurry of conflicting reasons. Perhaps you could envision the jewelry you might wish to wear that day and coordinate the gown with its style? Zijing hesitated to make a definitive choice for Meng Yao, fearing that should her selection ultimately disappoint, she would bear the brunt of the blame. I have an idea. My mother prepared for me a pink diamond necklace and earrings. It seems that pink pairs beautifully with white, doesn't it? No, that won't do. You have already chosen white. Our dresses will clash in color, and we will inevitably be compared to one another. Su Mingyao was quite self-aware. Any color would suffice. But she could not afford to share the same outfit or color with Yun Zijing, for in that case, she would be the sole fool. What do you think of this one? Yun Zijing inquired, as she surveyed the selections, her finger landing on a light pink strapless gown that edged toward white. The skirt featured an irregular design, perfectly aligning with Su Mingyao's spirited personality. Following Yun Zijing's pointing, Su Mingyao's gaze fell upon a dress on a mannequin tucked away in a corner. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with delight. How lovely! Which designer crafted this piece? Why wasn't it recommended to us? If she wished to don the creation of a designer, she ought to at least know who was behind the gown. This is the work of a newly arrived intern designer at our brand. There are only 3 pieces from this designer in the store. Would you like to see them all? The assistant had not anticipated that Su Mingyao and Yun Zijing would take an interest in the creations of an intern designer. Yet she masked any negative feelings. The fact that a customer had immediately recognized the designer's work should indeed be a cause for celebration. Very well. Please bring them all for me to inspect. Su Mingyao felt as though she had stumbled upon a hidden gem of a designer. Seizing the opportunity to acquire the designer's garments before they gained fame would undoubtedly save her a considerable sum. Yun Zijing was somewhat taken aback, not expecting that her casual gesture would lead to the selection of a newcomer designer's creations. Chapter 78, The Curious Pair. S.A. quickly brought forth 3 sample garments from the newcomer designer, presenting them before Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao. They appeared to be quite impressive. Su Mingyao soon succumbed to her chronic indecisiveness. I believe the previous piece is more suitable. After all, it is the birthday celebration of the elder Liu. A black evening gown might be deemed impolite, and the green does not complement your pink diamond. It must be said that the styles of these 3 gowns were markedly distinct, had it not been for S.A.'s assurance that they stemmed from a single designer. Yun Zijing might have presumed they were the works of 3 different individuals. You are right. I shall select this one. You have my measurements. So please ensure it is altered and delivered to Yujinjuan by tomorrow. Su Mingyao had purchased evening gowns from this establishment on numerous occasions and was well acquainted with the process. Rest assured, Miss Su, we will expedite the delivery of the gown. Understanding that Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao were attending the birthday festivities of the elder Liu, S.A. realized that the designer would need to be urged to work overtime to meet the deadline, since they had directly chosen the styles. It merely required the designer to make some adjustments to the existing measurements, which was not particularly challenging. However, given that the gowns were handcrafted by their design team, the pricing was slightly elevated. One of Yun Zijing's gowns was priced at 1.2 million, while Su Mingyao's, being from a newcomer designer, was comparatively more affordable at 500,000. As they settled the bill, neither wished to part ways just yet. Thus, arm in arm, they commenced their shopping expedition for the day. Their first stop was Hermes, where they intended to acquire the coveted 2-tone handbag. Su Mingyao had successfully obtained the account details from Su Jingyun, and today she was determined to secure that handbag. Yun Zijing had no objections regarding the destination, for her sole objective was to indulge in spending. Upon the appearance of the 2 ladies, The sales associate at Herm.s recognized that the day's sales were assured. Miss Yun, Miss Su, welcome. The sight of the affluent young women elicited a particularly genuine smile from the associate. Have there been any new arrivals? I would like to see some of the latest offerings, Su Mingyao inquired, surveying the items displayed, most of which she had already purchased. She had no desire to acquire duplicates. Indeed, we do have new stock, but... The associate hesitated. Please, speak freely. Our decision to buy is our own concern. We recently received a new sofa set. I wonder if you might be interested? The associate guided them to the display area for the sofas. Yun Zijing remarked. Herm.s truly has everything. She glanced at Su Mingyao, knowing that her friend had her sights set on a particular handbag, and thus felt it was reasonable to yield this expensive accessory. How much is this set? Su Mingyao asked, feeling somewhat irrational for even considering a sofa purchase, especially as she did not currently have a house undergoing renovation. This set is priced at 700,000 yuan, the associate replied with an enthusiastic smile. 700,000. That doesn't sound too outrageous, Su Mingyao mused, having anticipated a price in the millions. However, she quickly questioned, but do you have a place to put it? She certainly cannot dismantle the sofa at home to make space for her mess, can she? If it remains unused, it would occupy too much space in the storeroom. Buy it. With no room to store it, I shall ask my brother to purchase another house for me, solely to accommodate this sofa. In the end, Su Mingyao resolutely made her decision. However, upon hearing Su Mingyao's words, the sales associate nearly stumbled in astonishment. Is this the life of a wealthy individual, purchasing real estate as casually as one buys groceries? Truly, poverty has confined my imagination. Yun Zijing, upon listening, found Su Mingyao's notion rather unconventional. Nevertheless, as long as Su Mingyao was willing, Yun Zijing did not object. Miss Su, we have received a new piece in our store today. Stop. My objective today is that dual-tone gold buckle. Please inform me when it becomes available. If her needs are not met, please include what I purchased today in her account as well. Let me know if it's in stock. While Yun Zijing did not splurge 700,000 on a sofa like Su Mingyao, her basket also contained numerous items. Yun Zijing was indifferent to the presence of bags, but since she was already there, she felt a twinge of guilt for not buying something. All right, I will certainly inform both of you when it is available. This seemed to reach a consensus. Yun Zijing smirked slightly, her hands continuing to move. Zijing, you are simply too kind. Yun Zijing's words deeply moved Su Mingyao, bringing her to the brink of tears. What a divine sisterhood this is. Enough with the delays. Let us hurry and choose our items. In the end, Yun Zijing even requested the sales associate to fetch a globe for her. Miss Su, I inquired with the supervisor, and we have just received a dual-tone piece. Would you like to take a look? Su Mingyao. Finally, I was waiting for your words. Let's settle the bill first, and once that's done, we shall depart immediately. Yun Zijing chuckled as she handed her black gold card to the sales associate. Additionally, I might as well complete today's spending task. Following a successful transaction, Yun Zijing received a notification from the system confirming the completion of her task. Task, please spend 00 before midnight tonight. Status, completed. Task reward, triple reward triggered. 00 has been credited to the host's savings card. Reward, a starlight gown won for the host to spend freely. Upon hearing the task reward, Yun Zijing was taken aback, not expecting the system to bestow upon her a gown. Could it be that it deemed her earlier purchase too understated? That seemed unlikely. However, the system typically remained silent, and even if Yun Zijing harbored doubts, no answers would be forthcoming. While Su Mingyao was perusing handbags with the sales associate, Yun Zijing settled onto a sofa in the waiting area. Shortly after she sat down, a sales associate brought her hot water and a small snack. Uncertain of when Su Mingyao would return, Yun Zijing took out her phone to pass the time. Just as she was engrossed in her phone, she suddenly heard someone call her name and instinctively looked up. In front of her stood a girl, holding the arm of a boy. Although Yun Zijing found the pair somewhat familiar, she could not place them. You are. Regardless of the situation, as the girl had approached to greet her, Yun Zijing felt obliged to respond. You don't recognize me? The girl was clearly taken aback by Yun Zijing's question. Somewhat familiar, yet we truly do not know each other. Upon hearing Yun Zijing's words, not only did the girl's expression change, but the boy beside her also grew solemn. How is this possible? How could you not recognize me? And him? Do you not even know Zhao Wenwei? The girl's emotions began to spiral out of control. Yun Zijing furrowed her brow slightly. Zero and the others, sensing the shift in atmosphere, had already entered the shop and stood guard beside her, ready to intervene at the first sign of trouble. Somewhat familiar, yet I do not recognize you. What exactly are you trying to convey? Yun Zijing found these two individuals rather perplexing. Not recognizing someone does not equate to deception, does it? You clearly. The girl began but faltered, leaving her statement unfinished. Clearly what? Please elucidate. Chapter 79. Two girls competing for one boy? The party involved claims ignorance. Losing and then pretending not to know? Yun Zijing. You truly are deceiving yourself to the point of belief. What loss? Have I ever competed with you? Yun Zijing felt an underlying mystery in this situation. As the party involved, how could she be unaware of any competition in which she had supposedly lost to them? Classmate Yun, it's nothing. She has misunderstood. Zhao Wenwei, however, chose this moment to act as a peacemaker. From his expression, Yun Zijing detected a hint of unease. She turned to Zhao Wenwei. What misunderstanding? Please elaborate. Zhao Wenwei remained silent, yet his demeanor suggested considerable discomfort. The affection for Zhao Wenwei is well known throughout the school. However, it is fortunate that his discerning taste did not land upon you. Presently, he is my boyfriend. It is evident that mere physical appearance is insufficient. One's family background carries substantial weight. The girl cast a smug glance at Yun Zijing. Upon hearing her words, Yun Zijing was left utterly bewildered. When had she ever been said to have a romantic interest? Whence came this gossip? Yun Zijing was genuinely astonished. Had rumors in the university become this ludicrous? The confession wall is rife with such claims, and you have never denied them. Does silence not imply consent? The girl wore an expression of entitlement. Is it not possible that I have never even glanced at the confession wall? During her time at the university, she had been preoccupied with attending classes and working part-time jobs to cover her tuition and living expenses, barely familiar with her dormitory mates, let alone perusing the confession wall. She would rather seek additional part-time work than indulge in such trivialities. Had she known she was the subject of such slander, she would surely have spoken up. Furthermore, there are pictures of you deliberately following my boyfriend to class. And this one, of him playing basketball, with you standing at the edge of the court clutching a ball. Doesn't that angle suggest you were watching him? The girl produced her phone, navigated to the school's confession wall, and swiftly located the pertinent posts. Yun Zijing glanced at the screen. Truth be told, if she were not the subject of the matter, she too might have misinterpreted the images. Alas, she was the one implicated. Who was the account behind this post? Yun Zijing was reluctant to dwell too much on the matter, but the perpetrator of these rumors must certainly be identified. For a full 3 years, she remained oblivious to the fact that she was one of the protagonists in the classic scenario of two women vying for one man on the school's confession wall. Why should I inform you? No, how could you, an orphan earning your living through part-time jobs, possibly be here? Given your appearance, you wouldn't be. The girl's words trailed off as Zhao Wenwei covered her mouth. Yun Zijing cast a glance at Zhao Wenwei and fell silent. Meanwhile, Su Mingyao, who had gone to the small black room with SA to check her bag, finally emerged, with an unmistakable orange Hermes bag in SA's hand behind her. Zijing, I made my purchase. Guan Xueting, what are you doing here? Su Mingyao, initially fixated on Yun Zijing, took a while to notice Guan Xueting standing beside her. Upon hearing Su Mingyao call out Guan Xueting's name, Yun Zijing raised an eyebrow. Do they know each other? This is not your home. I would need to ask you for permission to come here, wouldn't I? The dynamic between them was clearly one of mutual disdain. You needn't ask me. But I wonder how long it takes for someone to accumulate enough to acquire a single bag, unlike me. The thrill of receiving a bag on the spot is simply incomparable. Su Mingyao shifted to reveal the packaging bag SA held. It was obvious what lay inside, given that it was solely in SA's possession. Guan Xueting was momentarily at a loss for words, glaring at Yun Zijing before tugging Zhao Wenwei's arm. Heading off to shop with SA. She called you Guan Xueting? Guan Xueting had addressed her without any prior introduction, merely mentioning Zhao Wenwei's name. It was surprising to learn that she was acquainted with Su Mingyao. Indeed, Zijing, you must not be deceived by her exterior. One careless moment could lead to a pitfall. It seems you possess considerable experience. Had you not encountered numerous pitfalls, you would not exhibit such a heightened sense of vigilance. Su Mingyao shot a knowing glance at Yun Zijing, silently acknowledging their unspoken understanding. The unforeseen encounter with Guan Xueting and Zhao Wenwei was merely a fleeting interlude, leaving no discernible impact on their spirits as they continued their shopping excursion. Time swiftly progressed to the day of the old master Lu's birthday banquet. Aware that Yun Ziqin would be attending, Cheng Jun had already leveraged her connections within the makeup artist community to arrange for the renowned stylist Han Chun, known in the industry as the magician of makeup, along with her team, to come early and prepare Yun Ziqin's look. Given her limited network, securing Han Chun's team felt like an insurmountable task, and she had little hope. However, to her astonishment, Han Chun's team ultimately agreed. Yun Ziqin was not particularly acquainted with these matters, but through Cheng Jun's enthusiastic recounting of Han Chun's accolades, she gained a preliminary understanding of this reputed stylist. Upon entering Villa No. 1 and laying eyes on Yun Ziqin, Han Chun could not conceal her astonishment. With her illustrious reputation, she had worked with top-tier talents across the entertainment industry. Initially, Han Chun was reluctant to accept Cheng Jun's invitation, but upon seeing the photograph of Yun Ziqin that Cheng Jun had sent, she immediately recognized her as a muse. Creating a look for a muse goddess was undoubtedly a duty she could not refuse, which led to Cheng Jun's successful invitation. "Good morning, Miss Yun," Miao said, nearly letting slip a word. "Hello, everyone. It's only 7 in the morning. You all arrived quite early. I haven't had breakfast yet. Have you eaten? Would you like to join me?" Yun Ziqin greeted the group. She had just finished her morning routine and had yet to enjoy her meal. It was quite early for Han Chun's team as well. One could only wonder what time they had risen. No, we had breakfast before coming," they replied. As a team of stylists, their schedules often defied the natural order of day and night, waking before the rooster crows and sleeping later than the dogs. A routine of rising at 5 or 6 in the evening was considered a rare semblance of normalcy. "It's all right. It wouldn't be polite for you to watch me eat. I suppose I could manage a few more bites, just to ease the awkwardness of having breakfast alone," Yun Ziqin said as she made her way to the dining table. Soon, a maid appeared, bringing forth the morning repast. "There's plenty prepared in the kitchen today. Why don't you all join me?" Wang Minli, having overheard Yun Ziqin's invitation to Han Chun's team, feigned ignorance and extended the invitation once more. On the second ask, Han Chun's team felt too shy to decline, taking their seats at the table. The breakfast spread was abundant, featuring both Chinese and Western dishes. Though they claimed to have already eaten, once seated, they found it difficult to resist the delectable offerings. It must be said, the expertise of a private chef hired by a distinguished family was evident. The difference between this breakfast and that from a typical eatery was unmistakable. Chapter 80. The Lu family banquet. After finishing breakfast, Yun Ziqin led Han Chun and her team into her dressing room, allowing them to seek out accessories suitable for the day's event. Upon opening the door to the dressing room, Han Chun's attention was immediately captured by a stunning azure gown, adorned with a celestial starry pattern draped over a mannequin. "Is Miss Yun planning to wear this enchanting dress to the banquet today?" Han Chun's gaze lingered on the gown, reluctant to tear her eyes away. Its allure was simply mesmerizing, akin to the expression of beauty that surpasses the clouds. "No, I actually purchased a white mermaid gown from Jincheng Mall," Yun Ziqin replied, retrieving the elegant white dress from her wardrobe. After witnessing the splendor of the starry gown, Han Chun found it difficult to appreciate any other dress. Had she not seen the starry design, she would have certainly admired the white mermaid gown. "This starry gown was a gift from an elder, and I intend to wear it for my own birthday celebration. I believe Teacher Han can understand this," she continued. After all, it was a dress she had chosen alongside Su Mingyao, and it would be inconsiderate to change her mind at the last moment. Furthermore, the starry gown, a generous gift, was one that Yun Ziqin cherished and preferred not to wear at someone else's event. "I completely understand. Whenever you decide to wear it, please do not hesitate to contact me. I would be delighted to style you free of charge." The eagerness in Han Chun's voice revealed her genuine admiration for the starry gown. "Certainly, I will reach out to you." Although she could not see Yun Ziqin in the starry gown, the white mermaid dress was equally exquisite. Han Chun endeavored to extricate herself from the celestial gown, focusing her attention on crafting an exquisite ensemble for Yun Ziqin, suitable for a white mermaid gown. Yun Ziqin's transformation commenced at 8 a.m. and persisted until nearly 2 p.m., with Wang Minli delivering lunch to the room, where Yun Ziqin dined at her vanity. Gazing into the full-length mirror, she was nearly entranced by her own beauty. Truly, she proved to be a master of her craft, as this look showcased a remarkable evolution compared to her previous styles. Cheng Jun accompanied Han Chun, assisting while secretly learning, determined to one day become the exclusive stylist for the young lady. To facilitate Yun Ziqin's entry and exit from the vehicle, The casual floral pattern nanny van typically used by 01 and the others was commandeered by her. In its absence, they opted to drive the casual floral patterned SUV that 05 had returned. Inside the nanny van, 02 served as the driver, while 01 occupied the front passenger seat, with the rest of the group in the SUV. The venue for the soiree was the Liu family's villa in Yujinjuan, approximately a 40-minute drive from Xingyu Huafu. Presumably due to the birthday celebration, the Liu family had informed the security at Yujinjuan that guests could gain entry with an invitation. Liu Yonk extended the invitation and ensured the invitation was delivered. Upon arriving at the entrance of Yujinjuan, Yun Zijing retrieved the invitation from her handbag and handed it to 02 for verification by the guard. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned the invitation and granted them passage. Since 02 mentioned that the SUV was part of their party, the guard did not impede their progress. The vehicle followed the procession ahead, inching forward as the road remained congested, leaving them unaware of the circumstances ahead. At last, they arrived at the entrance of the Liu family villa, 10 minutes later than anticipated. 01 was the first to alight from the vehicle, graciously opening the door for Yun Zijing. Upon seeing 01, Liu Yonk, who was welcoming guests at the door, instantly recognized that it was Yun Zijing's arrival. In the entirety of the imperial capital, it seemed that only Yun Zijing had a constant presence among the bodyguards, their faces and numbers remaining unchanged day by day. Liu Yunfeng, who stood beside Liu Yonk to greet visitors, noticed the subtle alteration in 01 and followed Liu Yonk's gaze. "Oh, is that Sister Yin?" he remarked, recalling their brief encounter at Wu Zicheng's birthday party, after which they had not crossed paths again. What a surprise to see her at grandfather's birthday banquet. "Do you know her?" Liu Yonk inquired, astonished that they were acquainted. "Indeed, we met once at Wu Zicheng's birthday celebration. However, dear brother, I heard that Sister Yun has taken over your territory?" Liu Yunfeng teased, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Is this joke going to persist indefinitely? I suppose your allowance is now forfeit," Liu Yonk retorted, despite not being the one to provide Liu Yunfeng with pocket money. It did not deter him from indulging in a little banter in front of Liu Yunfeng's parents. "Brother, I concede I was mistaken," Liu Yunfeng exclaimed, his earlier mockery swiftly replaced by contrition. As Yun Zijing descended from the car, she immediately spotted Liu Yonk standing at the entrance. "Good evening, Mr. Liu." She greeted him warmly. "Sister Yun, while my brother's brilliance is indeed blinding, might I request that you do not overlook my presence?" Liu Yunfeng interjected from beside Liu Yonk, his tone tinged with feigned melancholy. How was it that his existence went unnoticed, despite his unwavering presence? Only then did Yun Zijing become aware of Liu Yunfeng, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. "Ah," she exclaimed. "Liu Yunfeng, is that correct? It has been quite a while." After all, they had only met once. So for Yun Ziqing to remember his name was already quite an accomplishment. "Long time no see, Sister Yun." Although Yun Ziqing was younger than him, the way Liu Yunfeng addressed her felt entirely natural. "I shall head inside first." To avoid appearing too conspicuous, 01 and the others had donned matching white suits today. Standing alongside Yun Ziqing, they would not seem out of place. "Let us all go in. With your bodyguards around, I feel much more at ease." Though he had never witnessed these bodyguards in action, Liu Yonk instinctively sensed that the strength of these 7 individuals should not be underestimated. Otherwise, Yun Ziqing would not have them by her side daily. "Thank you." Yun Ziqing cast a glance at 01, signaling them to follow. The 7 bodyguards in white suits trailed closely behind her, each carrying the birthday gift prepared for the old master of the Liu family. Ziqing. As soon as Yun Ziqing stepped through the gate of the villa, she heard Su Mingyao calling her name. Indeed, upon turning, she spotted Su Mingyao jogging toward her. "Mingyao, come on, come on. I just discovered an incredibly delicious snack. You will definitely crave more once you try it." Su Mingyao enthusiastically tugged at Yun Ziqing, eager to lead her to the delightful discovery. "Wait a moment, let me put the gift away first." Since it was a birthday banquet, the Liu family had specifically arranged a designated area in the courtyard for gifts. All that was required was to register and hang a tag with a number. The primary purpose of assigning numbers is to better distinguish who is given what gifts. "I am with you." As soon as Su Mingyao arrived here, she wanted to wait for Yun Zijing. Now that she has seen her, she wishes to remain by her side without a moment's separation. "Shouldn't you be seeking to cultivate feelings with Xingyang? Why have you been with me all this time?" Su Mingyao's affection for Xingyang has become a well-known fact between the two of them. There is no need to rush. Pursuing someone requires finesse. Being too aggressive may yield contrary results. I must maintain a balance. Su Mingyao wore an expression of deep understanding. After placing the gifts and completing the registration, Su Mingyao eagerly pulled Yun Zijing toward the delightful snack she had just discovered. Yun Zijing? What are you doing here? Chapter 81. The identity of Yun Zijing upon suddenly hearing her name called. Yun Zijing instinctively turned her head to see the flamboyantly dressed Xia Jiao Jiao, accompanied by Guan Xueting. Su Mingyao, upon seeing the two, rolled her eyes dramatically. Of course, Zijing came here because she received an invitation. Do you really believe that the Liu family would make such a trivial mistake? Standing protectively in front of Yun Zijing, Su Mingyao retorted without any hint of politeness. Impossible. She is merely an orphan who relies on part-time jobs for her living expenses. How could the Liu family possibly extend an invitation to her? Su Mingyao, are you not being deceived by her? Given her past experiences during their school days, Guan Xueting remained quite attentive to Yun Zijing, knowing that she often worked part-time whenever she had no classes. An orphan who can only sustain her livelihood through part-time jobs hardly seems deserving of an invitation to the Liu family's banquet. My identity is well known to Miss Xia. Whether or not I received an invitation is a matter for the Liu family to concern themselves with, and there is no need for the two of you to fret over it. With that, Yun Zijing disregarded their reactions and took Su Mingyao away. Guan Xueting turned to Xia Jiao Jiao and remarked, Yun Zijing claims you are most aware of her identity. Do you have nothing to say? The Xia family, in the presence of the Guan family, is still incomparable. Xia Jiao Jiao's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated Yun Zijing's words. Did she not repeatedly express her indifference towards returning to the Xia family? Why bring this matter up now? Was she hoping to see her humiliation? Even if she was not the biological daughter of her parents, she was still the one residing in the Xia household. Yun Zijing had exerted great effort. Yet in the end, she could not even step through the gates of the Xia family. It matters not. She is an orphan. Her mother wished to acknowledge her as a daughter, but to recognize Yun Zijing as an adopted daughter? That would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Her mother had mentioned her reluctance and subsequently ceased to pursue the topic. Xia Jiao Jiao merely stated the desire to adopt a daughter, but never claimed that Yun Zijing was the true daughter of the Xia family, while she, who had occupied the nest for 21 years, was merely the false daughter. Truly, such behavior is characteristic of her, lacking in discernment. Xia Jiao Jiao pursed her lips, unwilling to continue the discussion. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Yun Zijing and Su Mingyao approached the dessert table, they spotted Shengyang approaching them. Ladies, it has been quite some time. As Shengyang settled beside the two without the slightest hint of hesitation, he was met with a teasing inquiry from Yun Zijing. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be mingling? You might just find a couple of investors for your bar. Yunjia, please, spare me your jokes. In the entire imperial capital, aside from you, no one else dares to invest in me, Sheng Hao replied. The words of Sheng Hao held weight. Aside from the four prominent families, the other three families had never dared to defy him, with Yun Zijing being a notable exception. Having established her wealth through rental income, there was little that Sheng Hao could do to impose commercial sanctions upon her. Moreover, Yun Zijing was well acquainted with them. And even if Sheng Hao were socially inept, he would never dare to extend his machinations towards her. So, am I truly the only one you've managed to coax aboard? Xingyang chuckled awkwardly. Yunjia, you must believe me when I say I am earnest. I would never let you incur losses. Now that you've opened a bar, does your brother still provide you with an allowance? Su Mingyao posed a poignant question. With Sheng Hao's staunch opposition, it raised concerns about what would happen if, one day, there were no more funds to rely on. Until the bar turned a profit, Xingyang might indeed find himself destitute. Pausing for a moment, Xingyang realized he had never contemplated that possibility. The thought of it suddenly left him feeling disheartened. Yunjia, if I truly have no allowance, I might just end up eating dirt next month. Don't look to me for assistance. I certainly won't be giving you an allowance. As a friend, she would treat him to meals if he were short on cash, but handing out allowances was an entirely different matter. What kind of allowance? As Yun Zijing's words faded, Lu Yunfeng, who had appeared without notice, expressed his astonishment. My allowance is ample. If your brother has curtailed yours, Xingyang, I can reluctantly take on the responsibility for your meals. However, let me clarify that this pertains only to ordinary daily sustenance. Should you choose to indulge in bars or clubs, I shall not be accountable. Su Mingyao generously extended her assistance. Yet she was not so infatuated as to relinquish her entire allowance. One may lend a helping hand when a man is down on his luck, but it is imperative to maintain a balance that does not disrupt one's own livelihood. Xingyang, when did you reach a point of needing others' support? Lu Yunfeng settled beside Xingyang, incredulous at Su Mingyao's statement. Don't mention it. I am merely concerned that my brother may withhold my allowance next month. Without pocket money, I doubt I can last even a month. Surely, Brother Xinghao would not be so cruel. Lu Yufeng cast a sympathetic glance at Xingyang. Why, of all choices, must you open a bar? If your allowance is in jeopardy, whose will remain intact? Take care of yourself. My allowance is not as generous as yours, so I cannot assist you. Xingyang could only respond with silence. At that moment, a stir erupted in the villa's garden as several individuals instinctively turned their gaze toward a gathering. The patriarch of the Lu family had arrived, accompanied by Grandma Su, along with young Master Lu, his parents, and Lu Yunfeng's parents. This marked Yun Zijing's inaugural attendance at a Lu family banquet, and Su Mingyao was considerate enough to introduce her. The master of the house has arrived. Should we not extend our greetings? I shall refrain, as my parents and brother will attend. Su Mingyao is not particularly interested in such social obligations. She often seeks a quiet corner to avoid the festivities. With my brother present, my participation is inconsequential. I must go. If my father sees me idling here, he will undoubtedly have something to say. Yunjie, would you care to accompany me? Su Mingyao and Sheng Yang are disinclined to join the fray, while Lu Yunfeng, being a direct descendant of the Lu family, is bound to attend. Yun Zijing, being alone, considers it a matter of courtesy to pay her respects. She nods in agreement. Let us proceed. If you are going, then I shall accompany you. Count me in. Upon hearing that Yun Zijing intends to greet the host, Su Mingyao and Sheng Yang promptly changed their minds. Just moments ago, you expressed your reluctance to attend. Lu Yunfeng cast a glance at the pair, as if to say how fickle human beings can be. I have now changed my mind. We must hurry. Lead the way. With so many people gathered around the elderly couple, it would be impossible to squeeze through without guidance. Being a member of the Lu family, Lu Yunfeng is afforded a certain respect. After all, others cannot disregard the grandson of the celebrant. Lu Yunfeng, you've made it quite clear. Nevertheless, despite his internal grievances, Lu Yunfeng does not hesitate in his actions. Indeed, upon seeing him, others instinctively part ways, creating a path for Yun Zijing and her companions. Grandfather, I have come to wish you a happy birthday, in the presence of the venerable patriarch of the Lu family. Lu Yunfeng radiated the essence of a cheerful and beloved grandson. Noticing Lu Yunfeng, the smile on the old man's face deepened considerably. Ah, the waiter has arrived. Come here quickly. We were just speaking of you, exclaimed Lu Jinghua, his demeanor enlivened at the sight of his young grandson. It is often said that the eldest legitimate son is favored, and Lu Yunfeng embodies that cherished grandson role. Grandfather, may you celebrate countless birthdays and enjoy this day for many years to come. Here are my friends. They too wish to extend their birthday wishes to you. After delivering his heartfelt greeting, Lu Yunfeng brought forth Sheng Yang and his companions. Since they had come all this way, they would join him in honoring his grandfather. No one was permitted to escape. Greetings, grandfather. I am Sheng Yang, wishing you a day like today for many years and a bright morning every year. Hello, grandfather. I am Su Mingyao, wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity greater than the southern mountain. Greetings, grandfather. I am Yun Zijing, wishing you a shining fortune and a radiant birthday. Splendid, splendid. You must be from the Sheng family. I remember holding you as a child. Lu Jinghua discerned Sheng Yang's identity with remarkable clarity. Grandfather's memory is truly exceptional, Sheng Yang thought, as he had no recollection of such an encounter, likely because it occurred before his own memories began to form. As for the two young ladies, Lu Jinghua pondered for quite some time, but could not recall which family they belonged to. Grandfather, my father is Su Yuecheng, the chairman of the Su group. I grew up in an orphanage, Su Mingyao stated, while Yun Zijing also introduced herself. In comparison to Su Mingyao's prestigious background as a daughter of the Su family, Yun Zijing's status as an orphan drew more attention. Old Master Lu was somewhat taken aback. This answer had not crossed his mind. Child, you are truly remarkable. Su Suhua, who had been standing silently beside Lu Zhenghua, took note of the peculiar glances from those around her upon hearing Yun Zijing declare herself an orphan. Without hesitation, she stepped forward. Grandmother, your insight is indeed commendable. Miss Yun is exceptionally talented. I have once been bested by her. Lu Yunk, supporting the elderly lady, spoke with a smile. Oh, little lark, you know her as well? Lu Yunk's words completely surprised Su Suhua. for their little lark had always steered clear of any males outside her family. She and her husband were most concerned about their child's future marriage, and it was unexpected for little lark to publicly commend this young woman today. Indeed, I lost to Miss Yun in the auction for the land in the western suburbs. This matter had long been a topic of private conversation among many, but now that the principal had confirmed it, it was a shocking revelation for everyone present. Among the crowd, several young women who had come to the banquet with hopes of meeting Lu Yong felt their hearts sink upon hearing his praise for Yun Zijin. Their teeth clenched in frustration. The girl did well. She must make him taste the bitterness of defeat. Only then will he learn and avoid making the same mistake again. Lu Jing's hearty voice resonated, showing no signs of anger over Yun Zijin having outbid Lu Yong for the land. Rather, he seemed inclined to express gratitude towards her. It has been quite some time since that incident, yet it appears Mr. Lu still remembers it. Yun Zijin felt a touch of embarrassment at the unreserved praise from the two elders and was surprised that Lu Yong still recalled the matter concerning the western suburbs. The first failure in life is a memory that will linger forever. All right. You young ones, go and enjoy yourselves. Do not linger before us, two old folks, as we wish to converse with our old friends. Upon observing Lu Yong's demeanor towards Yun Zijin, the elders discerned there was something amiss. The young man still harbored intentions of concealing matters from them, yet he was far too inexperienced. He had consumed more salt than the lad had rice. Grandfather, we shall take our leave now. Feel free to reach out to us at any time. Lu Yunfeng completely failed to grasp Lu Jing's implication, solely focused on the notion that once the birthday celebration concluded, he could revel with Sheng Yang and the others without restraint. As long as he remained within the villa's garden, no one could impose upon him. Let us go. Let us not linger here and become a nuisance, Lu Jingguo remarked, visibly dismayed by the lack of awareness. After bidding farewell to his elders, Lu Yong departed alongside them. The 6 elders of the Lu family watched Lu Yong's retreating figure. Their suspicions increasingly solidified. Lu Ge, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be with my brother and the others? Sheng Yang's mood soured upon noticing Lu Yong trailing behind. The young people were engaged in light-hearted conversation, and Lu Ji's presence would only render him uncomfortable. I am here to seek Miss Yun. You all may continue your merriment. Yun Zijing halted, regarding Lu Yong with curiosity. Does Mr. Lu have matters to discuss with me? They seem to lack any pressing topics for conversation. Li Yuqing and the others are aware of your presence and wish to greet you. They may come as they please. This is your domain, and you have the final say. In a bustling corner where several individuals were engaged in conversation, the melodious sound of a piano resonated from the garden, drawing the gaze of many towards its source. Is someone discussing the piano? Who could it be? The music seemed rather pleasant. It was the lovely Miss Xia from the Xia family. Nearby, a few were chatting, and upon hearing that it was Xia Jiao playing, their expressions soured as if they had tasted something unpleasant. Is Xia Jiao unwell? When others elders are celebrating their birthdays, she intrudes to play the piano? If it were a birthday banquet for the Xia family, it might be acceptable, but this is the centennial celebration of the esteemed Mr. Lu. What a blatant attempt to garner attention through her piano performance. How shameless. Brother, does grandfather's birthday banquet include such a segment? Lu Yunfeng inquired of Lu Yong. No. Lu Yong's countenance was equally grim. They had barely arrived when the piano began to play, and the implications were clear. I heard that Mr. Lu specifically sent an invitation to that young lady from the Xia family. Is that true? Upon hearing the piano, Yun Zijing suddenly recalled an incident where she had overheard Xia Jiao and her friends conversing. No, the invitation list was confirmed long ago. Your invitation was added later. The preparations for the elders' birthday banquet commenced long before, and the invitations were merely sent out a few days in advance. He met Yun Zijing only afterwards, so naturally, her invitation was produced separately. Why would such a question arise? Has someone been spreading rumors? Yun Zijing shrugged her shoulders. The pianist mentioned to her friends that you provided her with an invitation. The Xia family indeed received an invitation, albeit not a personal one. Such a prestigious family seldom issues individual invitations. Perhaps I misheard. Yun Zijing did not dwell on this matter. Her only concern was to cast a shadow on Xia Jiao in front of Lu Yun Quebec. Given Xia Jiao's unruly behavior, she should not expect any leniency. However, Lu Yun's demeanor was less than favorable, and his impression of Xia Jiao plummeted further. I never issued her an invitation, Lu Yun clarified for himself. If Xia Jiao dared to flaunt his name to deceive others, she must be prepared to face the consequences of her actions. Zijing, Did you hear Xia Jiao say that with your own ears? Su Mingyao inquired, joining the conversation. She was aware of Xia Jiao's shamelessness, but was taken aback by the extent of it. The audacity to fabricate such baseless claims was astounding. Now, it seemed she had been exposed by the very person she tried to deceive. Chapter 83. The piano's plight. Yun Zijing nodded. She would not lie about this matter. With her affirmative response, Su Mingyao's expression became complicated. What was wrong with Xia Jiao? Did her intellect seem somewhat impaired? How could she conceive such a transparent deception? Was it a matter of pride leading her to suffer? Perhaps she was merely unwell mentally. Nonetheless, what was Xia Jiao's intention with her piano performance at this moment? Watching Xia Jiao lost in her own melodies, Su Mingyao felt a twinge of curiosity about her true motives. As the final notes faded, Xia Jiao rose from the piano stool, a blush gracing her cheeks as she approached the elder Lu. Grandfather Lu, I had previously heard my father mention his intention to come and celebrate your birthday. So I have specially practiced a piano piece for you. I hope it brings you joy. Lu Zhenghua pondered for a considerable time, but could not recall who stood before him. Yet, as the individual claimed the performance was dedicated to him, he felt compelled to respond, albeit with a simple acknowledgement. How thoughtful. Following this, a silence enveloped the space. Xia Jiao waited expectantly, anticipating that old Master Lu would inquire about her lineage or, at the very least, her name. To her surprise, he merely uttered a single phrase before lapsing into silence. Xia Jiao seethed inwardly, convinced that those around her were surely mocking her. Grandfather Lu, grandfather. I see Grandfather Li playing chess over there. Would you like to go and watch? After all, it was Lu Zhenghua's birthday, and several elderly gentlemen of his generation had gathered. Yet, as age would have it, they could not remain still for long. Before long, they were engaged in a game of chess, having requested a board from the villa's steward. Lu Yunfeng interrupted Xia Jiao, gesturing toward the elderly gentlemen engrossed in their game within the garden pavilion. Xia Jiao, momentarily stifled in her speech, looked up in indignation, ready to retort, only to be silenced by the sight of Lu Yunfeng. Lu, second young master. The thought of what she had nearly said sent a cold sweat down her back. Fortunately, she had not yet begun to insult anyone. This piano was a gift from my brother. Miss Xia, it would be wise for you to refrain from touching it, should it be damaged. I would expect you to make amends. Lu Yunfeng shielded old Master Lu from Xia Jiao's scrutiny. Su Suhua has already gone to chat with her old friends. While Lu Zhenghua seizes the opportunity created by Lu Yunfeng's distraction of Xia Jiao to stroll towards the garden pavilion. In Xia Jiao's eyes, Lu Yunfeng's remarks are utterly devoid of romantic sensibility. The teacher had once mentioned that her piano talent is unparalleled. She has never held his debauchery against him. Yet he dares to look down upon her. If the piano could speak, it would undoubtedly prefer to be played by her. I understand. It was my fault for using your piano without consulting the second young master first. However, I did it to perform a piece for Grandfather Lu. Surely, second young master won't hold it against me. Xia Jiao was accustomed to reciting some phrases of innocence, yet Lu Yunfeng had encountered numerous women, rendering her little tricks insufficient in his eyes. Indeed, it is your fault. I rarely allow anyone to play the piano, and yet you have taken it without permission. It feels quite wrong. Xia Jiao did not anticipate Lu Yunfeng's lack of engagement, leaving her expression somewhat displeased. However, Lu Yunfeng paid her no mind, instructing the person stationed beside the piano to prevent others from using it before striding towards Yun Zijing and her companions. Upon his return, he found Li Yueqing and others present, including Li Yuexian, whom he had met at Wu Zicheng's birthday party. As the younger brother, Lu Yunfeng naturally greeted them. Brother Yueqing, Brother Fu, Brother Sheng, young Master Yin has arrived. Today, the gathering is quite complete, Li Yueqing said, patting Lu Yunfeng on the shoulder. Su Mingyao felt somewhat uneasy, for this was her first time facing several young masters directly. Others would strive hard to befriend even one of them, often without success. However, ever since she began following Zijing, her fortune in this regard seems to have improved significantly. Previously, she exerted considerable effort to infiltrate the gatherings where Sheng Yang appeared. But now she need not worry. Wherever Yun Zijing is present, Sheng Yang may appear at any moment. This often leads her to feel as though she has become a friend of Sheng Yang. On the other hand, Yun Zijing feels somewhat helpless, as everyone seems to gravitate towards her, genuinely fearing that she might not fit the mold of the esteemed ladies of the capital. Is it really acceptable for you all to remain seated here? I just noticed many individuals casting glances in this direction. It appears that quite a few wish to engage you in conversation. The lively banquet, marked by the clinking of glasses, serves as a shortcut for everyone to expand their network. Yun Zijing does not wish to disrupt others' plans due to her presence and subsequently be resented. It's fine. If they cannot find me, they can seek out my father. It amounts to the same. What about you? Are you truly unconcerned? Today is the banquet of the Liu family, and it would not bode well for the hosts, Liu Yonk and Liu Yufeng, to remain hidden. Those genuinely seeking me out will find a way to meet me, even if not at the banquet. If they wish to collaborate with the Liu family but do not take the initiative, must I deliver myself to them? After all, Liu Yonk will not take the initiative to socialize. This is precisely the issue. Sister Yun, you are far too approachable, and such a disposition can lead to disadvantage. I live off rental income. What losses can I possibly incur? Rent arrears? Those bold enough to default on rent would hardly find me so amiable. Ahem. Li Yueqing nearly choked on his own saliva, for it was indeed fitting that he had triumphed over Liu Yonk. After all, those who subsisted on rental income in the capital were all esteemed figures. I have long harbored curiosity about the extent of your property holdings, particularly the number of residences from which you derive rental income. Finally, Li Yueqing posed the question he had yearned to ask. Others gazed at her with eager eyes, evidently keen to know the answer. Not many. I currently possess perhaps 2 or 3 properties, Yun Zijin replied. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yonk raised an eyebrow. The implication of 2 or 3 properties suggested 2 or 3 apartments? What do you think? She countered. The rental income from 2 or 3 apartments could scarcely sustain her lavish expenditures. Attending an auction could easily cost hundreds of millions. The rent from 2 or 3 apartments wouldn't even last 10 minutes. I told you it was implausible, given your usual spending habits. You should at least own an entire building. Li Yueqing continued his analysis. Do not overlook the fact that Sister Yun resides in Xingyu Huafu. Xingyu Huafu is a newly completed luxury villa community, comparable to Yujinjuan, albeit the latter was developed earlier, and their group had all purchased properties there. I own just one villa in Xingyu Huafu. I haven't acquired anything else. Mainly, I was rewarded with one building for my extravagant spending, and I did not purchase any additional properties. Lu Shuezhang. Just as Yun Zijin finished her sentence, a girl approached, her gaze fixed on Liu Yonk. Sweetly calling out his name in a melodious tone, Li Yueqing had intended to inquire further about the specifics of Yun Zijin's rental properties, but was interrupted. Casting an unfriendly glance at the newcomer, Sun Mulan seemed momentarily startled by Li Yueqing's gaze, timidly taking a small step back. Chapter 84. Who is in danger is yet to be determined. Senior Liu, someone is calling for you. Li Yueqing remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It was evident that this individual was not the type that Liu favored. After all the effort put into coming here today, it seemed his endeavors might be in vain. Liu Yonk cast a glance at Li Yueqing, who promptly fell silent, before turning his attention to Sun Mulan. Hello, what can I assist you with? Liu Yonk was certain he did not recognize the person before him, but since she referred to him as senior, she must be an alumnus from his school days. Though he could not ascertain which stage, given that she was attending a gathering at the villa today, she must be the daughter of a prominent family. Adhering to the principle of courteous hospitality, Liu Yonk responded politely. Well, it has been many years since we last met, and I was pleasantly surprised to see you, Senior Liu. I couldn't help but come over to greet you. I hope I am not intruding. Li Yueqing interjected. It is quite intrusive. We are not acquainted. Thus, the excuse of having not met in years held no weight in his eyes. Sun Mulan's expression stiffened momentarily, but she quickly regained her smile. Yes, you may not know me, Senior Liu, but I am familiar with you. Back in M country, I took note of you. I had no idea you were from the capital and thought I would never see you again. What a delightful surprise to encounter you here. Senior Liu, my name is Sun Mulan. It appears we are quite fated to meet again after all these years. Wow, after so many years. The senior brothers and sisters reunite in the world. Old Liu Yu. Fuze's sentence was abruptly cut short by a sharp glance from Liu Yonk. Merely classmates. From elementary school to university, I have encountered numerous individuals within the same institution. In this regard, one could assert that those who share the same educational background as I do possess a certain affinity. However, Liu Yonk is reluctant to acknowledge such connections. If any bond exists, it is certainly between him and Yun Zijin. Senior Liu, I missed Sun. You ought to discern what is appropriate to say and what is not. With so many people around at the banquet, should anyone overhear or witness this, and false rumors arise, The thought of it makes Lu Yonk seethe with anger. The evident rejection from Lu Yonk left Sin Mulin feeling uncomfortable, even with her thick skin. She cast an irritable glance at Yun Zijin and Su Mingyao, who were perched on the sofa, eagerly observing the scene. In her eyes, both Su Mingyao and Yun Zijin, who were seated beside Lu Yonk, were mere obstacles in her pursuit of him. Yun Zijin and Su Mingyao returned her glare. It was Lu Yonk who had dismissed her, so why direct her ire at them? Once Sin Mulin departed, Su Mingyao remarked, "Is she unwell? Perhaps it is a case of unrequited love?" The logic of a lovesick mind is something that a rational person might never comprehend. Upon hearing Yun Zijin's words, Lu Yonk suddenly felt a wave of distress wash over him. Observing Yun Zijin, who appeared completely unfazed by the earlier incident, even enjoying it as if watching a show, he realized that his journey to win her heart would indeed be long and arduous. Nevertheless, given her earlier fierce glare, he couldn't help but wonder if she might seek to create trouble for them. While indulging in the spectacle was delightful, being the center of attention as the subject of gossip was far less appealing. Su Mingyao discreetly glanced at Lu Yonk, contemplating whether, should Sin Mulin cause any problems, she could rely on him to help rectify the situation. After all, she is merely a victim caught in the crossfire. If she seeks to trouble you, do not hesitate to call me. Lu Yonk provided his number to Su Mingyao, urging her to contact him, which he would also save. This young lady, who may potentially become Yun Zijin's confidant, could very well be an ally in his pursuit of love. Thus, Lu Yonk intends to cultivate a good rapport with Su Mingyao. With young Master Lu's assurance, I feel considerably more at ease. As long as someone is there to handle the aftermath, Su Mingyao finds solace. Amir Sin Mulin does not instill fear in her. She is yet to reach me, so there is no need for concern. Yun Zijin waved her hand dismissively, indicating that she did not require his assistance in rectifying matters. Her life primarily hinges on rental income, and even if Sin Mulin attempts to wield the Tsin family's influence for economic sanctions against her, it would bear little consequence. As for Cloud Palace No. 1, the Tsin family's reach does not extend that far. Should it come to kidnapping or hiring thugs to obstruct her, Yun Zijin could only say that the danger is not easily determined. I am aware you have bodyguards, but caution is still paramount. One can never predict her intentions. Regardless, it is wise to remain vigilant. I understand. I take my bodyguards wherever I go. You all are well aware of that. On this point, Lu Yonk and the others held great faith in Yun Zijin. In the ensuing time, no individuals akin to Sin Mulin made their appearance. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Yun Zijin bid farewell to the elders of the Lu family. Go on, be careful on your way, and do visit us again when you have the chance. Su Suhua felt an immediate and profound affinity for Yun Zijin upon their first encounter. Reaching her age, she acted solely on her own volition, extending invitations to Yun Zijin without reservation due to her fondness for her. Others could only look on with envy. Very well, I shall certainly attend. Yun Zijin herself did not grow up with her kin. The orphanage director was the closest person she had. However, the director had passed away due to illness the previous year, and she had not returned since. She continued to remit her surplus funds monthly as donations to the orphanage's charitable fund. After receiving the allowance to spend freely, she continued to send remittances as before, albeit cautiously, lest the new director suspect her of wrongdoing. Su Suhua's demeanor allowed Yun Zijin to experience affection from a grandmother for the first time. Though somewhat unaccustomed to it, Yun Zijin could sense her heart soaring. Upon returning to Xingyu Huafu, Yun Zijin collapsed onto the sofa, remaining motionless for a considerable time before finally stirring. Madam, your bath has been prepared. Rose petals have been scattered today. Please see if the aroma is to your liking. If so, I shall prepare it with rose petals next time as well. Yun Zijin nodded, as she favored the scent of roses. After her bath, Yun Zijin felt imbued with the fragrance of roses, a scent distinctly different from that of shower gel. Yun Zijin preferred the natural floral fragrance. As there remains a distinction between natural floral scents and the products of technology and artifice, the night passed uneventfully. Upon awakening, Yun Zijin was promptly met with the monotonous consumer tasks of a workday. Checking her phone, she noted that it was still early. Thus, she decided to indulge in a bit more slumber. By now, she had become quite familiar with the sales associates at the Jinxing Mall, who would notify her of new arrivals. Regardless of her interest, they always ensured she was informed, leaving the ultimate decision in her hands. After finishing her breakfast, Yun Zijin began sifting through the WeChat messages from the sales associates she had added, examining the notifications they had sent her. One store had introduced new handbags, while another had unveiled new watches. As she perused these updates, she felt a slight headache coming on. However, despite her discomfort, she meticulously scrutinized the messages, anxious not to overlook any item she might desire. Chapter 85. A call from a high school classmate. After considerable deliberation, Yun Zijing finally settled on her purchases. Communicating with the sales associates and completing the transfer took less than 20 minutes. Once the transactions were finalized, she realized she had fulfilled her spending task for the day. Task: spend 3,000,000 before midnight tonight. Completed. Reward: triggered a 5-fold reward. 15,000,000 has been credited to the host's savings account, granting the host basic piano skills. Yun Zijing's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the rewards for her task today. Just yesterday, she had listened to Xia Jiao play the piano, and now she was bestowed with piano skills as a reward. What was the intent behind such generosity? Was it to instigate a competition between her and Xia Jiao? Surely, that was unnecessary. Yet, she dismissed the thought almost as quickly as it had arisen. Regardless of any rewards, having something is better than having nothing. After finishing her breakfast, Yun Zijing entered her workshop dedicated to crafting rose essential oil. However, it wasn't long before Wang Minli appeared at the door, knocking gently. "Miss, your phone is ringing." "Phone? Oh right." She hadn't brought her phone with her when she came in. "Please come in." With that, Yun Zijing paused her work. Wang Minli entered, holding Yun Zijing's phone, the ringtone still echoing. Yun Zijing took the phone and, upon seeing the caller ID, felt a twinge of curiosity. Nonetheless, she answered the call. "Hello. Hello. Is this Yun Zijing?" Yun Zijing responded with a slight affirmation. "Yes, it's me. Is there something you need? Our high school alumni have organized a reunion at Dijing, and I remember that you were admitted to Dijing University. There aren't many from our school who have made it to Dijing University, and everyone is eagerly anticipating your presence." The caller was the class monitor from Yun Zijing's high school, who had also been accepted into a university in Dijing. Though it certainly couldn't compare to Dijing University itself, Yun Zijing's high school was not particularly renowned, with only a few students achieving scores high enough to enter a first-tier university. Her acceptance into Dijing University truly set her apart as an exceptional talent. Now that a reunion was being organized, it was clear that many were keen to meet this rare individual, Yun Zijing. A reunion? When and where? If I have time, I can attend. Yun Zijing's relationship with her high school classmates was somewhat lukewarm, and the only reason the class monitor had her number was due to the necessity of communicating about various class matters. The orphanage lacked financial resources, yet in an effort to facilitate communication, the matron generously provided her with a second-hand, generic mobile phone. This device has since become a relic, collecting dust in Yun Zijing's belongings. This Saturday, a lunch has been arranged at the Four Seasons restaurant, and one need only arrive by 11 o'clock. On the other end of the line, Wang Shuming sensed an inexplicable shift in Yun Zijing's tone, reminiscent of their past interactions. Yet, this fleeting thought dissipated almost as quickly as it had arisen. "All right, I understand. I shall hang up if there is nothing else." Yun Zijing found herself at a loss for words, uncertain how to engage in small talk with an old classmate she scarcely knew. Okay. Make sure to remember to come, Yun." However, she did not catch his final words, having already withdrawn the phone from her ear and unceremoniously ended the call. When Wang Shuming realized what had transpired, he was met with the dial tone indicating the call had been disconnected. "Aunt Wang, I shouldn't have any commitments this Saturday, right?" As the housekeeper, Wang Minli was typically informed of any personal engagements. "None, except you have an appointment with Ms. Su on Sunday to visit the hot springs." The implication being that if Yun Zijing had plans on Saturday, it would be prudent not to schedule anything too far afield, lest she be unable to return in time and disappoint Su Mingyao. "All right, I understand. I will be attending a class reunion on Saturday. As long as the timings do not conflict, it should be fine." "Very well, I shall remind you on Sunday morning." As a housekeeper, Wang Minli was indeed diligent in her duties. "If there is nothing else, you may attend to your tasks, and do take your phone with you." Upon noticing her phone nearby, Yun Zijing feared that she might be distracted, thus jeopardizing her plan to create rose essential oil today. "Very well, miss," Wang Minli said, taking Yun Zijing's phone and exiting the workspace. On the day of the reunion, Yun Zijing awoke naturally, rising at her leisure. Aware of her attendance at the gathering, Chung Jun sought permission from Yun Zijin to enter her dressing room and select attire and accessories for her ensemble. Upon encountering the starry dress in the wardrobe once more, Chung Jun remained captivated by its beauty. However, she recognized that Yun Zijin would undoubtedly not choose to wear it. With considerable effort, she diverted her gaze from the starry dress and began searching for suitable clothing for the reunion. By the time Yun Zijin returned from breakfast, Chung Jun had already assembled several outfits, hanging them together on a rack. Miss, which of these sets do you prefer? The choice of attire and makeup is indeed a matter of great significance. Flipping through the options, Yun Zijin selected a more casual shirt dress. I'll go with this one. Please swap the shoes for a pair with a lower heel. Having previously catered to celebrities, Chung Jun was accustomed to pairing outfits with sky-high heels. Yet, Yun Zijin was not a celebrity and did not require stilettos to enhance her stature. Thus, towering heels were unnecessary. Although they were present in her wardrobe, Yun Zijin seldom wore them. The time spent on her daily makeup was brief, and by 10 o'clock, she had completed her look and was ready to depart. As Yun Zijin stepped out, she engaged in a playful game in the underground parking lot, whimsically selecting a target by tapping on the screen, eventually landing on a striking red LaFerrari. A moment of silence enveloped her. Yet, having made her choice, she would not forego the thrill of indulgence for the sake of modesty. Being a person of means, she embraced joy without reservation. Since it was a two-seater sports car, Yun Zijin resolved to take the wheel herself. The exhilaration of driving a multi-million-dollar supercar for the first time filled her with excitement. After the engine warmed up, she pressed the accelerator and sped towards the parking lot's exit, trailed closely by her companions in a casual off-road vehicle. One must commend the prowess of the casual off-road vehicle. Its speed was not overshadowed by the supercar. Regardless of whether Yun Zijin accelerated or decelerated, the off-road vehicle maintained a steady pace. Even in the bustling metropolis of Beijing, the LaFerrari was a rare sight, prompting many passing motorists to lower their windows. Wealthy young heirs, also cruising in their sports cars, whistled in admiration upon catching sight of it. As Yun Zijin lowered her window, Li Yuexian, seated in a nearby Ferrari 488, felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He quickly silenced his whistle and decelerated, allowing Yun Zijin to lead the way. Upon arriving at the Four Seasons restaurant, the clock struck 11:05. The LaFerrari's appearance at the entrance instantly captivated the attention of onlookers. Before exiting the vehicle, Yun Zijin donned a pair of sunglasses, hoping to obscure her identity from those unfamiliar with her. After stepping out, she handed the keys to 01, instructing him to arrange for parking. What a remarkable young heiress she was. Accompanied by a bodyguard, is it a fear of being kidnapped in broad daylight? Such wealth and beauty. Can one truly possess both? Perhaps your focus is misaligned. How could an individual of such affluence be found in this establishment? The Four Seasons restaurant can at best be classified as a mid-range dining venue, frequented primarily by those of modest means. End of chapter. Chapter 86. The Reunion. Good day. Do you have a reservation? As Yun Zijin entered the Four Seasons restaurant, a waiter promptly approached her. Box 0212. This was the temporary group chat for the reunion, and Yun Zijin quickly noted the information. Very well, please follow me. The waiter smiled sweetly, gesturing for Yun Zijin to proceed. As she stepped forward, the waiter led the way just ahead of her. Ah, with such beauty and a melodious voice, what an earthly angel. To be so young and already driving a Ferrari, she must be quite the savvy entrepreneur. Once Yun Zijin exited the hall, the patrons began to murmur amongst themselves. But regrettably, she could not hear them. Hello, this is box 0212. Would you like me to knock? Unlike others, who would not receive such attentive service, the waiter felt compelled to offer Yun Zijin an elevated level of care. No need, I can manage myself. Yun Zijin raised her hand and knocked 3 times. Shortly after, someone inside opened the door, their expression clearly taken aback upon seeing her. Excuse me, is this the reunion? Have I entered the wrong room? It is understandable that he would think so, as Yun Zijin's attire was hardly befitting of the guests invited to this gathering. I am not mistaken. I have indeed come to attend the reunion, Yun Zijin clarified. Oh, please, come in. May I ask which classmate you are? I don't believe we've met before. As he spoke, he opened the door, allowing Yun Zijin to enter. My name is Yun Zijin, she introduced herself. Upon hearing her name, several individuals in the room paused momentarily, only to swiftly transition to expressions of curiosity and interest, intermingled with hints of jealousy and malice. Yun Zijin, the one who gained admission to the prestigious Tokyo University? in the minds of her former high school peers. The most vivid memory of Yun Zijing was her remarkable achievement of entering such a renowned institution. That is indeed me, Yun Zijing graciously acknowledged. For it was an undeniable truth. It truly is Yun Zijing. I heard someone mention her return to the group, but I could scarcely believe it. The air was thick with admiration. Her commanding presence was certainly reflective of a graduate from one of the country's top universities. Did you not notice the exquisite handbag she carries? As soon as Yun Zijing stepped into the room, whispers began to circulate, whether malicious or benevolent. They unfolded right beneath her gaze. The esteemed academic prodigy has graced our humble reunion. It is indeed an honor. With Yun Zijing taking her seat, someone promptly suggested a toast to celebrate the occasion. Yun Zijing furrowed her brow, reluctant to indulge in alcohol. Recently, she had been using traditional Chinese medicine, which contraindicated drinking. So she opted for tea instead of wine. Before the others raised their glasses, she tactfully declined the offer to drink. The rose essential oil she was using was a blend crafted from herbal ingredients, which was perfectly acceptable. Isn't this a bit inconsiderate? Does the esteemed university scholar look down upon us, her less academically accomplished peers? It's merely a glass of wine. Why can't you partake? The individual proposing a collective toast, upon hearing Yun Zijing's refusal, felt his pride wounded, and his tone became increasingly aggressive. Does abstaining from alcohol imply disdain? This illogical reasoning was a first for her. Yun Zijing would not allow such behavior to go unchecked. Indeed, we are all alumni. Why adhere to the pretentious customs of workplace drinking? Everyone gathered today aimed to rekindle camaraderie among classmates. The decision to drink should be based on personal choice. Should it not? Exactly. I had no intention of drinking either. It was evident that many present shared her sentiments, yet faced with such moral coercion, they felt compelled to acquiesce rather than engage in conflict, ultimately suffering in silence. Yun Zijing was the first to openly challenge him. Do you have any idea who I am? If it weren't for me, you lot wouldn't even be worthy of dining at the Four Seasons restaurant. You benefit from my generosity and expect everything without offering anything in return. Your expectations are rather absurd. Oh, so, by your logic, you are treating us today? Yun Zijing's retort left the man speechless. He could hardly afford to cover the bill. He had already stated that today's meal was to be shared equally among all. With a per capita cost of 530 attendees, the total would amount to approximately 15,000. If he were to treat, a month's salary would scarcely suffice. Since it is not at your expense, what right do you have to dictate whether I drink or not? We have all paid our dues. Why should you consider yourself superior? Others, upon hearing Yun Zijing's words, began to realize the absurdity of the situation. Do you even know who I am? Have you lost your memory? To the extent that you are unaware of your own identity? Chenggu, please calm down. The academic achiever might have dedicated all her time to studying and may not indulge in drinking. Do not stoop to her level. A tall, slender individual beside Chen Fan noticed Wang Meng's agitated demeanor and hastily intervened to ease the tension. Meanwhile, Yun Zijing leisurely settled into her seat, savoring her favorite dishes. Wang Shuming, observing the palpable tension between Yun Zijing and Chen Meng, felt a pang of regret. He shouldn't have called Yun Zijing. He had heard that Chen Meng was notorious for holding grudges, and what if? Wang Shuming cast a concerned glance towards Yun Zijing. She noticed his apprehensive gaze and flashed him a smile. She could somewhat infer that the reason others were so quick to acquiesce to Chen Meng was merely a matter of social standing. Chen Meng probably held a relatively advantageous position among those present. Others either sought his favor or wished to avoid trouble. However, in her case, Chen Meng's desire to assert dominance today was destined to fail. I recall that the esteemed academic achiever hails from an orphanage, yet your attire does not reflect such origins. Since Chen Meng has managed to navigate social circles, he must possess a certain level of discernment. The clothing, jewelry, and handbag adorning Yun Zijing are undoubtedly worth a fortune. With Chen Meng unable to identify all the brands but estimating their value to be no less than 100,000. I was raised in an orphanage. A fact I have never denied. Are you admitting it then? To be so brazenly acknowledged as a mistress, indeed, the scholarly Yun has lived up to her reputation. Yun Zijing frowned. She merely stated she did not deny her upbringing in an orphanage, yet it was twisted into an accusation of being a mistress. Do you even comprehend the words you utter? Yun Zijing found it utterly perplexing to navigate this person's thought process. Look at your attire, worth at least 100,000. Which orphanage could have afforded such luxuries? You haven't even graduated from university. Where do you find the funds for these extravagant items? Must I elucidate further? The more Chun Ming spoke, the more convinced he became of his own rationale, his expression growing increasingly grotesque. Yun Zijing could only laugh in disbelief. She had initially thought, given their shared educational background, and that the one who called her was the class monitor from high school, that attending this reunion would be worthwhile. She never anticipated encountering such an absurd individual, rendering the meal entirely unpalatable. To dare spread rumors in my presence, one must admit, you possess a certain audacity. Classmate Yun, the role of class monitor and mediator does not suit you in the slightest. Yun Zijing did not allow Wang Shuming to continue.